A young man suffers from 108 kidney stones but resolutely refuses treatment, enduring excruciating pain every day yet still finding joy in it. He even consumes 200 pounds of protein daily and holds his urine for 25 hours, just to grow a few more kidney stones. Everyone calls him a madman, and Gu Changqing is sent to a mental hospital because of this. However, he remains indifferent, for only Gu Changqing knows that 3 days later, the world will change dramatically, spiritual energy will revive, and countless external evil beings will invade. In this upheaval, only one type of person can achieve the Golden Elixir in one step, and that is the kidney stone patient. At this time, in the Qingyun City Qingya Psychiatric Hospital, inside a psychiatric ward, a series of extremely piercing screams came from within. What a pervert! Having 108 kidney stones and still not allowing us to treat him, his vitality is truly tenacious. 2 doctors outside the door shook their heads helplessly. The person in the room is not simple, he is the son of the richest man in Qingyun City, and this psychiatric hospital has been booked by the richest man in Qingyun City to treat his son. Dozens of highly respected doctors are serving only him, and a sky-high bounty has been issued. Whoever can cure his son Gu Changqing will be rewarded with 1 billion Longwa currency. As soon as the sky-high bounty was announced, countless psychiatrists came, but none returned with success. Gu Changqing simply does not accept their treatment. Anyone who dares to approach him is threatened with death, and he refuses to let the doctors treat his kidney stones. Ah, that 1 billion treatment cost seems to be out of my reach. Indeed, this guy's condition is even more serious than we imagined. Maybe he read too many immortal cultivation novels as a child and mistook kidney stones for golden elixirs. That's just ridiculous. The 2 doctors outside the door shook their heads with a bitter smile, one of whom is the most authoritative kidney stone treatment doctor in the country. Over the past 6 months, they have truly been at a loss. Gu Changqing's room still hides a knife. Anyone who gets close will be met with the knife, making it difficult for them to even approach, let alone treat him. The 2 shook their heads, helplessly leaving to bid farewell to Gu Baichuan, the chairman of the Star God Group. In a luxurious room comparable to a 5-star hotel, on a soft big bed, a tall and exceptionally handsome young man, around 18 or 19 years old, is rolling on the bed, screaming in agony. His face is pale, his body drenched in cold sweat, and the pain from 108 kidney stones causes him to convulse. His hoarse screams echoing. After an unknown amount of time, Gu Changqing's cries gradually cease. After lying still for a moment, he wipes the sweat from his forehead, his chest heaving as he gasps for air, lying back on the bed and taking a deep breath, muttering to himself in a somewhat twisted manner, "So refreshing. I made it through another day. In 3 days, once I get through this, with 108 golden elixirs in hand, who can compete with me?" He is actually a reborn person. If nothing unexpected happens, at exactly 12 noon 3 days later, the world will undergo a great change. Spiritual energy will revive, cracks in the void will spread, and countless foreign evil demons will invade. The first wave of the foreign evil demons almost exterminated humanity. Gu Changqing struggled for 8 years in that chaotic world, barely reaching the golden core stage, and died in battle during the 80th wave of the foreign evil demons, reborn back to 5 years before the great change of the world. In this transformation of the world with the revival of spiritual energy, only one type of person will gain the greatest benefit, and that is patients with kidney stones. They can directly achieve the golden elixir in one step. They are simply the children of destiny. It is also with their help that humanity was able to survive the first wave of attacks from the outer demons without being annihilated. Although firearms are effective against foreign evil beings, the effect is not very significant, and it is difficult for guns to hit them. The thing that Gu Changqing regretted the most in his past life was treating his kidney stones. At that time, he had 36 kidney stones. After being reborn, Gu Changqing not only did not seek treatment but also searched online for what to eat and do to increase kidney stones. Now, he has increased the number of kidney stones to 108. Once the great change in the world arrives, who can compete with him? Moreover, not all kidney stones can transform into golden elixirs. Only those that reach a certain size have the potential to awaken as golden elixirs. Gu Changqing also does not know how many of his 108 kidney stones will ultimately awaken as golden elixirs. In his previous life, as far as he knew, the person who awakened the most golden elixirs had only awakened 12. 3 days? As long as I can get through these 3 days. Gu Changqing stood up, drank water in big gulps, and murmured to himself while looking at the bustling city outside the window. In his previous life, humanity suffered heavy losses during the 9th invasion of the outer demons and could not organize strong individuals to resist their 10th invasion. He hoped that this life would be different. After resting for a moment, Gu Changqing picked up his phone and dialed his dad's number. "Rabbit brat, what do you want to accept treatment?" As soon as the call was connected, a voice filled with frustration came through. "Dad, I really don't have a mental illness, and I'm not lying to you. In 2 days at 12 o'clock, The world will not be peaceful anymore. There will be a great change in heaven and earth. Spiritual energy will revive. And evil demons from beyond will invade. There's still time. You should quickly gather more patients with kidney stones. Their kidney stones are all golden elixirs. Gu Changqing also felt exasperated. What are you talking about? You still say you're not mentally ill. The voice on the phone was filled with anger. Then turned somewhat pleading. Changqing, you're my only son. I'm begging you, please accept treatment properly. And then inherit the Star God group. Hearing his usually domineering father plead like this, Gu Changqing couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, Dad, how about this? You first gather a group of kidney stone patients, giving each a few million, so that they are grateful to us. If nothing happens in 3 days, I will accept treatment, okay? Alright, you said it. I'll accompany you in this madness once, and I'll have the secretary start recruiting kidney stone patients right away. If nothing happens in 3 days, if you don't get treated, I'll jump off a building to show you. Gu Baichuan was truly worried sick about this son. Okay, it's a deal. By the way, there's one more thing. There's a student at Qingyun University named Lu Hao. You need to take care of him for me. What do you want to do? Hearing his son ask him to do such a thing, Gu Baichuan's voice changed. Just listen to me. It's simple for you, Dad. Just create an accident. Gu Changqing's voice carried a hint of murderous intent. The reason Gu Changqing wanted to deal with this kid was that he seemed to have obtained some kind of extraordinary inheritance. And at that time, the Star God group happened to be at odds with him. In the end, the Star God group was destroyed at his hands. And Gu Baichuan also died at Lu Hao's hands. Although this grudge is from the previous life, Gu Changqing cannot let it go, and Lu Hao must resolve it. Gu Baichuan shouted, I can agree to everything else, but there's no room for discussion on this matter. Fine. Since you don't want to intervene, I'll handle it myself, Gu Changqing said, and then directly hung up the call. As for dealing with Lu Hao, Gu Changqing wasn't really in a hurry. From what he knew, Lu Hao only rose to prominence a year later, and by the time he awakened his golden core, dealing with such a small character would be a piece of cake. 2 days later, in the lobby of the Qingya Psychiatric Hospital, a large crowd had gathered. There were both men and women, most of whom were around 30 years old, totaling over 100 people. I don't know what's going on. Why are there so many kidney stone patients? Dr. Lin Yi, the most authoritative doctor on kidney stones, said in a low voice, looking at the more than 100 people in the lobby, filled with confusion. Who knows? But I feel like this is Gu Changqing's idea. Director Gu really is letting a mental patient run amok, said the psychiatric expert Shen Feng, shaking his head, somewhat speechless. They said goodbye to Gu Baichuan yesterday, but the latter did not agree, saying that his son would definitely receive treatment in a few days. Since Gu Baichuan has said so, the two naturally have to give him this face. Why did you bring us to a mental hospital? What's your situation? Were you also recruited by the Star God group? Yes, the Star God group gave me 5 million. The kidney stone patients present, seeing that this is a mental hospital, began to whisper and discuss in confusion. Welcome. Amidst the noise in the hall, Gu Changqing, dressed in casual clothes, walked down from upstairs. May I ask who you are? Upon seeing Gu Changqing, someone asked. I am Gu Changqing, the future heir of the Star God group. You must be very curious about why I brought you here. Gu Changqing sat down on the main sofa in the hall, smiling as he looked at the more than 100 people present, and said with a faint smile, actually, the kidney stones you have are all golden pills from cultivation novels. Wow. Give me 5 million to play games with suspected mental patients. Where can I find such a good thing? No need to work, just play around here and I can get 5 million. And I've even signed a contract, so I can't leave if I wanted to. Indeed, I'm very willing anyway. Ha ha, you're right, Mr. Gu. I've always thought what I got was a golden elixir. Definitely not a kidney stone. Yes, golden elixir. Our kidney stones are all golden elixirs. Suddenly, many people flattered and approached, showing various fawning expressions. Gu Changqing lit a cigarette for himself and said slowly, I know you all think I'm crazy, but after noon tomorrow, you won't think that way anymore. It's getting late. Everyone should go eat now, please. As Gu Changqing finished speaking, several burly men in suits walked in from outside and escorted these people to the cafeteria downstairs. Young Master Gu, how is your health? Do you need me to check you out? Asked Lin Yi, a kidney stone specialist, as he stepped forward with a smile. My body has removed some golden elixirs. What problems could there be? Gu Changqing looked at the latter as if he was looking at an idiot, and just as he also wanted to go eat, his face suddenly changed and he had a kidney stone attack. With a low growl, he rushed upstairs to his room. Then came his scream. Ugh, it feels hopeless. Lin Yi sighed and said, I don't want to stay around a psychopath with nothing to do tomorrow, no matter how much money Gu Understander pays me. Xin Feng nodded. If he doesn't cooperate with me, I don't want to stay here for long. They were all experts who were unique in their respective fields. The large portion of time wasted here had already made them a little impatient. Qingyun City, city center, new God Group building. Hundreds of stories high, the building stands in the busiest area of the city. Withdrawal? Inside the chairman's office, in front of the desk sat a handsome middle-aged man who was not angry. At the moment he was full of gloom, very unhappy, staring at a tang-suited old man opposite him. The old man laughed bitterly. Gudong, your son's condition has already gotten that serious, so this marriage is unnecessary, right? Gu Beichuan looked gloomy, his gaze narrowed slightly. What, your family's daughter, you dislike my son? The old man waved his hand and said, it's not a dislike, Gudong, you also have to be reasonable, is not it? Think about it differently, if you let your daughter marry a mental illness, would you be willing? Sure you want to return? Gu Beichuan's voice was low. The old man nodded. This is a unanimous decision of the Tang family. Good, then retire, and let the men see off the guests. Gu Beichuan's eyes almost had killing intent erupting in them as he coldly sent the guests away. Gudong, I'm really sorry. The old man secretly let out a bitter smile and got up to leave with his farewells. Chairman, they bullied us too much. After the old man left, a burly man with a brawny physique came in from outside the door, and said with a face full of anger, do you want to use some special means? Gu Beichuan lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, and calmly said, if the Tang family dares to be so emboldened to withdraw from the marriage, they must have something to fall back on, or else once I make my move, I'll be able to bankrupt their Tang family within a month. Go and check who the Tang family has been traveling closely with recently. I want to know who is behind them. Okay, wait for my news. Shu Maniac nodded heavily and left the office in stride. Upstairs, it was around 9 o'clock at night before Gu Changqing's agonizing wail ended. Last day, after tomorrow I won't have to endure this inhuman torture. Gu Changqing, sweating from the bed, pale face without top blood color, drank several cups of water face to ease. Just as he was about to take a shower, the cell phone incoming call rang. Seeing that it was his dad calling, Gu Changqing picked up and said, Dad, am I being withdrawn from the marriage? Having had the experience of his previous life, Gu Changqing knew that he had been withdrawn from the Tang family tonight. Gu Beichuan called at this time, undoubtedly because of this matter. How did you kid know? Gu Beichuan was a bit surprised. Gu Changqing lit a cigarette and laughed. Not only do I know that they're withdrawing from the marriage, but I also know that they've fallen in with the Xianyuan family in the capital. When really? His son's words left Gu Beichuan a bit baffled. How does he know what's going on out there when he's in a mental institution every day? Gu Changqing took a deep breath of smoke and laughed softly. The Xianyuan family has long had their eyes on our new God Group's industry, but it doesn't matter, after tomorrow, what Tang family, what Xianyuan family, as long as I want to, lift my hand and exterminate them. Your kid is sick again, isn't it? I'll find out about this matter, and if it's really the Xianyuan family behind them, it'll be a bit difficult to handle. Gu Beichuan's voice was a bit grave. What's the point of worrying about that? You sleep well tonight, Dad, and watch your son perform tomorrow. Well, let's see you perform. I heard you had another kidney stone attack tonight. Son, my old man's heart aches. Gu Beichuan is really heartbroken, just so an only son, that is from childhood spoiled, and now every day to see him suffer. Gu Beichuan is really worried. Gu Changqing didn't want to waste his breath and said, good night, Dad, go to bed early. Tomorrow at 12 noon, all 3 of your views will be refreshed. End of chapter. Chapter 3, Heavenly Change. Why is my Jindan black? Chapter 3, Heavenly Change. Why is my Jindan black? There was no talk all night. Early the next morning, inside the room where Gu Changqing was staying, his agonizing screams were heard again. This pain, begging for life, begging for death. However, Gu Changqing stayed hard for several years. If it weren't for all the expensive nutritional supplements to keep him going, he'd be skinny as a bone. His screams lasted for about an hour or so before they stopped. It was about 10 in the morning before he came out of his room, still a little pale. In the dining room, a nutritious breakfast was ready for him. By the time Gu Changqing finished eating, it was already 11 o'clock in the morning. At this moment, he was lying inside the gazebo on the rooftop blowing the autumn breeze. The 100 or so kidney stone patients, on the other hand, were either playing mahjong or fighting the landlord on the rooftop. Young master, eat the fruit. A bodyguard, dressed in a black suit and appearing to be in his early 30s, brought up several plates of fruit and placed them on the table. This man was a special forces veteran by the name of Yilan, and had been coming to Gu Changqing's side for more than 4 years. Gu Changqing looked at him with a wry smile and said, Yilan, you've been by my side for almost 5 years. Do you think I'm a psychopath like everyone else? How can I put it? I don't think young master is like that. Yilan thought seriously before saying, it's a pity that you don't have a kidney stone, so you can't soar to the heavens, but don't worry, you carry 2 types of spiritual roots, gold and fire, so you can rise quickly with my help. Gu Changqing laughed softly. Past life. Yilan, who carries a double spiritual root, thickly cultivated to the peak of foundation establishment in just 1 year, ended in a year and a half, 3 years of yuaning, and bowed for the new god group, and finally died in the hands of Lu Hao. In a new life, Gu Changqing will never fail him. He had quite a few high-level cultivation techniques, high-level spells, and even means of alchemy and artifact refining in his mind. In his previous life, Gu Changqing had just obtained a 10,000 souls fan refining method in an ancient relic, and he died in battle before he even had a chance to go and refine it. This kind of group battle artifact, in this life, it must be refined first. Then thank you in advance, young master, Yilan said as his eyelids twitched. Looking at his expression, Gu Changqing knew that in his heart he actually regarded himself as a psychopath as well, so he didn't say anything more at that moment. Gu Changqing glanced at the time. Half an hour to go. Immediately lit a cigarette, swiped the music video and quietly waited for heaven and earth to recover. Time passes in dribs and drabs. When the hands went to 11:57, Gu Changqing got up and said to Yilan, I'll go back to my room first, don't worry about these people. Yes. Yilan nodded and escorted Gu Changqing downstairs. Gu Changqing returned to his room, stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling mirror, looked at the thriving, bustling city with an endless stream of vehicles in front of him, and shook his head. 5 years, 5 whole years, I've waited too long for this day. Looking at the countdown with only the last dozen seconds left, Gu Changqing took a deep breath and looked at the turquoise sky with an unconcealable excitement on his face. As the countdown ends, in Gu Changqing's line of sight, the clouds began to surge and tumble silently, as if being pushed by an invisible force. Coming! Seeing this scene, Gu Changqing clenched his fists in excitement. Rumble! Along with his words, a golden thunder cracked the firmament, opening up a scar in the sky that was as black as an abyss. The atmosphere of the globe, at this moment, is split in two. Buzz! 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 At the same time, Taishan, Kunlun, Wuiwe, Zijin, Longhu, global various famous mountains, rose up one after another bright and extremely bright columns of aura light. The mountains roared and the earth was shaken. The entire 81 light pillars broke through the clouds, and then above the dome of the sky, they transformed into a runic shimmering, magnificent and extremely heavenly array, shrouding the global atmosphere. The array was like a spider silk, showing a golden color, like a large invisible web intertwined. Oh my god, what happened? Hiss! What's going on here? What is this spectacle? Get your cell phone and record it. The monstrous spectacle erupted, and people around the globe reacted, and crowds who didn't know what was happening took out their cell phones to record video. Experts in astronomy and other fields from various countries, all alarmed at the moment, gathered together, shocked beyond belief, to discuss the matter. Viewed through the satellite, the entire atmosphere of the blue planet was shrouded by a golden boundary spell. With the passage of time, this golden boundary spell formation slowly reverted into the void and could no longer be seen. The scar of heaven, which had split the globe, was also slowly healing. In less than 10 short minutes, everything fell into place, but the various online platforms had been exploded by the visionary spectacle just now. Officials from various countries also spoke out at the first opportunity, saying that this was a once-in-a-thousand-year spectacle that would have no effect on mankind. Whoa! A few minutes later, a silvery downpour, wrapped in a heavy white mist, enveloped the globe pouring down. Only Gu Changqing knew that it wasn't rain. Instead, it was an aura so thick that it couldn't be melted. The beasts and animals in the mountains and forests, bathed in this rain of aura, all looked up to the sky and began to increase in size abruptly, evolving towards demonic beasts. As for those who carried spiritual roots, in such an environment, there were gusts of warmth in their bodies, flowing to all their limbs and bones. This was their spirit roots all operating on their own, sucking in the air's aura that was so thick that it couldn't be melted. I'd been waiting for this day for 5 years. Gu Changqing revealed a crazy smile. At this moment, he clearly felt that the 100 kidney stones in his body were actively absorbing the spiritual chi now. Instantly, he kicked the window open with a thud. Buzz rumble. He's like a vortex now. With the windows open, the pouring rain outside all swept towards Gu Changqing. But the moment they touched him, they were all absorbed by the 108 kidney stones in his body. Gu Changqing stood under the raging wind and rain. Like a bottomless pit, it was constantly absorbing and devouring the rain of auras that came pouring in. At this time, Gu Changqing had fallen into a state similar to enlightenment. His consciousness appeared within. Saw a starry sky. Among the stars, there are 108 black stars. Outside, on the other hand, a steady stream of galaxies rushed in and were absorbed by these 108 black and raging stars. As they absorbed the Milky Way, their size skyrocketed with the naked eye. This is my Danhai? Jindan, either gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, clouds, and thunder. Why is my Jindan black? The scene in front of him caused Gu Changqing to be very shocked and puzzled. In his previous life, he had never heard of anyone's Jindan being black and emitting an extreme aura of destruction. This looks like a magic elixir or something anyways. Couldn't figure it out. Gu Changqing not to think about it, no matter what Dan it is, as long as it can give himself a strong power, what does it matter? Immediately, at ease, he absorbed the rain of auras outside to strengthen his own Jindan. The new book is taking off, so I'm asking for some votes. And catch up reading is important. End of chapter. Chapter 4 Awakening. The calm before the storm. Chapter 4 Awakening. The calm before the storm. The introduction of the 1,000-year-old spectacle, coupled with the waterfall-like pouring of silver rain, has sensationalized the world's major online platforms. What's going on? There seems to be a warmth in my body after this silver downpour. This can't be some kind of virus, can it? I'm the same way. What the hell is going on? I'm panicking. Kaji, I have this too. Should I go to the hospital? Under this silver downpour, old man, I feel like I'm more than 10 years younger. What is it? Is it a flashback? Under the popular videos on major online platforms, there are many comments that say they have warmth inside them. There's also the old man suddenly becoming young and everything seems weird. This storm of aura revival has swept through every corner of the globe. Green Cliffs Psychiatric Hospital, above the rooftop. More than 100 kidney stone patients, bathed under the silver rain, their body surfaces all emitting a brilliant golden light, sat cross-legged in the rainwater, absorbing the aura. What's going on, these people? Shinfeng and Linny looked at this scene with puzzlement and shock on their faces. What's inside them shouldn't be a real golden Dan, right? Looking at the golden light emanating from their bodies, Linny swallowed a mouthful of saliva. What's wrong with the world? Shinfeng murmured in a very unbelievable manner. They didn't feel the slightest warmth, so they shouldn't have spiritual roots. But one could also feel an unspeakable sense of oppression from those 100 or so people. Damn it, how come there's warmth inside me too? Outside the door of the room where Changqing was, Yilan, who was swiping his cell phone, also felt a huge warm current appear in his body, which made him panic a little, fearing that it was some kind of virus. Young master, are you alright? Can you ever feel a warm current appearing in your body? Should we go to the hospital to take a look? Yilan knocked on the door of the room and shouted. Don't panic, that's not a virus, it's the spiritual root in your body that's autonomously absorbing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to wash your flesh for you, and after that, you'll be able to step into the refining stage in one fell swoop. A moment later, Changqing's voice came out from the room. Hearing this, Yilan froze in place and said incredulously, is it true? But he couldn't get an answer from Changqing anymore. If that's true, won't I absorb it faster if I go out and bathe in the silver rain? Yilan dwelled on it for a while and gritted his teeth and left to get wet outside the building. Sure enough, bathing under the downpour made the warmth in his body even more ferocious and massive, sweeping towards his limbs and bones. Feeling the changes in himself, Yilan sucked in a breath of cold air. Could it be that this is really aura, and the kidney stone in the young master's body is really a golden elixir? So we were all wrong about the young master, he's not mentally ill at all. It's that he's been anticipating this day for a long time. Yilan's current mood was excited and complicated. Dasha Dragon Kingdom, Virus Specialty. Inside the department building, the top-floor conference room, a grand meeting unfolded, with dozens of experts gathered here. All fear it's a virus sweeping the globe. Immediately after the meeting, they brought in several people who had experienced warmth in their bodies to study them. This is actually a mysterious substance that is harmless and also has heavenly benefits for the human body. Moreover, these mysterious substances are opening up this person's strange meridians. My God. Hiss. What in the world is going on? Quickly, report the matter. The results of the study shocked these experts, who did not dare to delay for a moment and reported the matter. When the results are reported, the Great Summer Dragon Kingdom soon held a line news conference. Welcome to this DragonNet news conference. In fact, the wonders introduced today, along with the silver-colored rain that is still falling, are not bad for us humans, but rather have heavenly benefits. After the study by the authoritative experts of the country's highest virus department, the people who have warm currents appearing in their bodies, you don't have any viruses, but because of your special physique, you have been favored by the heavens, and a kind of mysterious substance has appeared in your body. They are washing your flesh and opening up the strange meridians and veins for you, and very soon, you'll be able to become fictional cultivators. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. After becoming a cultivator, I hope you will not commit any crimes. First go to the nearest patrol hall to register your information, and do not cause harm to the general public. As long as you are willing to serve your country will never lose out. While the press conference was going on, Changqing, official meeting hall. The consequences of this heavenly spectacle could be very serious, so tell us all what to do about it. Shenyuan Tuasen was the first to speak, an old man with a straight posture and no anger. Those who can become monks must be controlled, so that they can form a monks' union, and those who do not join this union must be imprisoned. Nangong Changfeng said in a low voice. It is indeed time to form a cultivator alliance, but it needs an absolutely powerful being to sit in on it. Where to find such a strong person? Shinto Mad Cloud shook his head and said. Tangwa pondered, I think we can do this, send out an announcement to form a cultivator alliance, hold a tournament, and the person who wins the top spot will take the position of alliance leader. That's a good idea, notify them and get ready to send out the announcement. The time is set for 3 days later. The group of leaders nodded their heads in favor of the decision. During this time, inside Changqing's room. At the moment, he was on his knees on the ground. A full head of grayish-white hair swung with the wind blowing in through the window. Around his body, he appeared black, an extremely evil and violent true essence filled the air. At the center of his brow, a bizarre tattoo flickered. At this moment, Changqing was in the process of integrating the spells he had learned in his previous life. Absorbing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth requires a spell to pull it, so that the cultivated true chi and true essence are also thicker. Of course, it can also be absorbed through one's own spiritual roots, but the speed will be much slower. Spells, on the other hand, are means of attack. Outside, the aura rain had stopped. In the mountains and forests, the roars of demonic beasts resounded. Vegetation began to grow wildly, filling the mountains with lushness. One after another chi refining stage cultivator appeared in the human cities. At the same time, the chickens, ducks, cows, sheep, etc. that humans had raised in captivity became incredibly powerful after this rain of aura and began to attack humans. As a result, human cities, towns, are not quiet at this time. Animals and domestic animals attacking humans are everywhere. Fortunately, quite a few chi refining stage cultivators appeared among the humans. This, coupled with the fact that the officials reacted quickly and sent troops into the city, prevented the newly metamorphosed animals and livestock from going on a massive rampage. Time passed extremely quickly, and it was only when night fell that Changqing slowly opened his eyes. As he opened his eyes, a tyrannical black thunder flashed in his eyes. He exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, feeling the 108 golden dawn that slowly rotated in the sea of dawn within his body, bringing him infinite power. A handsome and slightly evil face revealed a few colors of satisfaction. Through the window, he looked at the calm city and sighed softly. A week later, I don't know how many people are going to die in battle, and the 6th city district of Qingyun City has been turned into a hell on earth. Plus the demonic beasts in the jungle. End of chapter. Chapter 5, I said my kidney stone is a golden elixir, now believe me. Chapter 5, I said my kidney stone is a golden elixir, now believe me. The aura is revived, and heaven and earth are in turmoil. Batch after batch of cultivators were introduced, and group after group of demonic beasts wreaked havoc. In the city, there was gunfire everywhere. The streets were depressed and ordinary people were homebound. In just one day, more than 2 million troops were officially stationed in cities across the country. Coupled with the help of the cultivators who responded to the country's call, the animals and livestock that had just transformed into demonic beasts couldn't make any big waves. It's nighttime at the Green Cliff Psychiatric Hospital lobby. There was a vast gathering of over 100 Jindan cultivators. None of them chose to leave after awakening the Golden Dan. All of them were waiting for Changqing. At this moment, no one dared to treat Changqing as a psychopath anymore. That's unpredictable. I can't believe I'm being treated like a psychopath. I've lost all 3 of my senses. Gu Xiao is unpredictable, and we're actually treating him like he's mentally ill. Linny was also in the hall, looking at the 100 or so non-humans in front of him with a bitter smile on his face. I'm so stupid. Why didn't I trust Gu Xiao? If I had believed that his kidney stones were golden pills, how could I have suffered from a few of them? Shen Feng pounded his chest. However, there are no pills of regret to take in this world. Yilan stood at the doorway and looked at the 100 or so Jindan stage cultivators inside, his face somewhat bitter. He was only at the 2nd level of the chi refining stage now, and these guys were actually at Jindan. It really made him envious and jealous. It was about 8 o'clock at night when a steady footstep sounded upstairs. Smell. The crowd looked on. Changqing finally came down. He was wearing a set of black pajamas, and underneath his grayish-white crushed hair, his cold features had the slightest hint of evil. When he raised his hands and threw his feet, an unspeakable sense of oppression spread out, causing the 100 or so Jindan stage cultivators present to tremble. Gu Xiao. The crowd's hearts were flabbergasted, and they shouted respectfully. Changqing sat down on the topmost sofa, revealed a faint smile, and said, how about it? Still think I'm a psychopath? Ahem. It was us who were stupid. We deserve to die. Gu Xiao was clearly unforeseen, yet we were treated like. The crowd was sweating a bit. Changqing smiled faintly and said lightly, actually, I don't blame you guys. Anyone else would treat me like a psychopath. How about a Jindan stage cultivation? Strong. Ridiculously strong, all able to fly through the air, simply outrageous. Just flew a little bit, it was ing awesome. The people present were all incredibly excited, their ambitions were stirring, and someone said, Gu Xiao, with our abilities. Looking at the world, who can stop us? Do you want to be the emperor of mankind? Good lord, that kind of talk. You can see how far their self-confidence has swelled. Looking at their dumbfounded expressions, Changqing said in a deep voice, don't be too happy, the disaster of mankind is coming soon. In a week's time, some of you who are present may die in battle. Gu Xiao, what kind of disaster? When these words came out, the crowd all looked shocked. Changqing lit a cigarette for himself and said in a graceful manner, that's the end of mankind. Don't think you guys are strong now, you could all fall in that disaster, do you believe me? Faith. The crowd didn't dare to have half a doubt about his words, and nodded their heads unanimously. Good, I have some cultivation techniques and spells here, feel free to cultivate them during this week, and follow me on my quest a week later. When Changqing said that, the tattoo mark at the center of his eyebrows rippled, and then flew out one soul light after another into the sea of consciousness of the more than 100 Jindan stages present. The crowd's spirits were shaken with a fine sense of realization. Changqing said, go back and sense again. Good, thank you, young Gu, for granting us these dermas. From now on, we are all willing to be at young Gu's beck and call. The crowd was so excited that they left in groups of 3 or 2 and couldn't wait to cultivate the spells in their sea of consciousness. Gu Xiao, can we become cultivators without warmth appearing in our bodies? After the people had left, Shinfeng and Lin Yi went up with a hopeful face. Gu Changqing looked at them and said indifferently, how can you become a cultivator when you don't even have a spiritual root? Unless you got kidney stones before this heavenly change, it's impossible to become a cultivator in this lifetime. You guys can leave now. Okay. Upon hearing this, they sighed with ugly faces and left disoriented. Young master. This was, Yi Lan walked over. Second level of Qi cultivation, don't envy them, and don't be discouraged. With my help, you can quickly build your foundation and conjugate Dan. Gu Changqing said that, and pointed a finger to Yi Lan's brow, giving him a complete set of earth rank inheritance, saying, this set of inheritance fits your gold and fire attributes spirit root. Work harder on some of the cultivation, and you'll advance very quickly. Young master, you are truly omnipotent. Yi Lan's look at him had begun to turn worshipful. Gu Changqing smiled faintly, I'm capable of more than that, you'll slowly see it later. My dad did contact today, my cell phone was broken by Xin Yuan. Yi Lan nodded, contacted, I've explained the situation to the chairman, he's very happy. Good, go down and cultivate well. Gu Changqing patted him on the shoulder. If I go and cultivate, there will be no one to serve beside you, young master. I don't need to be served, now I'm going to go out and see dad, haven't seen him in a while, and then I'm going to kill someone. Good, then I'll go ahead and cultivate. Yi Lan nodded and turned to leave back to his residence. Lu Hao, you deserve to die. A flash of intense killing intent flashed through Gu Changqing's blood-colored pupils. After going back to his room and changing into a set of black casual clothes, he flew out of the window and disappeared above the night in the blink of an eye. At night in Qingyan City, birds as large as several meters could be seen crossing the sky from time to time high in the sky. The rats underground were in swarms, all of them soaring in size to over half a meter in length, very scary. In the city, army patrols could be seen everywhere, and cultivators were out to clean up the rampaging demonic beasts. Downtown, Xinjiang Group Building. Chairman's office. Little Mad, how many people from our group have become cultivators, is the count ready? In front of the desk, the unruffled Gu Beichuan sat and was talking to Chu Maniac. He had also become a cultivator, a powerful thunder spirit root, and was currently at the second level of Qi practicing. Back to the chairman, I just finished counting, a total of 380, but 36 people rioted and were killed by me. On the phone, Chu Maniac's rough voice came out. Good, stabilize them, I'm going to meet Evergreen now, I'll leave the group to you. Dad, I'm coming. As soon as Gu Beichuan's words fell, Gu Changqing came in through the half-open window of the office. Little brat, you flew in? Gu Beichuan looked over full of surprise. At the Jindan stage, flying through the sky is no big deal. Gu Changqing lazily sat down on the sofa, took out a cigarette and lit it, laughing. I said my kidney stone is a golden elixir, believe it now? End of chapter. Chapter 6, Beginning Preparations, Refining the 10,000 Soul Streamer. Chapter 6, Beginning Preparations, Refining the 10,000 Soul Streamer. You kid, how do you know so much? The father and son sat opposite each other at the coffee table in the office. Gu Beichuan has only one son, Gu Changqing. His mother died in childbirth when she gave birth to him, and over the years, it was Gu Beichuan who pulled him up by the handful and didn't remarry. For this son, he was holding him in the palm of his hand for fear of breaking, and in his mouth for fear of melting. Do you believe me when I say I had a very long dream, Dad? Gu Changqing took a sip of tea and laughed softly. Is it really just a dream that you went and endured the torture of kidney stones for 5 long years? Gu Beichuan narrowed his eyes at him. Gu Changqing laughed, what else? It's better to believe it. Gu Beichuan sipped his tea and asked, then in your dream, was this heavenly change good or bad for mankind? There's good and there's bad. Gu Changqing said in a low voice, the good thing is that mankind has entered the age of cultivation and immortality is no longer a dream. The bad thing is the impending disaster that will cause the human population to plummet. Hearing this, Gu Beichuan's expression became serious. Is it serious? If it were before, he would have dismissed this as nonsense from Gu Changqing. But now that so much had been fulfilled, he had to believe that his son had really had a dream of foretelling the future. This is the disaster that humanity deserves, trying to rise up and ushering in what will surely be destruction. I will make the new God group, in this disaster, become an existence that no one can shake. Gu Changqing's ambition was naturally not small. There would be many folding space relics coming out next. There were relic spaces full of spirit medicine, relic spaces full of inheritance, and relic spaces full of refining materials, and with his experience in his previous life, he would be able to take advantage of them all. Gu Beichuan laughed aloud, good, in the future, the new God group will be handed over to you kid, old me I'm going to cultivate properly. Well, just leave it to me, I have a set of inheritance here that fits dad's your lightning attribute spirit root. Gu Changqing said, pointing a finger towards Gu Beichuan's brow. Good, what a profound inheritance. Sensing what kind of inheritance this was, Gu Beichuan revealed a look of surprise. The thunder spiritual root was a foreign spiritual root that overrode the 5 elemental spiritual roots, and Gu Beichuan's future achievements would definitely not be low. Gu Changqing sipped his tea and laughed, that's right, the new god group will be handed over to me from today onwards. Dad, you go and cultivate at ease. But before that, I'm going to kill someone. Lu Hao. Not bad. This son must die. Gu Changqing nodded and said, his address, Dad, you should have found out, right? 4th City District, Xuanwu Neighborhood, Building 3, Room 304, he has a sister at home, don't kill innocent people indiscriminately. Gu Beichuan said, don't worry, I'll only kill one of him. By the way, how many cultivators have appeared in our group, and have there been any riots? Gu Changqing inquired. More than 300, with dozens of builders, all of them were taken out by your crazy uncle. Gu Beichuan laughed. Your crazy uncle is amazing, with 3 spirit roots plus a wind spirit root, he is now at the 4th level of Qi practicing. Well, I know, and I also have a set of inheritance suitable for Uncle Matt in my hands, so I'll give it to him when I come back from obliterating this son of Lu Hao. Gu Changqing said and got up, saying, I'll go and return, soon. With that, he flew out of the window. In his previous life, the new god group had seized many legacies in the major heritage relics, and Gu Changqing remembered them all. Unfortunately, such a huge group ended up perishing in Lu Hao's hands. Flying in the sky is so enviable. Looking at Gu Changqing's figure as he disappeared into the dark night, Gu Beichuan revealed a look of yearning before contacting Chu Maniac to come up. Not long after, Chu Maniac arrived. Chairman, the young master has come? Been here, just went out to kill a guy. Gu Beichuan raised his hand to signal him to sit and said, he said that he has a set of inheritance to give you. As Gu Beichuan told Chu Maniac roughly what Gu Changqing had just informed him. For Chu Maniac, Gu Beichuan absolutely trusted. This is his lifelong brother, the second in command of the new god group. Learning the truth of this matter, Chu Maniac laughed bitterly, so that's how it is, we've all misjudged young master. Who says it's not, but we can't be blamed for this. Gu Beichuan shook his head and smiled bitterly, handing Chu Maniac a cigarette. Right in the middle of their small talk, Gu Changqing had arrived at the 3rd City District, the 3rd building of the Xuanwu neighborhood. He stood above the night, his divine sense enveloping the entire neighborhood and finally landing inside room 304. Aha! He frowned after a moment and did not see Lu Hao's figure. Within the range of his divine sense sensing, there were only his parents and sister at Lu Hao's home. In Gu Changqing's mind, he began to recall the details of Lu Hao's horizontal rise. In the first year of the heavenly change, this person had not been heard of at all. Totally across the board. He's not at home at this time of the day. Could it be that he's out helping the official army clean up the demonic beasts in the city, or has he disappeared? But if he's helping the military, there's no way he's been bumbling around for that long. Gu Changqing pondered, and after a moment, shook his head and turned around to leave in the air. There was no option to wait. As long as he was still in the city, Gu Changqing had a way to find out the latter. If it's not there, it's useless to look for it. When he returned to Gu Beichuan's office, he only saw that he was chatting with Chu Maniac about the current situation of the group. How's that for a kill? Seeing Gu Changqing return, Gu Beichuan inquired. Out of sight, out of mind. Should have killed him a few days ago. Too bad you were too kind, Dad. Gu Changqing sighed. This son, in my prophetic dream, the new god group fell into his hands. What? Gu Beichuan and Chu Maniac were both slightly startled when they heard this. Forget it, no harm, no foul, let him live a while longer. Gu Changqing now possessed absolute strength and wasn't so scornful of Lu Hao, sitting down on the sofa and saying, what we have to do now is to cultivate and improve our strength like crazy in this week to meet the evil demon invasion in a week's time. Repel this wave of evil demons so that we can have a chance to catch our breath, and many relic spaces will appear around the globe by then. In that case, the pressure we have to face for the first wave of evil demon invasion is actually very great, and after that, we can quickly increase our strength through the things within the relic space. From Gu Changqing's words, Gu Beichuan hit the key. Gu Changqing lit a cigarette and said in a graceful manner, yes, the first wave of the evil demon's onslaught will give us the most pressure, and at that time, the entire 6th City District will be turned into a battlefield. Do we need to report it to the officials? Chu Maniac hesitated. Gu Beichuan thought for a moment and said, I think it's better to report it. The 6th City District has a population of millions after all. This is up to you guys. I'm going to refine one thing this week. Here are the materials I want, all of them can be found at the moment, gather them all for me in 2 days. Gu Changqing took out his cell phone and opened a file. Inside, there was a wide array of materials lined up horizontally, all of which were for refining the 10,000 soul streamer. Although they were all the lowest grade materials, with his 108 Jindan cultivation, he was able to refine them. End of chapter. Chapter 7 Those can't count on it. Chapter 7 Those can't count on it. Lu Yuan chatted with his dad and Chu Maniac for a few hours, and after handing over Chu Maniac's inheritance to him, he returned to the mental hospital, and then dispatched a Jindan stage to the group building to sit in on it. And after Chu Maniac left, he immediately had people collect the materials Gu Changqing needed. After they all left, Gu Beichuan then contacted the Lord of Changyin City. Gudong, what can I do for you? I'm so busy right now. The call was answered and a rather eloquent voice came out. Gu Beichuan said in a deep voice, City Lord Du, I have a very important message to inform you that concerns the life and death of millions of people. Oh, Gudong, please go ahead. Du Han's tone also turned serious. Gu Beichuan was the richest man in Cloud City, his words would never be empty. Duan had to be taken seriously. Seeing that Du Han was so serious and solemn, Gu Beichuan didn't hide anything and told the whole story about the 6th city district being about to be ravaged by evil demons. After hearing such serious words from Gu Beichuan, Du Han's heart tightened and inquired, "Is this matter serious? Large-scale relocation, this is not an easy task. City Lord Du, I've brought the words, it concerns millions of people, I hope you take it seriously, I have other things I need to deal with, think about it. In addition, it would be best to get started immediately, pulling out the best weaponry and equipment to defend the 6th city district and minimize losses." The headquarters of the new god group was in Qingyun City, and Gu Beichuan didn't want Qingyun City to lose too much. "Gudon, this news of yours, where did you get it from and how credible is it?" Du Han asked with a frown. "City Lord Du, I'd rather believe it, after all, it's a matter of life and death for millions of people, so you guys should hold a meeting to discuss it. There's no need for me to lie to you all." Gu Beichuan did not want to say more, hung up the phone, the other side believe it or not, and he did not have half a relationship. He's also just a businessman and couldn't care less. It's just a shame about the million or so people in the 6th district. Leaving the unimportant matters to his secretary, Gu Beichuan went to cultivate. Times have changed and power is king. He was unconcerned, but Duan was hesitant. A high-level meeting was held immediately. The result of this meeting's deliberations was chilling. A group of senior officers all felt that Gu Beichuan was making a big deal out of it and did not take the matter to heart. This also doomed the 6th city district to the tragic fate of being turned into a human inferno. Dawn. The headquarters in Changqing sent out an announcement for the whole country. This announcement, to all the monks in the country. "Greetings, esteemed cultivators of all parties, I am the first patriarch of the Great Summer Dragon Kingdom. The intention of this announcement is to form a monastic union. This monks' union is called the Cultivators' Union. The country needs stability in order to prosper. While you are becoming cultivators, there are many fierce animals in the mountains and forests in the guise of demonic beasts, and the country needs your strength to guard it. But any cultivator who joins the Cultivation Union will be supported by the best resources of the country, and we will never shortchange the heroes who guard mankind. As for how to choose the position of alliance leader, we will convene a martial arts competition on the 23rd of this month at 10 a.m. in the Kyoto Plaza, and the person who wins the top spot will assume the position of alliance leader, and I implore all of you to participate in the competition enthusiastically." The moment this announcement came out from the headquarters in Changqing, it instantly made the nation's Jindan stage cultivators stir. Gu Changqing, who had just come out of the shower, lay on his bed and looked at the announcement, not feeling surprised, nor was he prepared to compete to be any kind of alliance leader. Sitting on his knees, he began to cultivate. As he revolved the 8 desolate demonic feats he had cultivated, the 108 golden pills in his body turned and began to absorb the free spiritual chi between heaven and earth. Buzz rumble. In an instant, the aura of dozens of miles around the space where Gu Changqing was, all seemed to have encountered some kind of irresistible force, like an oceanic tsunami converging towards where he was. Between a roar of the heavens and earth, only a huge and extremely large spiritual chi vortex was presented in the sky above the Green Cliff Psychiatric Hospital, crazily sweeping down towards the room where Gu Changqing was. The other people who were also cultivating within this building also saw their speed of absorbing aura skyrocket several times at this moment. Time rushes by, and 2 days roll by. On this day, the materials Gu Changqing needed to refine the 10,000 soul streamer were finally delivered to the Green Cliff Psychiatric Hospital. In the hall, after Gu Changqing finished checking these materials and saw that nothing was missing, he asked suspiciously, "Uncle Maniac, why haven't the officials of Qingyun City made any moves yet? And if they don't withdraw the people of the 6th city district, they're all going to die inside in a few days." After 2 days of cultivation, Gu Changqing was still at the early stage of Jiadan. He was carrying 108 jindans, and they were also special jindans, and the amount of spiritual chi needed for each step of advancement was extremely huge. But the war effort in return is unrivaled. Chu Maniac said in a deep voice, "The fact that there is no movement for so long means that they don't believe it. What a bunch of people. In the name of the new god group, send out an announcement. If you can save one, it's one." Gu Changqing sighed softly, "Those can't be counted on." "Well, the chairman also has this intention. By the way, aren't you interested in the Allied Master Selection Competition in Changqing, young master?" After 2 days of cultivation, Chu Maniac had already cultivated to the 6th level of chi practicing. At this moment he asked curiously, "Boring. It's all just going through the motions as far as I'm concerned." Gu Changqing shook his head and said, "Uncle Mad, if there's nothing else you can go back first, I'm going to refine a magic treasure. It will take me some time, and I'll be in seclusion all the time lately. If you encounter any difficulties that can't be solved, come here and shake people." "I know, I'll go first then." Chu Maniac strides away. After he left, Gu Changqing went back to his room with the materials for refining the 10,000 soul streamer and began refining it. The process of refining was tedious and boring, but Gu Changqing enjoyed it. It's very common material, but it can be slowly enhanced subsequently. The next day, in Changqing, the storm clouds converged. The center square, which can accommodate more than 100,000 people, was crowded on this day, and it was black as far as the eye could see. Nowadays, all the human beings are treating this heavenly change as a heyday for the rise of mankind, and longevity will not be a dream in the future. And yet, oblivious and unconvinced, the end is near. The Jindan stage would have to die just as much as those who deserve to die in the face of the impending disaster. Today, this Alliance Master Contest was the home ground of the Jiedan stage, and the Qi refining stage could only watch the fun. Thousands of Jiedan stage from all over the country, they were very high profile and stood proudly high in the air looking down on the whole place. There may be many patients with kidney stones, but if they are too small, they do not awaken to the Golden Elixir, and not all kidney stones awaken to the Golden Elixir. There were around 6 or 7,000 Jiedan stage cultivators present. The number of people in the country combined was definitely more than that, and there should still be a lot of people who didn't show up and didn't intend to join the cultivation union. For example, Gu Changqing. Previously, the kidney stone patients that Gu Beichuan had found for Gu Changqing were all in very serious condition, so they had all awakened their Jindan, and the quality of the Jindan was extraordinary. Ask for some votes. End of chapter. Chapter 8, My 10,000 Soul Streamer, the last ingredient, just missing the demonic Dan in your body. Chapter 8, My 10,000 Soul Streamer, the last ingredient, just missing the demonic Dan in your body. Just as the Changqing Cultivation Alliance, the battle for the alliance leader was in full swing. Within the territory of the Great Xia Dragon Kingdom, within a certain mountain range outside of Qingyun City. Buzz. Here, the void cracked open a slit with incomparable difficulty. After this one-person high void crack stabilized, two figures slowly walked out from it. They were hideous, covered with a layer of crimson collar pieces, with horns on their heads, wings rising from their backs, and occasional bloodthirsty glints in their scarlet pupils. Ha ha ha. Not bad, this is the planet. Finally found it. These two hideous monsters, feeling the magnetic field of Blue Star, were both grinning excitedly. Well, this planet, has it already spawned a civilization? When they looked up and happened to see the bustling city of Qingyun City, they couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise. Interesting, too interesting, I wonder what kind of tribe this is. Who cares what kind of clan he is? When our clan descends on a large scale, all of them will be enslaved to dig for minerals, just to be on the safe side. Let's blend into this clan city to explore it first. After saying that, they rose up in the air and swept straight towards Qingyun City. After reaching the outskirts of the city, they unfolded their divine sense and enveloped a small area within the city. What a weak clan. They're actually all little grasshoppers at the Qi refining stage. We can all slaughter this city. What to say, should we go straight for the kill, or should we hunker down in the dark and wait for our clan to descend? What are we waiting for? Let's rule the city and then welcome the clan. Good, then kill. Boom. After the two extraterrestrial creatures reached an agreement, their terrifying Jiedan stage cultivation erupted and swooped straight towards Qingyun City. Gentlemen, long time no see. However, just as they had rushed through the moat, a figure suddenly appeared to block their way. The visitor, with white hair and bloody pupils, was dressed in a special black suit. The body is long and straight. Who is it if not Gu Changqing? Aha! Gu Changqing, who had killed out of the sky, had forced the two extraterrestrial evil demons to stop their forward-charging figures in their tracks. Jiedan stage? No. How can the Jiedan stage possess such thick true essence mana? It's like a bottomless pit. It's impenetrable. Damn, kick the bucket, retreat. They were not brainless, knowing that the person in front of them was not their capable enemy. They separated without saying a word and turned into two long rainbows, fleeing in two different directions. It's better to escape one than the other. Since I'm here, what's the point of walking so fast? My 10,000 soul streamer, the last ingredient, is just short of the demonic Dan in your body. Gu Changqing raised his eyelids and looked at the two extraterrestrial evil demons who were desperately fleeing, a touch of playfulness appearing within his eyes. The 8 wasted fingers. Snap your fingers and point 2 fingers. The black thunder on the fingertips dazzled, the power of destruction gulped, swooshing twice into 2 black thunder finger-ons, just like 2 lightning bolts, chasing after those 2 extraterrestrial evil demons. The speed was so fast that it killed behind them in the blink of an eye. Damn it! Behind the killing of that finger of the breath enveloped, the 2 evil demons only feel a death crisis directly hit the soul. The heart chills at the same time, roared and turned around. Unable to bring their own treasures and weapons down, they can only cast their strongest spells to resist. Bang! Poof! But their spells were all shattered like papier-mâché in front of Gu Changqing's strike. The might of the finger-ons did not diminish and ran through their throats in a smooth manner. 2 hideous heads were seen flying high in the air. Their divine souls were not yet extinguished, and they rushed out of their skulls and tried to vanish. Stay and act as the evil spirits of my 10,000 soul streamer. Seeing this, Gu Changqing revealed a faint smile, and the soul seals on his eyebrows glowed, each rolling out 2 channels of intimidating soul light, chasing straight after them, enveloping and detaining those 2 souls back. At the same time, he detained the bodies of 2 evil demons that were falling into the air, and after taking out their demonic pills, he took their bodies with him and disappeared into this high altitude in a few flashes. The most important material for refining the 10,000 soul streamer was the golden Dan or demonic Dan. Gu Changqing knew that 2 extraterrestrial evil demons would be storming Qingyun City today, and he had waited here early. It was a good thing that it hadn't departed from the line of development of his previous life, or else Gu Changqing would have had to hunt down a Gene Dance stage. Satellite Division, Castle Peak City. Did you guys see that? Is that person just now the future successor of the new god group, Gu Changqing? Can't be wrong, that's Gu Changqing. T-on. Snapping his fingers to exterminate 2 mysterious creatures that are at least at the Jedan stage, isn't he rumored to be a psychopath? The inner pills of those 2 mysterious creatures were both taken by him. Quickly report this matter to the city lord. A group of staff members from the satellite department had long since discovered the 2 extraterrestrial evil demons, but just as they wanted to report them, Gu Changqing appeared to solve them. The strength he displayed also deeply shocked them. Immediately, he did not dare to report the matter without a moment's delay. The office of the city's owner, Du Han, was watching the great competition for the alliance leader in Changqing. City Lord, our satellites have just captured an amazing scene outside the city. This is the video, please watch. At that moment, the henchman came hurrying to report with a video. Aha! Duan hummed softly and took the tablet in his subordinate's hand to watch. When he finished watching this short video of less than 3 minutes, a look of shock appeared on his face. Gu Changqing is actually so strong. These 2 mysterious creatures, do you know where they came from? Suddenly, he thought of those words of Gu Baichuan 2 days ago. The heart tightened for no reason. It was also at this moment that Du Han's deputy dialed, City Lord, just a moment ago, the new god group released an announcement. Please make sure you take a quick look at it. What announcement? Duan clicked on the link sent by his deputy and went in to see this announcement. Shinshin Group, to all the people of the 6th district. Next Monday the 6th district will be invaded by countless evil demons. This place will soon be turned into a battlefield. Please make sure you evacuate as soon as possible. The following video is the corpse of an evil demon that has been mixed into our blue planet. Below this announcement, there is a video. The content in the video was exactly the 2 evil demons that Gu Changqing had killed earlier. It can't be. Could there really be an evil invasion? Du Han's face was very grave, and he immediately dialed away to his deputy, saying, immediately gather all the ministries for me and have a meeting. With that, he got up and walked briskly to the conference hall. The new god group all issued announcements to come out. As the lord of Qingyun City, he had to be on guard. If it was really like what the new god group had said, the extraterrestrial evil demon had really descended on the 6th city district, or knew about it, and he was unprepared. Millions of people died because of him, not to mention that the position of the city lord cannot sit. I am afraid that he will have to die to thank for the crime. And as soon as this announcement from the new god group came out, it sparked an uproar in Qingyun City as well, especially the 6th city district. The number of people who would rather believe in it is extremely high, and they have already started dragging their families away. This was because the prestige of the new god group was still very high in Qingyun City. A lot of people want to believe that. End of chapter. Chapter 9, The Union Finds Fault. Kill. Chapter 9, The Union Finds Fault. Kill. Gu Changqing, who was concentrating on refining the 10,000 soul streamer, was indifferent to the outside world. What allies, what official belief that evil demons would appear in the 6th city district, he didn't half worry about it. All rises begin in destruction. Besides, it was useless for him to worry. If you were to seize the command of Qingyun City, you might be treated as anti-human, so why do such a thankless thing? And after the new god group enacted that announcement, the entire group fell silent. All the cultivators, they are in closed-door cultivation. The new god group's chi refining stage cultivators, Gu Changqing had also given them their inheritance. With the inheritance dharma secrets added, all cultivation speeds were very fast. At this rate, by next Monday, all of the new god group's 1,000 or so cultivators would be able to at least practice chi at the 8th level or above. Recently, the new god group had been recruiting cultivators. There are still many who come to defect. Especially after this announcement came out, another large group of cultivators came to defect. It's growing stronger with the naked eye. The day's competition came down and the Cultivation Alliance's ally appeared. Lin Beixian, age 27, senior kidney stone patient. 12 powerful Golden Dawn were awakened. In the martial arts competition, he overwhelmed the group, and no one was his enemy. As the saying goes, a new official has 3 fires. The first thing Lin Beixian did when he took office was to hold a press conference. He was dressed in a white suit, his body was slender and straight, and his appearance was quite handsome. At the moment, was standing in front of the camera with great vigor and slowly spoke. Fellow Taoists, this heavenly change has allowed us all to gain heavenly benefits, and from now on we will become cultivators with the power to pull mountains out of the ground, but the greater the ability, the heavier the responsibility. I have found that there are still many Taoists who have not been registered by now, so please make sure, as soon as possible, that you go to the nearest patrol hall and register your identities. Subsequently, we will establish cultivation union subleagues, all over the country. When the subleagues are established all over the country, you will be the guardians of the major cities and towns. Please don't do whatever you want just because you are harboring non-human powers. For such criminals, once they are caught by the Alliance, it will be a death sentence, so behave yourselves. In addition, within 3 days if you Taoists do not go to the nearest patrol hall to register your identity, the Alliance will detain you as dangerous. It was a press conference that lasted over an hour before it ended. The cultivation union, of sorts, was initially formed. But, there were still many cultivators who had no intention of joining. Some cultivators who possessed backbones, knowing that the new God group was recruiting cultivators on a large scale, and that the treatment was also very generous, all headed over to the new God group's side. The new God group, on the other hand, came and went, and didn't let its cultivators register. As for whether or not they would be approached by the officials for trouble, with Gu Changqing, this being, in attendance, the new God group was fearless of all trouble. No, the third morning. The cultivation union is coming. Claiming to be the third and fourth elders of the alliance, they were 2 Jiedan cultivators. The one who received them was Gu Beichuan's secretary, Gu Jiaojiao. 2 seniors, the chairman and young master are both in seclusion. Please wait until they come out of seclusion. In the reception hall, Gu Jiaojiao, who was mature and charming, with a plump and buoyant body and outstanding looks, dressed in a professional OL outfit, said politely after serving them tea. "Ha! We are alliance elders, and your new God group lets a tiny secretary like you receive them?" The 2 sneered as their Jiedan stage pressure erupted out. The impacted Gu Jiaojiao's figure stomped back a few steps, her face turning white as she angrily rebuked, "Such recklessness, you want to start a war with my new God group? Start a war? In front of my alliance, you deserve it?" These 2 were both in their 30s and 40s, with mediocre looks, and without this heavenly change, they would both be small people at the bottom of the hierarchy. And now that they were flying high, it made their self-confidence swell like never before, and they looked at everyone with their eyes high above the ground. "Senior Huang, please make your move." Gu Jiaojiao's face was gloomy as she took a few steps back and opened her mouth. Young master was right, you're all a bunch of rabble. Backstage, an old man in a tang suit slowly walked out. "Oh, you're also at the Jiedan stage?" The 2 alliance elders with their noses on the sofa looked at Elder Huang, who stepped out without half a bit of fear on their faces and threatened. "What, you want to be an enemy of the alliance?" "Old man, I have no intention of making enemies with anyone, but whoever dares to make a move against the new God group is my enemy." Boom! When Elder Huang said that, the true essence in his body, like a great river, exploded out. What a thick true essence! This kind of terrifying might cause the 2 elders of the alliance to change color as they looked at it. Young master said to kill whoever comes looking for trouble. "I'm sorry, you deserve to die." Elder Huang's gaze went cold as intense killing intent spewed out. "Point the star finger." In the next moment, he struck out blatantly. His body was as fast as the wind, his hands were raised, and the ghastly starlight on his fingertips gulped out, pointing at the center of the eyebrows of the 2 alliance elders in a flash. Poof! Bang! Then, 2 heads were seen, bursting like watermelons. Seconds. This was the difference between those who had cultivated spells, and those who hadn't. Furthermore, Elder Huang was the 3rd strongest person under Gu Changqing's command, carrying 3 golden pills. Killing these 2 in seconds, Huang Lao took out his golden elixir and looked at the pale Gu Jiaojiao and said, "Call someone up and throw their bodies out." With those words, he left. Not much longer. The 2 corpses were then thrown out by the staff of the Xinjiang group. What's going on here? My God, not only is his head gone, but he's been disemboweled? Vomit. It attracted many onlookers. Looking at the 2 headless corpses on the ground with a hole in their abdomen and their heads missing, they all felt a chill. A number of people even threw up on the spot. In less than 10 minutes, the patrol car arrived in force. The crowd whispered and made way. In the car at the front, City Lord Du Han stepped down from the passenger side. "You guys get rid of the bodies and wait outside." Du Han had a serious expression on his face, and after signaling a group of inspectors to dispose of the bodies and stand by in place, he led Director Zhu towards the new God group building. But without waiting for them to go in, Gu Jiaojiao came out from inside first and asked knowingly, "City Lord Du, Director Zhu is here. May I ask what is your business?" Du Han laughed bitterly. "Secretary Gu, this has caused a death, and you're still asking me what my business is? It doesn't seem like it's the patrol bureau's turn to be in charge of a fight between cultivators, right? If you want an argument, it's best to go get the alliance's cultivators to come over." Gu Jiaojiao was very strong and turned around to go back after saying that. Director Zhu shook his head and said, "City Lord, the current new God group is out of our hands. Let's go back and inform the Changqing Cultivation Alliance about this matter first. Let them handle it themselves." The current new God group, with the number of cultivators having grown to 5 or 6,000, coupled with the unfathomable Gu Changqing, was already showing its fangs. "Well, go ahead." Du Han nodded his head. He came here and was just going through the motions. He didn't dare to really trouble the new God group. Ask for some recommendations. Monthly tickets. Thanks to. End of chapter. Chapter 10, The Soul Streamer Becomes. A gruesome massacre, about to kick off. Chapter 10, The Soul Streamer Becomes. A gruesome massacre, about to kick off. It was already Friday. Changqing, the Cultivation Union headquarters building. 100-story building, standing proudly. New God group, how dare you? An incomparably angry voice came out from within the Allied Master's office. Lin Beixian was following up a phone call, his face very gloomy, and finally hung up with a snap. A touch of gloominess appeared in his eyes as he coldly laughed. The new god group, right? You don't need to exist anymore. Then, he dialed the number of the first patriarch, Regulus Toussaint. Kobayashi, are you in any trouble? When the phone was connected, he heard Xianyuan Tuasan's thick voice coming out. Elder Xianyuan, the matter is like this, said Lin Beixian as he spilled the beans on what happened. Xianyuan Tuasan said in a deep voice, the grudges between cultivators are at your sole discretion. Remember, I don't want to see any ordinary people being oppressed by cultivators. Please rest assured, Elder Yuan. But any cultivator who harms ordinary people, no matter who it is, I will definitely punish them severely. Lin Beixian assured with resounding words. It's up to you what to do with the new god group. Xianyuan Tuasan said and ended the call. New god group, prepare for destruction. Lin Beixian let out a cold smile, then said, Xiaolan, notify down the line and gather the members of the positions of hallmasters and above to the meeting hall. Yes. Outside the door, a respectful female voice sounded. A meeting against the new god group was held. Saturday, it was night. Boom. Inside Gu Changqing's room, an extremely terrifying, evil, soul-shattering energy fluctuation suddenly emanated. What the hell? The magic treasure that young master refined, is it done? Such a big commotion immediately woke up all the Jiedan stage cultivators who were still in cultivation within the Qingyi Psychiatric Hospital. One after another, they walked out of their respective rooms and came to the empty hall on the first floor, all wanting to take a look at the might of the magic treasure Gu Changqing had refined. The Jiedan cultivators present were all carrying at least 2 jindans, and they were also cultivating the existence of spells, and the strength of their fighting power was so strong that they could fight 1 against 100 in the same realm. Who would have thought that such a mental hospital would have hidden tigers and dragons? About an hour or so, Gu Changqing, who had taken a shower, before walking down the stairs in style, was still wearing a special black suit with a slender and straight figure. Young master, has the magic treasure become a reality? Young master, can you show us? A magic treasure, what does it look like? Seeing him come down, the crowd couldn't wait to come forward. You and I all wanted to see what the magic treasure looked like. Although they were all Jiedan cultivators, they couldn't be more curious about the magic treasures in the novel. Since you all want to see it, just watch. Gu Changqing smiled faintly and beckoned for a surge of black mist in his palm, after which a black streamer that was 150 centimeters long, with devilish patterns flowing on its body, intertwined with thunder, and with monstrous devilish might appeared. Black mist surged within the streamer, and from time to time, 2 great devils could be seen roaming within, emitting earth-shattering roars. Along with the appearance of this streamer, the entire space was filled with a horrifying aura that made people's hearts and minds unsteady and chilled their bodies. Hiss! This is a magic treasure. It feels like it has a great battle power increase for us. Young master, is it difficult to refine a magic treasure? Can you refine one for us too sometime? Feeling the might emanating from the magic treasure in Gu Changqing's hands, the 100 or so Jiedan cultivators present all looked wild-eyed and salivated. It's very difficult to refine right now, and it requires a lot of effort, but I'm here to guarantee that in the future, I'll definitely let you all have a magic treasure in your hands. Gu Changqing smiled lightly and said, the magic treasure in his hand, named Black Abyssal Streamer, possesses 2 forms. This is the form of the streamer. It can currently hold 90,000 devils. Refining devils is also very simple. As long as you kill your enemy, the Black Abyssal Streamer will directly suck away their souls. There is another form, the Dragon Abyss Demon Gun form. This magic treasure, but it cost me a lot of effort. My essence blood has melted a few drops into it. It's my future life magic treasure. With that said, between Gu Changqing's thoughts, the form of the magic treasure in his hand switched, transforming in the blink of an eye into a long spear with black thunder flowing and a monstrous killing breath. Gu Changqing was very satisfied with this magic treasure. The materials used are a bit low-grade, but when you subsequently encounter better materials you can add them to enhance them, and the potential is endless. So strong. It's true that it's just like in the novels, the increase of magic treasures to cultivators is terrifying, and with a high-grade magic treasure, killing enemies over the level is not a difficult task. Young master, when will we also be able to have an intrinsic magic treasure? There was a rush of eyes in the crowd. Fabulous treasures are naturally a great addition to cultivators, but don't rely on them too much. Your own cultivation routes are also important. Gu Changqing retrieved the Dragon Abyss Devil Gun and said in a faint voice, a life and death bloodbath is coming on Monday. I hereby promise that those who kill the top 10 in the number of evil demons, I will personally refine an innate magic treasure for you. Really? Ha ha. Yes. More than 100 Jiedan cultivators present heard the words, all eyes glowing, seemed to hate the evil devil to come quickly. Young master, it's bad. A large number of Jiedan cultivators from the Alliance have surrounded the group building. Right at this moment, Yilan hurriedly ran in with a grave expression on his face. At the sound of SB's voice, the crowd calmed down, and their gazes fell on Yilan in unison. What's going on? Gu Changqing asked in a deep voice as his eyes went cold. The thing is, Yilan didn't dare to hide anything and revealed the fact that Huang Lao had killed 2 Alliance Jiedan cultivators yesterday. Deception. Yes, young master, Go exterminate them. What cultivation union, like that? Knowing the cause of this incident, those present were all murderous. How many people have come? Gu Changqing's face was expressionless, but anyone could see the killing intent in his eyes. Secretary Gu said that there were enough 300 JIT on stages, led by the vice alliance leader of the Cultivation Union, and also turned on the national live broadcast, saying that we were rebels, independents, and not cooperating with the official discipline, and that they wanted to eradicate us, the scourges, in one fell swoop. Yilan gritted his teeth. A bunch of rabble. Do you really think that with a JIT on stage cultivation, you're a human being? Gu Changqing exuded an incomparably oppressive murderous aura as he sneered. If I don't properly discipline this so-called cultivation alliance today, do you really think that I, the new god group, am made of clay? Let's go, behead this group of JIT and cultivators along with me, and take their gene dan for cultivation. After saying that, he took Yilan and flew out first. Kill them all. Yeah, what the hell? And minding our business. Charge, let them all have no return today, then kill them in Changqing and level that so-called cultivation alliance. The 100 or so JIT on stage present, all full of fury, swept out with great vigor, following behind Gu Changqing, killing towards the new god group building. A gruesome massacre is about to kick off. Gu Changqing was by no means a saintly mother. Even if they were going to face an evil invasion soon, the JIT on stage combat power was important. But, he won't keep any of those who deserve to be killed. Can I get a ticket for seeing this? End of chapter. Chapter 11 Dirty Cultivation Alliance. Masochism. Chapter 11 Dirty Cultivation Alliance. Masochism. The new god group building was very lively at this time. The main gate, surrounded by more than 400 JIT and cultivators from the Cultivation Alliance. Do you believe that the new god group are independents, rebels? Who knows? There are too many ambitious cultivators nowadays, and this new god group might have huge ambitions as well. Whatever ambitions he has, as long as he doesn't harm us ordinary people, and the new god group hasn't done anything to oppress us ordinary people recently. In the distance, a dark crowd gathered around, pointing and whispering. On the scene, there are also specialized reporters in the live coverage, which is the official reporter, is gushing, all sorts of complaints about the new god group, unwarranted wolf ambition. Killing is nothing more than that. All of you have come here with such fanfare, do you want to start a war with my new god group? In front of the gate, Huang Lao was alone, with one hand behind his back, looking at the opposite side of the 400 JIT and stage cultivators with a playful look. Ha! Start a war, you guys deserve it? On the side of the Cultivation Union's camp, Wu Rui, the leading vice alliance master, revealed a disdainful sneer and said, your new god group, with its recent large-scale recruitment of cultivators, is it trying to rebel? Yesterday, you also brutally murdered our alliance elders, thugs like you should have been executed as a whole, but the alliance master is merciful and is prepared to give you an opportunity to let your chairman come out and bring the new god group to join the alliance, and the alliance will no longer pursue this matter. When Elder Huang heard these words from Wu Rui, he burst out laughing. Young master is indeed right, your so-called alliance cultivators are the ones who are scourging the human race, so impatient to annex our new god group? Wu Rui sniffed and his eyes showed killing intent. Who is your young master? If this is really what he said, he will have to die today even if the new god group is merged into the alliance. What, the veil has been lifted and you're annoyed? Elder Huang smiled playfully. Do you know why there are so many cultivators who have no intention of joining the alliance? It's because they are truly looking out for their country. The first thing you alliance monks do when you get power is all about oppressing the people. During this period, have we, the new god group, ever plagued the people? Did we ever oppress the people? Have we ever exploited the people? On the contrary, it's you guys, under the guise of working for the benefit of ordinary people. In just a few days, how many groups have secretly threatened to give you shares? Don't think we don't know. Gentlemen of understanding, it's your turn. After finishing, Elder Huang sneered and stepped aside to the side. As his words fell, Gu Jiaojia then walked out with more than a dozen group directors who were all relatively prestigious in the Great Summer Dragon Kingdom. When Wu Rui saw these people, his pupils couldn't help but contract for a while, and his heart secretly said that it was not good. Without waiting for him to open his mouth, a woman with a noble temperament, full of anger, stepped forward and said, Gentlemen, don't be deceived by this group of moralistic, so-called alliance that does not suppress the people. Just 3 days ago, there was a doorstep who claimed to be the alliance's 9th elder, forcing me to hand over 10% of my Havyue Group's shares, and if I didn't give it, I was threatened to go out and be careful, and that I might encounter a demonic beast attack. If you don't believe me, the contract is right here. Saying that, she took out that one contract from her bag and unfolded it in front of the millions of viewers in the live broadcast. There's also my Long Group, which was also threatened by the 12th elder of the alliance to give up 10% of its shares. Here's the contract. And I, the Tengi Group, here's the contract. What alliance, are a bunch of, the day before yesterday door to door, abducted my daughter 18 elders give me out. Where is my daughter? Return my daughter. A beer-bellied middle-aged man stepped out with the contract in his hand and roared with grief and indignation toward the 400 or so JIT and cultivators of the opposite alliance. As one group director after another walked out with the contract, not only was the scene in an uproar, but even the millions of viewers in the official live broadcast room were dumbfounded for a while, and then crazily cursed the Cultivation Alliance. My goodness! I can't believe there's such an inside story. Asterisk 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 it's all. If it wasn't for the new God group hiring these chairmen, I'd really think of the Cultivation Alliance as heroes guarding humanity. Terrible. In the name of guarding the people, but behind their backs, they are doing so many unseemly deeds. The 400 Jieden cultivators behind Wu Rui had embarrassment and anger on their faces due to their shading cloths being uncovered, and did not feel that they had done anything wrong in the slightest, and were eager to make a move to finish off those directors on the opposite side of the street, but were unable to do so here, causing them to be stifled. Rumor mongering, you are rumor mongering. Wu Rui's eyes were filled with killing intent and he suddenly bellowed, dare to rumor about my cultivation union. Today I will make the new God group bleed, kill me. All of you rumor mongers, those who smear my alliance, deserve to die. At this moment, the 400 infuriated Jieden stage cultivators of the Cultivation Union, their body's true essence erupted with a roar, and their eyes exploded with murderous intent, about to go up and tear apart more than a dozen directors. What? You're going to make a move if you can't stop theorizing. Boom! But right at this moment, a bland voice, accompanied by a monstrous demonic might descended and enveloped the Alliance's 400 Jieden cultivators with a boom. Who? Under this vast pressure, more than 400 Jieden cultivators were all physically and mentally trembling, their body's true essence rippled, and all of them were backfired with blood overflowing from the corners of their mouths, and they looked at the sound with horrified faces. With a whoosh sound, two figures descended from the sky and appeared in front of the new God group building. The person who came was none other than Gu Changqing. White hair and bloody pupils, evil aura. Beside him was Yelan. As for the others, they were still behind, unable to catch up with Gu Changqing's speed. Young master! Seeing this, Gu Jiajiu and Elder Huang stepped forward and shouted. Gu Changqing nodded slightly to them, then looked across to the 400 Alliance Jieden stage cultivators. Meeting his gaze, Wu Rui's body trembled slightly, as if he was facing an absolute devil, and his heart felt as if it was all being authored by a large invisible hand. Who are you? Wu Rui asked in a deep voice, forcing back his inner fear. Gu Changqing raised his eyes and said indifferently, didn't you hear them call me young master? Trying to use my new God group to set an example, do you really think we're mudnies? His voice, cold and piercing, was permeated with intense killing intent. Why don't you allow your cultivators to register under your banner, and why did you kill my alliance elders? What is this style if not treason? Wu Rui questioned. Ha! Gu Changqing smiled disdainfully, I don't want to listen to your dirty nonsense. Next, please suffer death. Put. The words are gone. Gu Changqing's eyes blood pupil suddenly swept out a red mango, the speed of the fast, such as lightning through the head of Wu Rui. Not only that, the speed of the red mango does not reduce, in succession, piercing the head of dozens of Jieden cultivators behind Wu Rui. In a puff, bloom after bloom of red and white blooms. Their soul lights tried to run away, but they were detained back by the soul seal on Gu Changqing's brow. Escape! The rest of the Alliance's JD stage saw this scene, all were scared out of their wits, back to God could not care about anything, without saying a word rose up in the air and fled in all directions. Ha ha, did we let you guys get away? But at this moment, more than 100 Jieden stages under Gu Changqing's command arrived to kill, and when they saw those fleeing Alliance Jieden cultivators, they all chased after them with long whistles. A massacre that kicked off. First chapter of the day, followed by 2 or 3 more chapters, asking for some recommendations. Monthly tickets. Thanks to. End of chapter. Chapter 12, Notorious. Lu Hao appears. Chapter 12, Notorious. Lu Hao appears. High above the new God group, a massacre was unfolding. The remaining 200 or so Jieden cultivators of the Cultivation Union were all scared out of their wits by the terrifying strength Gu Changqing had just displayed. There was only one thought in his head, run. However, 100 or so Jieden cultivators under Gu Changqing's command had no intention of letting them go, frantically pursuing and slaughtering them. They all cultivated spells and magic techniques, and each of them carried at least 2 Jindans. The combat is astounding. Chasing and killing is to kill in one hit, absolutely no use of the second move, strong and incomparable. Gu Changqing witnessed the massacre as the soul seal at his brow glowed, detaining and returning one fallen Jieden stage true soul after another. My god, are these the new God group's Jieden cultivators? Hiss. I really didn't expect the new God group to have so many Jieden cultivators, it's hiding too deeply. They're so strong that they actually directly killed each other in seconds at the same realm. This is too outrageous. Whether it was the audience on the scene or in the live broadcast room, witnessing the images in front of them, all of them were greatly shocked. Gu Xiao, thank you for stepping in to help. At that moment, the 13 directors behind Gu Jiajiu, one after another, came forward to thank Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing smiled faintly, you guys dared to come forward to testify and expose the Alliance's ugly face before you knew my true strength. You actually don't need to thank me, you should thank your courage and unyieldingness. The 13 directors present, whose groups were not as large as the new God group, but were also large groups with a market capitalization of over $100 billion. Gu Xiao, my daughter was taken captive by the 18 elders of the Alliance, I beg you to help. If you can save my daughter, from now on, my Chi group is willing to look after the new god group. The somewhat blonde beer-bellied middle-aged man stepped out and pleaded with Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing, who had experience in his previous life, shook his head and said, your daughter may have died. According to the development of the previous life, tomorrow this hairy middle-aged Shi Tao, because of his daughter's delay in coming home, held a press conference and made a big fuss about the matter. But what he got in return was his daughter's dead body and a false accusation from the cultivation union that his daughter had been executed for bullying ordinary people. How? When Shi Tao heard this, his heart thumped, and his entire body felt like it had lost its soul, and he fell to the ground with a plop. Gu Changqing added, maybe it's not dead yet, but it requires me to check it out myself. Gu Xiao, please, if you can save my daughter, this life of mine, Shi Tao, is yours, and the Chi group is willing to give it up. Upon hearing this, Shi Tao fiercely hugged Gu Changqing's thigh and begged bitterly. His own daughter was more important than his life, and he had promised his late wife that he would never let her suffer a single moment. But now, fine, that's what you said, but whether it's life or death, I want the group under you. Gu Changqing readily agreed. Okay, thanks to Gu Xiao. Shi Tao nodded heavily, his face full of hope. Gu Xiao, we hope to ally with your group. The other directors saw this and pleaded in unison. In this matter, talk to Secretary Gu. Gu Changqing didn't want to care about these things at all, and after taking out the golden dan of the dozens of Jiedan cultivators' corpses on the ground, he rose up in the air and instantly went far away. Linger, you mustn't be okay? Looking at Gu Changqing's silhouette dissipating in the sky, Shi Tao couldn't stop praying in his heart. Gu Jiaojiao stepped forward and smiled, gentlemen, come in to discuss the alliance. After saying that, he led a group of directors back to the new god mansion. The chase in the sky had ended, and none of the 400 Jiedan cultivators from the Cultivation Alliance who had come here had left alive. After killing these alliance cultivators, under the leadership of Elder Huan, the crowd entered the new god mansion. Gu Changqing was going to come out and take control of the new god group, so there was no need for them to stay at the Qingya mental hospital anymore. Calm was restored outside the new god group building, but the internet exploded. Video after video of what had happened earlier outside the new god group was uploaded to all the major network video platforms. In just under half an hour, it rushed to the top of the hot search. This cultivation alliance is also too. I don't think it's anything unusual, all dragon-slaying teenagers will become evil dragons. Those cultivators of the cultivation union were originally ordinary people. Now that they are allowed to be in power, how can they stick to their hearts? Upstairs has a point, but this cultivation union, I won't believe it anymore. Support new god group, support Gu Xiao. The new god group is really good. It seems to know quite a bit about the inner workings of this heavenly change. I just checked some information on the internet and they all say that Gu Xiao is a psychopath. It's all a ing rumor. Hey, I'm also going to join the new god group. I'm on my way to Qingyun City now. Are there any of you together? +1, what a bull **** alliance. The new god group is the best choice. The treatment is very good. I heard that they also send inheritance spells. The major online platforms in the country were full of crusades, discussions, and curses about the cultivation union and how good the new god group was. Since today, the reputation of the cultivation alliance was considered to be completely stigmatized, and no one would believe it anymore. The new god group, on the other hand, had taken advantage of this storm to rise, and on this day, an unknown number of cultivators from all over the country had rushed to join them. Changqing, Alliance Headquarters Building, Allied Office. Shaolin, is this the cultivation alliance you manage? Lin Beixian had just come out of his cultivation when he received a call from Xianyuan Tuasen. Elder Xianyuan, what's wrong? Lin Beixian, who had only just come out of the gate and still didn't know what had happened outside, listened to Xianyuan Tuasen's gloomy voice and asked with some doubt. You still don't know? Go look on the internet yourself and give me a statement. Xianyuan Tuasen snorted coldly and hung up the call. Lin Beixian frowned and entered the music platform. Damn, how did that happen? When he saw what was on the hot search, his face swished. New God Group. Gu Changqing. You guys, damn you. The more he read the content on the network, Lin Beixian's face became more and more gloomy. This matter, how do I explain this to the 6 patriarchs? Well, one can only abandon the car to protect the marshal. Then, he dialed Xianyuan Tuasen's phone and said angrily. Senator, I really didn't expect that there are so many assholes in the alliance. All of them are ing assholes. Give me a day's time. I promise to execute all of these. Xianyuan Tuoba said in a cold voice, knowing or not knowing, you yourself know very well that it's time to change the position of your alliance leader. Someone has already gone to replace you, and it's fine for you to be a vice alliance leader. Bastard, withdrawing my position as alliance leader isn't it? If you don't stay here, you have your own place to stay. I'll just kill the one who takes my place first, and then I'll find you 6 old bastards to finish you off. Lin Beixian's face was grim, full of fury, and the anger in his eyes was about to spill out. Who do you want to kill? Suddenly, outside the window, a teasing laugh came in. Who? Lin Beixian looked openly, only to see that outside the window, a teenager was standing. He was staring at himself with a playful face. Gu Changqing was here and would surely recognize this son. It was Lu Hao who had disappeared for a few days. However, this Lu Hao exuded a kind of calm temperament that did not match his age. Die. Lu Hao smiled coldly and flashed past Lin Beixian, and the latter's head was separated from his body. End of chapter. Chapter 13, from today onwards, I'm in charge of Qingyun City. Chapter 13, from today onwards, I'm in charge of Qingyun City. Lu Hao sat in his office, and on the ground was a headless corpse, as well as a dead head. Griffin-like thing. Lu Hao glanced at the corpse on the ground, then dialed Xianyuan Tuosen's number. Elder, is it resolved? The latter's respectful voice came out. Such a mole, just lift your hand and destroy it, leave the cultivation alliance to me, I will protect the humans. Lu Hao lightly laughed. New god group, how does senior plan to deal with it? Xianyuan Tuoba asked. Lu Hao said, that Gu Changqing is very interesting. I actually can't see through this person somewhat, don't act rashly for the time being, let me see Gu Changqing's details first. I'll leave the matter between the cultivators to senior, and I'll have to follow up by killing a batch of Jiedan cultivators to calm down the people's grievances. Xianyuan Tuosen addressed this Lu Hao, not only as a senior, but also in a very reverent tone. Lu Hao said indifferently, I know how to do it, but now is not the time to solve this, the end of the human race is coming, and according to my guess it's just in these few days. Extraterrestrial evil demon? Qingyun City reported this matter, it came from the mouth of Gu Beichuan of the new god group, and the corpses they exposed that day, were they of the extraterrestrial evil demons? Xianyuan Tuosen curiously said. Not bad, that's exactly the corpse of the extraterrestrial evil demon, within the new god group, I'm only afraid that there's an existence similar to mine, and this person, it's possible that it's Gu Changqing. Lu Hao murmured, they were able to budget the day and place where the extraterrestrial evil devils would descend, I wonder if it's true or not. In addition, you should also be prepared for the fact that humans' thermal weapons are also lethal to small molecules at the qi refining stage, so be ready to mobilize the army to resist. Xianyuan Tuoba hesitated, can thermal weapons be effective against extraterrestrial evil demons? Lu Hao slowly said, you should have seen the boundary formation that surfaced during the Blue Star Heavenly Transformation. In front of this formation, according to my estimation, the level at which the extraterrestrial evil devil can come down is not more than Jiedan at the end of the day. And it couldn't descend on the Jiedan stage on a large scale, at most, it should be the griffins of Qi practicing in foundation building. Your humans' hot weapons can do damage to Qi practitioners and foundation builders. But the number of extraterrestrial evil demons coming down may be beyond our imagination. This is a catastrophe for humanity and an opportunity to rise. This Lu Hao didn't know where he came from and knew a great deal. As dusk approaches, Gu Changqing arrived in Changqing and appeared outside a villa. When his divine sense enveloped this villa, it was an unbelievably shocking sight. An obese middle-aged man was ravishing a stunning woman. The woman is dead, but that doesn't let go. What a... Seeing this scene, Gu Changqing's eyes overflowed with killing intent as he looked at the woman's corpse, somewhat shocked. What a strong resentment, that's just it. It just so happens that my black abyssal streamer is short of a couple of resentful subsouls, so I'll count you in. After saying that, the soul seal on Gu Changqing's brow glowed and shot out a soul light that disappeared into the woman's corpse, bringing back the remnants of the woman's soul. Inside Gu Changqing's soul sea space, the woman's residual soul, which was no longer conscious, wandered here. Buzz. But right at this moment, countless threads of black mist suddenly surfaced in this space, penetrating into her body. Ah! As the black mist entered his body, the remnant soul instinctively let out a miserable scream. Endless black mist began to fill her body, and the endless pain caused her to beg for life and death, and it was as if the remnants of her soul were about to disintegrate. At the same time, the grievances that had accumulated within her corpse were converging in a way that was invisible to the naked eye. Seeing this scene, Gu Changqing casually threw in a few golden pills. The first secondary soul of the black origin streamer was about to come out. About the greater part of an hour or so. Buzz. Between a surge of black mist in front of Gu Changqing, a woman shrouded in black mist appeared, like a soul body yet seemingly solid. Thank you, Master, for giving me a new life. I beg Master to let me eat that alive. She knelt in front of Gu Changqing, her head hanging low and pleading. Go on. I'll wait for you. Gu Changqing waved his hand and said lightly, from now on, you'll be called 01. 01, thank you, Master. With Gu Changqing's permission, 01 violently swept into that villa. Ah! Then, a gust of mournful and extremely miserable screams were heard. She actually had no memory of her previous life, only knowing that she had died at the hands of that fat man, was instinctively wanting to take revenge. About 10 minutes or so, 01 came out with her mouth full of blood, and that Jiedan stage fatty, alive, was eaten by her. Gu Changqing took her back inside the black abyssal streamer, then took her body with him and left. He hadn't been gone long before Lu Hao's figure appeared here. Interesting. To even have this ancient soul refining technique, it seems like I have to find an opportunity to probe your depths. Looking at the direction Gu Changqing left, Lu Hao whispered to himself, this Gu Changqing made him inscrutable and dangerous at the same time. It was around 9 o'clock at night when Gu Changqing returned to Qingyun City, the new god mansion. When Shi Tao saw his daughter's body, he couldn't accept it and fainted. Gu Changqing also didn't tell him that he had refined the remnants of her daughter's soul into a devil. Inside the chairman's office, Gu Changqing stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looking out at the bustling night market, waiting for someone to arrive. "Young master, City Lord Du is here." Not long after, Gu Zhaozhao knocked on the door with Du Han. "Gu Xiao, what is the reason for inviting me here?" Du Han took a few steps forward and inquired suspiciously. For Gu Changqing, he was now in awe. "Sit." Gu Changqing sat down in front of his desk and raised his hand. Du Han sat down on the sofa and looked at Gu Changqing in silence. "The pandemonium of the Cultivation Union, I'm sure City Lord Du has already seen it." Gu Changqing lit a cigarette for himself and said indifferently. Du Han frowned. "See, I don't know what Gu Xiao wants to say? Since City Lord Du is so impatient, then I won't hide anything. My new god group's headquarters is in Qingyun City, in this great land. I will never allow the Alliance to meddle in its management. I wonder what City Lord Du has to say about that." Gu Changqing said with a smile. Du Han's eyes narrowed. "You want to take charge of Qingyun City?" Gu Changqing smiled faintly. "You can also understand it this way, as Qingyun City is guarded by me, it should naturally be controlled by me as well. What do you think, City Lord Du?" Du Han said in a low voice, having said that, the Alliance will not just sit back and do nothing. Just tonight, I received insider information that the previous Alliance Lord, Lin Beixian, has already been decapitated by the new Alliance Lord, and this current Alliance Lord is not an ordinary person. No matter who he is, it's best to stay out of the affairs of Qingyun City. The purpose of my inviting you here is for you to convey my meaning to the top. From today onwards, I'm in charge of Qingyun City. Gu Changqing lowered his eyes, stared at Du Han, and spoke in a domineering manner. Facing such a strong and domineering Gu Changqing, a fine sweat surfaced on Du Han's forehead and stabilized his mind. "I'll convey it. May I ask if there's anything else for Gu?" Gu Changqing said lightly, "Since the people of the 6th City District have all been evacuated, when you return, you will immediately mobilize the entire city's army in arms in preparation for the arrival of the evil demon." Duan got up and said, "Okay, nothing else, I'll go back to deploy and communicate your wishes. See them off." Gu Changqing didn't stay him and shouted faintly, "Ask for some votes." End of chapter. Chapter 14 Mountain Rain. The rise of the new god group is unstoppable. Chapter 14 Mountain Rain. The rise of the new god group is unstoppable. When Du Han returned, he immediately relayed Gu Changqing's words to the top management of the headquarters in Changqing. The reply from above, to Du Han's surprise, actually agreed and told him to listen to Gu Changqing's deployment. This left Duan a little puzzled. But he didn't think much about it. The game above, he, a small person, can't sway anything. Immediately, a meeting was held overnight to mobilize all the military forces as well as weapons from the military department and deploy them to the 6th City District. Early the next morning, the entire 6th City District was blocked off, and millions of people were evacuated in the last few days. Meanwhile, just this morning, the new god group held a press conference. Gu Changqing, dressed in a special black suit, slender and straight posture, stood in front of the camera, said in a manner, "Good morning everyone, I am the new director, Gu Changqing, and I have some words to say to all the cultivators of Qingyun City. At 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, there will be a large-scale extraterrestrial evil in the 6th City District, descending through the Void Rift to invade us. I, a new god group, can deploy 80,000 cultivators. I, Gu Changqing, including all the cultivators of the whole group, will participate in entering this defense battle, even if blood stains the 6th City District. I will never take half a step back, and let those evil devils with no human nature scourge and kill our family. If there are still casual cultivators outside of Qingyun City, this crisis is a matter of life and death for millions of people in the whole city. We don't need you to join the new god group, but we only hope that you can enthusiastically rush to the 6th City District to participate in this battle to defend your home. If anyone is inadvertently killed in battle, your families will be supported by the Xinjiang group. Worthy of the new god group, this is truly serving the people. Hateful. Why can't I become a cultivator? Otherwise I would have responded to Gu Dong's call. Don't complain, brother, leave this defense to us. Right, if there really is an invasion of extraterrestrial evil demons, we will never be greedy and afraid of death." As soon as this press conference came out, the prestige of the new god group in Qingyun City immediately reached an unprecedented height. Outside the 6th City District, which had been blocked off by the army, there were many people who came to watch on this day. Is this place really going to be a battlefield tomorrow? Alas! I hope that all the extraterrestrial evil demons that the new god group is talking about can be wiped out in the 6th City District. It's a pity we're all ordinary people and can't fight, or I'd go now. A war that could cause the new god group to be so closely guarded caused the people present on the sidelines to have worry on each and every one of their faces. Green Sea City, Tang Family Villa. Grandpa, is this the psycho you were talking about? Inside the hall, a petite, cute, seemingly 15 or 16-year-old girl looked at her grandfather, Tang Qianlong, with great dissatisfaction. It's... Tang Qianlong watched the TV broadcast, an old face twitching continuously. At this moment he also regretted going to withdraw from the marriage. No, to be precise, he had been regretting it since yesterday when he saw what happened outside the gates of the Changqing group. Humph. Grandpa, you old fool, I'm still underage, can't I wait a few more years to withdraw? And you don't even know if he's really a psychopath, so you foolishly went to withdraw. Now well, it's considered to be the people completely offended to death. Wait for him to free up his hands to settle the score. Do you think the Xian Yuan family can protect us? Tang Yue's small face was red with anger, and her towering breasts rose and fell violently. Listening to his granddaughter's words, Tang Qianlung's face was unsightly as he said, so what's the best thing to do now? Even the officials can't do anything about the new god group, if they want to deal with us. Said Tang Yue as she took a deep breath, the only way to do this now is to disassociate myself from the Xian Yuan family, and then I'll go and join the new god group. But I'm carrying 5 spirit roots, and now I'm already at the 9th level of qi cultivation, so the new god group will definitely pay attention to it. Upon hearing this, Tang Qianlung's eyes lit up and said, this is a wonderful method, Yue, you will set off for Qingyan City now, and the Xian Yuan family side will be spoken to by Grandpa. Grandpa, for the sake of the Tang family, you mustn't have your feet in 2 boats, we must completely disassociate ourselves from the Xian Yuan family now. Tang Yue said seriously. Tang Qianlung smiled bitterly, Grandpa knows, you should set off for Qingyan City soon. Tang Yue nodded her head, she had said everything that needed to be said. If her grandfather was persistent, she could only announce that she was breaking away from the Tang family in order to protect herself. She's a very smart girl. A very thorough look at the current situation. The rise of the new god group was unstoppable, and if there were no surprises it would be the existence that would lead this era. On this day, not only Tang Yue, but also many other cultivators were planning to go and work for the new god group. However, it was soon interrupted by an announcement made by New God Group. New God Group, to the cultivators of other cities in the country. Your cities will also encounter an evil invasion. Please stay in your respective cities, ready to be mobilized by the city masters, and defend them to the death. Although the announcement was short, it allowed the New God Group to win the hearts of countless more people. This also caused the city lords of the other cities to breathe a huge sigh of relief. They were really afraid that all the cultivators from their own cities would run to Qingyan City. With the release of this announcement from the New God Group, it did cause many cultivators who were preparing to travel to Qingyan City to stay behind. These days, the New God Group was flooded with a large number of cultivators every day. At 10 o'clock tonight, the number of cultivators registered with the New God Group had broken 100,000, and among them was Tang Yue. Carrying 5 elemental spiritual roots and practicing the 9th level of qi, this allowed her to mix in a captain's position just after joining the New God Group. For each captain, 10 men may be governed. The night was as dark as ink, there was no moon appearing tonight, the sky was cloudy and overcast, seemingly signaling that a storm was coming. Chairman's office. Gu Changqing was on the phone with Du Han. Du Han inquired, Gu Shao, how should we fight tomorrow? If the evil demon appears, should we start with a wave of artillery coverage? Gu Changqing lit a cigarette and said faintly, that's what I wanted to say. Once the satellites discover that a void rift has appeared in the 6th city district, wait for them to appear on a large scale, and give me all the long-range artillery shells you have in your military department. The number of evil demons descending is far beyond our imagination. Du Han said, okay, what about the 200,000 troops in the city? What are they going to do? Gu Changqing said in a deep voice, guns may also injure evil demons at the refining stage, ask them about their wishes, if they dare to go and fight for their lives, then go into battle. New God Group, will raise the families of those who die in battle. If they are afraid of death, let them retire where they are. Protecting the family and defending the country, I'm sure none of them will back down. Du Han said with certainty. I hope we can minimize our losses, or else we might not be able to cope when the marine demonic beasts outside of Green Sea City come ashore. Qinghai City was very close to Qingyun City, just over 100 kilometers apart. Xiaogu, if you hadn't said it, I would have almost forgotten how many sea creatures there are if they come ashore. Du Han's heart fluttered. Gu Changqing said indifferently, soldiers will come and go start preparing. End of chapter. Chapter 15, Stormy Weather. The Great War is coming. Chapter 15, Stormy Weather. The Great War is coming. Tonight, it was destined to be a sleepless night. The 200,000 troops of Qingyun City, heavily armed with the most advanced equipment available, all gathered towards the 6th city district. People sleeping at home could hear the sound of tanks advancing down the street. Mommy, is there going to be a warak? A small child asked his mother in a milky voice from the window, looking at the vast army passing by. Yeah, this is a battle to protect the family and the country. Although your father is not a soldier, he is a cultivator and will also be on the front line to protect Yaya. A woman rubbed her daughter's head, but her face was a bit worried. Her husband is a monk who joined the New God Group. If there really was an invasion of extraterrestrial evil tomorrow, there was a great possibility that her husband would not be able to return. This scene took place in many parts of the city. Many monks have wives and children, or parents, at home. Their parents, wives and daughters, were worried about the coming war tomorrow, fearing that their sons and husbands would never return. Ugh! Gu Changqing stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling windows of his office, looking out at the nighttime lights of Qingyun City, and sighed lightly. Tomorrow, I don't know how many children are going to lose their parents, and how many parents are going to lose their children. Although he had relived his life and had obtained a powerful 108 Jiedan cultivation, and it was also a mysterious and powerful Black Dan, he was unable to turn the tide of battle with his own strength. The number of evil demons is immeasurably high. In his previous life, he was on the battlefield and felt like he couldn't kill enough how he could, and how he survived he didn't even know. Shaking his head, Changqing went back to his room to cultivate. Currently, he was still at the early stage of Jiedan. It was too difficult to advance, but as he cultivated, his strength was steadily increasing even though he hadn't advanced. The night was spent in the anxiety of countless people. Early the next morning, the 200,000 troops of Changqing city had all been stationed in full force outside the 6 entrances and exits into the 6th city district. A 5-kilometer radius outside every entrance and exit has been cordoned off by the military. A variety of advanced missile-type launching equipment has also been arrayed across the room. The Ministry of War had already pulled out all of Changqing City's reserve arms and was about to pour everything into this war. In addition, the long-range rocket launching bases on the outskirts of the city have moved out all their stored missiles and are standing by. Use everything you can except the nukes. If it's too much to stop, the nukes will have to come on board. At the same time, a grand satellite broadcast was directed to the people of all of Changqing City. The God's View in the live feed has 6 shots covering the entire 6th city district. The empty 6th ward has long been a haven for rats. On this day, not only Changqing City, but also all the major cities in the country, were waiting in anticipation, except that they didn't know where the evil demons would appear from. Changqing didn't say anything because none of them asked, so he naturally wouldn't lick his chops to say anything. In addition, Changqing City was also the first to be invaded, because killing those 2 evil demons allowed the extraterrestrial evil demons to locate here first. For the other cities, it was about 6 or 7 hours after the invasion of Changqing City that the extraterrestrial evil demons would descend one after another. At around 12 o'clock in the middle of the day, group after group of cultivators from Changqing City arrived at the 6 battlefields. New God Group, Rooftop. Changqing and the New God Group, 33 of the strongest Jiedan stage were here. Young Master, all the cultivators and troops in the city are already in place, just waiting for the extraterrestrial evil demon to descend. At this time, the secretary Gu Jiaojiao came with quick steps and reported. Changqing, who was still dressed in a special black suit, nodded his head at the words and said faintly to Elder Huang and the others behind him, "Gentlemen, we're heading to the 3rd battlefield, and with the greatest number of evil demons descending on this side, you're going to be under a lot of pressure. War." The faces of all the people were fearless, and their words resounded back. "Good, march with me." Changqing smiled faintly, and his figure rose up into the air, flying straight towards the 6th city district, the direction where the 3rd battlefield was located. Seeing this, Elder Huang and the others set off right behind him. 3rd battlefield, outside the entrance and exit. 40,000 troops, 20,000 cultivators, vast and ready to go here. There were no less than 1,000 cultivators at the Jiedan stage alone. They stood high in the sky, watching the 6th city district with faces full of gravity. This was already the highest end of humanity's current combat power, and it was up to them to turn the tide of battle. Outside the central military camp that had been set up temporarily, the war general in charge of the 3rd battlefield, Shintuba, was here, looking at the 6th city district across the bridge. He was also a cultivator, but he was currently only at the 3rd level of the chi refining stage, with a pseudo-spirit root. And there were quite a few cultivators in the army, not all of them ordinary people. "Overlord General, everything is ready to go to war at any time." At that moment, his adjutant flew in to report. The New God Group has supported 15,000 cultivators, and together with the other cultivators in Changqing City, excluding those within our army, the number of cultivators on this side of the town totals 23,631. "General Bully, do you think this will be a farce?" At the end of the sentence, the adjutant wanted to say something. Shintuba sighed. "The headquarters in Changqing has issued a directive for all cities in the country to prepare for battle. I feel that this matter is not too far from the truth, but I also hope that it's a fake." Whoosh! 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 Just then, a breaking sound came from the sky. "Huh, that's Mr. Gu coming." Mr. Gu actually came to the 3rd battlefield in person, so it seems that we, the 3rd battlefield, are facing the most pressure. With Mr. Gu here, I dare say that the 3rd war zone will never be broken. When the cultivators in the battlefield saw who the visitor was, they couldn't help but cheer. "Where can I find a husband like that?" Outside a small team's tent at the New God Group's cultivators compound, Tang Yue, who was wearing a black power suit with a dimpled figure and a delicate white face, looked at Changqing, who was leading more than 30 Jiedan cultivators who had descended from high in the sky. "Look, Mr. Gu has appeared in the 3rd battle zone. I don't think this is good. Where Mr. Gu appears, it's definitely the worst. The 3rd war zone will probably be the most disastrous war zone." Meanwhile, as Changqing appeared in the 3rd battle zone, the official live broadcast room was abuzz. "Mr. Gu, why have you come to the 3rd war zone? Could it be that the battle in our 3rd war zone is going to be tough?" Seeing this, Shintuba went forward to greet him as fast as he could. Whether it's the most disastrous or not I don't know. I only know that 3 false infant stages may appear here. There are still 2 hours left. Let the soldiers eat and drink enough and prepare to fight to the death. Gu Changqing nodded slightly and looked at Shintaba, suddenly saying, do you want to become stronger before the Great War comes? What's going on? At these words, Shintaba froze when he heard them and asked, what makes Mr. Gu say that? Gu Changqing said lightly, you won't be able to achieve anything in the path of practicing qi, but I can let you take another path. This Shintaba, as his name suggests, carries a hegemonic body, a powerful physique in the body refining course. Really? Shintaba's eyes showed fire. Please help me, Mr. Gu. Now that I've asked, I'll naturally help you. Come in. Gu Changqing spoke faintly, heading towards the central tent. Shintaba, on the other hand, followed him with a heart full of excitement. Ask for some votes. End of chapter. Chapter 16, The Void is in turmoil. The evil demon from beyond the realm descends. Chapter 16, The Void is in turmoil. The evil demon from beyond the realm descends. The atmosphere of Qingyun City was unusually depressing, and an invisible bleakness seemed to permeate the air, as if the entire city was waiting for an impending storm. The millions of people of Qingyun City were all gathered in their homes at the moment to watch the live broadcast. The cultivators and armies of the 6 war zones were spread out in their respective battle positions in a well-organized manner, their gazes filled with determination and firmness. The sky was covered with dark clouds that covered the sky, making the entire Qingyun City look like it was in the middle of a dark night, with only the fighting spirit in the eyes of the warriors shining with a little light. Gu Changqing stood inside the tent, next to Shintaba. Looking at Shintaba's hopeful gaze, Gu Changqing said indifferently, there's not much time left, sit down on your knees and I'll awaken the hegemonic body for you. Yes, Mr. Gu. Shintaba responded firmly, his tone filled with anticipation and trust, and immediately sat down on his knees. Gu Changqing then stretched out his right hand, and a layer of dark light gradually emerged from his palm. The ebony light contained a powerful energy that was full of shock and mystery. As he revolved the power of the Black Dan in his body, a secretive light blossomed all around him. Let go of your mind, there's no need to resist, I'll use the power of the Jin Dan to awaken the hegemonic body for you. Gu Changqing's voice was calm and powerful. Shintuba sniffed, closed his eyes, relaxed his body, and accepted Gu Changqing's power injection with all his might. His heart was filled with a firm belief that Gu Changqing could lead him to another path of strength. Okay, that's it. As the black light in Gu Changqing's palm gradually spread, the powerful energy was gradually injected into Shintaba's body, and an irresistible force surged furiously within him. Every muscle tissue, every tendon and vein seemed to have been remodeled in an instant, and their strength continued to rise. I don't know how long had passed, but Shintuba let out a low roar, feeling the huge changes within his body. His whole body's muscles expanded dramatically, and his body's surface shone with golden light, as if he had turned into a golden god of war. Gu Changqing, on the other hand, gradually retracted his right hand, the corner of his mouth curling into a smile. Successfully awakened, this 9th level of your hegemonic body can powerfully battle Foundation establishment cultivators. Good strong power. Shintuba was shocked to feel the surging power within his physical body, flowing through his limbs and bones, his heart filled with excitement and gratitude. Thank you, Gu Zongchen Quan. In the next battle, I will be the first to fight. Well, prepare to meet the battle. It's a bitter battle. Gu Changqing patted Shintuba's shoulder, and although his voice was calm, it contained an irresistible majesty. Yes. Shintuba bowed deeply and then walked out of the tent. His expression had never been so determined. The two walked out of the tent side by side. After he came out, Gu Changqing took off into the air and went far away, heading over to the new God Group's cultivator base. Overlord General, you have successfully awakened? Adjutant Jean LeCun, who had been waiting outside, looked at such an impressive Shintuba and was filled with surprise. Shintuba nodded, thanks to Mr. Gu. What hour is it now? Jean LeCun replied back, it's already more than 1:40 p.m. Less than half an hour left until 2 p.m. When the evil demon will descend, as the new God Group said. Upon hearing this, Shintuba said in a deep voice, pass the order down, be ready to fight at any time. Yes. Jean LeCun nodded heavily and immediately headed to the broadcast tent. In the 3rd war zone, the main tent of the new God Group, all the Jiedan cultivators were focused here, a total of 1,120. Whoosh! At this moment, Gu Changqing descended from the sky. Mr. Gu, including Elder Huang, a group of Jiedan stage saw this and came forward to greet them. Gu Changqing nodded his head and said indifferently, I don't want to talk too much about nonsense. I hope that in the next battle, it's best if you don't let me see any of those who are on the verge of fleeing the battle, but if I do, I will kill you all with my own hands. Mr. Gu, we are by no means greedy and afraid of death. Yes, die fighting. The words of the crowd were resounding, and they were all prepared to fight to the death. Gu Changqing nodded and didn't speak as his eyes fell to the 6th city district. Time passed by in dribs and drabs, and before you knew it, it reached 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The entire atmosphere outside of the 6th city district became even more tense, and the air seemed to become heavy and pressurized. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, within the 6th city district, there was a buzzing sound, as if heaven and earth were being torn apart. Is the extraterrestrial evil demon coming? The sudden roar caused everyone's eyes to look towards the 6th city district, only to see one massive void rift after another appearing in the sky above the 6th city district, with a bizarre light emanating from the rifts that sent shivers down one's spine. Ah, look, there's actually a real evil demon coming. I don't know who shouted out, and before the words fell, a group of rampaging strange and hideous monsters swept out of those cracked void fissures in the sky above the 6th city district. These evil demons were in different forms, some were as huge as mountains, while others were as slender as snakes. Their eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty light, accompanied by bursts of hissing sounds, and they pounced straight to the ground. Heavens! These are the extraterrestrial evil demons? Hiss! It seems endless. How can this be killed? It's the viewers inside the broadcast booth that are the most shocked, as they are watching through the God's eye view of the satellite. They saw all over the 6th city district, full of void cracks, those hideous and evil creatures, strangely rolling out like a tidal wave. The sheer number of them is mind-numbing. Changqing City, City Lord's Mansion. The pupils of Du Han, who was watching, were constantly contracting, his eyes dead set on the satellite projection screen. City Lord, should we order a bombardment immediately? The adjutant next to him said with a burst of creepiness. Du Han's eyes flickered and he breathed heavily as he said, don't be in a hurry, wait for more of them to come out. It's too much of a waste to bombard them now. Within the projection screen, an endless number of terrifying evil demons descended through the void cracks, spreading out across the sky. Swarm after swarm, dense as the rising and falling of an ocean. When they landed, they scattered in all directions with strange shrieks, pouncing on creatures as they came across them and tearing them apart. The rat demons that were active in the 6th city district became their prey. What in the world is this Changqing's origin, actually able to predict so accurately? Could it be a stronger clan powerhouse that committed suicide to take over in order to come down here? Lu Hao, who was watching at the headquarters of the Cultivation Union in Changqing, looked at the scene within the screen and became more and more curious about this person, Changqing. If we don't get rid of him, I'm afraid that the vast majority of the resources of this planet will be taken away by him, and when he rises to power, there will still be nothing left of my clan. This Lu Hao is no longer the former Lu Hao. This was a reclaimed reborn person who had voluntarily given up 10,000 years of cultivation. It is from outside the domain and has come to seize the first opportunity. The reason he came to be this ally was not for the hilarious purpose of guarding humanity, but to drive humanity to gather resources for him. Ask for some recommendations. Monthly tickets. Thanks. End of chapter. Chapter 17 The Attention of the Nation. Artillery coverage. Chapter 17 The Attention of the Nation. Artillery coverage. In the thousands of homes in the Great Summer Dragon Kingdom, every television screen, every cell phone, and every computer was practically live-streaming the shocking scene of the evil invasion of the 6th city district of Changqing City. Whether in the busy streets of the city or in the quiet cottages of the countryside, everyone was drawn to the battle of life and death, staring nervously at the screen. Oh my god, are these monsters from beyond the realm? They look like evil spirits from hell. A young reporter, who was relaying a live broadcast, shouted involuntarily, a tremor in his voice. This is terrible. A housewife clutched the remote control and choked out in a small voice, what if our city is invaded by such evil? Children. Mommy, Daddy is a cultivator, he will protect us, right? A young child kept asking his mother, uneasiness and expectation showing in his eyes. In a veteran's home, an elderly soldier sat quietly with his back to the TV. He was over 90 years old. His voice hoarse whispered, back then, we also faced the invaders, but today's enemy, more than at that time, is still horrible. I hope that those young warriors can guard our homes. I don't know how long the new God group will be able to hold out. They said they've sent out over 100,000 cultivators, but the number of evil demons is just too many. Some people left messages on online forums, hoping that the information would ease their anxiety. On the live broadcast screen, the void crack in the 6th city district continued to expand, and the number of evil demons pouring out of it was shocking, sweeping out in wave after wave like a tidal wave. Meanwhile, inside the city lord's mansion of Changqing City, Du Han gazed at the live broadcast screen with a grave expression. Immediately order the long-range rockets to begin bombardment. Yes, City Lord. Adjutant Jean LeCun answered in a loud voice and hurriedly gave the order. On the outskirts of Changqing City, inside the long-range rocket launching base. Rumble. At this moment, all the launching equipment was activated in unison, and in a series of roars, the entire sky was instantly lit up by flickering flames, as if a dazzling meteor had crossed the sky. Suddenly, the tearing sound of missiles resounded over the entire 6th city district, as a blazing white rail of light pierced through the heavens, falling in wave after wave with a palpitatingly destructive might. What's that? What a spectacle! When the evil demons that were ravaging the 6th city district saw the densely packed light spots covering the sky as they attacked, they all revealed puzzled looks. Buzz. Boom. However, the next moment, a devastating scene arrived, with the first round of rockets covering down many places in the 6th City District. Instantly became a sea of fire. The shockwaves of the explosions tore through the air, the flames and smoke swept in all directions, and set off a wave of earth-shattering dust on the ground. The shockwave came with great force, directly tearing those evil demons that had just descended into pieces of flesh and blood that flew in all directions. And the evil demons at the center of the explosion were instantly turned into blood mist and charcoal in the blazing flames, and their miserable wails were endless. Changqing watched the live broadcast through his cell phone and used the dialogue machine to coldly say to Duhan, "Keep bombing until you run out of ammo." As his orders were conveyed, the second, third, fourth, and fifth waves of missiles rose into the air in unison, and the explosions echoed like thunder over the 6th City District. Blazing shockwaves swept through, and hot flames incinerated the remaining evil demons, burning them to ashes. What evil demon is not evil demon, the same as a carbon-based creature? Unless it is strong enough to be at the Jindan stage, it is possible to fight it off. The bombardment was a spectacular sight, with huge mushroom clouds rising in the sky while the earth shook as if the whole world was turned upside down at the moment. It was spectacular, with such comprehensive fire coverage. Can all of Cloud City's artillery fire destroy these extraterrestrial evil demons? The people in the live broadcast room were deeply shocked by the scene, and were in a state of shock and exhilaration. On the contrary, the evil demons that descended within the 6th City District were wailing and screaming. How could they not expect that these flying contraptions would actually be so terrifying in their power? Even if he put up his magic chi shield with all his might, he couldn't resist, and his body wailed and twisted in the flames, eventually turning into a pile of charcoal. Although the bombardment continued, there were still wave after wave of evil demons that kept descending to the ground from the void rift, stepping on the bones of their compatriots, and their numbers didn't seem to show the slightest sign of decreasing. Continuous bombardment, Duhan ordered, his voice dripping with irony and coldness. On the outskirts of the base, the missiles kept rising into the air, blazing white trails of light like death announcements, blasting towards the 6th city once again. The explosions echoed in his ears like thunderous tremors, the ground cracked inch by inch, and the screams of the evil demons grew more and more mournful. Under wave after wave of artillery bombardment, the 6th City District had long since been reduced to a sea of fire. There was no longer a single building in its entirety to be seen, but there was still a steady stream of hideous evil demons rushing out of the void cracks. After about an hour of bombardment, the artillery finally stopped. The entire 6th City District was covered in thick smoke and fire. Is it over? Everyone in the country who was watching the live broadcast was watching nervously. Outside the bridge into the 6th City District, Changqing gathered here with more than 1,000 jid on stage, more than 23,000 chi refining stage cultivators, and 40,000 troops, and directly ordered Duhan, send orders to all the major war zones to prepare for battle. I don't want to see a single evil demon rushing out of the 6th City District. After giving the order, Changqing looked at the cultivators and soldiers behind him and droned in a deep voice, "Gentlemen, it's time for us to enter the field. Your primary objective is not to kill the evil devils, but to use the means I've taught you, to destroy those void rifts. Now, follow me as I kill my way into the 6th City District, destroy all the void rifts, and destroy all the evil devils within them. Kill!" 60 to 70,000 clanging voices converged together, straight away calling for people's blood to boil and their battle intent to be infinite. March! During Changqing's low drink, the demonic black abyssal streamer swept out from his brow and rose into the air, emitting an incomparably hideous roar as it stormed straight towards the smoke-ridden 6th City District. "When this battle is over, I hope to see you all again." Changqing said that and rose up into the air, his figure quickly disappearing within the smoke of the 6th City District. He had to search for those 3 false infant stages to kill them, otherwise he would surely die if Huan Lao and other Jiedan stages encountered them. "Fellow Taoists, we'll gather again after the battle. Ha ha, I hope you're all still around. Charge. You juniors, it's best to group up and help each other, don't lose your lives by playing the hero." Elder Huang and the other group of Jiedan stage cultivators glanced at the more than 20,000 chi refining stage cultivators behind them, and in a burst of laughter, they all took to the air and entered the 6th Urban District and disappeared inside. March! It was at this point that Shintaba gave the word, leading all the cultivators and the army, stepping across the bridge with great vigor, and stepping into the smoke-filled 6th City District. End of chapter. Chapter 18, A Gruesome Battle of Annihilation. Chapter 18, A Gruesome Battle of Annihilation. The 6th City District, after being bombarded, had been reduced to rubble, with smoke rolling in, and no intact buildings could be seen at all. The sky of Qingyun City was overcast, with dark clouds hanging low and dense with dark shadows, causing the entire city to be filled with a depressing atmosphere. Every television screen and cell phone in every house was broadcasting live from the 6th City District at that moment, which was not only a battlefield, but also a place where everyone's hopes and fears converged. People watched the screen nervously, praying in their hearts that those righteous soldiers would be able to defend their homes, and even more so that they would come back alive. With Changqing's order, the entire Qingyun City's army and cultivators began to move. The cultivators of the 1st, 2nd, 4th, 5th, and 6th battle zones entered the 6th City District with their armies in full force. They were neatly dressed in combat uniforms, holding weapons that flashed with a cold light in their hands, and their eyes burned with a passionate blood. The environment within the 6th city district is filled with fire wrapped in smoke. The roars of countless evil demons resounded in all directions. Whoosh! A black lightning-like figure swept through the high sky, driving a monstrous demonic aura. Ouch! When the evil demons crawling on the ground saw this, they all jumped up as high as frogs and pounced on that figure. Wang Lung! Who knew that a black streamer surfaced, wrapped in monstrous black mist, and directly devoured these evil demons, detaining their souls and instantly refining them into devils. Changqing manifested his form, the black abyssal streamer sinking behind him as he unfolded his divine sense to search for those 3 false infant stage evil demon scents. He was wearing a well-fitted special black suit, and his slender and upright body with the grayish-white crushed hair made him look extraordinarily handsome and cool. In those blood-red pupils, there was a hint of hidden killing intent, mirroring the solemn atmosphere around them. Paired with the black abyssal streamer floating behind him, it was like a demon king descending from hell. The streamer was draped with black gas, and occasionally a devil roared in it, vaguely transmitting a soul-shattering demonic might. After searching for a few moments, Changqing pranced up and galloped off in one direction, and wherever he passed, all the evil demons that encountered him turned into demons within his black abyssal streamer. His figure was like thunder, dominating and overwhelming, and each moment seemed to flash in a different place. Everywhere he went, his black abyss streamer would devour the souls of a large number of evil demons, refining them into the demons within the streamer. At the same time, a void rift was completely destroyed to stop more evil demons from descending. Inside this harsh environment of the 6th city district, fires were raging, rolling smoke emanated from the ruins, and there were crumbling buildings and torn to pieces corpses of evil demons everywhere. At the same time, Tang Yue had also entered the 6th city district with her 10-man squad. She was dressed in a black power suit, with a concave and convex figure, a high chest, a slim waist, and long legs. Her white and delicate face had a determined look on it, and she held a sharp longsword tightly in her hand. However, just as Tang Yue's group entered the ruins, they encountered a large group of evil demons. These monsters came in all shapes and sizes, ranging from giant tentacle monsters, to giant lizards with sharp teeth, to evil demons with 2 pairs of wings that were flying birds. They roared in unison and screamed strangely as they lunged at Tang Yue and the others. Attention all, form a defense formation. Tang Yue calmly issued the command, her voice crisp and strong. Don't panic, we can do this. Her team reacted quickly, forming a tight circle of defense, each playing their best. Swordlight flashed, true chi flew, and flames and frost alternately erupted, hitting those evil demons, knocking them back and crushing them. Fight quickly so as not to attract more evil demons. Tang Yue waved her long sword, her sword chi like a rainbow, splitting an oncoming tentacle monster in 2, blood splattering everywhere. Yue, watch your back. A female team member warned loudly. Tang Yue quickly turned around and saw a pouncing giant lizard behind her with scarlet eyes and flames spewing from its mouth. Seek death. With a cold snort, her sword blade turned with a chilling glow and stabbed the giant lizard straight in the throat. The longsword stabbed into the giant lizard's throat, blood spurting out like a spring. Tang Yue glanced coldly, her sword shook, sending the evil demon flying several meters away, falling to the ground and twitching for a few moments before not moving. The cultivator squads and armies in the other war zones were also engaged in grueling battles with the evil demons. Low growls, roars, and the roar of spells were mixed together, and the entire 6th city district was like a hell on earth. The sound of gunfire was incessant, the battlefield intertwined with flames and frost was a sight to behold, and almost every second someone fell, but more fighters took their place, never taking half a step back. Those soldiers in uniform, guns in hand, fighting in blood. Their eyes carried a determined gaze, never letting these evil demons rush out of the 6th city district. Bullets poured down like rain, passing through the bodies of the evil demons and bringing out slivers of tainted blood. Finish them off. We mustn't let them break out of the 6th city district and harm our families. For the sake of our homeland, kill. Every warrior's voice was filled with defiance and determination. Changqing kept going deeper and deeper into the ruins, killing and refining the evil devils he encountered one after another into devils, and the number of devils in the black abyssal streamer kept increasing. Ah, someone help me. Suddenly, a mournful female voice echoed through the distant ruins. Changqing's gaze turned cold at the words and swept towards the source of the sound. Only a dozen evil demons were surrounding a small group of cultivators, leaving only a female cultivator struggling to resist. This woman is actually at the 9th level of chi practicing. Changqing snorted coldly as the black abyssal streamer gently shook, and countless black demonic chi swept out like a gale. Pft, pft. Several devil heads that looked like evil ghosts flew out of the black abyssal streamer, roaring and pouncing on those evil devils, tearing them to shreds in an instant. The sudden change caused the woman, who was in the middle of being surrounded, to freeze and look up. When she saw who the visitor was, her eyes widened and she looked at Changqing with awe. Thank you, Mr. Gu, for saving my life. Changqing swept her a glance and nodded. You're alone now, so you can retreat to the periphery first. Before the words fell, he rose up in the air once again and rushed towards the denser and denser demonic aura in the distance. The woman looked at Gu Changqing's disappearing figure, filled with admiration, before withdrawing hopelessly towards the periphery. Not long after Gu Changqing left, he suddenly detected a powerful aura, coming from a ruin not far away. It's the aura of the false infant stage, it's finally appeared. Gu Changqing's eyes narrowed slightly, his white hair fluttering in the wind, his temperament as cold as ice, and the black abyssal streamer behind him thunderously surged as he swiftly rose up, heading straight for that powerful aura. On the other side of the ruins, the false infant stage evil demon was abusing several human Jiedan cultivators. It was reddish in color, with 2 horns on its head and 2 wings on its back, emitting a strong destructive aura all over its body. Damn it, I'm afraid I'm going to die here today. The last human Jiedan cultivator, which was a middle-aged man, revealed a bitter smile while urging all the remaining mana true essence in his body to strike out a huge palm print. Overrate yourself. That fake baby stage evil demon sneered, speaking a language that humans couldn't understand, and without half a mile of whistling a punch was thrown out, it destroyed and crushed that horrible palm print. Die. It then let out a long whistle and ferociously and incomparably pounced towards that human Jiedan stage. Wife, kids, I can't go back, so take care of yourselves. The middle-aged Jiedan cultivator let out a bitter smile, even though he knew that he would not be able to defeat him, he still ran the last of the mana in his body to charge up. Buzz! However, right at this moment, behind that false infant stage evil demon, countless black thunder suddenly surged, turning into a thunder spear that ran through towards it. Aha! That false infant stage evil demon was flabbergasted in his heart and violently turned around to meet him with a fist. With a bang, the entire body of that false infant stage evil demon was sent flying out 100 meters before coming to a stop. Who? The false infancy evil demon roared angrily as it rose from the pit, its scarlet eyes flashing with endless hostility as it looked in a certain direction. Finally I found you. Gu Changqing stepped into the air, thunder intertwining around his body, demonic aura rolling around him, and the black abyssal streamer floating behind him escaped with a heaven-devouring and earth-devouring black mist. Mr. Gu. When that middle-aged Jiedan stage saw who the visitor was, he was overjoyed, knowing that he had picked up a life. End of chapter. Chapter 19, Miserable Killing. 2 false infant evil demons in a row. Chapter 19, Miserable Killing. 2 false infant evil demons in a row. The air seemed to tremble as the clouds darkened and the drums of war beat. A thrilling battle is quietly drawing to a close. Thunder rolled, and the entire heaven and earth were shrouded in an oppressive atmosphere. Mr. Gu. The middle-aged Jiedan cultivator, with a terrified face, ran towards Gu Changqing, and not far behind him, the false infant stage evil demon was chasing after him with a face full of scorn. You leave here first, and leave the rest to me. Gu Changqing was calm as usual, the black abyssal streamer had already been secretly activated, and the demonic mist rolled out, emitting a low roar. Good. The middle-aged cultivator had a helpless look on his face and could only quickly retreat. Human Griffin, you've made me even angrier. That false infant stage evil demon roared violently, shattering the heavens and earth, carrying a monstrous black mist to pounce on Gu Changqing. A cold light flashed in Gu Changqing's eyes as he pranced to meet the attack, and as the black abyssal streamer in his hand waved, thunder intertwined as if a swarm of devils were on the move. Booms accompanied by bursts of thunder, and the 2 powerful existences instantly engaged in battle. The black abyssal streamer behind Gu Changqing transformed into a gigantic torrent of demonic chi that swept out with a roar, enveloping that false infant stage evil demon. Good timing. The false infancy evil demon roared, his wings flapping, bringing up a fierce wind, his fists clenched, his magic power swirling, carrying a terrifying power to blast Gu Changqing. 8 desolate fingers. Gu Changqing coldly pronounced it, his finger was like lightning, piercing through the air and striking directly at the evil demon's chest. Bang! With a loud sound, the chest of the false infant stage evil demon was pierced through a huge bloody hole, and blood sprayed wildly. Roar! The false infant evil demon let out a heaven-shaking roar. Its life force was extremely powerful. It was actually able to recover quickly and continue attacking Gu Changqing with an even more frantic stance. Die! Gu Changqing's eyes blossomed with a horrifying divine aura, his hands forming seals and urging the black abyssal streamer. Ho 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 ho! At that instant, all the demons within the black abyssal streamer were seen letting out hideous roars under 01's leadership, wrapped in terrifying and bizarre black mist, pouncing on that evil demon. Throat! Along with the monstrous demonic chi swirling up, all of the demons all disappeared into the evil demon's body. Ah! The false infant evil demon screamed miserably, frantically working his body's magic power to break free, entering a berserk state and pouncing on Gu Changqing once again. Just as Gu Changqing was fighting this fake infant evil demon. Throughout the 6th city district, the cultivators and armies of the major war zones were also engaged in grueling battles with the evil demons. The squad led by Tang Yue was once again caught in a bitter battle, and this time they were facing a group of Fang giant wolf evil demons. Attention all, we're going to fight for our lives this time. Tang Yue bellowed, slashing out with her sword, the sword she like a rainbow, splitting the oncoming giant wolf evil demon in half. Blood sprayed and splattered. Ah! A member of the team who was bitten by a giant wolf let out a pained howl. Tang Yuwei immediately rushed to the rescue. Her longsword flashed with a cold light, directly chopping off the neck bone of the giant wolf and saving the team member. This scene took place all over the 6th city district, which had been reduced to rubble. The smell of blood filled every corner of the battlefield, and the roars of the human warriors resounded with the howls of the evil demons. The cultivators and the evil demons were strangled together, swords glinting and spells roaring, and every burst was accompanied by the scent of death. The satellite footage captured a downturn in the mood of those watching the live broadcast. Those war scenes were too brutal. Many cultivators and soldiers died tragically under the sharp claws and fangs of the evil demons, blood flowing horribly. We want to go to war too. It breaks my heart that we're here watching and we can't do a thing about it. These fighters are our unsung heroes. Inside the live broadcast room, many viewers were talking and their moods became heavier and heavier. Rumble. Just then, the battle between Gu Changqing and that false infant stage evil demon became even more intense. Worthy of being at the false infant stage, so difficult to deal with. Gu Changqing's eyes were horrifying, and the black abyssal streamer behind his back gradually revealed its true terrifying power, as the demons in the streamer continued to roar and change their forms, transforming into a single evil ghost that frantically pounced on the evil demon, wanting to tear it apart alive. Roar! The false infancy evil demon roared angrily, its blood-soaked body constantly dodging in an attempt to break free from the black abyssal streamer's entanglement. However, Gu Changqing didn't give it half a chance to catch its breath, as the black abyssal streamer form switched for a while, and the dragon abyssal demon lance appeared, as if a heavenly calamity had descended, with unbounded might, sending out a killing blow. Put! The dragon abyss demon gun instantly penetrated through the void and pierced into the evil demon's brow, ending its life. The false infant stage evil demon primordial spirit screamed miserably as its entire body was devoured by the black abyssal streamer, and its soul was extracted, becoming a secondary soul. Humph. When you reappear, it's time to slaughter your clan. Gu Changqing's expression was cold as he went all out to refine the roaring false infant stage evil demon souls within the black abyssal streamer. A few moments later, just as he was about to catch his breath, he suddenly sensed another powerful aura approaching, and another false infant stage evil demon appeared. One could only see the evil demon holding a huge battle axe in his hand, his eyes glowing red and flashing with a chilling light, his body exuding an aura of death and destruction. Damn it, dare to kill my brother. I want you to live a life worse than death. The evil demon's cold voice resounded through the heavens and earth as his battle axe swung violently. Good timing. Gu Changqing's eyes narrowed slightly as he met them without fear. The dragon abyss demon lance and the battle axe collided fiercely, fire splashed in all directions, and a deafening roar echoed across the sky. The battle between the two powerhouses was like the collision of two gigantic peaks, driving the heavens and earth to tremble with every clash. Just as Gu Changqing was engaged in a fierce battle with the evil demon, a satellite camera captured the area. Here's the image that was instantly presented on the air. When the viewers in the live broadcast saw the scene, they immediately recognized Gu Changqing, and all of them held their breath as they watched such an intense battle. The two figures fighting on the screen, crazily crisscrossing and colliding, the mood of the people who watched them rose and fell. Mr. Gu, you'll definitely win, go for it. Someone secretly cheered for Gu Changqing. So terrifying, this kind of battle is simply beyond imagination. Another person said in shock. Boom! The battle was fierce. Although Gu Changqing was young, his stance was magnificent and domineering. The devil spear in his hand was intertwined with thunder, such as the roaring of 10,000 souls, bombarding like lightning. That false infant evil demon only had the power to fight. It's time to end it. Gu Changqing let out a low gulp, and the soul seal on his brow exploded, wrapping itself around the demonic spear, with endless black light, transforming into a dragon of darkness. Bang! Gu Changqing's strike was thunderous and unstoppable, blasting on top of the false infant stage evil demon's giant axe with a terrifying force, impacting it to let out an unwilling scream as its entire body began to crumble and splattered with blood and flesh. Just as its Yuanshan tried to run away, Gu Changqing didn't give it any chance and detained it, preparing to refine it into a third secondary soul. There's another one! Gu Changqing whispered to himself as the dragon abyss demon lance retransformed into a black abyss streamer and returned behind him, and didn't stay here for much longer as his figure disappeared in a few flashes. Is anyone watching? Can you give a ticket? End of chapter. Chapter 20 Doubts and Threats. Slaying the third fake infant evil demon. Chapter 20 Doubts and Threats. Slaying the third fake infant evil demon. At the headquarters of the Shangjing Cultivation Union, Lu Hao was keeping a close eye on the battle situation in the 6th city district of Qingyun City through the satellite broadcast. Countless evil demons came like a tidal wave, and the images of Gu Changqing killing into the battlefield and abusing the false infant stage were presented one by one, shocking and awe-inspiring. This Gu Changqing really isn't simple. Lu Hao frowned, killing intent and suspicion flickering in his eyes. It seems like it's necessary for me to ask for help from my clan. He was jealous of Gu Changqing and decided that he had to get rid of this person as soon as possible to ensure that his own interests were not threatened. At the same time, the 6 patriarchs of Shangjing were also watching the live broadcast, and they similarly felt greatly threatened by Gu Changqing's strength. This Gu Changqing, his strength is far beyond our imagination, Xian Yuan Tuasen said in a low voice. Not only is his black abyssal streamer terrifying, but the speed at which he refines evil demons is also astonishing. Another patriarch added in surprise. I only hope that he is not that ambitious. A venomous-eyed patriarch said coldly. The rise of the new god group made them feel a huge threat. In the thousands of homes in the Great Summer Dragon Kingdom, countless eyes were glued to the screens. Every frame is filled with war and brutal gore, and every detail tugs at the viewer's heartstrings. It's really worthy of Mr. Gu, who can foresee the invasion of evil demons. It's too powerful. Gu Changqing killed 2 false Dan evil demons Nightshade in a row, and a housewife who watched covered her mouth, her eyes filled with disbelief and awe. He's too strong. I hope he can preserve himself. We humans need such a C-pin. Many people clenched their fists and showed their respect and support to the screen. On the battlefield of the 6th City District, Elder Huan was leading an elite squad of over 100 Jiedan stage cultivators as they fought their way through the 6th City District, destroying the Void Rift. Their mission was not only to destroy the Void Rift, but also to stop the influx of all evil demons. Everyone, destroy these Void Rifts as swiftly as possible. We can't let any more evil demons descend. Elder Huang's voice echoed like thunder across the battlefield, his figure tall and determined, his eyes filled with endless battle intent. Understood. The cultivators responded in unison, and before the words fell, Elder Huang had already made a seal with both hands, instantly executing a powerful attack spell that transformed into countless sword shadows, as fast as lightning as it chopped towards a void crack. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, that void rift collapsed in response, turning into debris and disappearing into the air. The massive influx of evil demons were torn apart by the sword shadows in a panic, and their screams continued. Quickly! Continue destroying the other cracks, don't give them a chance to catch their breath. Elder Huang once again bellowed in a deep voice, his voice dripping with unquestionable majesty. Right at this moment, his divine sense swept over 3 Jiedan cultivators not far away who were being surrounded by a group of Jiedan stage evil demons in a critical situation. Elder Huang quickly swept towards them, his hands having long since condensed a powerful fire Dao power. Running fire! Elder Huang let out a low roar, and as his right hand swung, a thick pillar of fire surged out from his palm, striking directly at those evil demons and instantly turning them into ashes. Elder Huang, thanks for the rescue. The 3 Jiedan cultivators were panting as they looked at Elder Huang, who had suddenly appeared, their eyes filled with awe and gratitude. Don't slack off, continue your mission. Huang Lao said faintly, then once again rose up and flew towards another void rift at a rapid pace. In a certain battlefield, Shintu Ba, who had awakened the hegemonic body, was leading dozens of cultivators, fighting fiercely with a group of evil demons. His golden muscles flickered with divine light under the sunlight, and he carried a terrifying power between his hands and feet. Ha ha ha, now that's fighting. Each punch of Shintu Ba could send the evil demons flying several feet away, and his body was like a golden city wall, guarding his comrades behind him. And in the other direction, Tang Yue, leading her squad after countless life and death struggles, finally rejoined again. They had many injuries on their bodies, and were also exhausted, but their eyes still burned with unyielding fighting spirit. Attention all! We can't give up. We must keep going, the next void rift isn't far away. Tang Yue dragged her tired body and still shouted with determination, her voice thick with wariness. Charge! The team clenched their teeth, lifted their chests, and poured their last ounce of strength into the fight. In all corners of the 6th City District, the battles became more and more gruesome as the armies and cultivators constantly fought against the evil demons in order to destroy the Void Rift, and blood dyed the ruins red. All die for me! A cultivator at the 6th level of Qi practicing, with bloodshot eyes, smashed the evil demons that pounced in front of him, blood splattering all over his face. For the sake of the homeland, kill! Another soldier yelled, the machine gun in his hand sprayed fiery bullets, hardening the evil demons in front of him. Gu Changqing, who was constantly traveling through the ruins, was also searching for the scent of the last false infant stage evil demon. The void rifts and evil demons he encountered on his way were ruthlessly destroyed. Come on out, I know you're around here. Not long after, Gu Changqing stood proudly on top of a ruin, his cold voice echoing through the ruins as his divine sense shrouded the surroundings, locking onto a hidden void rift. Roar! Suddenly, a low roar came from the void crack, and a terrifying monster with a huge body, 9 tails behind it, and fangs stepped out. This being's aura was even more terrifying than the previous 2 fake infant evil demons. Its eyes flashed with scarlet light as it stared at Gu Changqing, filled with rage and anger. After hiding for so long, is it fear? Gu Changqing's eyes were intimidating as he spoke with his soul thoughts. The dragon abyss demon lance in his hand appeared once again, thunder and black mist intertwined, making him look like a war god in hell. It's really unexpected that this planet actually gave birth to a civilized community, and an existence like yours has also appeared. This fake infant evil demon, too, radiated soul idea fluctuations, then roared, carrying monstrous demonic power. The 9 hideous tails behind him danced wildly like lightning as they rolled towards Gu Changqing, each strike containing a powerful force. Bang! 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 Gu Changqing no longer had any reservations, fully operating the 108 magic pills in his body. He struck out boldly, the Dragon Abyss magic gun in his hand collided violently with the evil demon's tail. The evil demon hissed in agony, his tail was cut off, blood gushing out like a spring. You're clearly only at the Jedan stage, how could you have such astounding power? The nine-tailed evil demon roared in horror, mobilizing all the magic power in his body to counterattack, his tail ravaging the sky like a steel whip. Die! The Gu Changqing who exploded at full strength was terrifying and unrivaled, his eyes bursting with murderous intent. The devil spear in his hand thundered and ran straight through the nine-tailed evil demon's head. This was Gu Changqing's peak strike, and the entire heaven and earth trembled, like a demonic dragon roaring and shaking the void. Put! Accompanied by a proof sound, under the gaze of the nine-tailed evil demon that was filled with unbelief, a blow went through its head, completely ending this life of its evil deeds. End of chapter. Chapter 21, A Tough Victory. Chapter 21, A Tough Victory. Gu Changqing's demonic spear penetrated the nine-tailed evil demon's head, and in an instant, the nine-tailed evil demon's flesh and blood began to collapse, his resentment gradually dissipating into the air as a black mist, while his Yuanshan was detained into the black abyssal streamer. Next, one can focus on destroying the void rift. Gu Changqing whispered softly as the soul seal on his brow glowed once again, forcibly refining the nine-tailed evil demon into the fourth secondary soul in his black abyssal streamer. The third false infant evil demon has also become a demon of my black abyss streamer. Next time when you show yourselves, it will be the time to slaughter your clan. Gu Changqing's gaze was cold, and the black abyssal streamer returned to sink behind him, the raging black mist enveloping him, setting him off like a king in hell. He then rose up into the air and looked down at the entire 6th city district. On the battlefield, he saw countless cultivators and soldiers still fighting against the evil demons, blood staining the earth red, smoke and flames rising, making the 6th city district into a purgatory. Attention all war zones, everyone quickly destroy the remaining void rifts and make sure to eliminate all the evil demons within the 6th city district. Gu Changqing transmitted his voice with his soul thoughts, his voice carrying the irresistible majesty of a superior. After saying that, Gu Changqing also moved out, crisscrossing the 6th urban district without any reservations. Wherever he passed, the black abyssal streamer enveloped him, and not a single evil demon was able to escape from being reduced to a demon. At the same time, one void rift after another was destroyed by his bare hands. And when the cultivators and soldiers of the major war zones heard Gu Changqing's transmission, they all riveted their energies, fighting in blood and gritting their teeth, killing all the evil demons in their way and destroying all the void rifts in sight. Kill for our families. Tang Yue led her squad, weaving in and out of the ruins, her eyes resolute, her long sword in her hand flashing with the light of a broken sky, reaping the life of every evil demon like a god of death. Rift destruction. Elder Huang roared with a shocking roar, his hands forming seals and destroying a void rift once again. His fire Dao power was like a blazing ocean, burning the evil demons that approached into ashes. All troops, charge! Shintuba was clad in golden light, his body sweeping across thousands of troops like a god of war as he led thousands of soldiers in completely destroying a void rift, and the remains of the evil demons drifted down from the air like raindrops. Let all these be wiped out here. Countless cultivators and military people gritted their teeth, fighting with their last ounce of strength to destroy the void rift, their bodies stained with blood, their eyes flashing with determination and tenacity. Smoke, flames, and roars were intertwined in a brutal scene that people could not bear to look at, but every cultivator and soldier didn't retreat in cowardice. They fought gruesomely against the evil demons with their flesh and blood, defending their homeland. A young soldier hacked an evil demon to the ground with all his might, but the next second he himself fell, spilling blood all over the ground. Men, don't give up, for the sake of the families behind us. The other officer yelled, guns in his hands, tongues of fire erupting and repelling the lunging evil, his eyes filled with anger and a sense of death. As time passed by in dribs and drabs, at nightfall, the last void rift in the 6th city district was also destroyed by Gu Changqing. The void rift he destroyed alone took up a small half of it. Without his top-notch battle power, the battle would have been several times more gruesome. As all the void cracks in the 6th city district disappeared, and the evil demons in the city gradually decreased, the cultivators and soldiers on the battlefield finally saw the hope of victory. Victory! Inside the live broadcast room, the viewers couldn't help but cry tears of joy when they saw the gradually decreasing number of evil demons on the battlefield, feeling immensely proud of this tragic victory. However, the cheers were also mixed with endless grief. It worked? What a miracle! I thought I was going to have to account for it today. Tang Yue's voice was a bit hoarse, her eyes filled with tears as she looked at the fallen team members around her. Yeah, we won, but we lost too many people. A cultivator from the same team whispered. Tang Yue was silent, the 10-member squad, only 3 of them were left. General, we won, but the losses are too great. None of the soldiers who followed Shintuba in the bloody battle had the excitement of victory on their faces. Indeed, we have lost too many comrades. Shintuba wiped the sweat from his forehead, his golden muscles stung in the sunlight, and he felt an overwhelming heaviness in his heart as he looked at the corpses all over the battlefield. Inside the live broadcast room, there was a constant stream of cheers, praises, and thanks, but there were also many people who were overwhelmed with grief and tears for the heroes who died in battle. These fallen soldiers are the guardians of our nation. I hope the new God group will not go back on its word and take good care of the families of these heroes. Salute! Honor these heroes who gave their lives for their homes. Young master, the battle is nearing its end, the void rifts within the 6th city district have all been destroyed, and there aren't many evil demons left. Elder Huang found Gu Changqing and reported in a low voice. Gu Changqing stood high above the sky, his posture erect, his eyes firm and cold, looking at the ruins after the smoke cleared, looking at the incomplete corpses of his fallen compatriots on the ground. The sacrifices aren't too many. Gu Changqing's face was expressionless, but the families of those who sacrificed in this battle must be well counted, so as not to chill the hearts of their families. After clearing out the last of the evil demons, I will personally send someone to tally the battle damage. Elder Huang, who also had blood on his body, let out a long sigh of relief and worriedly said, I wonder if the next evil demon invasion, Gu Changqing said in a deep voice, next time I'll make them all come back with no return, and there won't be such a big loss. The demonic pills inside the evil demon, make sure to collect them, they're all good for refining magic treasures, I'll leave this place to you guys. With those words, he pranced away in the air. The number of evil demons he had slain was no less than 1,000,000. The demons within the black abyssal streamer still needed to be properly sacrificed so that they could be driven out to fight next time. And he hadn't consumed a lot in this battle, with most of his true essence mana depleted. The evil demons that were about to appear in other cities, he didn't want to care about them for the time being, and he couldn't care that much. Because as far as he knew, there were still quite a few capable people among the humans. As to whether or not these capable people were real humans, he didn't know. As night fell, the sky of Qingyun City remained overcast, and the smoke and fire from the battlefield gradually dissipated, replaced by people cheering for the victory, as well as a moment of silence for the martyrs. It was around 11 o'clock in the night before the new God group counted out the number of cultivators, soldiers, who had died in this battle. 130,000 cultivators, 60,000 fell. 200,000 troops, 1,100,000 fell. The number of casualty lists came out and silenced all parties. Those families that have been notified have had cries coming out of them this evening. Strangely enough, the other cities were still calm and no evil demons had appeared. Gu Changqing naturally didn't know about this matter, and at the moment, he was sacrificing the devil within the black abyssal streamer. End of chapter. Chapter 22, Tallying Battle Merits. Powerful evil demon appears. Chapter 22, Tallying Battle Merits. A powerful evil demon appears. The battle in Qingyun City gradually subsided in the night, the smoke dispersed, and the air was filled with the scent of blood and sadness. The lights of the Shinshin Group building are bright all night long, standing like mountains in the night, proclaiming tenacity and indomitability. At more than 2 in the morning, Gu Jiaojia was still in the conference room of the new God group dealing with the current battle, a group of cultivators killing the enemy war effort. She was dressed in a professional OL outfit, with a plump and concave figure, and her long hair was coiled up, making her look competent and elegant. Sitting in front of his desk, he took a thick war report and read it carefully one by one, with a concentrated look and a slight frown from time to time. Post-war statistics, which must be millimeters. The red pen in Gu Jiaojiao's hand flew across a battle report, clearly labeling the number of evil demons killed by each person with the corresponding battle merit. Every cultivator of the new God group had a token that Gu Changqing had personally refined, which could record the battle merit of killing the enemy, and as long as their tokens were recovered, it was clear at a glance how many enemies anyone had killed. Several assistants in the conference room each divided their work, busily organizing the battle merit figures of a token, and one by one, the data was constantly reported to Gu Jiaojiao's hands. Secretary Gu, Tang Yue and her squad performed quite well, please take a look at this battle report. A young assistant held a hardcover document and handed it over, his tone tinged with a bit of admiration. Gu Jiaojia took the document, stopped the red pen once and read it carefully. A moment later she nodded her head and said, not bad, their battle achievements are indeed worthy of recognition. Promote Tang Yue to first captain, while Zhang Mengmeng and Li Xiaoye are promoted to junior captains, in the same brigade as Tang Yue. Yes, Secretary Gu. The assistant nodded and continued to be busy. Gu Jiaojia silently recorded this information, her posture radiating a calm and mature glow under the light. On the other side, Elder Huan was in charge of counting the battle achievements of the Jidan stage cultivators. He rolled up his sleeves, his face grim and his eyes sharp, holding a battle book in his hands, checking each cultivator's battle results item by item. The assistant next to him reported in a low voice, Elder Huang, the following is a list of the battle merits of the Jidan stage cultivators, which has been initially organized. Elder Huang took the list and quickly scanned through each name. The battle this time was exceptionally fierce. Many cultivators fought to their deaths in the face of evil demons. Proper arrangements must be made for their families. Cultivators with outstanding battle achievements should also be duly rewarded. The assistant said respectfully, the top 10 Jidan cultivators with the highest battle merit are Li Chang, Wang Yi, Zhao Ping, Lu Ning, Hewen, Jiangji, Qinshan, Sun Ming, Wu Gang, and Su Hua. Tomorrow, we still have to report these names to Mr. Gu, within the number of magic pills, can we count them? Elder Huang inquired. The aide said, it's still being tallied down there, we should have the results in the morning. Elder Huang nodded slightly, as soon as possible. Looking at the name of one outstanding battle, but the person is gone, Huang Lao heart silently lamented, although the battle is brilliant, but the loss of compatriots cannot be regenerated. Tonight, the entire new God Group's staff was busy, destined for a sleepless night. Early the next morning, Gu Changqing exited the gate after sacrificing the 1.5 million devils within the black abyssal streamer. Originally, it could only hold 90,000 devils, but with the upgrading of the Jin Dan and Devil's Dan, it had already surpassed the 1.5 million mark. Gu Changqing took a comfortable soak before coming to the office. Only to see the desk has placed a large pile of documents. Gu Changqing sat down one by one to flip through. On the document, there is the number of cultivator soldiers who died in battle, and there is a ranking of battle honors. This loss, compared to the previous life, can only be said to be small. Gu Changqing looked at the number of people on the battle death list and didn't feel anything. This war in his previous life was much more tragic and very few people survived to the end. Tang Yue? As his gaze swept over the list of the Qi refining stage cultivators' battle merits, he couldn't help but reveal a teasing look when he saw the 3 words Tang Yue, as well as the introduction of the information on it. Tang Yue, 5 spirit roots, outstanding strength and outstanding battle skills, has been placed on the Qi cultivation list. The corners of Gu Changqing's mouth brought up a playful smile. Is the Tang family afraid of my retaliation, thus allowing Tang Yue to come over and serve me? Mr. Gu. Just then, Elder Huang and Gu Jiaojiao knocked on the door. Seeing them come in, Gu Changqing said lightly, you've come at the right time, go and call Tang Yue here for me. Okay, I'll go. Gu Jiaojiao froze and turned around to go out. Mr. Gu, have you seen the Jiedan stage battle ranking? Elder Huang stepped forward and asked in a low voice. Still looking at the refining stage, sit first. Gu Changqing gestured for him to sit down and continued browsing up. Just after browsing up, he saw a name called Yi Chen, ranking behind Tang Yue. Yi Chen. Gu Changqing repeated the name in a low voice and smiled faintly. This Yi Chen can be cultivated in a key way, as someone who carries great fortune. Huang Lao returned, good. After reading the one for the Qi refining stage, Gu Changqing picked up the one for the Jiedan stage to watch. After flipping through the pages for a moment, Gu Changqing nodded slightly, not bad, these 10 people have killed a lot of enemies, inform them that I will personally refine a magic treasure for them. Has the number of magic pills been inventoried? In addition, why is it so quiet today? Did the other cities not ask us for help? Upon hearing this, Elder Huang got up and reported, the inventory of magic pills is complete, totaling 28,651. For the other cities, we haven't heard of any extraterrestrial evil invasion for the time being. Oh, Gu Changqing was a bit surprised when he heard this and wondered in his heart, could it be that he had triggered some butterfly effect due to his rebirth? At this time, Gu Jiaojiao returned and walked into the office with Tang Yue behind her. Tang Yue was dressed in a cultivator's strong clothes, tired but still in high spirits, with a trace of imperceptible awe and nervousness on her face. Mr. Gu, you're looking for me? Tang Yue looked at Gu Changqing on the seat, her delicate white face was full of tension, her heart was anxious, and her small hand, which had nowhere to rest, was gently held. Gu Changqing looked at the nervous Tang Yue and guffawed, why are you thinking of coming to my new god group? Are you afraid of my revenge? Tang Yue took a deep breath, facing Gu Changqing, gathered her courage and said, General Manager Gu, this matter can't be blamed on my grandfather, after all, at that time, it was rumored that you were a psychopath, who would let their granddaughter, married to a psychopath. The purpose of me coming to the new god group, just as General Manager Gu said, is the fear of your retaliation. Gu Changqing lit a cigarette for himself and smiled faintly, I did want to wait until I was a bit more free and then destroy your Tang family, but you're very smart, and now you're making it a bit difficult for me. Tang Yue's heart tightened at the words and hurriedly said, the Tang family is willing to work for Mr. Gu, and all of its industries are willing to share half of their shares with Mr. Gu, so please open up to Mr. Gu. No, I want your entire Tang family. Gu Changqing said lightly, whether it's extermination of the clan or money, weigh it yourselves and go talk to your grandfather. He had long been salivating over the Tang clan's mines, and after the aura revival, there was a vein of spirit stones hidden underneath. In her previous life, the Tang family had relied on that spirit stone vein to rise to prominence, and Tang Yue had used it to rise rapidly. Mr. Goof, big news, Guangling City has suffered an evil demon invasion, but only one evil demon appeared, but it was a strong one-man force that destroyed an urban area, millions of people, only a few escaped, the rest were all slaughtered. At that moment, the Minister of Information hurried in to report. End of chapter. Chapter 23 Yuaning Evil Demon. The Chilling Cultivation Alliance. Chapter 23 Yuaning Evil Demon. The Chilling Cultivation Alliance. Guangling City, the third city district. This bustling metropolis is now in a state of endless despair and destruction. The sky was overcast and the clouds hung low, like the end of the world weighing on everyone's mind. The streets were in shambles, broken walls, flames and smoke filled the air with destruction. A huge evil demon with a figure like a mountain stood in the center of the third city district city. It possessed 4 arms and was tens of meters tall. Its body was gnarled with muscles and flashed with scarlet light. There were 2 cold horns on top of its head, and its eyes revealed an undisguised rage and bloodlust. Roar! The evil demon let out a roar that shook the heavens and the earth, as if proclaiming its invincibility and destruction. Its 4 huge palms waved, and at this moment, both buildings and humans were nothing more than fragile sand sculptures in its eyes, shattering with its hands. Help! Mom! Mom! Run! Damn monsters, why are they destroying our homes? Radio stations, TV screens, live webcasts, the devastating scene of Guangling City spread across the country through various media platforms, and major social media outlets were filled with cries for help. The third city district of Guangling City has fallen. Everyone please remain calm and prepare to evacuate at any time. We need reinforcements. Guangling City needs help. Within the live broadcast room, countless viewers were staring intently at the screen, their moods rising and falling with the destructive scene on the screen. In the live broadcast screen, the huge figure of the evil demon was simply invincible. Its footsteps were invincible, destroying countless skyscrapers, blood flowed like a spring, and people's screams were mixed in with explosions and booms, intertwining into an elegy of destruction. Even the cultivators were chilled and intimidated when they looked at it. However, there were still batch after batch of Jiedan cultivators rushing to the battlefield, but none of them could last more than 10 rounds in front of that evil demon. Missile after missile was fired, but they were all crushed by that evil demon. Oh my god! Another building has been destroyed. It's too powerful, who can stop it? The cultivators and army of Guangling City are still desperately resisting, and they are not flinching in order to protect their homes. On the huge screen, lines of shocking subtitles scrolled up, each letter dripping with unspeakable despair and supplication. Mr. Gu, please step in and save Guangling City. New Gods Group, calling you, please come and help. The anchor's voice choked and carried a hint of despair. Viewers, Guangling City is experiencing an unprecedented disaster, but we haven't seen any cultivators from the Cultivation Union yet, but the army of cultivators in the city are all fighting to the death to resist. The Cultivation Alliance is abandoning us, Mr. Gu, please step in. New God Group headquarters. Inside the president's office, Gu Changqing's expression was serious after hearing the news, and he quickly contacted Du Han to mobilize the satellite screen, and he saw the evil demon that was feeding and killing in the screen. Run! Quick! Help! People scattered in all directions, screaming. Whether it is an old man, a woman or a child, they are all vulnerable to the evil one. Come on, we must block it. An incomparable determination came out from the eyes of a Guangling City Jiedan cultivator as he raised the magic sword in his hand to meet the gigantic evil demon. Fight for the homeland! He roared, spraying out a mouthful of heart blood, stimulating all the mana in his body, transforming into a bright stream of light and rushing towards the evil demon. Griffin! The evil demon was undaunted, its 4 arms waving frantically, instantly chopping this light into pieces before swallowing the Jiedan cultivator in one gulp. Over Guangling City, the satellite camera captured this scene. The host of the news broadcasting platform could not help but choke up. We see these heroic monks, they are using their lives to protect their homes, their sacrifices are incredibly moving. Let's pray for these heroic warriors. On the online platform, all the viewers left messages and typed subtitles, asking Gu Changqing and the New God Group for help. I beg Mr. Gu to step in and save Guangling City. How come the Cultivation Alliance hasn't reacted yet? People are dying out. General Gu, the Cultivation Union can't count on you. Only you can save Guangling City, please do it. In the face of such a tragic scene, countless people's eyes glistened with tears, and their gazes toward the screen were filled with grief and helplessness. Time passed bit by bit, the destruction and hunting of the evil demons was unceasing. The cultivators and soldiers of Guangling City bravely and fearlessly met the battle. Those scenes of burning their lives for their homeland were extremely magnificent, but in the end, they were unable to stop the crushing of the evil demons. As the live feed progressed, the tragic situation in the third city district of Guangling City became clearer and clearer, as if the entire city was plunged into a sea of fire and hell. In the office of the president of the New God Group, Gu Changqing watched all of this in silence, his face expressionless as he waited for the Cultivation Union to make a move, but he was ultimately disappointed. It seems like the Cultivation Alliance is giving up on Guangling City. A hint of coldness flashed in Gu Changqing's eyes. Elder Huang asked, Mr. Gu, shall we strike now? Gu Changqing was silent for a moment and slowly shook his head. There's no rush. I want to see if the Cultivation Alliance has really given up on Guangling City. Okay. Elder Huang frowned and could only wait helplessly. Tang Yue, who was next to him, looked complicated and wordlessly left the office to contact his grandfather. Gu Changqing ignored her, his fingers gently tapping on the table, his face expressionless as he watched the live broadcast in front of him. He wasn't someone who got emotional easily. He knew that it was not only inappropriate to strike easily now, but it could also cause some unnecessary situations, and the Cultivation Union couldn't remain indifferent. But he is not a cold-blooded and heartless person. Looking at the miserable scene in the satellite projection, in fact, his heart has long made a silent decision. If the Cultivation Union really stands by and does nothing, he will personally go over. Meanwhile, the headquarters of the Changqing Cultivation Union. Don't be in a hurry guys, Gu Changqing is bound to make a move. Hopefully we can borrow this Yuaning stage evil demon to make Gu Changqing pay some price, then I'll personally make a move to behead him. Lu Hao was old and cozy, watching the anchor and talking on the phone with Xian Yuan Tuosan. 1 hour, if Gu Changqing doesn't show up after an hour, I hope that Senior can lead the cultivators of the Cultivation Alliance to support them. Xian Yuan Tuosan said in a low voice. 2 hours, if I don't see Gu Changqing, I will definitely make a move. This Yuaning stage evil demon, it's hard enough for me to take on. Lu Hao said with some scorn. If it had been little Kalemi, he would have struck out and swiped his prestige a long time ago. Alone against this 4-armed evil demon, he didn't dare to say that he could defeat it. Alright, thank you, Senior. Xian Yuan Tuoba helplessly ended the call. If you guys weren't useful to me, I wouldn't bother with any of this. After the call ended, Lu Hao snorted coldly. Ask for some monthly votes. Recommendations. Thanks to. End of chapter. Chapter 24, the tirades covered the sky. Gu Changqing makes a move. Chapter 24, the tirades covered the sky. Gu Changqing makes a move. The disaster in Guangling City continued to fester on the internet, and the major platforms were filled with curses against the Cultivation Alliance. What are the Cultivation Alliance all for? Why didn't they come to the rescue of Guangling City? These people took the resources and enjoyed the power, and now that the people are in trouble, they are hiding far away. The Cultivation Alliance knows nothing but bragging and enjoyment, facing the enemy like a shrunken head turtle, and relying on these people to win against the evil demons? The comments on the live broadcast came in like a tidal wave, and a roiling rage burned through the internet as people no longer remained silent, but roared loudly in anger. Where have all the Changqing Cultivation Union died? Our tax money raised a bunch of losers. What else is the Cultivation Alliance capable of besides bullying us commoners? Mr. Gu, please don't wait any longer. The Cultivation Alliance can't be relied upon. Please ask the new God group to help us. The Cultivation Alliance is purely a shrinking violet. On the other side of the network, a large number of angry citizens had also gathered outside the Cultivation Union's headquarters building. You guys are still under the banner of the Cultivation Union, but in reality, you will only enrich yourselves and enjoy yourselves. The people of Guangling City are suffering. Aren't you guys going to give up on them a long time ago? People excitedly crowded the doorway, waving their fists and surrounding the outside of the Cultivation Union building, constantly roaring. None of you from the Cultivation Alliance are going to run away. The people of Guangling City were killed by you. As time passes, the situation in Guangling City is even worse. The people's anger reaches the peak, while the Cultivation Alliance disappears without a trace, as if silent. Inside the Supreme Command Hall of Changqing, the 6 patriarchs were not allowed to hold an emergency meeting to discuss how to deal with the people's anger and the problems in Guangling City now. Gentlemen, we can't wait any longer. We must get the Cultivation Alliance to step in. Tanghua sighed, his eyes full of worry. Right, if we delay any longer, the people's anger won't be uncontrollable and the consequences will be serious. Nangong Changfeng frowned. It seems that we can only force Lu Hao to make a move, and we can't have any selfishness. Xu Hao was helpless and said, Lu Hao can't be relied on. It's always not us humans. The new God group is the C-pin of humanity. Well, no more selfishness. Nangong Changfeng laughed bitterly, then said fiercely, hurry up and contact Lu Hao, so that he can make a move as soon as possible now. If he really doesn't want to make a move, we'll ask Gu Changqing to exterminate him. Well, Lu Hao, if he dares not make a move, he can only contact Gu Changqing. Xian Yuan Tuosan revealed a vicious color and immediately dialed Lu Hao. The phone was connected and Xian Yuan Tuosan said in a slightly forceful manner, Senior, the situation in Guangling City is not optimistic. We can't delay any longer under the pressure of the people. If you don't make a move, we'll have to contact Gu Changqing to see what's going on. Lu Hao's voice came from the other end of the phone, slightly cold. Alright, the people's voices are boiling outside. I'll immediately gather a group of Jiadan cultivators to go there. Thank you, Senior. Xian Yuan took off a deep breath and ended the call. In the eyes of several patriarchs, this Senior Lu Hao was the bottom card that suppressed everything. But, if he had a wolf's heart, they wouldn't mind contacting Gu Changqing to get him killed. But just as Lu Hao was about to gather a group of Jiadan stage to rush to the battlefield, instead, New God Group made an announcement. Shinshin Group, to all the people of Guangling City and the country, we in the New God Group are deeply saddened by the disaster in Guangling City, and the silence of the Cultivation Alliance makes us feel angry and pathetic. Our general manager Gu has just come out of the gate, and upon learning of this, he immediately prepared to head to Guangling City to provide support. Please hold on to the people of Guangling City, hope is at hand. In addition, we urge the Cultivation Union to take action as soon as possible, so that the people do not lose their trust in the Union and allow the evil demons to take advantage of it. Soldiers of Guangling City, Mr. Gu is now on his way, and will soon fight alongside you to expel the evil demons and protect the country. When this announcement came out, it immediately caused a furor on the internet, and major online platforms, newsrooms and social media were almost screened by the New God Group. Ha ha ha, General Manager Gu has finally made his move. General Manager Gu was mighty, rushing to the battlefield just after leaving the customs. The new god group is our true hope. What a bull ****** cultivation alliance. Go home. Counting on you guys is better than counting on Mr. Gu. Inside the live broadcast room, people's emotions finally showed signs of easing slightly, but they were still filled with strong dissatisfaction towards the cultivation alliance. New god group, President's office. Mr. Gu, why don't I gather the top 10 Jiedan stage of this battle and accompany you? When Elder Huang saw that Gu Changqing was going to go alone, he couldn't help but worry. No need. If you guys go, you'll just distract me. Gu Changqing shook his head before contacting Du Han and arranging for a flying machine to travel to Guanling City. Facing a Yuaning evil demon, Gu Changqing wouldn't waste his own true essence mana to fly over there, and needed to maintain his peak state. When the phone was connected, Gu Changqing spoke simply and clearly, City Lord Du, mobilize a fighter plane, I'm going to Guanling City. Guanling City is more than 1,800 kilometers away from Qingyun City, and flying over there is too consuming of true essence mana. Don't worry, Mr. Gu, I'll take care of everything. At that, Duan didn't dare to delay and quickly ordered the mobilization of his best supersonic fighters. Soon, a state-of-the-art fighter jet docked at the Qingyun City Fighter Jet Airport, ready and able to take off at any time. At this moment, Gu Changqing came through the clouds and landed in the air next to the warplane. Mr. Gu, the fighters are ready to go. Du Han was already waiting, and when he saw Gu Changqing arrive, he quickly stepped forward and said. Gu Changqing nodded and didn't say much as he boarded the back seat of the fighter. After he buckled his seatbelt, the pilot started the fighter straight up and went through the air with a roar. Mr. Gu, I hope you will be triumphant. On the airfield, Du Han looked at the fighters disappearing into the sky and shouted at the top of his voice. The fighters roared above the clouds, flying as fast as they could to Guanling City. At this speed, he would be able to reach Guanling City in about half an hour, even faster than Gu Changqing's full flight. A scene here, but also by the reporter threw the recording video down and uploaded the major online platforms. Ha, Mr. Gu has already set off. Hold on, people in Guanling City. Is that our most advanced fighter? How long will it take to get to Guanling City? I just calculated its speed, and I'll resist in about half an hour or so. 1,800 kilometers in only half an hour? That's fast. The video quickly became an internet sensation as soon as it appeared, and the heat continued to climb, soon making its way to the top of hot searches. Ha, Gu Changqing, you finally couldn't help yourself. Lu Hao laughed out loud at this scene and quietly left the Alliance headquarters, rushing to Guanling City, which was only 400 to 500 kilometers away from Changqing. The purpose of this trip, to behead Gu Changqing. Fighting with Yuaning stage evil demons, Lu Hao didn't believe that Gu Changqing could be unharmed. End of chapter. Chapter 25, today, you will be buried here too. Chapter 25, today, you will be buried here too. The third city district of Guanling City. In the flames, black smoke, wrapped in the smell of dust and debris, filled the air. What was once a bustling city is now a miserable ruin. Broken walls, buildings destroyed to pieces, streets full of broken rebar and debris from explosions, blood flowing on the ground, and mournful screams. A huge four-armed evil demon stood in the center of the city like a terrifying natural disaster. The evil demon stood tens of meters tall, with gnarled muscles, purple-red skin covered with hideous demonic lines, two curved horns on top of its head, and a scarlet light flashing in its eyes. Its forearms kept waving, tearing through the air and bringing up a gust of wind, recklessly destroying everything around it. Roar! With each roar, like a declaration of death, fear spread through the city. Help! Escape! Ah! People scattered in all directions, cries of despair mingling with shrieks of terror. Whether it is an old man, a woman, or a child, they all seem incredibly vulnerable to the evil one, torn and crushed like pieces of paper. Kill! The Guanling City cultivators and soldiers resisted to the death. Their spells and weapons seemed incredibly small in front of the four-armed evil demon, but their spirits were as tough as steel. At the feet of the ruthless evil demons, large swaths of cultivators and soldiers fell, their blood spilling over the ruins. Every soldier who fell was a hero who gave his life in defense of his home. No matter what, we can't back down. Top it. I don't know if I can top that. Present, there were many more cultivators who looked death in the eye, roaring and fighting their way forward despite their fear, wanting to stop the destruction of the evil demon and allow more ordinary people to escape. However, their attacks paled before its mighty power, merely slowing it down. Gorilla-like existences, your struggles are meaningless. The four-armed evil demon laughed maniacally, its voice was like thunder, shaking people's hearts. It swung its forearms high and slashed down, shattering the fallen warriors. Every step it takes, every swing it takes, is the destruction of this wonderful city. Damn, can't top that. It's only one death, Mom and Dad, I can't go back, take care of yourselves. The remaining Jiedan cultivators who had already had their true essence depleted, laughed miserably and were about to pounce on them to blow themselves up. Whoosh! But just then, a mysterious figure appeared on the battlefield. The visitor was teenager-like, wearing a simple black combat suit, with a cold expression and a pair of deep eyes that revealed endless killing intent. Stand down, all of you. The teenager drank coldly, his voice filled with solemnity. You are? The Jid and cultivators present froze at the sight, then backed away, making a battlefield for the teenager. Who is so bold? The four-armed evil demon laughed maniacally and said, want to challenge me? Human mole cricket. The young man was indifferent, his expression was cold, not fearful in the slightest, holding a long sword that emitted a cold light. The sword frost was chilling, as if it was able to freeze every drop of moisture in the air. It's a magic weapon. Die. The young man moved and swung his sword in a low voice, his sword chi was like the cold frost of the winter moon, charging straight at the four-armed evil demon. Giggle. The sword cut through the air and chopped at the evil demon like lightning. However, a sneer flashed in the eyes of the four-armed evil demon as he waved his arms to easily block the sword chi, and then swung all four arms in unison, like four huge steel whips lashing out at the teenager. Boom! A huge shockwave exploded. The teenager was shaken backward several steps, but his eyes never wavered, his hands pinched the seal. The flying sword was like a stream of light, emanating the momentum of freezing 1,000 miles, and struck directly at the evil demon. Futile struggle. The four-armed evil demon roared, waving his arms and attacking frantically. The flying sword's light kept dimming under the attack of its four huge fists. Every time the flying sword was blasted, it made the youngster who was dodging and dodging the attacks of the beams of light that kept shooting out from the evil demon's eyes, pale a few points. The two fought like lightning and flint, and the intense collision sound was like heavenly thunder. The onlookers, the cultivators and the military people couldn't take their eyes off the ground and were tense to the extreme. Inside the live broadcast room, the viewers were also holding their breath, their moods rising and falling with the battle on the screen. Who is this teenager, so powerful? Can he stop such a powerful evil demon? Mr. Gu is still on his way. I hope this teenager can last a little longer. Go for it. We believe in you. On the pop-ups, people were cheering the teenager on, with a mixture of worry and expectation in their hearts. Die. Suddenly, the teenager let out an explosive shout and his sword aura skyrocketed as his entire body's true essence coalesced to the extreme, as if it had transformed into an icy cold light slashing at the four-armed evil demon. Bang! The sword light collided with the giant arm, fire splattered in all directions, and the teenager was sent flying dozens of meters away, blood spurting out of his mouth. Ha ha ha! You reptiles, you're still too weak. The four-armed evil demon opened its bloody mouth, and with the terrifying magic power brewing in its mouth, it wanted to completely obliterate that teenager. Ugh! Shouldn't have come. The teenager sighed in his heart. At this moment it was difficult to move a bit, it was impossible to dodge, his heart was full of bitter smiles. Rumble. But just then, the sound of a warplane roaring came from far away. The four-armed evil demon heard the sound, and his scarlet eyes, like a lantern, fiercely followed the sound. What came into view was a flying object it had never seen before. From this flying object, it felt an incomparably powerful fluctuation of mana. Ha ha, this is Mr. Gu coming. When the viewers in the live broadcast room saw this scene, they all looked uplifted and cheered. The teenager looked up, a flash of hope flashed in his eyes, knowing that he would not have to die here today, and immediately forced his true essence to work, dragging his severely injured body away. All of the evil demon's attention was drawn to Changqing on that supersonic fighter, because it sensed a great threat. Rumble. Warplanes swept through this long stretch of air, and then a magnificent figure was seen to appear. Changqing's magnificent figure descended from the sky, under the black special suit. His posture was long and straight, and his handsome and cold face was permeated with undisguised killing intent. At the same time, the black abyssal flag slowly flew out from his brow, emitting a heaven-destroying demonic aura. Who are you? Looking at such an unfathomable Changqing, the four-armed evil demon's eyes showed astonishment and suspicion, sending out soul thoughts fluctuating as he coldly asked, the 3 legions of my clan that came down here, were they massacred by you? Good, it's me. Changqing cast a sidelong glance at the latter and blandly said, today, you will also be buried here. With those words, the black abyssal streamer floating behind him shook, and monstrous demonic aura swept out like a flood that broke the dike, instantly flooding the sky above Guanling City, as countless powerful demonic heads manifested, emitting terrifying roars. Damn you, that's a fellow member of my race. When the four-armed evil demon saw the demonic heads pouring out from within the black abyssal streamer, he was instantly filled with murderous intent, and the sound of his roar shook the entire city. Ask for some recommendations. Monthly tickets. Thanks to. End of chapter. Chapter 26, Fighting the Infant Heavenly Devil. The sky of Guanling City was covered with layers of smoke, black clouds, and the air smelled of blood and ruins. The roar of the fighters came closer and closer, and in the eyes of all those in despair, a handsome and imposing figure leapt down from high in the sky. It's Mr. Gu, he's here. We are saved. Survivors on both sides of the street and those who were desperately begging for help have felt an unspeakable sense of security, and their eyes have shifted from despair to hopefulness. Inside the live broadcast room, viewers also left messages expressing their respect and trust in Changqing. Mr. Gu, it's worthy of being our C-pin. The 3 armies are not afraid, General Gu has arrived. People's moods stirred with it, as if they had seen a ray of light in the hope of victory. Changqing's arrival was like a brilliant light that dispelled the gloom that had enveloped Guanling City. The mysterious teenager dragged his heavily injured body away from the battlefield, secretly chanting in his heart, "This Gu Changqing, with such a terrifying strength, could it be that he's really a great power from outside the domain, who committed suicide to take over his body in order to descend on this planet?" Gu Changqing, who stood in the center of the battlefield, exuded a cold killing intent throughout his body, and his blood-red pupils radiated in irresistible majesty. "Damn you, that's a fellow member of my race." When the four-armed evil demon saw the demonic heads pouring out from within the black abyssal streamer behind Gu Changqing's back, he was instantly filled with murderous intent, and the sound of his roar shook the entire city. "There's no need to rage, you'll soon be one of them." Gu Changqing's words were cold and piercing as he fiercely let out a low shout, "8 desolate demonic feats." As his voice fell, black thunder intertwined around him, and his aura exploded like a tsunami, shaking the entire sky. The monstrous demonic aura swept in like a raging storm, and the black abyssal streamer radiated a terrifying demonic might, and the countless demons within the streamer roared, transforming into a pitch-black torrent that swooped down on the four-armed evil demon. 8 desolate demon flames. Gu Changqing shouted coldly and stepped down. The void suddenly trembled and split into countless huge cracks. Black demonic flames gushed out from the cracks, as if the fires of hell were burning everything. It swept straight toward the 8-armed evil demon. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What a powerful Devil Dao divine ability. This is the strength of Mr. Gu. Terrifying as hell. On the pop-up screen, the viewers were dumbfounded, and the awe in their hearts was at its peak. The monstrous demonic flames seemed as if they were going to devour everything, making people feel shocked beyond measure. "Griffin, how dare you fight me?" The four-armed evil devil roared, for arms swung together, and directly performed the heavenly cracking fist. The black magic light rolled up a wave of wild energy, like a monstrous wave, enveloping the black inflammation that swept towards him. The two terrifying strands of mana confronted each other, igniting the entire sky. Gu Changqing's eyes narrowed slightly, and the 8 desolate demonic techniques instantly revolved. The 108 black dawn in his body were like black stars rotating in the sea of dawn, and the majestic power surged into his limbs and bones. 8 desolate heavenly demons break. Gu Changqing let out a low gulp, and the dragon abyss demon gun in his hand stabbed out vertically, and in an instant, countless black thunder erupted from the tip of the gun, transforming into thousands of lightning spikes as he met the attack of the four-armed evil demon. With a roar, thunder and demonic light clashed fiercely, wild winds rose, the spiritual energy in the air was dispersed, and a burst of explosions shook Guangling City. Good timing. The four-armed evil demon waved its giant arm to meet the battle with all its might, and its body even emitted rolling black mist, revealing the divine ability of the Devil's Fiend Shield, and the huge demonic shield shielded its body to resist Gu Changqing's thunderous attack. At the same time, the other palm of the four-armed evil demon transformed into the underworld splitting claw, tearing through the air and grabbing towards Gu Changqing. 8 desolate demonic techniques. Demon Shadow Stab. Gu Changqing snorted coldly. The dragon abyss demon lance erupted with dazzling black light, and his figure flickered like a ghost, flashing in place 6 times in a row, dodging the attack of the underworld splitting claw. Immediately afterward, he executed the 8 desolate demonic skills inherited divine ability Demonic Shadow Thrust, the demonic spear slicing out dozens of black flame gunshots, each one of which was like a demonic shadow sweeping past, striking the four-armed evil demon's demonic fiend shield. Bang, bang, bang. The ghost shadow slash exploded on the demon fiend shield, and pitch-black flames roared up to surround the four-armed evil demon. Roar! The four-armed evil demon roared in agony, its scarlet eyes growing scarlet as its body suddenly expanded, releasing an even more terrifying demonic aura. Hellfire! Black flames erupted from its mouth, turning the burning air into a sea of fire that pounced on Gu Changqing. Seeing this, Gu Changqing made a seal with both hands and operated the 8 desolate demonic skills, and behind him, a huge demonic shadow suddenly rose up, which was pitch black, with 2 dark red horns on top of its head, and its eyes as dark as the night. This was one of the supreme divine abilities of the 8 desolate demonic skills, the 8 desolate god-destroying Dharma body. Rumble! The 8 desolate god-destroying Dharma body waved its huge palm, overturning the sky and covering the sun, moon, and stars, and actually sucked the demonic flame into its palm, turning it into countless smokes that dissipated into nothingness. The air was filled with an extremely oppressive atmosphere. Gu Changqing's entire body was bulging with true essence, thunder flashed, and the Dharma phase behind him roared. The four-armed heavenly demon roared as well, its size increasing suddenly, frantically blasting against Gu Changqing's spells, striking the heavens and earth, and countless people watching the battle sucked in cold air. It's time for you to die. Hundreds of rounds later, Gu Changqing's eyes blossomed with terrifying thunderous light as he took a step forward, the dragon abyss demon lance carrying endless thunder and black flames as he executed the 8 desolate demon technique's secret skill 8 desolate god-destroying break. This shot gathered the power of the Black Dan within Gu Changqing's body, and the thunder and demonic flames intertwined together, transforming into a blacklight thunder dragon that pushed straight towards the heart of the four-armed evil demon. Come on, mole! The four-armed evil demon roared, his eyes crimson as he opened his mouth and spat out a hanging river of demons, ruthlessly slapping at the terrifying spear mane that came through the void. With a boom, the sky seemed to explode. Berserk mana fluctuations shook heaven and earth. Kill! Gu Changqing rushed out from the ripples of the explosion, and the black abyssal streamer in his hand suddenly erupted with monstrous demonic aura, and the countless demonic heads transformed into a pitch-black torrent that swept through the four-armed evil demon. Roar! The four-armed evil demon roared madly, waving its arms, breaking free from its bonds and swinging all four arms in unison, wanting to tear apart all the demons in front of it. But the sheer number of devils was almost endless, leaving it overwhelmed. Seeing this, Gu Changqing smiled coldly, and with a wave of the black abyssal flag in his hand, the demons pressed against the four-armed evil demon like a tidal wave, binding it tightly in place. All sorts of divine abilities were used, and after fighting to such an extent, both sides were not consuming a lot. Die! A cold light flashed in Gu Changqing's eyes, his feet stepped down, his body like lightning pouncing towards the four-armed evil demon, the black abyssal streamer in his hand transformed into a huge demonic spear, thunder intertwined, as if it was a heavenly calamity. 8 desolate demon gun, destroy! Gu Changqing shouted angrily, and the devil spear in his hand was like a heavenly calamity descending, stabbing straight at the chest of the four-armed evil demon. The destructive thunder power seemed to tear the entire world apart and destroy everything. Ah! The four-armed evil demon roared in rage and fought against it, but in the end, he was unable to resist that terrifying power. Boom! The devil spear stabbed straight into the heart of the four-armed evil demon, thunder erupted and exploded, and the entire Guangling city was shocked by this terrifying power. The four-armed evil demon's body was torn in small halves by the thunder, just as Gu Changqing was running his power, wanting to kill this four-armed evil demon with a single strike. Accidents happen. End of chapter. Chapter 27, Accidents happen all the time. West River Tai Xian. Never. Just in the nick of time, a black figure flashed between Gu Changqing and the four-armed evil demon with incredible speed, and a cold light flashed, unexpectedly blocking Gu Changqing's fatal blow. Who? Gu Changqing stared coldly, only to see that the person who saved the four-armed evil demon was dressed in a black robe, masked and wearing a cloak. Griffin, fight me. Lu Hao laughed coldly, a strange light flashing in his eyes. Seek death. Gu Changqing's eyes showed a cold aura, and with a tremor of the black abyssal flag in his hand, monstrous demonic chi erupted once again, enveloping Lu Hao and the four-armed evil demon. Ha, interesting. Lu Hao laughed hideously, and the Dharma sword in his hand suddenly erupted with 100 feet of sword light, striking Gu Changqing's demon head directly. Boom! Thunder, demonic chi, and cold light intertwined together, the entire battlefield was like an apocalyptic scene, and the terrifying power shook heaven and earth. Gu Changqing revolved the 8 desolate demonic techniques in his body, condensing his true essence to the extreme, and the black abyssal streamer in his hand suddenly transformed into a huge demonic blade, intertwined with thunder, and swirling with demonic aura. 8 desolate demon blade, chop! Gu Changqing shouted angrily, and the demonic sword in his hand slashed Lu Hao and the four-armed evil demon directly. That terrifying blade chi seemed as if it was going to split the entire world in half, destroying everything. Boom! Blade chi collided with cold light and thunder, stirring up endless fire, and the terrifying power shook heaven and earth. Lu Hao and the four-armed evil demon were shaken back by that terrifying power, but Gu Changqing showed no mercy, and the demonic blade in his hand swung out once again. Die! Gu Changqing shouted angrily, the demonic blade in his hand slashing at the head of the four-armed evil demon, the terrifying power seeming to completely tear his body apart. This mysterious person who killed out of nowhere was very powerful, so as to avoid accidents, at this time, Gu Changqing was already overloading his body's demonic pills and demonic powers, wanting to have a quick battle. The four-armed evil demon roared, frantically revolving his demonic infant, blocking Gu Changqing's terrifying slash and disengaging from the battlefield in a desperate state. You recover first, I'll fight him. A cold smile flashed in Lu Hao's eyes, and the Dharma sword in his hand suddenly erupted with 10,000 feet of cold light, striking Gu Changqing's demonic blade directly. Boom! The blade chi and sword light collided again, stirring up endless fires, and the terrifying power turned the entire battlefield into a scene of doom. Want to leave? 8 desolate heavenly tribulation. Gu Changqing let out a furious cry, and heaven and earth changed color as endless thunderclouds converged, transforming into a thick and horrifying thunderbolt that descended with a loud bang, slashing at the 8-armed evil demon that was covered in wounds. Ah! The latter let out a miserable scream as his huge body unwillingly turned into ashes in the heavenly calamity, and even his Yuaning divine soul was destroyed, completely dead. This was Gu Changqing's strongest move, but the consumption was also terrifying, and his mana true essence was about to bottom out. Gu Changqing, you still have such magical abilities? Lu Hao was horrified, shock flashed in his eyes, and the Dharma sword in his hand once again erupted with a terrifying cold light to chop forward. Hidden rat, you won't survive today either. Gu Changqing's voice was cold and piercing, and the black abyssal streamer in his hand once again transformed into a gigantic demonic blade, intertwined with thunder, the demonic aura swirling as it decimated everything. Boom! Blade chi, sword light, and thunder once again collided. Between the flashes of lightning and fire, Gu Changqing seized the break and slapped his palm at Lu Hao's chest like thunder. The latter's protective spiritual light crumbled, and Lu Hao sprayed blood from his mouth as he flew out backwards. Plants, can't beat them, retreat. Lu Hao was horrified in his heart and fled with his life. When he came, he did not expect at all that this Gu Changqing would be terrifyingly strong to such an extent. This was the strongest Jiedan stage he had ever encountered when he was traversing the 10,000 races. Griffin, don't even think about escaping. Gu Changqing shouted coldly, his figure chasing after him like the wind, and the black abyssal streamer suddenly transformed into a monstrous demonic river, encircling Lu Hao. Lu Hao's face was hideous as he exerted his last strength with all his might, wanting to break free from the demon river, but the heaven-devouring demonic chi trapped him like a cage, unable to escape. Whoosh! But at that moment, an arrow that cracked the void suddenly came from the darkness, with terrifying power, shooting straight at Gu Changqing. Aha! Gu Changqing's heart was flabbergasted, not caring about killing that mysterious person. He fiercely turned back and roared, his brow soul seal glowing and shooting out a red aura to fend off that arrow. However, it was such a distraction that allowed Lu Hao to escape, performing some kind of secret recluse technique and going far away in an instant. Damn it, just who was letting out cold arrows and who was helping that evil demon? Assholes! Are there any of us humans who help the evil demons? Who the hell is it? Damn it! When the people watching the battle in the live broadcast room witnessed someone helping the evil demon and someone putting cold arrows against Gu Changqing, angry crusades swept through the entire live broadcast room. With the revival of this planet, it seems that quite a few mysterious groups have come down. The mysterious teenager standing on a ruin in the distance had a somewhat icy complexion. Above the long sky, Gu Changqing stood proudly, his expression unprecedentedly gloomy. He also didn't expect the battle to have so many surprises. In his previous life, although he had lived for 8 years, due to his own cultivation being too low, he did not realize that among the humans, there were already extraterrestrial groups mixed in. The encounter just now, coupled with the fact that when he thought back to his previous life, there were always quite a few powerful humans who came out of nowhere, made him guess. Interesting. After thinking it through, Gu Changqing revealed a playful smile and said in a loud voice, extraterrestrial groups hidden amongst the humans, don't be too arrogant, I'll find out how to kill you one by one. Enjoy the good times ahead. After he said that, he landed on top of a ruined building and sat down on his knees, running his demonic power to recover his body's mana and true essence. But as soon as these words came out of his mouth, there was an uproar in the humans' live room. The cold teenager looked at Gu Changqing, who was recovering, and after hesitating for a moment flew over. Without waiting for Gu Changqing to speak, the mysterious teenager's soul thought transmits, hello Mr. Gu, my name is Shiha Taishian, that is, I'm from outside the domain, but I have absolutely no malice towards you humans. Gu Changqing slowly opened his eyes, his intimidating eyes gazing at the latter. I definitely don't have any hostile intentions, otherwise I wouldn't have risked my life to fight against that evil demon. Greeting Gu Changqing's extremely intimidating gaze, the pressurized Shiha Taishian once again explained. Come back with me later, I want to ask some questions. Gu Changqing slowly opened his mouth, closing his eyes after he said that, continuing to run his demonic power, absorbing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to recover. Okay, I'll guard you. West River Tai was actually also badly injured, but he was still on guard to protect Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing naturally didn't completely trust this person, but whenever he dared to make the slightest move, Gu Changqing would kill him without mercy. There were indeed quite a few questions in his mind that he needed to know from this Western River Taishan who claimed to be from beyond the domain. Naturally, Shiha Taishan didn't know that Gu Changqing could strike him down at any moment, and while he healed his wounds and recovered, he gave him protection. After most of an hour, Gu Changqing slowly got up and said, let's go. With those words, he took Western River Taishan into the air and went far away. Ask for some recommendations. Monthly tickets. Thanks to. End of chapter. Chapter 28. Two Great Cultivation Civilizations. Immortal Ancient Star. The Battle of Guangling City came to an end, and Lu Hao, who fled in a sorry state, was seriously injured and fled to a deep mountain. Huffing and puffing, he took off his black-robed cloak and breathed heavily. The chest had been slapped by Gu Changqing, and at the moment it was bloody and even sunken. Damn! How could the district Jiedan stage be so strong? Even I, a false infant stage with a real mid-Yuaning stage, can't help him. What kind of monster is it? On Lu Hao's face, there was a moment of shock. After killing the demonic beasts in a few miles around, he sat down on his knees to run his gong methods to heal his injuries. After half an hour or so, he, who had recovered some of his injuries, looked up at the sky and took a deep breath and muttered to himself, I need the support of my clan, or else it will be difficult to massively take control of this planet, with the resources that are about to come out of it. As he muttered, he used his own blood to carve a secret formation on this piece of mountain. During his hand's rapid sealing, the secret array emitted unintelligible runes that disappeared into the void. After doing all this, Lu Hao fell limp on his butt, his body already drenched in false sweat. Gu Changqing, no matter who you are, don't give me arrogance. His eyes were sinister as he suddenly looked in a certain direction and drank. Who? As his words fell, a figure slowly walked out of the towering forest. It was a tall and shapely woman wearing a black power suit with a black fox mask on her face. Gazing at Lu Hao with cold eyes, he said lightly, without the arrow I released, do you think you could have escaped from Gu Changqing? Upon hearing this, Lu Hao smiled faintly and got up. thank you for saving me. If not for your arrow, I'm afraid that I would have been refined by Changqing into a devil and his streamer. I wonder why you came to my rescue." After knowing that the woman in front of him was the one who saved him, Lu Hao knew that the other party would not likely kill him, so there was no tension in his heart. Cooperation. The woman spat out 2 words in a clear and cold voice and said slowly, "You and I are both from outside the domain, and we have no reinforcements now, and you have seen how powerful Changqing is, almost untouchable, and the folding space of this planet is about to be introduced, so we can't wait for reinforcements, so we can only join forces." Lu Hao nodded his head and smiled. What fellow Taoist said is very true, so what are your plans next? Changqing knows a lot, definitely a certain mighty power outside the domain. In order to come down and not hesitate to cut himself and take away his body, my identity has not yet been exposed. I can first mix into the new god group to spy on the news. In the meantime, you properly restore your strength. The cool woman said, and threw Lu Hao a sound transmission talisman. I still have a few partners. I'll contact you if there's any movement. After saying that, he leaped away. Looking at the woman's disappearing back, Lu Hao pondered, I can't go back to the cultivation union. Once those old bastards inform Changqing of my identity, it will be dangerous. He left as well, not returning to the cultivation union. Lu Hao's guess was accurate. The 6 patriarchs of Xianyuan Tuosin, after realizing that Lu Hao was not that friendly to humans, were already planning to contact Changqing and expose Lu Hao's identity. At around 2 in the afternoon, Changqing returned to the new god group with Shiha Taixian, president's office. He had just returned, and before he had a chance to ask Shiha Taixian, Xianyuan Tuosin's call came. Who? Changqing sat in front of his desk and spoke faintly. Hello, Mr. Gu, I'm Regulus Tuosin, the first patriarch of Daxia, and I know the identity of the mysterious person who dealt with you. Xianyuan Tuosin directly to the point, this Lu Hao is not the original Lu Hao things out. So that's how it is. After Changqing heard this, he finally realized why Lu Hao, who had come out of nowhere in his previous life, was so powerful, but it turned out that he was also a self-cannibalized reclaimer from outside the domain. Mr. Gu, we listened to that bastard's slanderous words, saying that nothing would happen to humanity with him around, but what we saw today disappointed us. Xianyuan Tuosin lamented, because of his inaction, so many people died in Guanling City. Changqing said indifferently, I'm not interested in the internal affairs of your cultivation union, so tell me straight what's going on, don't cry pity on me. Xianyuan Tuosin sounded a bit embarrassed and said, the cultivation union I would like to hand over to Mr. Gu. I don't know what Mr. Gu would like to do? Not interested. Changqing didn't even think about it and balked. Why? Xianyuan Tuosin asked in disbelief. Not so much why, simply not interested. Changqing said indifferently, I don't want to get involved in your official business, and I don't like having a few people on my head who are telling me what to do, goodbye. With those words, he voluntarily ended the call. Putting down the phone, Changqing lit a cigarette for himself, and his line of sight fell on Nishikawa Taijen, who was sitting on the sofa. Mr. Gu, you are really a native human? Taichi Shiha looked up at the one in front of him, looking very young, but from the inside out, he was very skeptical of Changqing, who was mature and stable, as well as unruffled. That kind of astounding level-crossing combat power was simply appalling. How could this human civilization, which had only just risen to prominence, be able to emerge such heavenly characters in such a short period of time? What, don't I look like it? Changqing squinted at the latter and spoke faintly. Shihi Taixian smiled bitterly, I do have quite a few doubts in my mind, but since Mr. Gu has said so, I can only believe it. I wonder what Mr. Gu would like to ask? Changqing said lightly, are you all cultivation civilizations from outside the domain? The evil demons that invaded, what kind of group are they? And what secret story does this planet contain that would make you all go so far as to chop yourselves down and take over? Taichi Shiha exhaled lightly and said slowly. As Gu said, we are all cultivation civilizations, and in this universe, there are only 2 major civilizations. One is the Imperial civilization and the other is the Lord's civilization. And your blue star, which is right in the middle of the border between the 2 major cultivation civilizations, doesn't belong to either side. This planet, originally, was called Xian Gu. The immortal ancient star doesn't belong to our universe, and we don't know where it came from. This place was once inhabited by a group of people who claimed to be immortals, so powerful that the 2 major civilizations didn't dare to pry. But one day in the future, this mysterious immortal race suddenly vanished without a trace. Just when we wanted to move into this planet and take the resources and inheritance left behind by our ancestors, it suddenly vanished into thin air. If it wasn't for the fact that recently, the immortal ancient star suddenly erupted with strong energy fluctuations, we wouldn't have been able to find it at all. With the origin of the blue star out of the way, the next thing to talk about is the invading evil. You call them evil demons, but they're actually called the demon spirit race, one of the 6 dominant groups of the Lord's civilization, and one of the most ferocious and powerful groups in the universe. Because the planet's boundaries are too powerful, the demon spirit race that has come down now are nothing more than minions. After Shiha Taixian finished speaking, he quietly looked at Changqing. End of chapter. Chapter 29, The Mighty Immortal Race. Preparing to unify the nation's cultivators. After Gu Changqing heard these words from Shiha Taishan, he was silent as he lit another cigarette for himself. It was only after a moment that he said, "Do you think we could be descendants of the immortal race?" "No way." Shiha Taishan flatly denied. "The immortal race recorded by our imperial civilization, even the newborn babies have the cultivation level of the god transformation stage, and there are no uncultivatables, and they don't need spiritual roots either. The firstborn babies are all at the transformation stage?" Gu Changqing sniffed and was shocked by the terror of this group. Shiha Taishan laughed. "It's outrageous, isn't it? Such a terrifying group. I really don't know where they came from and why they suddenly disappeared." "Outrageous indeed." Gu Changqing took a deep breath of smoke. He didn't know about these things in his previous life, and he didn't know anything about this universe. Now I know that this planet was once called the immortal ancient star, and that the relics and legacies within the folded space are actually all left by the immortal race. In previous generations, all of humanity felt that it was a legacy and resource left behind by their ancestors. I didn't realize there was such a secret story. This made Gu Changqing come to be extremely interested in the immortal race that Shiha Taishan had spoken of. Perhaps within the folded space they had left behind, he could learn where they had gone. Shiha Taishan seemed to know what Gu Changqing was thinking in his mind and said in a low voice, "General Gu, strength is the king. It's useless for you to think so much right now. The demon spirit race will inevitably still come down on a large scale. Humans are still too weak right now." Gu Changqing nodded slightly, his words overbearing. "It's true that humans are still very weak, and there are still a lot of self-cannibalizing snatchers like you spying on them, but as long as I'm here, you won't be able to turn the tide, and you won't be able to take the inheritance resources that the immortal race has left behind. As for the demon spirit race, I will kill as many as I come down. I have no enmity towards humans, I only want to obtain some of the inheritance and resources left behind by the immortal race to solve the crisis of my Western River race. My clan is facing a foreign invasion, and the clan has placed all their hopes on me." Speaking here, Shiha Taishan suddenly got up and bowed deeply towards Gu Changqing. "I implore Gu Zongchengquan to allow me to send back some of the immortal clan's resources and inheritance. From now on, I, the West River clan, would like to ally with the humans." In his opinion, I'm afraid that the total combined resources left behind by the immortal race could rival their entire imperial cultivation civilization. Just a little bit of it would allow them to rise to the top of the Western River clan. And now, this planet had produced such a strong and invincible existence as Gu Changqing, but whenever a folding space was introduced, it was only feared that it would be occupied by him alone. This matter will be discussed subsequently. Gu Changqing didn't give him a reply for the time being, saying faintly, "If you perform well, I might consider giving you guys some." "Thank you, Mr. Gu." A heart hanging in the air and Shiha Taishan fell, although Gu Changqing hadn't agreed. As long as they didn't refuse, they would have a chance. "You'll first stay in my new god group as a guest minister, Lin Xian. Take this guest minister to his residence." Gu Changqing shouted indifferently. As his words fell, outside the office, a beautiful young woman walked in with a smile. "Mr. West River, please." Lin Xian was personally recommended by Gu Jiajia to work as a secretary for Gu Changqing, and she didn't know what kind of kinship they had. "Alright, Mr. Gu, then I'll leave first." Shiha Taishan got up and bowed to Gu Changqing before leaving with Lin Xian. After they all left, Gu Changqing dialed Gu Jiajia's phone and said, "In the name of the new god group, make an announcement. The Cultivation Alliance is greedy for life and death, and from today onwards but any cultivator who doesn't join the new god group, will treat them as greedy for life and death, and will massively round them up for execution." Ah, this. When Gu Jiajiao heard this, she was shocked. "Young master, is it really okay to do this?" Gu Changqing said indifferently, "There's nothing wrong with it. From today onwards, I'm going to take control of all the human cultivators, those who don't obey. Kill without pardon." After learning so many things from Shiha Taishan, Gu Changqing completely lost his previous attitude of indifference towards humans. He wanted to become a leader among the human cultivators as fast as possible and lead them to rise against the foreign races. If you wanted to do this, you could only use ironic means. "That's good. I'll prepare the announcement right away. Is there anything else?" Gu Jiajia was actually puzzled by Gu Changqing's overbearing behavior, but it was not a good idea to ask more questions. If this announcement was not sent out, the prestige that the new god group had just built up might be about to crumble. It's bound to get a lot of publicity and all sorts of publicity from people with an axe to grind that they're finally showing their wolves. Go execute it. After ending the call with Gu Jiajiao, Gu Changqing turned to contact Du Han. "Mr. Gu, what are your orders?" Du Han's slightly flattering voice came out. Gu Changqing said lightly, "Give me the satellites of Qingyun City, transfer them to Mount Sumeru, and contact me immediately if there's any movement." As far as he knew, the first folded space that appeared in Blue Star started from Mount Sumeru. However, after he arrived, the inheritance and resources inside had already been ransacked by some mysterious people. Now that Gu Changqing knew who those mysterious people were, he definitely wouldn't let them take away any of the items within the folding space. "Okay, Mr. Gu, is there anything else?" Although Du Han was puzzled, he didn't dare to ask more. "Keep an eye on it and contact it immediately if there is any movement." After saying that, Gu Changqing hung up the call. "Mr. Gu, Tang Yue is asking for an audience." At this time, Lin Xian came in and reported. Let him in. Yes. Lin Xian nodded and went out. A moment later the apprehensive Tang Yue came in. How did it go with your grandfather? Gu Changqing lowered his eyes and said faintly. Tang Yue bit her delicate lips and said, from now on, all of the Tang family's production columns belong to Mr. Gu, and I only ask that you let me continue to work for the New God Group. Gu Changqing nodded in satisfaction at his words, a wise move. Immediately I will send a group of people to mine your Tang family's mines, speak to your grandfather. You, on the other hand, can continue to stay in the New God Group, as long as you're demonic enough, I won't treat you poorly. Thank you Mr. Gu. I'll talk to Grandpa. Tang Yue's heart was complicated. This person in front of her was supposed to be her husband, but now, full of loss, she left. After she left, Gu Changqing called out to Elder Huang. Young master, what are your orders? Not long after, Elder Huang arrived. Gu Changqing raised his hand, gesturing for him to sit, and said, bring me a batch of the group's miners and head to the Tang clan's mining area in Shanghai City, under the biggest that vein. There's a spirit vein lying dormant, so give me the fastest speed to mine it out. Spirit stone veins? Elder Huang's heart was on fire when he heard this. He simply couldn't sit still and got up. I'll take someone there. Gu Changqing nodded his head and smiled lightly. Bring more Jiedan cultivators and bulldoze the vein above before digging down. I'll wait for your good news. Good. I'll gather my men now. Huang Lao was filled with excitement and left in 3 steps, going forward to gather his men. Ask for some monthly votes. Recommended tickets. End of chapter. Chapter 30. Once the announcement came out, all parties are shaken. What happened in Guangling City today has caused the entire population to be disappointed in the Cultivation Alliance. On the contrary, the prestige of the New God Group and Gu Changqing climbed to an unprecedented height. But just when people are reading the good things about the New God Group, the New God Group suddenly issued such an announcement. New God Group, to all monks in the country. In order to avoid today's tragedy in Guangling City, as well as to find out the human traitors who helped the evil demon, Mr. Gu decided to replace the Cultivation Union and control all the cultivators in all the countries. Within 3 days, if domestic cultivators do not come to the New God Group as soon as possible to register their identity information and receive identity tokens, our group will regard such cultivators as cowardly people who are afraid of death and will be rounded up and executed on a large scale. Even the cultivators of the Cultivation Union must merge over and accept the management of the New God Group. After tomorrow, the New God Group will establish branches in all the cities in the country, and each city will send enough Jiedan cultivators to guard the city to sit on it. But whenever the city encounters an invasion, we, the cultivators of the New God Group, will never be so greedy and fearful of death that we will retreat for half a step. The words of the announcement are short, but the content is overbearing. I support New God Group and Mr. Gu's decision. Not bad, only Mr. Gu treats the lives of us ordinary people as his life and supports the New God Group in controlling all the cultivators in the country. Mr. Gu's decision is a really good one. It's for the benefit of us ordinary people, and my whole family strongly supports it. Not to mention you ordinary people, as a cultivator, I also agree with Mr. Gu's decision. I'm among 2+1 for support. Ordinary people didn't even half resist this announcement made by the New God Group, but instead strongly supported it. In addition, there are not a few cultivators who support it. Shen Yuan Tuasan and the other 6 patriarchs were overjoyed after seeing this announcement from the New God Group. On the same day, an announcement was made in the name of the country's official government, supporting the New God Group, and from now on, all cultivators in the country would be under the management of the New God Group. With the New God Group guarding them, the 6 patriarchs instantly felt much more relaxed. No one expected that even the official state support, which now makes those who have ulterior motives, immediately dumbfounded. Damn the New God Group, still trying to rule us? Immediately give me notice to go down. The entire staff should ignore the New God Group. If they want to encircle, then come, who's afraid of who? Funny New God Group, pretending to be noble before, but now they're revealing their wolf's heart? Inform the entire staff not to respond, and fight them if you want to start a war. Many of the forces formed at the Jiedan stage in the country were enraged after seeing the New God Group and the official announcement, and were ready to touch base with the New God Group. As the saying goes, heroes come out of chaos. These cultivators, they all wanted to rise in this chaotic world. It is only that they do not have the ability to become heroes, but they want to become heroes in this chaotic world, which is self-defeating. It seems that the New God Group already knows that among the humans, there are many outsiders lurking around, which is an attempt to monopolize the folding space that will be introduced soon, as well as using this means to check our identity. Qingyan City, Imperial Sky Hotel, inside a certain suite, there were 3 women gathered here, and one of them was the one who had saved Lu Hao earlier. What do you say, do we still want to blend in now? Once our identities are found out, with Gu Changqing's strength we will definitely die. A blue-haired lowly with delicate looks said with some hesitation. Another mature beauty with a fiery, enchanting and charming figure frowned slightly and said, yes, with our false infant stage cultivation going in, we're bound to be heavily scrutinized. After saying that, both women looked at the cold woman in a power suit next to them. Silver Moon Zerowashi was also torn in thought for a moment. With the new god group's energy, if we don't have their group's token, we definitely won't be able to go in the folded space that will be asked in the future. With that said, do you guys think you should take the risk? Hearing this, the mature beauty in the blue-haired lowly revealed a bitter smile. In that case, we must take this risk? There's not a single way, the folded space of the immortal ancient star, it's impossible for it to be all popping up at once, and with Changqing sitting on the sidelines, we can't kill our way in, so we can only take a chance and join the new god group. Silver Moon Zerowashi sighed, when the time comes, let's suppress our cultivation and not reveal our false infant stage cultivation. Alright, then let's take a risk for once. The mature beauty and the blue-haired lowly nodded their heads. At nightfall, they traveled in pairs to the Shinshin group, ready to register their identifying information. When they arrived at the registration hall, their faces changed slightly, and they were incomparably surprised as they said in unison, how could the new god group have a magic treasure to test their cultivation? Isn't Gu Changqing a native human? Only 9 portals for detecting cultivation stood within the open hall. Before registering, you must test your cultivation. The 3 of them looked at each other and were hesitant. If this was detected as a false infant cultivation, it wouldn't take more than a minute to be shouted at by Gu Changqing. What to do? After a moment of silence, they spoke in unison, then looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Gu Changqing's unfathomable depths made them not dare to be half as confrontational. Why don't we just go? The blue-haired lowly frowned. Falling into Gu Changqing's hands felt like certain death. She really didn't want to take any chances. I want to try. Silver Moon Zerowashi gritted her teeth and said, Gu Changqing's strength is very clear to all of you. Trying to rush into the folded space from under his hands is simply an impossible task. How can you get a tiger without entering the tiger's den? Sister Na, what about you? The blue-haired lowly looked towards the enchanting beauty. Forget it, I don't want to take any chances either. The beautiful woman thought about it and shook her head. Sister Zerowashi, do you really want to take the risk? The blue-haired lowly looked at Silver Moon Zerowashi and whispered. My mind is made up. Silver Moon Violet Rowashi said, walking straight towards a cultivation testing portal. Her tribe, like the tribe that Shiha Taishian was a part of, was facing a strong invasion from a foreign enemy, and could only rely on the resources of the blue star's folded space to rise quickly. Who would go into harm's way if they weren't forced to? Nah, let's go. The blue-haired lowly looked at Silver Moon Zerowashi's determined back and didn't try to persuade her any further, shaking her head and turning to leave. I hope she's at peace. The mature beauty sighed and left with the blue-haired lowly. They're a bit more life-saving, and there's no need to fight so hard when there's nothing going on with the pack. An inadvertent fall here would be too much of a loss. Buzz, 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 buzz. However, right at this moment, the portal that Silver Moon Zerowashi was walking towards suddenly emitted a red glow and a buzzing sound. What the hell? The cultivators who were lining up for the test all looked over with astonishment in their eyes. Damn! This thing can still detect genjutsu? A young man standing under the portal's face changed wildly, and with a roar, he exploded his cultivation, about to kill his way out from here. Ask for some recommendations. Monthly tickets. Thanks to. End of chapter. Chapter 31 Kill Without Mercy. Under the third cultivation detection portal, the young man whose identity was exposed at the late Jiedan stage changed his face wildly, not expecting to be in this portal at all. Actually, even if the Yuandan is not the original body of the body can be detected. This made him horrified, and under the watchful eyes of many cultivators, he blasted out his own cultivation, just to break through the walls of the hall and break out. Buzz! However, just at the moment of his cultivation outbreak, the portal suddenly erupted with incomparably bright red aura, which then transformed into an extremely strong red-black, thunder-encrusted hand, banging the late Jiedan stage of the young man, slapping his body cracked, dying, and collapsing on the ground. What's going on here? Detecting the portal, why did it attack the man? This sudden situation caused quite a commotion among the cultivators who were waiting in line for the test in the hall. Damn! This portal can actually detect Yuan Shen. Silver Moon Zerowashi, who was still in the queue, was in awe, so she wanted to leave without God knowing what she was doing. Whoosh! 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 But right at this moment, one powerful Jiedan stage figure after another surrounded the entire registration hall, and a whole 68 of them came. A short middle-aged man at the head of the group droned, "All stand still, and anyone who dares to move a step will be directly executed on the spot." As his strong chorus fell, the riotous crowd immediately quieted down, and Silver Moon Zerowashi, who wanted to retreat, as well as the mature beauty and blue-haired lowly, who were about to leave the registration hall, all stopped with faces full of gravity. All of you, don't panic, we are now targeting the body snatchers from the extra-dimensional beings, that is, the people who help the evil demons to deal with us. A tall woman stepped out and smiled slightly. Now, but everyone who is inside the registration hall, keep walking through the inspection portal for me. As she spoke, she raised her hand and detained the half-dead late Jiedan under that portal, casually tossing it aside. So it's for beings who take over the world outside the domain. It scared me. Ha ha, these people still want to mix into the new god group to reap benefits. They really don't know how to die. It's time to get them all dead and dismembered. The human cultivators present, looking at the youth who was being suppressed like a dead dog, all revealed fierce colors. After the small storm, the test continued. Both of you, please go ahead and test. The mature beauty and blue-haired lowly, who were already about to walk to the door, were then called by a new god group's Jiadan cultivator. Spell it out. The mature beauty and the blue-haired lowly looked at each other, and then with a boom, their false infant stage cultivation exploded like a flooding beast. Bang! The Jiadan cultivator who had called out to them was directly sent flying with a slap from the blue-haired lowly. Seek death. Suddenly, within the open hall, a voice that made the two women, and even all of those who had taken over their lives, chilled to the core of their hearts resounded violently. Gu Changqing? They were appalled in their hearts and looked towards the sound coming out. The scene that came into their eyes caused their pupils to shrink continuously while they breathed a huge sigh of relief. Only to see the red and black runes of the first test door flashing, Gu Changqing slowly stepped out from the body condensed by the runes. The scarlet blood pupils were cold and emotionless, and the moment they fiercely looked at the mature beauty and the blue-haired lowly, Gu Changqing's figure disappeared out of thin air, appearing in front of the two women as if in an instant. Die! This Gu Changqing condensed by the mysterious runes, cold as a killing machine, hands raised, palms seemed to be wrapped in a black big world, escaping the ultimate destructive atmosphere, straight to the two women blasted over. Xianhuang Seal. Taiyin floating light. The two women were frightened by Gu Changqing's strike and lost their colors, not daring to be the slightest bit careless, pushing their entire body's true essence mana to its peak and striking the strongest spells they could currently cast. A big seal of milky yellow dispersing a terrifying aura, and a chaotic aurora borealis, struck Gu Changqing directly. But they still underestimated this Gu Changqing who was condensed by mysterious runes. His palm print was indestructible, one hand pinched and exploded the Xin Huang seal, one hand slapped and shattered the Taiyin floating light, and casually thumped and shattered the two women's protective light curtains, and blasted on their chests, and the whole person immediately spat out blood and flew backwards, and he couldn't get up no matter how much he struggled. How? When Silver Moon Ziruashi in the crowd saw this scene, her petite body trembled slightly, her face filled with horror. Is this the incarnation of Mr. Gu or something? Hiss. So strong. Two false infant cultivators, suppressed with the lift of a hand. Worthy of being General Gu, incarnation or not, this is an invincible existence. The human cultivators present were all shocked beyond measure as they looked up at Gu Changqing's slender and majestic figure, all of them filled with admiration. The body of the body snatcher, who was hidden in the crowd, was shaking a little at this moment. Mr. Gu, spare my life, I'm a body snatcher, but I've never harmed humans. Suddenly, a young man, unable to resist the pressure, came out from the crowd and shouted as he knelt down towards the figure of Gu Changqing who was pressing towards those two women. I'm also a reclaimer, and I've never had the heart to mutilate humans. I just want to fish for some resources to pass on, so I'm begging Mr. Gu to give us a way to live. Mr. Gu begs for mercy, I'm willing to work for the new god group. There was one who stood out and begged for mercy. There would be a second and a third, until a dozen or so came out, including Silver Moon Ziruashi, all kneeling on the ground, full of fear and begging for mercy. There wasn't a single one of these people who wasn't scared to death by that strength of Gu Changqing's incarnation. They couldn't run away, they couldn't hide it, and they could only beg for mercy in order to stay alive. Ka-ching! But what responded to them was Gu Changqing coldly breaking the necks of those two women and deterring their souls and false babies. Kill without mercy. Gu Changqing's avatar slowly turned around and looked towards those who were kneeling and begging for mercy. His cold eyes flashed with intense killing intent, and with a boom, he rushed over. Damn it! Fight him! The Great Empty Sword. Dragon Elephant Ambush slash. Tianin Xuanbua. Empty Sun Seal. Seeing that Gu Changqing wanted to kill everyone, the dozen or so of the body snatchers present, with the lowest cultivation being in the late Jiadan stage, all of them were full of grimaces at the moment, roaring in anger as they cast their strongest spells and blasted their way over. Among them, there was also an arrow that shone brighter than a shooting star. When Gu Changqing saw this arrow, the killing intent in his eyes intensified, and with a wave of his arm, a red and black-colored evil dragon roared and swept out, pouncing forward. The strongest spells struck by those 10 or so body snatchers were all as unbearable as tofu in front of this evil dragon, and the dragon's body was only slightly shaken, and all of them were reduced to pieces. Put! In the next moment, the evil dragon pounced through the dozen or so reclaimers, and only a few reacted to dodge away, while the rest were crushed into pieces, with their Yuanshin and Jindan being swallowed. Die! Gu Changqing's berserk figure instantly appeared in front of one of the three people who had seized the evil dragon's pounce, robbing light surging in his palm as he wiped his head with one hand, bursting open like a watermelon. Killing this person, Gu Changqing's eyes shot out a red aura violently, passing through the head of another false infant stage who was preparing to shiver and attack. Only Silver Moon Ziruashi was left shivering, looking at Gu Changqing with eyes that were filled with fear and despair, unable to raise even the slightest bit of fighting spirit. Where is Lu Hao? Gu Changqing's cold gaze fell on her. Speak up and give you a pain in the ass. He would never show mercy to the extraterrestrial body snatchers. If it wasn't for the powerful existences of their packs coming down, otherwise humanity would have been enslaved by them long ago. If Gu Changqing wasn't strong enough, the humans would have been reduced to puppets that collected resources for them and killed them all after use. Ask for some monthly votes. Recommended tickets. End of chapter. Chapter 32 Hongyu Group, Mysterious Emperor. The new god group, the registration hall, has been completely sealed off. Outside the tightly closed gate, there were many cultivators gathered around who were ready to come and register. Looking at the closed door, both wondered what was going on inside. Within the hall at this moment, all the body snatchers, with the exception of Silver Moon Violet Ruoshi, were all killed by Gu Changqing's incarnation. Gu Changqing's ice-cold blood pupils gazed at Silver Moon Z Ruoshi and drank. Say, where is Lu Hao? I can call for him for you, but will you keep me alive? I'm willing to serve you from now on. Silver Moon Z Ruoshi bit her jade lips and whispered. May. Gu Changqing agreed in one bite. No, you're lying. I was born with an ability to recognize when others are lying. Silver Moon Z Ruoshi said through clenched teeth. That's a pity. Since you're not going to talk, I'll refine you alive until you die. Boom! Gu Changqing said, such as a swarm of ancient beasts pressed forward horizontally, domineering and overwhelming palm-shattered Silver Moon Violet Ruoshi's protective light shield. When she was shocked and ready to attack, she raised her palm and slapped it down, accompanied by a thud. Her body cracked and she fell to the ground covered in blood. Send her outside my retreat. Gu Changqing lifted his foot and kicked the ladder's body to the feet of that tall woman, speaking indifferently as he returned inside the first test portal. The 9 detection cultivation portals that stood here were refined by Gu Changqing by consuming 100,000 extreme spirit stones, as well as various mineral essences, and adding an ancient spell formation. Spirit stones and mineral essences, all from the Tang clan's mines. Elder Huang had already brought people to mine it. It was an extremely high-grade spirit stone vein, and it also contained the most important 5 elemental mineral essence for refining magic treasures. It was a treasure, and the Tang family had relied on it to rise so swiftly in its previous life that even the cultivation union had to look at its face. And the Gu Changqing who had just appeared was the out-of-body incarnation he had placed in that portal. Although it wasn't the original body, once the out-of-body incarnation felt the trigger of a powerful mana fluctuation, Gu Changqing could sense it no matter where he was. In his previous life, Gu Changqing had lived for 8 years, and had been involved in refining weapons, alchemy and whatnot, and would know so much that he was a complete moving treasure trove of knowledge. Before the tall woman left with the unconscious Silver Moon Ziruwashi, she smiled faintly and said, everyone, continue testing and registering. There's no need to panic when you encounter a body snatcher. General Gu's out-of-body incarnation is right here, so no one can make waves. After saying that, she dragged Silver Moon Ziruwashi to meet Gu Changqing. The door to the registration hall reopened. The cultivators waiting outside were puzzled, and when they came in and saw that there were still so many people registering, they couldn't help but ask curiously. But all the people present were very consistent in their statements, and all of them only uttered a little accident, and nothing happened. While the new god group was unifying the cultivators in the country, it was also establishing branches in various cities across the country. Time rushes by and 3 days are but a snap of the fingers. Just today, at exactly 12 o'clock, the new god group stopped registering cultivator identity information. The announcement says a 3-day period is 3 days. During these 3 days, nothing much happened throughout the country except for the occasional attack by demonic beasts in the mountains. The demonic beasts in the jungle, gradually turning on their spiritual intelligence, would organize several beast waves to storm human cities from time to time. Especially in coastal cities, the sea creatures are starting to stir. Manager Gu, the number of cultivators registered within these 3 days is out, 1,877,685 in the Qi refining stage, 378,675 in the foundation establishment stage, and 257,812 in the Jiedan stage. Just today, inside Gu Jiaojiao's office, her assistant came to report with a document. Gu Jiaojiao took the document and viewed it, saying, "The branches across the country, have they all been constructed?" The assistant nodded and smiled. "Most of them are perfected. We can send our cultivators over to sit in any time." Gu Jiaojiao said indifferently, "In that case, all of us will work overtime today to make a list of these millions of cultivators and distribute them to the major cities. Order it down." "Alright, I'll inform them down." The assistant nodded and turned to leave. "Gentlemen, it's time for us to unite, or else the resources of the immortal ancient star are going to be out of reach for us. According to the divination of the immortal masters under my command, the folding spaces of the immortal ancient star are going to be introduced one after another within the next few days." Guangdu City, Hongyu Group Conference Hall. In front of the desk sat an unusually handsome and high-cooled man, who looked at the 200 to 300 people seated in the open conference hall. "Is it useful to join forces? Gu Changqing is so strong that he's simply invincible and untouchable. Chief He, I don't care if you're from an imperial civilization or a lord civilization or what your status is, but as long as you can act as the main force against Gu Changqing, we're fine with it." "Not bad, Mr. Yi, joining forces is not a problem, provided that you can block Gu Changqing. He might be able to chop you to death with a single slap." "Ha ha ha." Laughing to death, "I don't dare to think that much for the time being. I can only see if I can fish in troubled waters." The body snatchers present all snorted out laughter at the words of the man on the seat. Gu Changqing's toughness had already scared them out of their wits. My identity, do you want to know? The man's deep, cold eyes coldly swept over these people present. Oh, I wonder what Ye's identity is. Ha, if it's not loud enough, don't say it to shame. None of the body snatchers present had much off of this man. Humph. The man snorted coldly and casually threw a black token at them. The token fell to the ground with a thud. The people present saw this and looked down. Hiss. When they saw what kind of token it was, everyone couldn't help but suck in cold air. Swallowing hard, he looked at the man with fear on his face. Why, have you heard of it? The man lowered his eyes as if he was looking down on a group of ants. Poof. Poof. This group of people were all frightened and fell to their knees, nodding their heads busily, who could not know the name of the emperor, who could not know that I had offended much earlier, and I implore the emperor to forgive me. They really didn't expect that even this almost invincible existence would actually go so far as to chop himself down. That body's invincible cultivation, give it up just like that? This immortal ancient star, what was it that attracted him? None of those present could figure it out. With a light snort, Yijun retrieved the token with a wave of his hand and said in a cold voice, if it weren't for the fact that you and the others had some use for it, from the moment you sneered and mocked, you would have already been a corpse. Yes, we are willing to die for the emperor. 100 or 200 of the reclaimers present were sweating coldly, their bodies shivering, their heads not daring to raise, and their breaths not daring to be too loud. Yijun got up and said lightly, the day after tomorrow, the folding space of Mount Sumeru opens. If you have any contact information of other body snatchers, call out to them and follow me to ransack it. After saying that, he raised his steps and left, leaving behind a group of body snatchers whose bodies were already drenched in cold sweat and almost scared to death. I'm begging for some votes. Thank you. End of chapter. Chapter 33. Towards the cultivation group. A large number of cultivators entered Mount Sumeru. At this point in time, the Blue Star did not know how many beings from the two major cultivation civilizations that had chopped themselves down to take over their lives were mixed in. Even the Black Prison Emperor, who had crisscrossed the two major cultivation civilizations and single-handedly created the Black Prison Point Temple, which had pressed down on the world, couldn't resist the temptation to chop himself down. There is no telling how many big names will follow, unable to resist the temptation to come down. However, Gu Changqing was indifferent. In the same realm, even if it was one large realm higher than him, he had absolute confidence to cut it down. On the very next day when the Mount Sumeru folding space was about to be introduced, Gu Changqing refined more than 100 Jiedan stage magic treasures and left the gate. As for his black abyssal streamer, it had also been refined by him, and had currently been refined to the false infant level. What made Gu Changqing feel very puzzled was that the 8 desolate demonic skills that he himself practiced was as if it was specially customized for his 108 Black Dawn, and the two were able to resonate with each other. Not only could they increase their battle power greatly, but also their speed of cultivation would climb to a terrifying level. From the recovery of the aura until now, in just about 10 days, along with absorbing a large amount of extremely high-quality spirit stones in the past 2 days, he was now a late-stage Jiedan cultivator. With every small realm he broke through, the increase in true essence mana was terrifying. The origin of the 8 desolate demonic skills came from the same relic as the 10,000 soul streamer. This 10,000 soul streamer, the name Gu Changqing gave it, should not actually be called 10,000 soul streamer, and in the refining map book, only the 2-word soul fans were written. Gu Changqing came out of the gate, took a comfortable bath, and then came to the office. Cultivators in the country, how's the tally coming along? Gu Changqing's suit was straight and slender as he sat in front of his desk and inquired to Lin Xian across from him. Lin Xian respectfully reported, during your seclusion, Mr. Gu, the group has already counted all the cultivators who have come to register and distributed them to sit in the major city branches in the country yesterday. Gu Changqing nodded his head, lighting himself a cigarette, and said lightly, well, the Xianxue that I asked the development department to research and develop, how's it coming along? Before the retreat, Gu Changqing gave a technology research and development department to create an arcane stone that could sense the fluctuations of true qi and true essence mana. This type of arcane stone was simple to manufacture, and the materials used were common enough for mass production. In the next development of the new god group, Gu Changqing wanted to build it into a cultivation group. That's just for starters. The Xian stone was for those cultivators who had not come to the new god group to register. Gu Changqing was ready to popularize it on a large scale, so that the Xianxue would spread to all the city stores in the country. However, whenever any cultivator shopped, they needed to come from the new god group's registered identity. If you don't have that status, then think about how you're going to face the siege of the new god group. This was to push those cultivators who didn't have the status of the new god group straight to the brink of extinction, overbearing and overwhelming. Hearing Gu Changqing ask about this, Lin Xian laughed. I got the news this morning that the research and development department has already researched it and it can be manufactured on a large scale at any time. Let them make them in large quantities as soon as possible. I want those rats to have no place to hide. Round them up and kill them all. Gu Changqing was by no means a saintly mother, and had given them a chance, and since they didn't cherish it, they could only die. Lin Xian nodded, okay, I'll personally go to the R&D department later. Gu Changqing extinguished the cigarette in his hand and said lightly, that spirit stone vein, how is the mining going? Elder Huang is sitting on it, and it's being mined on a large scale, with 580,000 pieces having been shipped back so far. Lin Xian reported truthfully and said, how should it be distributed? Manager Gu would like to ask you. Extreme spirit stones were each worth a lot of money, it was impossible to give them directly to the group's cultivators, right? Gu Changqing said, won't you learn from the settings of immortal cultivation novels? How many crushed spirit stones per month for no one in the chi refining stage, 1 extreme spirit stone per month in the foundation establishment stage, and 10 per month in the Jiedan stage. On top of that, contributions are needed to cash in. Don't look at the calm now, the demon spirit clan may be brewing a large-scale descent now, contributions and whatnot they won't be lacking anytime soon. Right-o, I'll go and tell Manager Gu later. Hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes lit up, suddenly thought of something, said, right Mr. Gu, recently I heard that many mountains and forests have grown spirit medicine. These spirit medicine can be refined into spirit dan? Gu Changqing wasn't much surprised and said lightly, spirit medicines can indeed be refined into spirit pills, taking them raw will waste 90% of the medicinal power, it would be better to absorb the spirit stones. Immediately notify the cultivators within the group that the spirit medicine can be exchanged for contribution points, while the contribution points can be exchanged for spirit stones, magic treasures and the like. Afterwards, Gu Changqing would set up a department specializing in refining pills. There's also weaponsmithing, spell formations, and more. All in all, the new god group would slowly move towards a cultivation group. Until then, a pool of such people needs to be developed. Lin Xian smiled sweetly, okay Mr. Gu, if you have nothing else, I'll go and notify now. Gu Changqing nodded, then dialed Du Han's number. Hello Mr. Gu, what are your instructions? Du Han's respectful voice came out. Mount Sumeru, what's the latest movement? Gu Changqing asked indifferently. There is indeed movement, satellites have captured many cultivators entering Mount Sumeru since yesterday, I don't know what they are looking for. Puzzled, Du Han asked, I thought this was a cultivator from the new god group, cut you were still in seclusion, so I didn't report it. Lin Xian, come back. Gu Changqing sniffed and immediately called out to Lin Xian, who had walked to the door. Mr. Gu, what's wrong? Lin Xian stopped and came back. Give me the district to ask if there are any cultivators within the group who have recently entered Mount Sumeru on a large scale. Okay, I'm on my way. Lin Xian nodded her head and quickly left. Mr. Gu, what exactly is within Mount Sumeru that could make you pay such close attention? Du Han inquired suspiciously. Within Mount Sumeru, 2 folding spaces will appear recently, containing countless resources that are vital to cultivators, and this batch of cultivators entering Mount Sumeru shouldn't be cultivators from the new god group. Gu Changqing analyzed, can you write down, how many of them are there? It's over 5,000. Du Han uttered a shocking figure. So much? Hearing this number, Gu Changqing's eyes narrowed slightly, then he smiled faintly, they couldn't have been my new god group's cultivators, but rather, those who had taken over their lives had joined forces. What makes me more curious is how they knew that Mount Sumeru would appear as a folded space. The uninformed Du Han was filled with fog and said, in the universe, are there really other cultivation civilizations? What do you say? Gu Changqing said faintly, they're rushing towards this planet and will descend at any cost, the satellites continue to monitor, and I'm going to personally move in and hunt down that group of reclaimers. Du Han assured, okay, I'll keep a close eye on their movements. Ending his call with Du Han, Gu Changqing quietly waited for Lin Xian to return. If the cultivators who entered Mount Sumeru weren't from the new god group, then he would really have to take a group of cultivators to make a trip over there himself and kill them all in one fell swoop. Ask for some monthly votes. Recommendations. Thanks to the old irons. End of chapter. Chapter 34, since you want to die, I'll let you have your way. Just as Gu Changqing was waiting for Lin Xian's reply, the Great Xia Dragon Kingdom, the Supreme Command Hall after all. Führer Tamanya, I'm really sorry, if you want support, please contact Mr. Gu of the new god group, our country's cultivators are currently under the full management of the new god group. Shenyuan Tuasen was following up on a call from the head of the Americana Empire on the overseas Americana continent. The voice on the phone was somewhat urgent, and bitterly said, Honorable Elder Tuasen, can you transfer the call of new god group's general manager Gu for me? Several cities in our country have been destroyed by extraterrestrial evil demons, with the number of deaths and injuries exceeding 100 million people. The matter is urgent, and as the same human being, I still hope that Elder Tuasen will give me a helping hand. Ha! How come you don't talk about being the same human being when you used to target my country? Shenyuan Tuasen sneered and said in a deep voice, I remember once, you also targeted the new god group's chip industry, causing them to suffer heavy losses. Do you think the new god group will help you? At these words, Patriarch Tamanya's voice became even more bitter as he said, Alas! What we have done has indeed caused you no small amount of harm. We are willing to make amends, no matter what you ask for. We will never say a single word of no. We only ask that you send some cultivators to come to your aid. It would be great if Chief Gu himself were to do so. Contact the new god group yourself. Shen Yuan Tuasen snorted coldly and didn't bull **** with the other party, directly hanging up the call. Nangong Changfeng laughed coldly, funny, only thinking of us after encountering extinction. If I were Mr. Gu, I would definitely let them fend for themselves. I don't know if Mr. Gu will give him support. I hope Mr. Gu doesn't give a damn about him. Let's call over and ask later. A crowd of patriarchs, all waiting curiously for news. Gu Changqing, at this time, was looking at the documents in his office. Gu Beichuan, Shumaniac, and Yilan were all in seclusion, and Gu Changqing had told them that they didn't need to come out until they reached the end of their dan, and had sent a large batch of extremely high-quality spirit stones over. Not long after, Lin Xian came with quick steps and said in a low voice, Mr. Gu, the person who entered Mount Sumeru is not one of our cultivators. Well, as I expected. Gu Changqing nodded slightly, notify Su Yajiao, as well as the guest minister, Shiha Taishan, to immediately gather the group's 4,000 cultivators above the middle Jiadan stage and prepare to accompany me on a trip to Mount Sumeru. The Su Yajiao he spoke of was the tall woman who had dragged away Silver Moon Ziruashi in the registration hall that day. This woman, in the late stage of Jiadan, carries 3 jindans. As for Silver Moon Ziruashi, she was currently inside Gu Changqing's black abyssal streamer, experiencing torture worse than death every day. Okay, I'm on my way. Lin Xian nodded her head and quickly left. Shortly after she left, the landline on her desk suddenly rang. Gu Changqing answered, Who, what is it? Hello Mr. Gu, I am the head of the Americana Empire, Tamanya. A somewhat curt voice came out. Upon hearing this, a flash of surprise flashed within Gu Changqing's eyes as he faintly inquired, What is it? Recently, Gu Changqing hadn't asked Lin Xian to pay attention to the situation in the overseas countries, and didn't realize that the Americana Empire had suffered a large-scale invasion of the demon spirit race 3 days ago. In addition, they were the last to be invaded in their previous life, so Gu Changqing had no intention of paying attention. The thing is, the turman head of state pitifully informed Gu Changqing that they had encountered countless evil demon invasions and suffered heavy losses, with the death toll reaching as high as 100 million, and then bitterly begged, Mr. Gu, I implore you to come to my aid. Ha! Gu Changqing revealed a touch of playful smile, You call yourselves the first hegemonic power of the blue planet, are there still things you can't solve? This kind of mocking words, so that the opposite side of the Turman Führer is groundless, want to get angry but do not dare, can only lower his voice and begged, Gu General, in the past, what we did is indeed this I admit, if you are willing to help, after the incident, I will face the whole world to apologize to you. Gu Changqing said indifferently, No time. Are you really going to see death? Führer Turman gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, Mr. Gu, please don't forget how many nuclear warheads our country has. If we can't hold back the invasion of the evil demons, we definitely won't let you guys have a good time either, so I hope that you won't force me to throw all the nuclear warheads at you. Hearing this, Gu Changqing's words were icy cold, You're threatening me? It's not a threat, it's the same thing. Führer Turman stopped whispering and was incredibly hard-headed. I will kill you. Gu Changqing's voice was low, his killing intent boundless. Ha ha ha, come on. If you can do it, just come on is all, we're not having a good time. We'll never let you guys have a good time. Führer Turman laughed out loud, If I don't see your cultivators' aid in 3 days, I won't blame you for my death. With that, he hung up. I don't know how to die. Gu Changqing snorted coldly, Since you want to die, I'll fulfill you. Having said that, they are indeed a big threat. The power of nuclear weapons should never be underestimated, and it should never be underestimated. Although cultivators could use their true chi and true essence mana to resist, everything seemed small and powerless in front of absolute power. Even if it was a Jiadan stage cultivator, he would have to fly away without escaping the center of the rest of the waves. The Yuaning stage might be able to resist for a moment or two and should be able to survive. I'm afraid that only at the God transformation stage can completely ignore nuclear bombs and be able to resist them at close range. The God transformation stage is only considered a truly strong person, and destroying a human city with one's own strength is no big deal, comparable to a walking nuclear weapon. How to resolve this threat did give Gu Changqing a bit of a headache. Mr. Gu, the manpower has been gathered. Just as Gu Changqing was contemplating how to exterminate the threat that was the Americana Empire, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Only to see that Su Yajiao had arrived at some point and was looking at herself respectfully. She was dressed in a golden black and red combat power suit, tall and shapely, with a full head of burgundy hair that reached her waist, a few strands falling over the high peaks of her chest. Gu Changqing softly hummed and got up. Let's go. Su Yajiao followed him, seeing that Gu Changqing seemed to have something on his mind. She couldn't help but ask curiously, Mr. Gu, have you encountered something difficult to solve? Little things. Gu Changqing didn't say much to her and asked, How's the cultivation of the gongfu I gave you going? Su Yajiao laughed softly, Immortal Flame Ice Fire skill, I have cultivated it to the 4th turn, I can harness 2 diametrically opposed forces at the same time now, I'm not afraid to face the false infant stage. Gu Changqing nodded his head in satisfaction, not bad, paired with the original life magic treasure I refined for you, when you encounter a true Yuaning stage, even if you're not defeated, you can still get away safely. This trip to Mount Sumeru, there's a chance for you to play. The two folding spaces that were about to be introduced in Mount Sumeru, Changqing would never let anyone get their hands on them. They could only be their new god groups. Ask for some votes. Thanks to. End of chapter. Chapter 35. A bloody battle is inevitable. New god group, on top of the rooftop. At this place, there were 4,000 Jiedan stage cultivators gathered in great numbers. I don't know what's so important that Mr. Gu is in a hurry for me to wait. Gathering so many of us at the late Jiedan stage, I'm afraid that we're going to start a war with someone. Whatever, just follow Mr. Gu and be done with it. People who know each other well, whisper. Shiha Taixian was also among them, his cultivation at the false infant stage standing out from the rest. Not long after, Gu Changqing rode up in the elevator and brought Su Yajiao out of the elevator. Mr. Gu. When the crowd saw this, they greeted each other and were all filled with respect. Gu Changqing glanced around the crowd and nodded slightly. I won't talk too much about nonsense. There's a bloody battle coming up next. One person who beheads the enemy will be rewarded with 10 extreme spirit stones. Follow me. After saying this, he took off into the air, taking more than 4,000 late-stage Jiedan with him, and went through the clouds with great fanfare. Straight to Mount Sumeru. Shiha Taixian caught up with Gu Changqing and asked in a low voice, Mr. Gu, is there a folding space out there? To make Gu Changqing make such a big deal out of it, he was afraid that there was nothing else besides the imminent emergence of a folding space. Gu Changqing glanced at him and said lightly, not bad, but before that, there are more than 5,000 body snatchers that need to be resolved. Good. I will never hide. Shiha Taixian nodded heavily, knowing that his chance to perform had come. If he performed well this time and made Gu Changqing look at him differently, he might be able to get some inheritance or resources from the immortal clan and teleport back to the clan. All of the extra-dimensional cultivators who had beheaded themselves down were able to teleport their items back through some means. But if you want to teleport a magic treasure or something down, you can't do it. The phalanx of knots that enveloped Blue Star would not allow it, and halfway through, it would simply be destroyed. Mount Sumeru, more than 800 kilometers away from Qingyun City. Vertical and horizontal extension of the mountain forest, full of verdant vegetation, in the aura of the incense, ancient trees, like to come to a primitive mountain. Such towering and huge trees and such lush vegetation grasses were simply unseen in the past. The Sumeru mountain that stretched for hundreds of miles, occasionally the roar of a burst of demonic beasts could be heard. Within the mountain forest, on a certain valley that covered several kilometers, there were 5,000 to 6,000 people gathered here, some cultivating on their knees, some chatting with each other, seemingly waiting for something. On a certain huge rock, Yi Jun sat cross-legged, his body emitting a faint black starlight, as if from the 9 Sephiroths, invisibly escaping an extremely intimidating aura. On the rocks behind him, sitting cross-legged were 100 cultivators of the late Jiedan stage or above. These people, by no means ordinary cultivators, exuding unusually thick fluctuations of true essence mana between exhales. All of the demonic beasts within a radius of 7 or 8 kilometers had been cleared by these people. Your Imperial Highness, with so many of us being so powerful, plus you, we can totally go and destroy Gu Changqing first. This was, Lu Hao cautiously came to the boulder not far from where Yi Jun was, and smiled in a low voice with a mutilated fawning face. Yi Jun opened his eyes, deep and horrifying, squinted at the ladder and spoke faintly, do you really think Gu Changqing is made of clay? If it wasn't for the fact that he was in a hurry to kill that demon spirit race's middle Yuaning stage at that time, and his mana consumption was too huge, or else this little life of yours would have been gone long ago. Lu Hao sweated for a while and said with some hesitation, could it be that Emperor, you are not sure how to deal with him either? Why risk a hard fight with him as long as I can grab a head start on all the folded spaces that ask for it? Yi Jun faintly swept his glance and slowly spat out a single word, scram. Yes, I won't bother you, Emperor. Lu Hao didn't dare to let out half a fart, and Xian Shinran retreated to the side. Boom! Suddenly at this point, in the distant sky, an incomparably tyrannical pressure swept over. Well, this pressure. Half-step transformation god? At this moment, with the exception of Yi Jun, everyone present had horrified looks on their faces as they all looked in unison in search of the sound. He saw a terrifying existence that was as tall as 3 zhang, with red horns on its head, 6 dark red bone spurs that looked like spider legs rising from its back, gnarled muscles all over its body, demonic lines running across its body, and red flames in the sky, stepping into the air in an overbearing and incomparable manner. This is the true direct lineage of the Demon Spirit Clan? Worthy of being the Demon Spirit Clan, they actually sent down even a half-step transformation spirit stage. The price to be paid, I'm afraid, is unimaginably great as well. Yes, the spell formation boundary of the immortal ancient star is not a vegetarian, and I'm afraid that this kind of cost can only be withstood by such existences as the demon spirit race. When the crowd saw this being, they immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. As Yi Jun looked at this being that came stepping into the air, his face didn't show any hint of surprise because this was the one he had called out to. With a loud bang, this demon spirit clan's first bloodline landed on the ground wrapped in powerful mana fluctuations. Greetings, Emperor. Devil Daoyuan disdainfully swept a glance at the people present, but then bowed towards Yi Jun who was sitting cross-legged on the huge rock. Yi Jun smiled faintly. No need to be polite, it's good to be here. There might be a bloody battle next. With you here our chances of winning will be much better. Gu Changqing? Devil Dao Yuan's crimson eyes flashed with violent light as he said in a deep voice, if he dares to come, I will dismantle him, and if it wasn't for his obstruction, the ninth ancestor of my clan wouldn't have suffered a fatal backlash in order to send me down. The demon spirit race was aware that a very terrifying existence had appeared in the place where their first teleportation legion had come down, and that was why they had switched places to descend on a large scale. Devil Dao Yuan didn't know who that person was either. It was Yi Jun who told him earlier. Emperor, is that Gu Changqing a human native to this planet? If he's a certain living being from outside the domain, once my clan finds out which clan he's from, we're bound to exterminate them. Devil Dao Yuan's voice was low as he spoke cruelly. Yi Jun shook his head and said, I can't tell if he's an aborigine of this place either, but he didn't seem to know that there were those of us who came under the self-decapitation snatchers before, so I don't know if he's trying to hide his identity with this or if he's really an aborigine of this planet. Humph. I don't care who he is, I will eat him alive. Devil Dao Yuan's eyes were filled with ferocity as he asked, the folding space here, roughly what time period is open? I originally wanted to exterminate one of the human kingdoms before coming over. Yi Jun said, it's just these 2 days, little friend might as well sit down and wait. Okay, I'll wait then. At the end of his words, he revealed a lewd smile. Imperial cultivation civilizations and Lord cultivation civilizations have never been at odds with each other, and large-scale battles between them have occurred from time to time. Yi Jun did not reply to his words and closed his eyes to cultivate. If he hadn't chopped himself down, otherwise with a little guy like demonic Dao Yuan, he wouldn't even bother to take a second look. Even if the patriarch of his clan met him, he would have to be treated as a superior guest. I'm begging for some votes. Thank you. End of chapter. Chapter 36, Threat from the 18th Princess of Imperial Civilization. New God Group building, outside the entrance, there was an uninvited guest. Her arrival caused many pedestrians passing by to look sideways, simply because she was dressed in something resembling ancient garb. She has a long lavender dress to cover her body is slender and tall, her head full of green silken waist, her head is low and not see the toes of her feet, she is long and beautiful, and her temperament is noble enough to make her heart feel ashamed of an unattainable height. Violet gem-like eyes were currently filled with curiosity as they surveyed the new god group. I sense an aura that annoys me. She suddenly looked up in a certain over direction and whispered to herself, could it be that disgusting group, there are beings coming too? Frowning slightly, he then shook his head and took a step towards the inside with his slender legs. Beneath the hem of the skirt, 2 long, snow-white, rounded legs were hidden. After entering, she directly displayed her half-step transformation god cultivation and spoke in a clear and cold voice, I want to see your general manager Gu. Yes, I'll inform up. Where did the receptionist dare to say a word, and immediately reported it up the hierarchy. Soon, this woman of mysterious origin was summoned by Gu Changqing's secretary, Lin Xian. Hospitality Hall. This lady, may I ask what your name is and what you want to see our Mr. Gu for? Lin Xian also didn't dare to offend such a terrifying existence, and after serving her tea, she inquired in a low voice. I'm not a being from your planet, I'm from the Imperial Cultivation Civilization, so please ask your Chief Gu to come out and talk about it. The woman did not dislike the tea here and appeared approachable, picking it up and sipping it, saying in a faint voice, I have a deal to discuss with him. It's... Lin Xian shook her head and said, if you had come more than 10 minutes earlier, you might have been able to meet our general manager Gu. He has already headed to Mount Sumeru, why don't you wait? The woman's eyebrows condensed slightly, and she said in a faint voice, Mount Sumeru? In what direction? Take me over there. Wait a moment, I'll ask one of the cultivators to accompany you. Lin Xian said and left quickly, inviting a female Jiedan cultivator. Hello fellow Taoist, my name is Zhang Li, please. This female cultivator had an ordinary appearance, but she had a cultivation level of mid-Jiedan. The cool woman hummed softly as she took the elevator to the rooftop. Just as Zhang Li wanted to take off in the air, the cool woman interrupted, your speed is too slow, point me in the direction. Buzz. After she said that, she raised her hand and sent out a wave of thick mana to wrap around Zhang Li. What a powerful mana. Zhang Li was aghast in her heart and immediately pointed in the direction where Mount Sumeru was located. Aha! Upon seeing the direction Zhang Li pointed to, the cool woman's beautiful eyes stared. Are you sure it's over there? This direction was exactly where the aura that made her so disgusted came from just now. Yes fellow Taoist, may I ask what the problem is? Zhang Li said hesitantly. Nope. The cool woman didn't say any more, taking Zhang Li and whooshing up into the air, disappearing into the sky in the blink of an eye. So fast. Above the clouds, Zhang Li looked at the rapidly regressing scene, her face full of shock. The speed of the half-step transformation god stage was naturally terrifying. This was an existence that had initially comprehended the power of the laws, and when the laws came out, they would destroy the sky and the earth, and they were beings that had truly detached themselves from mundane creatures. The distance between them was rapidly closing with Gu Changqing and the others. But if Gu Changqing hadn't had to take care of the crowd behind him, and it was just him alone, the cool woman would never have been able to catch up. In less than 10 minutes, above the clouds in front of them, they saw more than 4,000 Jiedan stage cultivators, like 4,000 streams of light galloping. Mr. Gu, please stay. When the cool woman saw these people, she immediately spoke out and shouted. As her voice fell, the more than 4,000 streams of light in front of her stopped in unison, and they all turned to look. The cool woman flew over with Zhang Li and looked around at these people before her gaze settled on Gu Changqing, who was looking at her coldly. The cool woman was polite and smiled faintly at him. Hello, Mr. Gu. You're not human. Gu Changqing blood pupil cold, the words are even more cold. The 8 desolate demon power has been in the body secretly running, is ready to strike to kill this woman. General Gu, I know this woman, she comes from the heavens, she is the 18th princess of the Cultivation Empire civilization. Shi Taishian stepped forward and transmitted his divine sense to Gu Changqing. Such an honorable status? Gu Changqing was slightly surprised at his words. The cool woman stepped into the void, her skirt dancing, her green silk fluttering, elegant and noble, stopping a meter away from Gu Changqing, smiling faintly. I have no ill will towards you humans, towards you, Mr. Gu, I'm here to cooperate with you. Hearing this, Gu Changqing revealed a cold smile. How to cooperate? The resources of the immortal ancient star, you categorically can't eat them alone. If you have my imperial family behind you, your pressure will be much lessened, don't you think so, Mr. Gu? The cool woman looked at him with a smile. Gu Changqing played with the flavor. Oh, you mean, grant me the prestige of your empire and then let me share half of the resources with you? Not half. The cool woman didn't seem to see the killing intent under Gu Changqing's eyes and laughed. Rather, 70%. Why don't you go rob? Half of it I think is too much, and you want 70%, you want to eat? As her words fell, someone couldn't help but curse out at once. I don't mind killing you all if you dare to rave one more time. The cool woman's gaze turned cold as she swept towards the few people who opened their mouths to hurl insults. Gu Changqing's eyes went cold as he drank. What a big mouth. What, Mr. Gu, do you want to make an enemy of me as well? With a touch of coldness at the corner of her mouth, the cool woman said in a graceful manner, you already have enough enemies, and the Sumeru mountain that you're heading to now also has an enemy that can make you need to go all out, and together with me, you have no way to live. If your real body were here, I would have killed you before heading to Mount Sumeru. Gu Changqing's blood pupils flickered slightly as he said in a cold voice, but it doesn't matter, if you want to die, then I'll see you at Mount Sumeru. Giggle. After saying that, Gu Changqing's blood pupil swiftly shot out a horrifying red aura within his blood pupil, destroying the cool woman and using her divine sense to condense this alter ego. The red aura he was casting at the moment was his extreme divine sense. This type of divine sense can be physical, or it can target the enemy's genjutsu and deliver a direct fatal blow. The terrifying nature of this type of divine sense could be called invincible in the same realm, and it was hard to meet an opponent. The Gu Changqing of his previous life didn't have this kind of heaven-defying divine sense, which came out of his 108 Jindans resonating with the 8 desolate demonic feats. Gu Changqing, you will definitely regret it. Before the cool woman's divine consciousness incarnation dissipated, she glanced at Gu Changqing with murderous intent. If your true form dares to appear, you will surely die. Gu Changqing lightly grunted and led the crowd to continue their journey to Mount Sumeru, with Zhang Li joining in as well. Gu Changqing had absolute confidence in his own strength, and did not place this so-called imperial royal princess in his eyes. Some time ago, the peak of the early stage of Jiedan could even decapitate a mid-Yuaning demon spirit clan cultivator. Now at the late stage of Jiedan, not to mention half-step transformation god, even if a real transformation god came, so what? He was sure that he could exchange one for one. And he also had an aptitude that was almost invincible by killing 1,000 enemies and damaging 800 of his own. This was his last card, and if he cast it, it meant that he was at the end of his rope. Give the author a vote. End of chapter. Chapter 37, Beneath the Mining Vein, the Sealed Black Dragon Bone. Qinghai Chang, Changbei Mining Vein. This place is rare on Earth, and the original huge mine has been bulldozed by dozens of Jiedan cultivators joining hands to cast spells. Tens of thousands of miners is busy inside the underground mine, transported out one car after another, smoking dense spiritual energy of the spirit stone. Above ground, inside a warehouse that covered close to 10 acres of land, Elder Huang was personally counting the spirit stones before sending them on a truck shipment to be secretly transported back to the new god group. Elder Huang, we've made a major discovery under the spirit stone vein. Right at this moment, an incomparably excited and thrilled Qi refining stage cultivator ran in from outside the warehouse. His face was filled with excitement and shock, like he was seeing something from a myth or legend. What's the deal, you kid? Elder Huan looked at as so excited to run to the young man, some curiosity inquired. Huffing and puffing. The young man gasped in excitement and said, I found dragon bones, black dragon bones, and they emanate a very terrifying dragon power. I didn't realize that there really are such creatures as dragons. The young man's eyebrows flew up with a look of shock on his face. Really? When Elder Huang heard this, he immediately became interested. Go, take me to see. Yes. The Qi refining stage guy was very excited and quickly led the way in front. Leaving the warehouse and entering the underground mine, they headed straight for the third mine. The mine space was very open and not dark at all, as the spirit stones were bubbling with a dense white light. It was about 5 or 6 minutes deeper with the practicing boy. Huang Lao immediately sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Before even seeing the dragon bone, he had already felt an extremely terrifying pressure. It's just up ahead. The refining stage guy's cultivation was low, and he didn't feel the pressure that strongly, and his footsteps accelerated. Elder Huang, on the other hand, was somewhat strained to follow him. The closer he got, the more terrifying the pressure became, and in the end, Elder Huang was panting and couldn't stop trembling. Elder Huang, what happened to you? When the young man realized that Huang Lao was trembling, he asked with a puzzled face. Phew! Your kid's cultivation level is low, you don't feel much of that dragon's might. For me, it makes me shiver. But I can still hold on, go. Huang Lao silently operated his gong methods and followed behind the chi refining stage guy. About a few more minutes of walking. The space ahead opens up, as clear as a piece of crystal. Hiss! When Elder Huang fixed his eyes on it, he immediately couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. What did he see? A black dragon bone, hundreds of feet long, hovered in that crystal gas, escaping wisps of black mist. This is actually really a dragon bone. Old Huang couldn't believe his eyes were glaring out at this moment. Right, it's a real dragon. The young man at the chi refining stage was also incredibly excited, saying, should we inform General Manager Gu right away? He'll definitely be shocked as well. Ha ha. Yes, it's necessary to inform General Manager Gu about this immediately. There's no signal underground. You watch here, I'll go up and contact General Manager Gu. Elder Huang laughed out loud, not being half as selfish about this dragon bone or taking it for himself, but thinking of informing Gu Changqing at the first opportunity. He returned to the ground as fast as he could, then took out his cell phone and dialed Gu Changqing's number. The phone was connected after half a minute, and Gu Changqing's majestic voice filled with magnetism came out. Huang Lao, what's the matter? He was on his way to Mount Sumeru and would arrive in 10 minutes at the most, but then he received a call from Elder Huang. Mr. Gu, a heavenly discovery. We have a heavenly discovery under the Tang Clan's spirit stone vein. Elder Huang's voice, excited beyond belief. Speak. Gu Changqing's curiosity was also aroused. I don't know what could have made the always stoic Elder Huang turn into this. A dragon. We found a black dragon bone in the spirit stone vein. That really is a dragon. Elder Huang said somewhat incoherently. Okay? Gu Changqing also heard the spirit of a shock, at the same time very puzzled. The previous life also did not hear that the Tang family dug out any dragon bones. A little such a rumor did not. Mr. Gu, this is what I saw with my own eyes. It definitely can't be fake. It's outrageous. Even if there's only the dragon bone left, that mighty pressure is weighing me down. Elder Huang gulped furiously. Okay, wait for me. I'll be right there. Gu Changqing's curiosity was completely ignited. Temporarily giving up on traveling to Mount Sumeru, he said to the crowd, there's a major discovery over at the mine. I need to go over there, so you guys wait nearby for the time being. Whoosh! After saying that, Gu Changqing didn't wait for the crowd to open their mouths and ask something, so he had already transformed into a long black rainbow and disappeared into the sky in a few breaths. The crowd looked at Gu Changqing's gradually disappearing back and all revealed puzzled looks. They didn't dare to use their divine sense and spy on Gu Changqing's call with Elder Huang, so they didn't know what was going on over there. Mr. Gu must be in a hurry. Let's first find a place nearby to land and wait. Su Yajiao stood out and then led the crowd in this area, finding a random place to wait quietly for Gu Changqing to return. As for Gu Changqing at this moment, he unfolded his own fastest speed and rushed to Qinghai City. It was like a black lightning bolt crossing the sky. About the greater part of an hour or so. In the Tang Clan's mining area, with a loud bang in the sky, Gu Changqing landed on the ground with a loud bang, and it was only after the black thunder and mana true essence that raged on the surface of his body that it slowly collected back into his body. Buzz! 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 However, Gu Changqing just landed on the ground, the 108 black Dan in the body of the Sea of Dan, but is not under his control to run up, as if by the call of something stupid, to break out of the body. What's going on? Gu Changqing frowned, forcibly suppressing the black Dan's dissension. Mr. Gu, you're finally here. At that moment, Elder Huang flew in with a face full of fervor. Gu Changqing asked in a deep voice, is there really a dragon bone? I wouldn't dare to lie about such a thing. Come on, Mr. Gu, I'll show you. This time, it was Elder Huang's turn to lead the way for Gu Changqing with a fluttering brow and overwhelming excitement. Gu Changqing nodded his head, looking at Huang Lao like this, it should be true, and immediately followed him into the underground mine, heading straight to where the dragon bone was at a fast pace. After walking for a while, Boss Huang gasped and said, Mr. Gu, have you ever felt that terrifying dragon power? Gu Changqing frowned slightly. He didn't feel the dragon's might, but the black Dan in his body were all stirring, wanting to break out of his body without his control. Keep going. Gu Changqing had a moment of skepticism in his heart. Could it be that his own black Dan was somehow involved with that dragon bone? At that moment, he didn't care about Elder Huang and went over as fast as he could. Not long after, Gu Changqing also saw the black dragon bone that was hundreds of feet in size and escaped with an evil black aura that was sealed in the crystal. Buzz off. And the Black Dan in his body spun even more violently at this time. Gu Changqing's face changed slightly, and when running the 8 desolate demonic techniques to suppress the uncontrollable Jindan, a terrifying scene appeared. Ask for some monthly votes. Recommendations. Thank you. End of chapter. Chapter 38, Painful. World-destroying Black Dragon. Qingyan City, Imperial Sky Hotel, inside a presidential suite, the real body of the 18th princess of Imperial civilization was here, standing in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, looking at the bustling city in front of her, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. She really couldn't figure out where Gu Changqing got the nerve to be so arrogant in the face of a person like her, a half-step transformation deity who carried the imperial royal bloodline and had unparalleled battle prowess. Very unusual. She was not a brainless person and thought that if Gu Changqing dared to treat her like this, he must have his bottom card of being fearless of everything. If I had known, I would have had a good talk with him, even if I had taken 2 or 3% of the resource inheritance. For some reason, she suddenly regretted the lion's share. She pondered, thinking about how to redeem herself, and also wanted to make a complete enemy of Gu Changqing and get him killed, but she was afraid that Gu Changqing really did have a terrifying undercurrent, and thus cut her life short. Very tangled. Let's go to Mount Sumeru first and see what tricks he has up his sleeve. After thinking about it, she still planned to, first, see Gu Changqing's strength. Immediately the real body traveled to Mount Sumeru. Immortal ancient star, this piece of meat and potatoes, if not for its formation boundary, is too horrible, otherwise it has long become the 2 major cultivation civilizations fighting for the place, where there are human anything. But even so, they would spare no expense and send strong men to descend. Junsi, even the Black Prison Emperor, who had almost no enemies across the universe, had spared no expense in chopping himself down to take over his body. One could just imagine that there were bound to be many incomparably attractive things within the immortal ancient star for them. Subsequently, I'm afraid that there will still be strong people like the Black Prison Emperor who can't resist the temptation to chop themselves down. The pressure Gu Changqing had to face was actually very great. He wanted to snatch enough resources to rise up for the human cultivators at the hands of these wolf-like extraterrestrial beings. If one day the spell formation boundary of the immortal ancient star disappeared, it would also be able to have the power to defend itself. Otherwise, at that point, they are lambs to the slaughter. Qinghai City, northern suburb of the mines. The end of the third mine. This crystal-like sparkling space sealed a black dragon bone that was hundreds of feet in size. However, as Gu Changqing came here, the 108 Black Dawn in the Sea of Dawn within his body all rioted and wanted to break out of his body. Just as Gu Changqing was running the 8 desolate demonic techniques in an attempt to suppress them. Anon. Though lull. A tyrannical dragon roar suddenly emanated from within the dragon head of that ancient dragon. Damn! As the dragon's roar echoed in his ears, Gu Changqing's face changed wildly, and the Jindan in his body could no longer be controlled, and in a buzzing sound, one after another flew out of his body before breaking through the air and swiping towards the dragon bone. Pust! All of the Black Dan left the body. Gu Changqing violently spat out a large mouth of blood. The strength of the whole body was instantly drained, plopped to the ground, eyes red with rage. My Golden Dan. But no matter how much he was allowed to roar, the 108 Black Dawn that originally belonged to him, one after another, merged inside the dragon bone. ***********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************used to not change his color even when Tarzan crumbled to the top of the mountain. At this time he was foul-mouthed and lunged towards the dragon bone with his eyes full of grimace. Strangely enough, he wasn't blocked by the crystal wall that sealed the black keel, and it penetrated through with a boing. Buzz! The next moment, a horrible scene appeared. Gu Changqing's body, which had just rushed into the crystal space, actually began to disintegrate with a buzz, turning into ashes in the blink of an eye before being absorbed by that dragon bone. Ah! Mr. Gu! The chi practitioner lad next to him finally came back to his senses when he saw this scene, and as he watched Gu Changqing go up in smoke with his own eyes, he stared with wide eyes and roared in incomparable horror. What's going on? Where's Mr. Gu? Elder Huang arrived at that moment, and when he didn't see Gu Changqing's figure, and only saw the chi practitioner boy's face full of panic, he instantly roared out in anger. It's over, everything is over. The chi refining boy was paralyzed and filled with fear. What's going on? Elder Huang brought him up in a violent rage and drank. Mr. Gu. After Mr. Gu he came here, all the Jindan in his body was absorbed by that dragon bone, unable to accept it. Mr. Gu followed and rushed in, instantly turned into ashes and was absorbed by that dragon bone. Ah! The chi refining boy trembled. What? When Elder Huang heard this, his eyes immediately filled with blood. How could this happen? Dropping the chi practitioner boy, Huang Lao paralyzed on the ground with a thud, his lips trembling as he wailed with a face full of remorse. Gu. Gu. General Manager Gu, it's us who have harmed you. We shouldn't have allowed you to come here. Ah! If I had known this, I should have been a little selfish and kept it from you for a while and not reported it. He pounded his chest and growled to the heavens, slapping himself several times in remorse. Elder Huang, what now? The chi practicing youngster said in a six-fold voice. Ah! Huang Lao wailed and spat out a mouthful of blood, forcibly suppressing his heartbreak and allowing himself to quickly regain his composure, then looked at the chi practicing youngster and said in a deep voice, "The news of General Gu's death must not be spread out, or else mankind will be doomed. I'm going to brainwash you right now, washing away all information there is about this dragon bone." "Yes, you do." The refining boy nodded heavily and emptied his sea of consciousness. Elder Huang was also not polite, casting the magic skill of erasing memory, washing away all the things that the chi practitioner boy had about the dragon bone. After the memories were washed away, the chi practitioner boy fainted. "Mr. Gu, I'm the one who caused you harm." Elder Huang looked at the dragon bone that was surging with black mist, and after absorbing Gu Changqing's black dan, it became even more powerful, as if it might come to life at any moment, and was filled with a look of sadness. "Don't panic." But suddenly, in old Huang's mind, Gu Changqing's voice, which seemed as if it didn't belong to this dimension, resounded in his mind. "Ha? Mr. Gu, you're not dead?" Elder Huang's spirit shook, his eyes blazing. "Originally, I also thought that I was dead, but what I didn't expect was that my golden dan wasn't harming me, but wanted to help me fuse and refine this dragon bone. I need a few days, when he will be shedding his bones and realizing the ultimate metamorphosis, and during this period, including you, no one is allowed to come in and disturb." Gu Changqing's voice, if distant, echoed eerily in old Huang's mind. After hearing this, Elder Huang said with incomparable excitement, Good, I will definitely not let anyone come in to disturb that Mount Sumeru's folding space." He who had instantly looked like he had aged dozens of years seemed to have gotten younger back at the moment. It was a roller coaster of emotions and excitement for just a few minutes. "I'll need about 2 or 3 days or so. When I come out, all of the whatsoever extraterrestrial imperial race demon race will have to die. You leave immediately now. I'm going to start my metamorphosis. The origin of this dragon bone is unusual, does not belong to this universe. The name of the world-destroying black dragon, once let the immortal race are tricky, the loss of a lot of ancestor-level powerhouses, self-detonation of several pieces of ancestor weapons before barely suppressed to death." Gu Changqing didn't expect that his golden dan could actually absorb and refine even such existential skeletons for himself. It was simply invincible. "Alright, I'll go out and blockade the third mining area." Elder Huang was filled with excitement and took the unconscious chi practitioner boy with him to leave. End of chapter. Chapter 39 Ultimate Metamorphosis. Fusion of the world-destroying black dragon. After Elder Huang came out, he immediately instructed his cronies to block off the third mining area and kill anyone who dared to step in. Then he returned to his residence and contacted Su Yajio and the others who were still waiting for Gu Changqing. Su Yajio inquired, "Elder Huang, may I ask what's the matter, and when will Mr. Gu be back?" Huang Lao said, "General Gu suddenly had an epiphany and needs to go into seclusion for 2 days. Mount Sumeru doesn't need to be taken care of. You guys can go back to New God Group first." "Ah, this. Good." Su Yajiao didn't expect that Gu would let them go back. Ending her call with Elder Huang, she looked at the more than 4,000 Jiet and cultivators present and said in a loud voice, "Gentlemen, General Manager Gu suddenly had an epiphany and needs to go into seclusion for 2 days, so let's go back to the New God Group first." Shi Taixian frowned. How could that be? Mount Sumeru's folding space is about to be introduced. Why is Mr. Gu shutting down at this point in time? Su Yajia shook her head and said, "I'm not sure. Since it was conveyed by Elder Huang, then General Manager Gu must have gone into seclusion." "Go back first," he said, and led the crowd back. Deep in the third mine, inside the crystal boundary, the ghastly black mist twisted and surged noiselessly. The dragon bone, which was hundreds of feet long, flickered with a mysterious rune on its surface, and then a dragon pattern emerged. Gu Changqing's 108 black dawn were spread all over the internal parts of the dragon bone, as if they had been transformed into 108 dragon beads, strung together, emitting an extremely violent and destructive aura. Gu Changqing's Yuanshen, on the other hand, was perched inside the gigantic dragon head, constantly absorbing the black dragon power and inheritance that came from the refining of the black dan. Over time, this dragon bone disappeared with the naked eye, starting from the tail. And at the same time, outside of Gu Changqing's Yuanshen, his physical body was slowly coalescing. Time rushes by and a day passes. This dragon bone had already disappeared for the most part, and Gu Changqing's new physical body was also mostly complete. In the meantime, the Sumeru Mountains team of seized bodies had swelled to 10,000 people. Hordes were spread all over the valley. The 18th princess of the imperial civilization, Tichin Yushi, hid her true cultivation, changed her appearance, and joined in as an ordinary reclaimer. "It's been a day, why hasn't Gu Changqing arrived yet? Could it be that he's scared?" In a corner, Tichin Yushi was here alone, looking at the more than 10,000 reclaimers present, and belatedly not seeing Gu Changqing show up, which caused her heart to be filled with questions. Not being able to see Gu Changqing, she was wondering at the moment if she should reveal her identity or not. "Gentlemen!" Just then, Yi Jun, who was sitting cross-legged on the biggest boulder at the site, slowly got up and shouted, "Smell!" The more than 10,000 snatchers present, one after another, stopped their discussions and looked towards him. Yi Jun stood proudly, looking around and down at everyone present, and spoke in a faint voice, "The 2 folding spaces here will be open right away. and since Gu Changqing doesn't dare to come, there are some rules I'll have to talk about in advance. Emperor, please speak. We have absolutely no objections. Lu Hao was the first to step forward and slip up. Whoever dares to have a problem with Lord Emperor's decision, Devil Dao Yuan, will be the first to get him killed. Coming from the direct lineage of the Demon Spirit clan, Devil Dao Yuan stood up his huge body and spoke with a fierce and vicious voice. Emperor? Tichin Yushi's beautiful eyes were slightly condensed, unaware of the situation. Her heart was incomparably shocked. It can't be that existence, right? In the two major cultivation civilizations, there was only one being that could be called an emperor. That would be the Black Prison Emperor. Hiss! Tichin Yushi sucked in a mouthful of cold air in her heart. How did he chop himself down as well? Gu Changqing, it's a good thing you didn't come, otherwise you would have died long ago. Not only was she so shocked, many of the uninformed body snatchers present were filled with surprise and shock, and their eyes became incomparably respectful as they looked at Yi Jun. If I can take this opportunity to evening out this Black Prison Emperor. Tichin Yushi's heart was on fire. If I can become his favorite concubine, my position in the empire will also be. With that in mind, she stopped pretending. Manifestation of the true body. Noblesse oblige. Unbelievably beautiful. Lightly flying up, she landed on the boulder where Yi Jun was, and owed a salute towards Yi Jun, my youngest daughter, Imperial Civilization Royal Family 18th Princess Tichin Yushi. I have met your Imperial Highness. Jia, you dare to appear in front of me? Not waiting for Yi Jun and the people present to be surprised by Tichin Yushi's identity, but Devil Dao Yuan licked his hideous lips and stepped out, staring at her with a face full of brutality. If you want to die, I can fulfill you. Tichin Yushi beautiful eyes within the killing machine revealed, cold look to the Devil Road Yuan, there is a word will be out of the momentum. Now is not the time for you to kill each other, our biggest enemy is Gu Changqing. Looking at their swords drawn, Yi Jun's deep eyes were slightly cold as he chided, before killing Gu Changqing, I won't allow anyone to fight internally, got it? Yes. In front of him, neither Tichin Yushi nor Devil Dao Yuan dared to make a move, and retreated to the side with a cold snort to each other. After resolving the conflict between them, Yi Jun looked around the room and said in a faint voice, I'm not really interested in the resources of the immortal race, but, if anyone encounters a type of dark red crystals, I hope that you'll take the initiative to hand them over and don't allow me to search your body, or else it will be the time of your demise once I search them. Dark red crystals? The people present all heard the words in their hearts, can make this existence miss the thing, I'm afraid that the head is not small. That's all there is to say, don't let your greed get you killed. After saying that, Yi Jun resumed sitting down on his knees. The reason why he had summoned these people over was to find him the crystals that he had just mentioned. At this time, Tichin Yushi said in a low voice, Your Imperial Holiness, Gu Changqing had come to Mount Sumeru. But for some reason, he didn't show up, which makes me feel strange. Saying that, she told the entire process of the previous matter of threatening Gu Changqing. Oh, Yi Jun raised his eyes slightly. Are you sure that the direction he came from at that time was Mount Sumeru? Tichin Yushi nodded. That's what he said himself about coming to Mount Sumeru. He seems to know that Emperor you guys are here and is prepared to come and finish you off first. Funny, looks like you scared him off. Yi Jun smiled slightly, rightfully so. Tichin Yushi let out a delicate laugh and said, at that time, he was still hard-headed, but I didn't expect that he was also a soft bone. Yi Jun nodded slightly. Once we've ransacked these two folding spaces, we'll go and exterminate the new god group. Time passes in dribs and drabs. Soon there was a full moon hanging high. Rumble. It was about 10 o'clock at night. A violet vibration suddenly emanated from this side of the canyon, and a bright golden light that was so blinding that it was impossible to open one's eyes was transmitted from the void. Coming! When the body snatchers present saw the scene, they all showed excitement. In the meantime, third mine, crystal space. Rumble. This side of space had been completely enveloped by an ultimate destructive force. It was like a storm sweeping through, and the shadows of two hideous to the extreme dragons could be vaguely seen, roaming with teeth and claws. If not for the crystal space being strong enough, this underground space would have been destroyed. Buzz. A moment later, the ultimate force that raged within the crystal space slowly converged. When all of them disappeared, a great figure emerged. Early in the month. Ask for some monthly votes. Recommendation tickets. Thanks to. End of chapter. Chapter 40. A bloody storm is about to fall like a waterfall in Mount Sumeru. The night is like water and the full moon hangs high. Tonight, it may be a sleepless night. Above Mount Sumeru, golden light rushed into the sky, and folding space asked for the world, as if two small suns, slowly emerging from the void. Coming, haha. I can't believe there are two of them, my god, make a fortune. The resource inheritance left behind by the immortal race, I really want to see it immediately. The tens of thousands of extraterrestrial succubi gathered here looked at the two slowly rising rays of light that looked like small suns, and everyone's face was filled with incomparable excitement. Yi Jun, on the contrary, appeared calm, having traveled across the universe for so many years. What great storms hadn't been seen before? Qingyun City, City Lord's Mansion. There's a big crowd gathered here. Shintaba, Suyajiao, Duhan, Shiha Taishan, and the Heart and Soul Group, the remaining 5 cultivators who were a few points stronger than Huang Lao, Zhu Kai, Li Xiangnan, Wu Jia, Lin Shua, and Bai Jingyi. The folding space was introduced. Why hasn't Mr. Gu come out yet? Shihi Taishan looked within the satellite projection, the golden light that ripped through the night, illuminating the darkness of the night as bright as day, his face full of anxiety. Why don't we call and ask Elder Huang? Bai Jingyi suggested. This was a very charming and fiery beautiful woman, carrying 3 golden pills and cultivating the heavenly ranked techniques and spells of the immortal race. Agreed, how can we compete for it? Zhu Kai rubbed his fists together, his face full of stupidity. Su Yajio said coldly, if General Gu doesn't show up, let's go over there and die as many times as we can. The other side has a half-step transformation god powerhouse. Half-step transformation god? The uninformed Zhu Kai, Li Xiangnan, Wu Jia, and Lin Shua were all deeply shocked when they heard this. Su Yajiao sighed, give a call to Elder Huang and ask. If Mr. Gu is still in seclusion, we won't get involved. Why wouldn't she want to go? But her strength wouldn't allow it. With that, she took out her cell phone and contacted Elder Huang. However, it was not reachable. This made Su Yajiao frown. Qinghai City, northern suburb. The third underground mine, Crystal Space. When the raging ultimate force converged, an oppressive figure was revealed. He wore a black dragon robe that was half open to his chest, his posture was slender and upright, and his head was full of white hair like a waterfall, which was unencumbered and spread out to his waist and scattered over his shoulders and chest. The very great features were as cold as an emotionless killing god, and a black dragon soul mark flickered slightly at the center of his brow. Blood-colored pupils, occasionally visible corpses mountain and sea of blood scenes skimmed. The most frightening thing was that there were 2 evil black dragons hovering behind him, one left and one right, like they were growing out of the spine of his back, with black dragon scales flowing with cold light and azure-colored dragon eyes flashing with tyrannical light. This body, even though it's only at the early stage of yuaning, it's so strong that it shocks me. Gu Changqing clenched his fists, feeling the mana flowing within his body, and a wicked smile appeared on his very great face. His current appearance, with the original only 4 or 5 points of similarity, more mature and domineering, raising his hands and feet, can bring people an extremely strong impression of the superior. After refining the corpse of the exterminating black dragon through the black elixir, Gu Changqing not only obtained the vast majority of its divine abilities, but also evolved several strong and invincible divine abilities. He was now an almost invincible existence in both his physical body and his mana. There was never an opponent in the same realm. I really didn't expect the Tang family's mind to give me such a big surprise. After slightly familiarizing himself with his new body, Gu Changqing was about to leave, but Elder Huang's voice came from outside at this time. Mr. Gu, the folding space has been released, how are you now? Elder Huang stood outside, his heart apprehensive, because Gu Changqing had said that no one could come and disturb him until he showed up. But with the introduction of the folding space, Huang Lao's heart was reluctant, and he was torn for a long time before choosing to come down. In the past 2 days, in order not to disturb Gu Changqing, Elder Huang had also ordered the mining of the spirit stone vein to stop. Whoosh! Just as Huang Lao's heart was bursting with apprehension, Gu Changqing had appeared in front of him as a gust of wind blew. At this moment, Gu Changqing had already collected the twin dragons behind him. Poof! Accompanying Gu Changqing's appearance was a pressure that he hadn't yet had time to collect, which immediately shocked Elder Huang's legs and made him sit on his butt on the ground. He raised his head and looked at the man in front of him, who was both familiar and unfamiliar, with a domineering aura all over his body, and swallowed hard and said, "You are Mr. Gu?" Gu Changqing nodded slightly and said, "There's no one else who knows about what's going on here other than you and that cheap practicing little cultivator, right?" "Yes, but I've already washed away all his memories, so now only I know, and if you can't trust Mr. Gu, you can wash away my memories as well." Elder Huang got up trembling, his eyes looking up and down at the current Gu Changqing. "I believe you. That little guy got credit for discovering the dragon bone, help him out more." Gu Changqing glanced at him lightly and walked past him, saying in a dignified manner, "Has folding space been introduced?" "Don't worry, Mr. Gu, I'll secretly promote that little guy." Elder Huang respectfully followed him, nodding his head. "Mount Sumeru's folding space entrance is currently erupting, and it should not be possible to go in yet. You came out at just the right time." Gu Changqing softly hummed, and when he came to the ground, he saw in the distant sky, the brilliant and incomparable golden light rising up like 2 small suns, which could be seen from most of the earth in the country. "How radiant!" Gu Changqing's eyes narrowed slightly as he said lightly, "Immediately contact Su Yajio and tell her to immediately notify all the Jiedan cultivators in the country to gather at Sumeru Mountain. In addition, notify the Supreme Command Hall in Changqing again to open a live broadcast. I want to slaughter those body snatchers in front of the entire nation." "Yes." Huang Lao was filled with excitement and took out his cell phone to dial Su Yajio's number. "Elder Huang, has Mr. Gu come out yet?" Just after the phone was connected, Su Yajiao couldn't wait to ask. Elder Huang laughed out loud. "Ha! General Gu has successfully realized the ultimate metamorphosis out of the gate and asked you to immediately gather all the Jiedan cultivators in the country and assemble towards Mount Sumeru. then contact the Supreme Command Hall in Changqing and ask them to open a national live broadcast in which General Gu is going to kill all those extraterrestrial body snatchers in front of the entire people. Really? Good, I'll announce it right away. On Su Yajiao's side, she was full of excited smiles, and after hanging up the phone, she looked at the crowd. Did you all hear that? Ha ha. With Mr. Gu around, the drying is done. I'll first go gather all the Jidan cultivators in Qingyan City and head next door to Qinghai City to meet General Manager Gu. Li Shangnan laughed maniacally and flew out directly through the window. Du Han, you're responsible for contacting the leaders in Changqing, we'll leave first. Su Yajiao gave a command to Du Han and then led the crowd to leave in droves. A bloody storm was about to fall like a waterfall on Mount Sumeru, early in the month, asking for some monthly votes. Thanks to. End of chapter. Chapter 41, Queen Sakura. As the new god group's call for orders was conveyed, the new god group's Jidan cultivators who were guarding the major cities in China, after leaving a few guards behind, all of them immediately set out to rush to Mount Sumeru. One after another, the streams of light transformed into cultivators left the city and swept towards the place where the golden light shone in the sky. Heavens! The cultivators of the new god group, is this all out? The direction they went, is the side where the golden light erupted. Could it be that there is some exotic treasure out there? What a spectacular scene! Are all of our Xinhai city's Jidan cultivators impulsive? In this night, in all the cities in the country, one can see a stream of light transformed by the Jidan cultivators, from the night curtain of the city, just like a shooting star swept out of the city, the scene of the spectacular, many ordinary people, as well as practicing qi, foundation building of the small cultivators incomparably longing for. No, I have to cultivate hard or there's no chance for me to appear at all. Zhao Yufei, who was at the headquarters of the new god group, watched all of the group's Jidan cultivators, like bright comets disappearing into the darkness of the night, clenched her fists and prepared to go cultivate after watching this live broadcast. Not only her, but there were also many low-ranked cultivators who, seeing the sight of all the Jidan cultivators from the new god group tonight, were all riveted to cultivate to the Jidan stage as soon as possible. However, Zhao Yufei was born with 5 elemental spiritual roots, plus there was a cultivation technique that suited her, as well as extremely high-quality spirit stones to use, and she was now in the middle stage of foundation establishment. At the same time, in the Supreme Command Hall of Changqing, Shenyuan Tuasin and the others had received a message from Du Han, telling them to deploy the best and most advanced satellites to Mount Sumeru, and inform them of the whole thing, so that they can open a national, and indeed a world-facing, live broadcast. Ha ha. Good, this is definitely a battle to establish prestige. Immediately notify the satellite department and transfer satellite 1 to Mount Sumeru. No, I will personally go to the satellite department. When Xian Yuan Tuasan and the others learned of this, they were all excited to go to the satellite ministry in person. Soon, a live broadcast for the whole country, even overseas, unfolded on the country's official Dragon network. In this moment, on everyone's cell phone, a prompt pops up. Mr. Gu, along with all of the nation's conjugated cultivators, is about to wipe out all of the country's body snatchers in one fell swoop on Mount Sumeru. The nation was invigorated by the alert and clicked through to the live stream in droves. The image was filled with golden light, like a blazing sun rising into the sky. In addition to that, one could also see on the ground, gathering more than 10,000 reclaimers, all of them showing excitement, running their mana to resist the blinding golden light, staring dead on. Hiss! These are all the body snatchers that came down from beyond the domain? Much better, are any of these people your family? Damn body snatchers, robbing us of our resources and wreaking havoc on our homes, all of them should be killed, not a single one of them should be left behind. When wave after wave of people who flooded into the live broadcast room saw that Mount Sumeru was gathering such a large number of body snatchers, they all angrily sent out cursing pop-ups. Ha! A bunch of fools, and what's more the emperor, wait for the demise. Sakura Island Kingdom, the contemporary female heavenly king, Queen Sakura, watched the live broadcast from the Daxia Dragon Network, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. When you guys kill both of you, it's the time for me to pick the peaches. Peach, have you gathered all the manpower? Back to Her Majesty, 30,000 Jiadan stage cultivators are already all waiting on the transmission array, ready to transmit to the Great Summer Dragon Kingdom. Inside the palace, a woman in a black power suit bowed and reported. Queen Sakura leaned sideways on top of the soft couch, her perfect figure on display, revealing a cruel smile. Very well. Back then, the small human country, which invaded the Great Summer Dragon Country, was almost annihilated. This time I will also lead them and kill all the cultivators of the Great Summer Dragon Country. This woman wasn't simple, an existence on the same level as the Black Hell Emperor, who had taken over Queen Sakura since the beheading down. Recently, she had been keeping an eye on the Great Summer Dragon Kingdom at all times. Now it was just a matter of waiting for them to lose both of them before she stepped in and cleaned them both up. Unbeknownst to her, by doing so, she was hastening the downfall of Sakurajima. Gu Changqing's black abyssal dragon streamer after its extreme sublimation had long been hungry and thirsty. What is that thing, so bright? In the oceanic sea of Qinghai City, countless sea demons ventured out, and Tongling's big eyes stared at the golden light at the end of the sky. That's human territory, don't clash with humans for the time being. when a few of our lords step into the heavenly demon, we'll be able to ignore the strongest weapons of humans. A great demon has cautioned against all sirens setting foot on land. The horror of human nuclear weapons was known to some rather intelligent sea creatures before the aura was revived. This is the biggest reason why the sirens in the ocean are still so honest. It's 1 a.m. In the morning of the night. Shanghai City, New God Group branch building. Above the vast rooftop, Changqing stood still, his white hair like a waterfall dancing in the wind. Under the half-open chest black dragon robe, the upright and magnificent posture, raising his hands and feet is full of the sense of oppression of the superior. In the sky above this party, more than 30,000 groups of Jiadan cultivators stood, obscuring the sun and moon. Behind him, stood Su Yajiao, Shiha Taishan, Jukai, Li Shang'an, Wu Jia, Lin Shua, and Bai Jingyi, 7 of the 7, currently the strongest Jiadan stage of the new God Group, other than Changqing. Mr. Gu, the golden light of Mount Sumeru is about to disappear. Su Yajiao looked at the golden light that gradually began to converge and said in a low voice, "When do we leave?" After seeing Changqing when they arrived, all of them felt a bit unfamiliar with the current Changqing, but they didn't ask many questions. "Before we set out, there are some magic treasures for you to recognize by strength." The soul seal on Changqing's brow glowed, thus one light after another, transforming into one magic treasure after another with a powerful aura. There were hundreds of pieces, and they seemed to be alive, breaking out of Changqing's control and trying to vanish. "Don't go." When the crowd saw this, their eyes revealed a fiery color, and they all ran their magic power to chase after them. But many people were shaken away by those magic treasures just as they got close. Su Yajiao and the others joined in, and the vast tens of thousands of people, chasing after hundreds of magic treasures, scattered in all directions, making for quite a spectacular scene. These magic treasures were refined by Changqing using the remaining dragon bones, and each of them contained great power. However, it was as hard as heaven to get its recognition. Half an hour later, many Jiadan stage shook their heads and came back with a face full of unwillingness. "You can't even get close enough to talk about recognizing your master?" To the end. There were only a handful of 4 people who had gotten a dragon bone magic treasure to recognize their masters. Su Yajiao, Old Man Huang, Bai Jingyi, and an early stage Jiadan. Even Shihi Taishan was unable to recognize a single piece. "Who are you?" With a wave of his hand, Changqing retrieved all of his magic treasures and looked at the young man in front of him at the early stage of the Jiadan stage, a touch of playfulness flashing through his bloody pupils. "Ask for some monthly votes. Recommended tickets." End of chapter. Chapter 42. Gentlemen, Gu has come 2 days late, so they have all waited a long time, haven't they? Mr. Gu's discerning eyes, "I am indeed not human." The man bowed towards Changqing and said frankly, "I come from the Imperial Cultivation Civilization, my name is Ing Wushuang. I descended in my true form, thus you cannot find out. My identity is from the Imperial Royal bloodline of the last generation, but now my family has been broken, and the last few old ancestors have fallen because they were backfired on for sending me down, and my purpose for joining the new God Group is pure, I just want to rise. I implore Mr. Gu to give me a chance." At the end of his sentence, he dropped to both knees and bowed his head. "That's just it, I'll give you this chance, considering you're a lost dog." Changqing lowered his eyes and gave him a faint look, then between the waves of his arm, the void shook and a dark avenue that crossed the entire sky emerged, reaching directly to Mount Sumeru. "Let's go! Time to clean up those stinky rats." With those words, he stepped onto the dark avenue. The moment he stepped on it, his figure had disappeared. When the crowd saw this, they followed suit and disappeared in batch after batch. This dark avenue was precisely one of the divine aptitudes of the world-destroying black dragon, which was so powerful that it could span across endless rivers of stars at a certain level of strength. It works better than any teleportation array. Mount Sumeru. The golden light across the sky was slowly converging. The 13,000 or so body snatchers, led by Yi Jun, were all a bit restless with excitement. There were many people who were secretly running their mana inside their bodies again, preparing to be the first to rush in after the entrance had stabilized. "Why do I harbor a bad feeling?" Yi Jun looked around the 4 fields, and inexplicably panicked within his heart, a panic he had never felt since he had killed his way to fame. "Your Imperial Holiness, what's wrong?" Teaching Yushi noticed the strangeness that flashed in his eyes and inquired in a low voice. "Are you sure that on the way here, Changqing encountered you and left under your threat?" Yi Jun frowned slightly, the existence that could bring him a sense of panic on this planet, other than Changqing of the new God Group. He couldn't think of any other beings. If Changqing dares to come, why is he nowhere to be seen? "Your Imperial Highness, aren't you a little too scornful of him?" Tikwin Yushi was a bit speechless in her heart. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. But just as her words fell, suddenly, in all directions of the sky, a stream of light after another, as if a group of stars converged to cut through the night, sweeping vastly. "The new god cultivators of Tendu City have arrived, and you rats who have taken over the body, why don't you cut your own throat and return to heaven? The new god cultivator of Ningtian City has arrived, and you rats who have taken over the body, why don't you cut your own throats and return to the heavens? The arrival of the new god cultivator from Cloud City, you rats who took over the body, why don't you cut your own throat and return to heaven? The new god cultivator of Dongling City has arrived, and you rats who have taken over the body, why don't you cut your own throat and return to heaven? As the long rainbows converged, the sound of a bellowing voice resounded through the heavens and earth. It is? The 13,000 or so extraterrestrial body snatchers present looked at the long rainbows that came from all directions, then transformed into one Jiedan cultivator after another, so numerous that they covered the stars and closed the moon, completely encircling this place. Raising his head to the whole place, it was densely packed, full of Jiedan cultivators, and one could not see the end at all. Moreover, there was a steady stream of Jiedan cultivators rushing to come. They were arrayed horizontally above the night curtain, with surging mana around them, killing intent, and the sound of angry shouts shaking the sky. Holy! All the cultivators from the Great Summer Dragon Kingdom are here? Terrible! With a sweep of divine sense, there's actually more than 100,000 ING people, and there's still support coming. It's said that the cultivators of the new god group are all existences that have cultivated spells, and with such a huge number, we won't be able to block a spell thrown by one person. Hiss! How does this fight? Looking at the overwhelming number of Jiedan cultivators surrounding them, the 13,000 or so reclaimers present all sucked in cold air, only to feel a rush of scalp numbness. Damn it, is Gu Changqing really coming? Tichin Yushi's beautiful eyes slightly condensed as she said in a deep voice, what makes him think that these rabble can deal with us? With her half-step transformation god, she was fearless no matter how many more Jiedan stages she had. No matter how many mole crickets there are, they are all just a footstep away. Tisk, TSK, these reptiles rushing to their deaths? Devil Dao Yuan licked his hideous lips, his face full of bloodthirsty color looked around at the densely packed Jiedan cultivators in front of him, and a killing heart was stirring. These Jiedan mole crickets are not enough to worry about. Yi Jun's deep, cold eyes flickered slightly, causing him to fear nothing more than Gu Changqing, and his sight kept searching for Gu Changqing's figure. Buzz! But just then, the void above the firmament hummed with an endless light of darkness, like an abyss descending to earth. A dark avenue that ran through space and time slowly extended out from the void. Yi Jun's pupils continued to contract as his gaze was fixed dead center on the dark avenue that hung down like a black curtain. Not only him, but the hundreds of millions of viewers present, whether they were the body snatchers or the cultivators of the new god group, as well as in the official live broadcasting room, were all watching in confusion and shock. 1 million people are watching. Above the dark avenue, a slender and upright figure, as magnificent as the sky, slowly appeared in the public's view. Black dragon robe covering the body, snow hair like a waterfall, pupils like a sea of blood, double dragons circling behind the back, intimidating azure-colored dragon eyes, emanating the ultimate tyrannical light looking down on the whole field. Who is this? My goodness! Is there another invasion of powerful beings from outside the domain? Hiss! This being, from the inside out, exudes an invincible and domineering aura. Facing such an enemy, can we humans win? As Gu Changqing appeared, the hundreds of millions of viewers in the live broadcast room immediately exploded. Even though Gu Changqing hadn't yet struck and hadn't shown any semblance of power, but it was his stance, his appearance, and his temperament that gave people an unshakable and invincible domineering aura. Asterisk. Who's this? Devil Dao Yuan stood upright, his gaze fixed on the domineering figure that stood above the black curtain, as if heaven and earth were trampled under his feet. This existence gave him the feeling that it was more unfathomable than even Yi Jun. Moreover, that kind of domineering aura, it was absolutely impossible to pretend, it was all natural, it was the invincible aura of the absolute superior. Even just standing there, it can bring a sense of realism to the world's living beings that is not to be disobeyed, is not to be defeated, and should all kneel down and sink and float. It's good. It's the realism, not the illusion. There were no more than a handful of beings with this kind of aura when looking at the two imperial civilizations. My sense of panic, could it be from this being? Yi Jun's pupils contracted. In front of this being, even he felt a great pressure. This kind of existence, even if the cultivation is not high, but it is impossible to get down at the moment, who the hell is it? On Tikan Yushi's stunningly beautiful crystal white face, she revealed a flash of color and said, he looks a bit like a person. Who? Devil Dao Yuan drank. Gu Changqing. Ha ha ha. Funny, you're not saying that this being is Gu Changqing, are you? Devil Dao Yuan snorted with laughter. But the next moment, he was immediately slapped in the face. Gentlemen, Gu is 2 days late, so they've all been waiting for a long time, haven't they? Ask for some monthly votes. Recommendation. I'll work overtime to write 2 more update chapters if the monthly votes can reach 100 today. End of chapter. Chapter 43, whether you live or die depends on whether you are strong or weak. Mount Sumeru, the dark avenue ran through the firmament, as if it were an endless abyss dropping down to earth. The figure that stood on it shook countless people. Just as countless people were wondering who he really was, a magnetic voice slowly sounded. Gentlemen, Gu is 2 days late, so they've all been waiting for a long time, haven't they? The moment these words came out, the grin that flashed across the grim face of Devil Dao Yuan, who was laughing maniacally, instantly froze. It also caused the hearts and minds of all of the body snatchers present to tremble and be filled with disbelief. What, this is our Mr. Gu? Well, at a closer look, there's really that 4 or 5 points of resemblance to Mr. Gu. What's going on? The new god group cultivators who had already rushed to the scene all looked at the domineering figure above the dark avenue with astonishment in their eyes. However, when Elder Huang, Su Yajiao, and the 30,000 Jiedan cultivators from Qingyun and Shanghai City followed Gu Changqing and walked out in great numbers, after they were stunned, they all revealed incomparable fervor, thoroughly believing that it was their general manager Gu. See Mr. Gu. The 100,000 to 200,000 heart and soul group Jiedan cultivators present bowed towards Gu Changqing, and their voices shook the night, as well as all of the body snatchers on the scene. Ha ha, my god, is that really Mr. Gu? Can it be false? Scared me. I thought this person was a being from beyond the domain. How did Mr. Gu become like this, all over, from the inside out? He is permeated with an invincible domineering aura. Who says it isn't? After thinking he was from outside the domain just now, I almost pissed myself. At the same time, the hundreds of millions of viewers in the official live broadcast room were also abuzz. Their gazes were glued to Gu Changqing's domineering figure in the screen, and many of the women's eyes showed the color of infatuation. Tang Yue, in particular, was overwhelmed with remorse. This was supposed to be her husband. How can this person be Gu Changqing? The Sakura Queen, whose body was dimpled and sexy and fiery, sat up from the soft couch, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. You rats, why don't you cut your own throat and return to heaven? Above the dark avenue, Huang Lao stepped out with his hands behind his back, looking down at the 13,000 or so reclaimers below with a face full of banter and disdain. You rats, why don't you cut your own throat and return to heaven? At the same time, the more than 200,000 Jiedan stage cultivators of the new god group here were running their mana and roaring. The sound was like thunder, tearing through the night. What to do? What can we do? This is what the emperor summoned us to, let's see what he does first. Shocking all of the body snatchers below, their bodies were trembling a little, and their gazes were looking at Yi Jun on that huge rock. Yi Jun's deep, cold eyes flickered slightly as he gazed at Gu Changqing. Beside him, Tichin Yushi's pink fists were clenched, and a slight tension flashed across her face. The devil Dao Yuan next to him, his body trembled a little. How could this be Gu Changqing? It can never be. He was still skeptical, not wanting to believe it was true. Gu Changqing, I have no intention of making an enemy of you. At this time, Yi Jun slowly opened his mouth, his voice was bland, and no trace of panic could be heard from it. Above the dark avenue, Gu Changqing scrutinized the ladder with downcast eyes and spoke faintly. You seem to be the backbone of these people. Yi Jun nodded. Not bad, I was the one who summoned them over. I just want to use them to find something for me. If Mr. Gu doesn't like it, just kill them as you please, we can work together. Grass, you asshole dare to unload? I throw you Loom, the titular Black Prison Emperor, turns out to be a rat who was greedy and afraid of death. Mr. Gu, you mustn't listen to the words of this rat. Just a moment ago he was thinking that after scavenging the resources inside the relic space, he would take us to destroy the new god group, and he even called you a softie. Yes, there's also that Empire's 18 princesses, she's the one who first called you softcore, we're all innocent In no way did we ever think of making an enemy of you. The body snatchers present, looking at the hallowed Black Prison Emperor, who could even say such words in order to save his life, listened to all of them curse in fury and uncover his hypocritical and ugly face. Gu Changqing's face was expressionless, his icy eyes sweeping over these infighting body snatchers as he spoke indifferently. You guys don't actually need to be angry, because I have no intention of letting you leave Mount Sumeru alive. When these words came out, the entire room of the seized people were silent, and then an unprecedented desire for survival erupted in their eyes. Escape! I don't know who shouted out, but the 13,000 or so body snatchers on the scene were like birds scattering in all directions, frantically fleeing. Ha ha, one word from Mr. Gu scares the piss out of these rats. The viewers in the live broadcast room all burst out laughing freely when they saw this scene. Siege. With a command, Elder Huang was the first to fly out and lock onto a peak Jiedan to pounce. Kill. As his order fell, the more than 200,000 Jiedan cultivators of the new god group here all moved, chasing after those fleeing reclaimers in groups of 3 or 2. Xia Taixian took the lead, locking onto the 2 false infant stages and breaking through the air to kill them with a long whistle. Rumble. All of a sudden, the entire night sky rioted, and brilliant spells flew chaotically in the night sky, completely breaking the calm of Mount Sumeru. Mountain after mountain was bulldozed by the terrifying aftermath of the spells, and the deafening roar was unceasing. As far as the eye could see, there was a tussle of spells against spells everywhere. What, you guys aren't going to fight back? Gu Changqing's cold, bloody pupils looked down at Yi Jun, Devil Dao Yuan, and Tichin Yushi on that boulder as if they were scrutinizing 3 dying prey. Do you really want to fish to death? I, the Black Prison Emperor, am not that easy to bully. Yi Jun coldly opened his mouth, the surging mana around his body revived, and behind him an amazing vision emerged, a hidden black prison that seemed to imprison all the heavens in it. This princess isn't made of clay either, Gu Changqing, you'd better think clearly before you make a move. Tikin Yushi shouted, and the mana of the god transformation stage wrapped around the Xianin laws, transforming behind her into a horrifying vision of a roll of icy sky and snow. Human, if you dare to make a move, even if I fight to the death today, I will bite off a mouthful of your flesh. Devil Dao Yuan shouted violently, his body size suddenly increasing, transforming into 100 feet huge, standing on top of the sky, with a devilish aura, coldly staring at Gu Changqing. A reptilian thing, how dare you threaten me? Above the dark avenue, Gu Changqing slightly lowered his eyes, and the twin dragons behind him violently emitted two roars that shook heaven and earth. Under this roar, the bodies of the Jian cultivators who were fighting high in the sky in the four directions trembled slightly. Just destroy you ugly reptile first. Gu Changqing's cold and merciless eyes steeply fell on the Devil's Road. Yuan slowly raised his hand, ang sound, an exterminating dragon might volatile black dragon silhouette appeared, then crushed the void, instantly swooped to the 100 feet of the Devil's Road Yuan near the front. Spirit Void Chop! Devil Dao Yuan roared angrily, not daring to be careless, summoning a devil blade, operating all the mana in his body, and chopping out a blade on that looked like a black hole. Bang! But it was like an ant trying to shake a tree. The black dragon's shadow crushed that blade on with a claw, and with the clasp of his hideous and huge head, it rose up in the air and exploded with a loud bang. Immediately afterward, the cracked, bloodied, and dying Devil Dao Yuan was seen falling from the air. How could I be so weak? In the pit, Devil Dao Yuan kept coughing up blood, his body kept convulsing, and he couldn't get up no matter what, and he began to suspect that the devil had been born. If your life were not still of use to me, I would have already sent your soul flying. Gu Changqing's face was expressionless, and with a wave of his hand, he took the half-dead Devil Dao Yuan, and included it inside the black abyss dragon streamer. Then he looked at the stony-faced Yijun and Tichen Yushi. As for you guys, whether you can survive from my hands or not depends on whether you are strong or weak. End of chapter. Chapter 44. Is my slight outburst your limit? Mount Sumeru, the entrance to the folding space, had been stabilized and hung high above the 1,000-meter sky. But at this moment, Mount Sumeru was very unsettled. More than 13,000 of the raiders were being surrounded by hundreds of thousands of new god groups Jiadan cultivators. Various powerful spells had leveled an unknown number of mountains. In the midst of the night, surging mana fluctuations blossomed more furiously than smoke. Phew! Phew! On top of the battlefield, Ing Wushuan was brave and invincible, frantically urging the magic treasure that he had just recognized from Gu Changqing's hands, the star-destroying cone. This cone was unrivaled in its power, and relying on it, Ing Wushuan had already killed 2 false infant cultivators. You are Lu Hao, right? Please leave your life behind today. Xia Taixian stared at Lu Hao, 6 killing breath monstrous dharma sword sinking behind him, his hands pinching sword knots, the sound of sword roars tearing through the void, and launching a fierce attack straight at Lu Hao, who was in the middle of fleeing. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lu Hao, who was about to escape from Mount Sumeru, cursed darkly and urged the 3 flying swords around his body to turn back, and had no choice but to wrestle with Xia Taixian. More than 13,000 of the body snatchers, under the siege of 230,000 new god group cultivators, one after another bloodied the sky. Elder Huang, Su Yajiao, Bai Jingyi, Li Shangnan and the others, who had also not encountered any opponents for the time being, were currently fighting with several false infant stage cultivators. The entire height of Mount Sumeru was filled with the sounds of fighting as cultivators' spells blasted against each other. Is that brother? In a certain home in Qingyun City, a family of 3 was watching a live broadcast. But when she saw Lu Hao, who was fighting with Xia Taixian, a girl covered her mouth and cried, "Dad, Mom, has brother been taken over as well?" His parents' faces were grim when they saw this scene, and the pain of losing their son made them unable to say a word. "Mom, you said that was my brother?" Qingyun City, the 3rd city district, a certain rental house. A little girl who looked like she was 7 or 8 years old and had a delicate and compact look, blinked her bright big eyes as she looked inside the live broadcast room and watched Gu Changqing, who was mightily suppressing Yi Jun and Tichen Yushi. Beside the little girl, sat a woman of about 27 or 18 years of age, impeccable in both looks and figure. "It is, but we can't recognize each other." The woman rubbed her head, a flash of helplessness and bitterness in her eyes. "Why can't we recognize each other? Is it because Daddy doesn't want us anymore?" The little girl wrinkled her nose and blinked her big eyes, looking at her mom in confusion. The woman opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. In the end she could only laugh. "Xingli is also a cultivator now. You have to work hard on your cultivation and ask your father yourself in the future." "Oh, okay, I'll work hard on my training and then go ask Dad why he doesn't want us anymore." The little girl nodded heavily, her gaze determined, and then continued to watch the broadcast. Gu Changqing probably couldn't have imagined, even if he had thought about it, that his cheap dad had left external debts outside. In his previous life, he hadn't even seen them come to recognize each other for 8 years, so he was unaware of it now. At this moment, Gu Changqing was towering over Yi Jun and Tichen Yushi, his cold eyes like he was scrutinizing 2 dying prey. Yi Jun's black prison vision sank behind him, and he took a deep breath and said, "Gu Changqing, do you really want to fish to death?" He really didn't want to die here until he had to die. Gu Changqing lowered his eyes, killing intent and a torrent of steel, snapping his fingers and pointing away with the finger of immortal destruction. This divine ability had destroyed many planets and killed many immortal race beings in the lifetime of the world-destroying Black Dragon. When Changqing refined its skeleton, he also obtained quite a few images of its experiences during its lifetime. Rumble. Accompanied by a loud echo, the sky exploded, the heaven and earth turned upside down, 100 feet of huge, thunder-drenched, world-destroying power monstrous, collapsed. The void of the horror of the giant finger, seems to be space and time are suppressed. La Qijun and Tichin Yushi cannot hide from the town to kill and down. It's Black Prison Emperor Seal. Yijun's face changed wildly, roared angrily, did not dare to have the slightest reservation. With a burst of luminosity in his brow, swoosh rotated and shot out a small black seal, then rose against the wind, in the blink of an eye transformed into 100 zheng huge, emitting an extreme light, under his full force, to meet the terrifying giant finger that pressed down from above the sky. You don't need to make a move, channel mana to me without reservation. When Yijun saw that Tichin Yushi also wanted to help, he, who was in the middle of urging the black prison seal with all his might, interrupted with a furious shout, the technique I cultivate can infinitely absorb mana from other living beings, so don't be afraid of me exploding my body, just channel it. Yes. Hearing this, Tichin Yushi did not hesitate to run her body's mana, pressed her hands behind Yijun, and madly injected her own mana into his body. Boom! With the mana boost from Tichin Yushi, Yijun's aura was even greater. The black prison seal that was fighting against the finger of immortal destruction against the sky also skyrocketed in size and radiance, and became even more powerful. Boom! In the next moment, the fingerprints collided, and the meta aftermath from the collision was like dozens of gale force winds sweeping away. Hiss! Whether it was the new god group cultivators who were chasing after the reclaimers or the reclaimers who were fleeing for their lives, all of them were unsteady by the impact of this fluctuation of mana, and were filled with horror as they searched for the sound. One could see a giant finger of the sky and 100 feet large seal, colliding together in a deadly collision. The mana fluctuation that erupted from the collision of the two, like waves, washed out in circles, sweeping across the sky. For a moment, the sky shook and the mountains collapsed. We can't even withstand the aftermath alone, run. At this moment, at the scene, no matter which side of the cultivators, they were all shocked by the scene in front of them, looking at the mana aftermath that swept over like an oceanic tsunami, and without saying a word, they were far shields. There is nothing like the fights of the immortals and the sufferings of mortals. Changqing looked at the two people who were struggling under his immortal destruction finger, sweating and panting, and shook his head in disappointment. Is my slight outburst your limit? Who are you looking down on? Being so humiliated by a junior, Yijun's eyes blossomed into a horrible divine aura as he bellowed, Black Prison Sacred Body, open. Boom! It was as if some interdimensional gate had been opened within Yijun's body, and an extremely vast and berserk purple-black mana erupted with a roar. Ah! Tichin Yushi, who was channeling mana behind him, suddenly screamed miserably as her entire body was drained of mana, not a single drop left, before she was shaken out by the powerful aura from Yijun's body. Break me! At this moment, Yijun's back appeared incomparably magnificent and tall, a holy body shadow standing up behind him, his feet stepping on the black prison and his head on the starry sky. His domineering aura was boundless. As he let out a furious cry, the black prison seal erupted with monstrous light, its power surging several times, emitting the sound of ghosts crying out, impacting the immortal destruction one finger to falter, and in the end, it disintegrated with a loud bang. Interesting. Changqing waved his hand to disperse the fluctuation of mana after the immortal destruction finger exploded, and a touch of playfulness appeared on his very great face. It looks like it's going to be a little bit of a real move, and you'll be damned if you haven't hidden your cultivation. End of chapter. Chapter 45. Oh my god. Is that a dragon? On Mount Sumeru, under the pressure of Changqing, Yijun drained all the mana of Tichin Yushi and opened the black prison sacred body, and at this moment, his whole temperament had changed greatly, and his stance appeared incomparably magnificent and tall, and a sacred body void stood up behind him, with his feet stepping on the black prison, and his head on top of the stars, and hegemony was limitless. Changqing, I've told you before, I'm by no means a soft target in your eyes. When this monarch was running across the universe, there was no human civilization like yours. Yijun raised his head and looked at Changqing, who was looking down on him like a mole cricket on the dark avenue, with infinite killing intent within his eyes. This is the Black Hell Sacred Body? Tichin Yushi, who had her mana sucked dry, staggered her body and hid in the distance, muttering to herself with a face full of shock. What, after opening a so-called holy body, you think you can defeat me? Changqing raised his eyelids and slowly spoke, if you haven't hidden your cultivation, you can die. Arrogant! Yijun angrily shouted, cannot accept to be just rise a few days of ants contempt, around the body of Manastorm, offering a seemingly incomparably heavy magic treasure halberd. Boomsound disappeared in situ, appeared with a shocking blow, straight to Changqing head to kill him down. Die! On Yijun's magic weapon halberd, 10 fierce shadows emerged, roaring down the sun, moon, and stars, with monstrous mana and boundless power, distorting the space for a killing blow. Changqing looked at the shocking strike in front of him, causing the canopy to droop with it, his gaze calm and unruffled. Boom! Just as Yijun's strike, which was less than a meter away from him, boomed loudly, it was resisted by an unseen and untouchable transparent wall of light. The entire void was collapsing and shattering, but Yi Jun's battlefield just couldn't advance by half a point, and he couldn't even make Gu Changqing's hair blow. How? Break! Yi Jun roared with rage, slightly wretched, and fully activated his black prison saint body. Even the saint body void floating behind him roared, drawing power from the void to add to Yi Jun. Rumble! Yi Jun's war halberd erupted with infinite mana, the 10 fierce shadows almost condensing into substance, and the sound of roaring tore through the heavens. May! It still couldn't shake the wall of 5 elements of light that enveloped Gu Changqing's body. My god! This strike by the Black Hell Emperor, which can rival the peak of the Transformation God, actually couldn't even shake Gu Changqing by half? Hiss! That's the Black Prison Emperor. When did it become so weak? No. It's not that the Black Prison Emperor is too weak, but Gu Changqing is too strong. How strong is this to be able to tease the Black Prison Emperor like a child? Those who were still alive in the far distance, looking at Yi Jun's hysteria, his full force outburst actually unable to break through Gu Changqing's protective barrier, there was no one who didn't feel their scalp tingling at this scene. Who the hell are you? Are you an immortal power reincarnated, or taken over? Yi Jun realized that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't shake Gu Changqing by half, and was flustered by his teasing eyes. Immortals? Ha! Gu Changqing laughed disdainfully. Even if they were to descend in their true form, they would be like you, like a jumping clown. His words were by no means half-hearted. The once extinguished black dragon caused trouble for the immortal race. Almost the immortal race lifted the entire force of the race and suffered incomparably heavy losses before suppressing it to death. When Gu Changqing refined its skeleton, he witnessed some fragments of its remaining memories. Blood sacrifice. However, Gu Changqing's words sounded to Yi Jun's ears as if he was mocking him for not being self-conscious, instantly causing him to lose some of his sanity, and without caring about any consequences, he dodged and retreated, standing on top of the heavens, fiercely tapping his chest, and directly mutilating his holy body to cast the strongest Jinxing divine ability. I'll give you a chance. Gu Changqing hadn't interrupted the latter's spellcasting, or else he would have already killed him with a single strike. He wanted to see what this so-called Black Prison Emperor was capable of. Buzz! 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 The sky dome was in turmoil as endless dark clouds converged, transforming into a terrifying vortex that enveloped the entire Mount Sumeru. Then, between a surge and the vortex, 99 sacred rings were presented, radiant and majestic, reflecting the dark night as bright as day. The hiss! Is the Black Hell Emperor really being pushed? Even this kind of forbidden divine ability that kills 1,000 enemies and damages 800 of its own has been unleashed. What do you know? It's better to be able to kill the enemy than to fall here, right? Once this move is made, his sacred body is considered to be ruined, unless he can find a certain heaven-defying bloodline elixir in the immortal ruins. The distant raiders who had already escaped the encirclement were all shocked by this scene. It simply didn't occur to him that the Black Prison Emperor could be forced to such an extent by a native human. The Black Prison Emperor, to be forced to this point. Watching the live broadcast, Queen Sakura, her delicate face was very surprised, her eyes flickering slightly. This Gu Changqing can't really be offended. I don't know if she can stand up to this beauty of mine. At the end of her thought, she revealed a foxy, delicate smile. For a woman of Sakurajima, and a queen like me, you should be thrilled, shouldn't you? Gu Changqing, your ego will get you killed. At that moment, Yi Jun's angry shout resounded. He stood proudly under the 99 sacred rings, his expression cold and murderous, staring at Gu Changqing, who seemed to be running on top of Mount Tai without changing his color. Gu Changqing nodded slightly and spoke indifferently. Is this your last hidden means? How come it looks like it will shatter at the slightest touch? Ha ha ha. Yeah? You try touching one. Yi Jun laughed up to the sky and drank. Gu Changqing, since you gave me the time to cast the spell, I'll also give you the time to bring out your strongest divine ability. Come on. I don't even need time to cast a spell, and touching and shattering your paper-thin divine ability doesn't require a spell. Above the dark avenue, an intimidating light swept across Gu Changqing's eyes as he opened and closed them and said faintly, "Greet the fear. This planet is not something you can get your hands on." Just as everyone, including the viewers in the live broadcast room, didn't understand what Gu Changqing meant by these words. Anon! Suddenly, a dragon's roar that seemed to be able to roar down the sun, moon, and stars, causing the mountains to be shaken, and causing the heavens and earth to tremble resounded abruptly. Rumble! In this moment, a behemoth, breaking through the atmosphere of Blue Star. The body was less than 10,000 feet huge, tearing through the void and crushing through the atmosphere, slowly probing into the head of a huge, incomparable, soul-shattering black dragon. As its head appeared, the dragon's body, which was like a steel wall, was also frantically sweeping into this planetary space. Geez, is that a dragon? Hiss. It's so huge, it's truly covering the sky. Asterisk 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 is this the black dragon summoned by Mr. Gu? It's so visually striking, I feel both fear and excitement watching it. Could this be coming to invade us? Who can stop it? In the country, but any city not more than 500 kilometers away from Mount Sumeru, one could see a 10,000-foot black dragon, breaking through the void and collapsing the atmosphere, swinging a huge dragon body that made it impossible to see the full picture descending. Couldn't believe the scene I saw in front of me. The uninformed thought they were experiencing an invasion. Ask for some votes. Thanks to. End of chapter. Chapter 46, The Dragon's Might Shakes the World. Anon. The vast sound of the dragon's whistling shook the 9 heavens above and deterred the 9 ghosts below, majestic and unblasphemable, and the dragon's might was so vast that it enveloped hundreds of kilometers of space in a radius. Rumble. The dome of the sky shook, this black huge thing. Its huge size, covering tens of thousands of miles of the sky, the sun, moon and stars were all covered by its huge body. The vast and surging dragon might that wreaked havoc on the heavens and the earth was like a great gale of hundreds of levels that swept across the entire sky and dome. Oh my god! Is this a real dragon? The eyes of those who witnessed the scene in front of them were glazed over. The black dragon body like the great wall of steel, the sound and momentum broke through the atmosphere, crushing a large piece of the void, giving people a visual impact as big as infinity. It was as if it could pour out the sun and the moon and turn the world upside down if it moved its body just a little bit. Anon. When all the bodies of the ferocious black dragons appeared from the void, they let out long whistles that made people's blood veins freeze, tumbling above the clouds, soaring and chanting long and recklessly, as if shouting for the sake of being free here. A gust of dragon roaring sound waves visible to the naked eye swept through hundreds of kilometers of space. Shocked many ordinary people's heads buzzed, full of horror and overwhelm. Mom, is that the black dragon that brother summoned? The little girl in that rented room in Changqing City, her eyes were extremely wide, and her expression as she looked at Changqing was filled with incomparable admiration. The woman sitting next to her didn't say anything, she was also shocked by the terrifying black dragon in the screen. Oh my god! On Mount Sumeru, the reclaimers who were hiding far away looked at the terrifying black dragon that raged above the firmament, with a body size of at least 10,000 feet, as well as the vastness of the dragon's might that pressed down from the gusts, and the impact of their bodies were all uncontrollably trembling. Even Yijun, who had been traversing the ring world for countless years, wore an expression of having seen a ghost when he saw this black dragon. This was summoned by Changqing? How can it be? What is his origin? Qin Yushi's entire body was paralyzed on the ground, her eyes were godless, endless despair enveloped her, regretting why she didn't befriend Changqing at that time, and had to offend this unfathomable man. Holy, Mr. Gu can even summon such legendary invincible creatures, this is too fierce? Simply invincible. The cultivators of the new god group looked at the scene in front of them, all shocked and speechless. What kind of being are you? Never a human. Yijun stared at Changqing with a deadly gaze, and at this moment, a fear that he hadn't felt for a long time actually grew within him. Feel the fear? In the night wind, Changqing's white hair like a waterfall danced about, his upright and magnificent figure standing on top of the sky. Anon! As his voice fell, the dragon's roar rose again above the firmament, and then a huge, hideous, and overwhelming dragon's head was seen slowly peeking out from the clouds, looking down on the entire Mount Sumeru. Fear? Ha ha ha! So what if it's a dragon? Today I will slay it. Yijun forcibly dispelled the fear within his heart, and while roaring angrily, he pushed the 99 sacred rings above the vortex of the vault of heaven with all his might. Buzz! The holy rings overlapped and shone brightly, erupting with infinite pressure, accompanied by a loud sound of the Qianquan being inverted. The 99 holy rings were united, and then towards the head of the black dragon in the sky, a holy light brighter and more piercing than the sun was shot out. The runes dazzled and the rules of the holy Tao flickered, crushing the void and breaking everything. Seeing this scene, the black dragon in the sky cocked its head, then slowly opened its black hole-like abyssal mouth, immediately followed by a mouthful of exterminating dragon's breath, which was spat out as if he had sneezed. Boom! With a loud bang, the nearby void fragmented, and the black extinguishing dragon's breath, surrounded by circles of red light, collided with that radiant holy light against each other. No, rather than a collision, it was a lopsided crush. Dragon's breath is invincible, sweeping everything. Just as it came into contact with that massive holy light, it annihilated it inch by inch. In the blink of an eye, it blasted its way to Yijun. No! Yijun's eyes widened as endless fear filled the air, and with a loud roar, he was completely drowned in the dragon's breath. Rumble! As this mouthful of dragon's breath landed, an infinite amount of energy erupted, sweeping across the entire Mount Sumeru. Dozens of miles in a radius were turned into a pit that was too deep to see the bottom. And Yijun, whether it was his physical body or his yuanshan, was vaporized as far as the eye could see. A generation of emperors just went up in smoke. Qin Yushi looked soulful, his mouth constantly murmured finished, dead. Phew! The fierce beast black dragon casually exterminated a mole cricket, seemingly disdainfully exhaling a mouthful of turbid air before its azure-colored dragon eyes looked towards Changqing. A flash of doubt flashed across his eyes, as if to say, you can obviously kill this mole in seconds, why did you let me out? With a low growl, it circled above the high altitude of Mount Sumeru, and then with a somewhat unwilling long whistle, it broke through the void and returned to the space where it was supposed to go. This black dragon comes from. Ben was the companion black dragon of the dead black dragon of extinction, an immortal existence. However, if the main body dies, it would then be sealed in a mysterious space, never coming out, having been sealed for a long time. As Gu Changqing refined the skeleton of the extinction black dragon, Gu Changqing established an inseparable relationship with it. But at the same time, the cultivation level of this companion black dragon had fallen to the Yuaning stage level. If it was in its heyday, the enormity of its body size would be across the Star River level, and Gu Changqing summoned it out purely for the sake of deterrence. Hiss! At the scene, many voices of sucking in cold air rang out. Immortal ancient star, it really doesn't seem to be something we can get our hands on. The terror of this man, whoever comes will die, and mankind is about to rise under his leadership. With this invincible man sitting on the throne, it's hard for humanity not to rise. All the strong and powerful raiders who had escaped the encirclement were scared out of their wits. The number was small, only a dozen or so escaped the encirclement. Mr. Gu, look who I got for you. Right at this moment, Shiha Taixian flew in carrying the dying Lu Hao. Ahem! Lu Hao smiled miserably. If you want to kill or die, do as you please. Knowing that he would surely die, he did not beg for mercy. This kind of mole, you can just kill it directly, why mention it to me? Gu Changqing faintly swept its glance, for Lu Hao has long been not put on the heart, casually killable ants. Yes, I'll execute him. Shihi Taixian nodded respectfully, then twisted Lu Hao's head off with one hand, followed by destroying his Yuanshan as well. Mr. Gu, more than a dozen escaped, and all of these body snatchers have quite a few life-preserving cards. At this time, the tall-bodied Su Yajiao stepped into the air and reported. A few stinking rats, just flee, they can't turn the tide. Gu Changqing didn't care, his cold gaze falling to the two void vortexes high in the sky before looking towards the shivering T-Pro Qin Yushi and beckoning it inside the black abyss dragon streamer. End of chapter. Chapter 47 Immortal Cauldron. The Battle of Mount Sumeru came to an end, but the entire nation of the Great Summer Dragon Kingdom was unable to calm down for a long time. The scene where Gu Changqing summoned a black dragon was truly too shocking. Not only was the country abuzz, but countries overseas, including the Americana Empire, also had high levels watching. It was a creepy read. In particular, the Americana Empire, which was being invaded by evil demons, had threatened Gu Changqing only 2 days ago. After watching this live broadcast, they immediately held a high-level meeting. The results that came out were dramatic. Tamanya was suppressed by a few of the other higher-ups and was prepared to send it to Gu Changqing to dispose of it before begging him for help. At this time, Gu Changqing, since he did not know that the Americana Empire has been scared by the black dragon he summoned, and took the initiative to suppress Termania to prepare to come and ask for forgiveness. My queen, we are now in the queen's palace in the capital of Sakurajima, the powerfully dressed woman said with some fear. Queen Sakura's expression changed uncertainly, and after a moment, she smiled faintly and said, prepare to accompany me on a trip to Dacia, I'm going to pay Gu Changqing a visit. Mount Sumeru, outside the entrance to the two folding space vortexes. The new god group's 200,000 to 300,000 Jiedan stage converged here. All of them were waiting for Gu Changqing to give the order to go in. What exactly would be inside was beyond the curiosity of those present. Harvest time is here and the crowd is raring to go. Gu Changqing looked at the crowd who were all very excited and said lightly, on the right is the Magic Treasure Palace, there are quite a few magic treasures in there, and on the left is a field of spiritual medicines, all go to the Magic Treasure Palace first and pick the right magic treasure for you. In his previous life, even though he came late, he knew what was inside each of these two folding spaces. After saying that, Gu Changqing stepped straight into the spirit medicine field space. He wasn't interested in magic treasures or anything else. His own Black Abyss Dragon Streamer, under the refining of the skeleton of the extinguishing Black Dragon, had already been described as a top-tier magic treasure, and there were very few materials that would allow it to continue to advance. Go pick out a magic treasure. Ha ha, I haven't even had a magic treasure until now, and this magic treasure folding space relic, it's really coming at the right time. Punch punch punch. The Jiedan cultivators present were all like chicken blood, the chrysalis rushing into the vortex on the right. Stepping through the vortex, they saw the scene of a lifetime. This is a separate space. Above the dome of the sky, a palace comparable to the size of the moon with surging immortal light was suspended. 9 staircases to the immortal, extending to 9 different side halls. And the steps of the main hall extended straight to the main hall at the top of the immortal palace. My god, it's really spooky. From so far away, I could feel a sense of solemnity. Will there be a ban? Mr. Gu didn't say, so there shouldn't be. Then what are we waiting for? Charge, go to the main hall first, there must be an extraordinary magic treasure. After the crowd was shocked, they rushed towards the steps of the main hall of the immortal palace in a rush. The other side. Gu Changqing appeared within a vast, independent space. In this space, there was an inextricable aura filling the air, turning into a silver aura rain pouring down. The sky was white and full of aura. The ground was dense with white mist, and as far as the eye could see, there were all sorts of spiritual medicines, emitting various colors of spiritual light, and one could not see the end at all. There were spirit medicines all over the place, and many of them had become fertilized, running around and playing on the ground, with all sorts of chirping sounds. Gu Changqing's infinite expansion of divine sense couldn't even completely cover this space, and the lowest years of the spiritual medicines he found were as long as 30,000 years old. What a treasure trove of spiritual medicines! Gu Changqing quickly shuttled on the clouds made of aura, and after a few moments, he let out a faint gasp. With this field of elixir, mankind can rise very quickly, whereas in his previous life, he let those ants from beyond the realm ransack the whole thing. Then, going full speed deeper into the space of this elixir field, he wanted to see where the end was. After flying for about half an hour, a golden boundary ahead stopped Gu Changqing from advancing. Gu Changqing made a move to test the boundary and turned away after realizing that it could not be broken. As he left, he scavenged a large batch of spirit medicines, preparing to go back and refine some pills. As for the Dan tripods for refining pills, there should be quite a few of them within the magic treasure palace next door. This spirit medicine field space would be the hope for the rise of mankind. Afterward, Gu Changqing would later establish a base here, guarding the two folded spaces here. Take your time mining the elixir here. Secondly, on the side of the mana palace, there was no need to take away all the mana treasures. It could be used as a place of reward, but anyone who contributed to the group's possession of the knot could pick a magic treasure from it. Not only would Gu Changqing establish a base here, he would do the same for the other subsequent folding space entrances and exits, and then send powerful cultivators to sit in on them. If the spirit medicine fields here were to be placed in the extraterrestrial starry sky, it would definitely cause the overlord communities to be shaken, and they would fight for them even at the cost of waging a bloody war. In his previous life, it should have been Yi Jun who ransacked it. In this life, the relic space left behind by the immortal race, no one from outside the domain should be able to get their hands on it. The ones Gu Changqing had taken were some elixirs that were around 30,000 years old, and he didn't know a few of the higher-ranked Dan formulas. Picked tens of thousands of plants and left. Just as he stepped out of the vortex, he saw that Su Yajiao, at some point, was already waiting here. Mr. Gu, heavenly discovery. Seeing Gu Changqing come out, Su Yajiao was very excited and flew forward, and because of the force she exerted, she almost couldn't stop herself from jumping into Gu Changqing's arms. Gu Changqing pressed down on her fragrant shoulders and inquired, "What discovery could make you lose your temper like that?" Feeling Gu Changqing's powerful hand on her shoulder, Su Yajiao's pretty face flushed with unusual excitement and said, "Dan Ding, we found a Dan Ding with an artifact spirit in the hall of the main hall of the fabulous immortal palace, and that artifact spirit said that as long as there are spirit medicines, he can refine all the spirit pills under this sky." Oh, there's such a Dan tripod? Gu Changqing's heart was slightly stirred. If it was really as Su Yajiao had said, it was simply a divine weapon. That's what that artifact spirit said. I don't know if it's bragging or not, and he also told us to call out to you, Mr. Gu, to go over there, saying something about how we, the crooked ones, aren't worthy of him recognizing our masters. Speaking at the end, Su Yajiao was a little angry. Such a big mouth? Come with me and see. Gu Changqing came to have a few moments of curiosity, and immediately grabbed Su Yajiao's shoulder with one hand and entered the magic treasure vortex in the blink of an eye. The Dharma Treasure Immortal Palace, shrouded in vast immortal light, was so magnificent in size that it was comparable to the moon, and hung high above the sky and pressurized the six heavens. Gu Changqing came in and saw the building and wasn't much shocked. He had already seen it in his previous life, but the magic treasures inside were all gone. Taking Su Yajiao with him, he went straight up to the main hall. The main hall. The open space was surrounded by immortal light and was magnificent. Inside the vast space of the hall, there was only an immortal cauldron of about 10 feet, with 9 feet and 3 ears, showing 2 colors of purple and gold, with runes flowing on its body. In the space above the tripod, there was an old man floating in a foggy atmosphere, like a soul body, and with a white beard and hair. Immortal and transcendent. Look at the looks of the people present, full of disdain. End of chapter. Chapter 48, Human Beings Who Were Slaves. Inside the Dharma Treasure Palace, the vast main hall, it was empty with only a Dan tripod. The old man on the tripod, filled with disdain, looked around at the people present, including Shiha Taishan, Zhukai, Li Shangnan, Wu Jia, Lin Shua, Bai Jingyi, and the others. They had all gone to choose the side hall's magic treasures, several pieces in each hand, and only needed to be properly refined to utilize their powerful abilities. The only people present were Bai Jingyi and the rest of the 200,000 to 300,000 cultivators, who were all searching for suitable magic treasures in the separate spaces of the side halls. The number of magic treasures owned by each of the separate spaces of each of the side halls was very impressive, and the hundreds of thousands of cultivators put in there were just a drop in the bucket. When is your Mr. Gu coming? The Danding artifact spirit waited with some impatience, but suddenly, his face changed slightly and he exclaimed, "Damn it, that world-ending black dragon hasn't died yet?" As it spoke, it gazed with some fear, staring dead on at the gate outside the temple. What exterminating black dragon? Xia Taishan, Zhukai, Li Shangnan, Wu Jia, Lin Shua, Bai Jingyi, and the others revealed strange colors, not knowing what this Hyad artifact spirit was afraid of. However, when Gu Changqing's figure appeared in the hall, they were relieved. It turns out that it's afraid of their Mr. Gu. Who are you? The entire body of the Danding artifact spirit hid inside the tripod, leaving only half of its head, staring at Gu Changqing with fear. Back then, the world-destroying black dragon was a terrifying existence that nearly wiped out all of the immortal race. Although it didn't know much about the immortal races-ish things, it had sensed the tragedy of that battle back then. The reason it was so fearful when it saw Changqing was because this fellow bore a 4 or 5% resemblance to the exterminating black dragon himself, and the aura emanating from his body seemed even more terrifying than back then. This aura was not in cultivation, but in potential. What the hell is going on? As Changqing approached, the danding artifact spirit trembled. Where is the arrogance that was there before when his eyes were high and he didn't give a damn about anyone? Stay back. Seeing that Changqing was still walking towards himself, the danding artifact spirit voiced out to try to stop it, its voice carrying a tremor. You seem to fear me? Changqing's white hair was like a waterfall and his blood pupils were intimidating, stopping a meter in front of the Dan tripod with a few playful smiles. Who's not afraid of you, the bogeyman? Wherever you pass, not an inch of grass will grow. The danding artifact spirit shrunk its neck. Oh, you seem to know me well? Changqing came to be a bit interested and looked at Bai Jingyi and the others. You guys go out first, I have some things to ask this artifact spirit. Yes. When the crowd heard this, although they were curious, they didn't dare to ask more questions and left together. You really came back to life? The danding artifact spirit poked out a head and looked at Changqing with some trembling. What you're talking about should be the exterminating black dragon, but I'm just the one who refined its skeleton, so you don't need to be so scared. Changqing spoke faintly. Since you know about the extinguishing black dragon, do you also know where the immortals have gone? Ha! You even managed to refine away the bones of the world-destroying black dragon? When the danding artifact spirit heard this, it looked like it had seen a ghost. What, is there a problem? Changqing said lightly. The danding artifact spirit was shocked, more than problematic. How on earth did you do it? As far as I know, back then, the immortal race deployed the immortal refining furnace and failed to refine it. How did you do it? Ha, that's not right. If you really refined the world-ending black dragon skeleton, how could you still be at the Yuaning stage? The danding artifact spirit was shocked while continuously sizing up Changqing, his eyes filled with doubt. All that's left of it is the skeleton's essence, and almost all of its cultivation has been refined away by the immortal race. Changqing explained to the other party. I see, that makes sense, but its origin is the most difficult to refine. It can be said to be almost impossible, otherwise the immortal race would have refined it long ago, and you did it. The danding artifact spirit marveled while its eyes glowed, wanting to see Changqing inside and out, but it realized that this guy was like a bottomless pit. What scared it the most was that there were 108 Yuaning in this guy's body, and they were also Yuaning that it had never seen before, blocking its heavenly eyes peak. Don't presume to probe me, you don't have it in you. Changqing glanced at it faintly and said, Say, where did the immortal race go, and why did they suddenly evaporate? It was a matter of curiosity not only for him, but for all the races of the universe. Not to mention you, I'm curious as to where they went. The danding artifact spirit floated out and shook its head. Back then, I was suddenly placed here by them, and without saying anything to me, they all left. And it seems that they didn't bring any resources with them, and all of them stayed behind. You actually don't know either? Changqing looked at it half-heartedly. Don't look at me like that, I really don't know, otherwise there would be no point in hiding it. Seeing Changqing's skeptical face, the danding artifact spirit spread its hands and said, The only thing I know is that they left in a hurry, and I really don't know anything about the rest. Changqing gave it a deep look, knowing that the other party probably wasn't lying, so for the time being, he didn't dwell on the issue and said lightly, I've heard that you're able to concoct every spirit elixir under the heavens as long as you have the spirit medicine? That's natural. Talking about this, the danding artifact spirit was full of confidence and said, Do you want me to show you my hand? I believe you. Changqing patted the stand tripod and suddenly thought of something and asked, Do you know anything about this civilization of mankind? He wanted to know if humans had really evolved or if they had come from something else. Ahem. The danding artifact spirit coughed softly, somewhat wanting to speak. Speak. Changqing looked at it coldly. Well blah. Under Changqing's pressure, the danding artifact spirit didn't dare to hide its clumsiness, saying, You are actually the lowest level of the immortal race and unenlightened slaves. And when they left, because you were too weak and incompetent, and your potential was also average, and were dumber than barbarians, and were not even interested in letting them take them with them. I really didn't expect that amongst the humans, a heaven-defying existence like you could appear. The reason why it had treated Bai Jingyi and the others with such contempt earlier was because they were originally the lowest class of slaves of the immortal race. This truth, it's quite interesting. Changqing smiled faintly after hearing this, but the danding artifact spirit could hear the killing intent in his laughter. Indeed. The danding artifact spirit thought for a moment and said, Do you know why the immortal race has never opened up your spiritual intelligence for you? It's because they feel that you look like them but are like barbarians. It's very disgraceful to their immortal race, and they won't even let you show your faces, and you'll survive for eternity digging mines for them under the underground veins. From the looks of it, you humans don't seem to be that weak. If the immortal race gives you some training, you should be able to become a big main force for them, but unfortunately, the arrogant immortal race is too much of a face. After learning about these things from the Danding artifact spirit, it made Gu Changqing no longer have any good feelings towards this so-called immortal race, and said indifferently, one last question, where did the immortal race come from? End of chapter. Chapter 49, The Immortal Race, Nothing More. I don't know. The Danding artifact spirit shook its head and said, I was only born out of my spirit after I came here, and I don't know anything about the past of the immortal race, or else how could they not have left without taking me with them? Indeed. Gu Changqing nodded approvingly and said, if my human race wants to rise quickly, you should know the types of spirit pills we need, right? The Danding spirit thought for a moment and said, your human race is actually very similar to the immortal race, except that the immortal race's tribesmen can all cultivate, and all of them have the cultivation level of the spirit transformation stage at the beginning of their lives. But you people need spiritual roots to absorb spiritual chi and so on, but the spiritual pills needed, and the immortal race is not much different. As long as you have the medicinal materials to refine those pills, I can give you all to refine out. Gu Changqing softly hummed and faintly said, next door there is a field of spirit medicines left behind by the immortal clan. I can move you over there and have you choose your own spirit medicines to refine. I'll order someone to go and fetch them in a few days. So very good. The Danding artifact spirit nodded with some excitement and said, by the way, the destroyer Black Dragon's original magic treasure is located deep within the first partial hall, so Mr. Gu, you can go and claim it back. Oh, the immortal clan didn't take his magic treasure? Gu Changqing was surprised. Cut. That's the destruction Black Dragon's original treasure, they can't move half of it, and I don't know if you, who are so weak, can make it recognize its owner. The Danding artifact spirit said with some concern, I think we can wait until you are stronger before going, so as not to be injured or even killed by it. Indeed, compared to the world-destroying Black Dragon in its heyday, I'm still too weak right now. Gu Changqing nodded approvingly, just don't mess with him for the time being, you have to be at least at the divine transformation stage before you can try. Above the transformation of God, there is the divine transformation. I have a Sumeru ring here that I tricked from a chief disciple of the immortal sect earlier. The internal space is almost borderless, and all the pills I've refined over the years are inside. Since he chose to serve Gu Changqing, the Danding artifact spirit didn't hide anything, flinging his hand towards Gu Changqing and tossing him a smudge of a ring that appeared black and red, saying, just drop the blood and recognize the owner. Gu Changqing took it and didn't be polite, directly dripping blood to recognize the owner. Look at the black blood dripping out of him. The Danding artifact spirit knew that this fellow had truly fused all of the exterminating Black Dragon's origin. Moreover, the 108 yuaning in his body didn't seem to be inferior to the origin of the world-destroying Black Dragon. Such a freak of nature caused it a dark pang. If he was allowed to grow to the height of the world-destroying Black Dragon, I'm afraid that the immortal race, which had raised the entire clan's strength, would have difficulty dealing with him. Following such an existence, the future is promising. Gu Changqing naturally didn't know what it was thinking, and his consciousness had already entered within the Sumeru ring in his hand. This was an almost endless white space, there was no need for Gu Changqing to look at it at all, as he had already recognized this ring, and every item, in what quantity, was within his perception. Within Gu Changqing's perception, the various pills added up to a quantity of over 3 million bottles. The most common cultivation elixirs are healing elixirs, followed by body-refining pills, soul-forging pills. There were also many strange dawn that were of great benefit to the bloodline of the holy body, spiritual roots, etc. The number was so large and numerous that Gu Changqing was dazzled by the sight of them. Mr. Gu, how many cultivators do you humans currently have? These pills should be able to pull up the strength level of human cultivators by a few levels in a short period of time. Seeing Gu Changqing's surprised expression, the Danding artifact spirit was smugly satisfied in its heart. Gu Changqing nodded slightly, humans currently only have a few million cultivators, these pills are enough to last for a long time. So few? The Danding artifact spirit was a bit surprised, not realizing that there would be so few human cultivators, murmuring, I remember the human slaves in the immortal race back then, several hundred billion of them. How could there be only a few million cultivators? Gu Changqing said lightly, the current population of humans is not even more than 10 billion, were there really that many humans back then? Furthermore, can this planet hold it? Ha ha. The Danding artifact spirit laughed, Mr. Gu doesn't know that the immortal race doesn't live on the surface of this planet, but in one independent space after another. The area of each independent space is larger than the land area of this planet, not to mention hundreds of billions, trillions are not a problem. So it is. Gu Changqing released. The immortal race raised their clan to migrate, I don't know where they went, and the resources they left behind, that's definitely something you can't imagine, these two folding spaces, the tip of the iceberg isn't even a tip of the iceberg, it's just that I don't know if the immortal race will set up a powerful prohibition that you can't even go in the space they live in. The Danding artifact spirit analyzed Gu Changqing thoroughly and said, if there is a prohibition, it means that they will come back one day. If there's no prohibition, it means they didn't even think about coming back. Gu Changqing, however, was contemplating that in his previous life, 8 years ago, the folded spaces that were subsequently discovered basically had prohibitions present. If it was as analyzed by the spirit of the Dante's cauldron, would the immortal race return someday? Ha ha, if they do come back, it definitely won't be so soon. Why should Mr. Gu worry? When the danding artifact spirit saw Gu Changqing pondering, it thought that he was afraid of the immortal race coming back, so it immediately laughed and said, maybe by the time they come back, Mr. Gu, you'll already have the cultivation to exterminate them. For the immortal race not to take themselves away, the danding artifact spirit was very upset in its heart. 1/10 of the immortal clan's pills were refined by it, but when it left, it took away the rest of the 9 dan tripods, but only left itself behind. Anyone else would be upset. Would I be afraid of them coming back? Gu Changqing smiled disdainfully. I'm afraid they won't come back. If they dare to come back, I'll let them experience what it means to raise a tiger. Borrow their resources to rise up and suppress them as slaves to avenge the revenge of their ancestors back then. Before, Gu Changqing was not too kind to the immortal race. But from the mouth of the danding apparatus spirit, he learned that humans were once slaves of the immortal race, while still suppressing them and forbidding them from enlightening and forming a society of their own. The rest of the slaves, on the other hand, were allowed to form a society of their own. The human race is purposely suppressed simply because they look similar to them. This instantly wiped out Gu Changqing's little bit of goodwill towards the immortal race. What an immortal race, unworthy of the word immortal. Just a bunch of self-serving beings. Ha ha, rightfully so, if they dare to come back, with your ability, Mr. Gu, you are perfectly capable of making them slaves as well. Hearing Gu Changqing's words, the danding artifact spirit, who also held a deep grudge against the immortal race, couldn't mention how free in his heart, saying, just leave the pills you humans need to me, and show that immortal race that a former slave can turn over a new leaf. They wouldn't have imagined, even if they thought about it, that the origin of the extinction black dragon was refined by the slave they once despised the most. Ha ha ha. Towards the end, it couldn't help but laugh. Ask for some votes. End of chapter. Chapter 50, Conquering Devil Dao Yuan, Controlling the Devil Spirit Race. Gu Changqing didn't stay in the magic treasure palace for a long time, and after transferring the violet gold danding to the spirit pill field space, he explained that the danding artifact spirit would refine more pills that were useful for practicing qi, foundation building, and dan formation, and then return to Qingyun City, the headquarters of the new god group. One of the things that came back was a phone call to Gu Jiaojiao, asking her to start building a base in Mount Sumeru. Sumeru base, I will focus on it. On the phone, Gu Jiaojiao answered heavily, saying, by the way, Mr. Gu, 2 hours ago, the Americana Empire called to admit their mistake, saying that they had already suppressed Timanya and were on their way to ask for forgiveness, pleading with you, Mr. Gu, to let them live and to help them exorcise the evil demons. Ha! I was planning to personally exterminate them, but I didn't expect this to come as a confession of wrongdoing. In front of the desk, Gu Changqing lit a cigarette for himself and laughed coldly. Tell them not to come to thank for their sins. Live-stream the public execution of Timanya, and recently a group of the group's Jiedan stage can be dispatched to help them out, provided that the cultivators of their Maya Empire are also merged into the new god group, or else the matter is exempted from negotiation. Okay, Mr. Gu, I'll convey it as it is. Gu Jiajiao respectfully said. Alright, I'm going to be in seclusion for a period of time, and all the small and large matters of the new god group will be left to you to deal with these days. Gu Changqing said that, hung up the call and shouted, Lin Shen. Mr. Gu, I'm here. Lin Shen, who was waiting outside the door, heard the sound and came in quickly. This Sumeru ring, there are quite a lot of elixirs inside, follow up and give it to Elder Huang, cultivate a batch of Yuaning stage out as soon as possible. Gu Changqing threw Lin Shen a Sumeru ring, which was certainly not the one given by the danding censor spirit. Okay. Lin Shen took the ring and nodded. Gu Changqing picked up the cell phone on the table, glanced at the time, it was almost morning, and said lightly, go call Tang Yue to come. Well, I'm going to let you know. Lin Shen answered and left. Getting such an unbelievable benefit from under that vein of the Tang family, Gu Changqing didn't care much about the Tang family's withdrawal anymore. Intend to cultivate Tang Yue. Moreover, it is between common sense to withdraw from the marriage. No one would want to marry a psychopath. Mr. Gu, you're looking for me? More than 10 minutes later, Tang Yue arrived, full of respect and glanced at Gu Changqing on the seat, then lowered her head not daring to look more. Her green silk was at her waist, her eyebrows were curved and her lips were red, and her body was shapely and curvaceous. Dressed in a blue dress, the skirt swaying in the wind, youthful. Facing Gu Changqing, she was in a complicated and nervous mood. The present-day Gu Changqing, where was he still 18 or 19 years old? It's as calm and steady as a 1,000-year-old monster. Raising his hands and feet gave a sense of oppression beyond words. I have a set of yin-yang 5 elements skills and some pills and magic treasures here for you, all within this Sumeru ring, take it and recognize it. Gu Changqing gave her a faint look and tossed away a Sumeru ring. Ha! Suddenly receiving such a generous gift, Tang Yue's surprised sexy little mouth opened slightly, and she looked at Gu Changqing dumbfoundedly, very puzzled. Looking at her dumbfounded appearance, Gu Changqing's face was expressionless as he spoke faintly, this is what you deserve, go down. Yes. Thank you Mr. Gu. Tang Yue took the Sumeru ring and left with a very complicated mood. completely unable to figure out why Gu Changqing would treat himself so well all of a sudden. It's so perverse. Could it be that Mr. Gu still has a crush on me? Tang Yue's mind was all over the place as she made her way back to her room. Gu Changqing, however, didn't know what she was thinking about and dialed Du Han's number. Mr. Gu, may I ask for any instructions? Du Han's respectful voice came out. Gu Changqing spoke in a faint voice, put your satellites, keep an eye on the Qinghai City Sea defense line at all times, and have the Qinghai Changqing City Lord evacuate the people of the 3rd City District along the coast as soon as possible. The sirens are close to landing. Sirens? Duan was shocked. About when? Within a month. Gu Changqing spoke in a deep voice. The vast ocean, under the sea near the distance from Green Sea City, should have asked ahead of time for a folding space that would allow the sea demons to rapidly evolve. This is a hard battle. In a previous life, when the sirens ascended to land, if it weren't for the fact that there were powerful takers among the humans, it wouldn't have been possible to stop it. Among them, Yi Jun, Tichin Yushi, and the others contributed a lot. It was because among the sea demons, heavenly demons of the transformation level had appeared. Good, I will report this matter. Du Han was very serious. Go for it. After Gu Changqing finished speaking, he ended the call, lit a cigarette for himself, and whispered to himself, a lot of things are detached from the development of the previous life. I don't know how many unexpected things will appear because of this butterfly effect of mine. After lighting this cigarette, Gu Changqing bathed and then entered the retreat room. Cross your knees on the futon. Then the entire person entered into the black abyssal dragon streamer space. Here, it's like a separate world. The devil's energy is monstrous, and the black star is sinking. Above every black star, there were countless demons inhabiting it. All of these devils are not spiritually intelligent, with the exception of the secondary and primary souls. Currently, the Black Abyss Dragon Streamer did not have a main soul, but there were quite a few secondary souls, and until there was a main soul, they were all under the control of 01. Lord Gu, Brother Gu, Master Gu, spare my life, spare my life. Please don't refine me into these spiritless devils. I'm willing to serve you from now on. Gu Changqing had just appeared above the main star, and Yuan, the devil Dao who had been imprisoned here, crawled forward and tremblingly knelt at Gu Changqing's feet, begging for forgiveness. He was really frightened by the countless demons here, especially 01, who would come over from time to time to look at him and lick his tongue, which sent chills through his body. Your use, indeed, is not small. Gu Changqing lowered his eyes, looked at the shivering devil Dao Yuan at his feet, and said indifferently, I'll give you a chance to live, so that all of you evil demons that are destroying human cities will stop their killing, and then all of you will gather at the Great Summer Dragon Kingdom's Qinghai City to fight a hard battle for me. No problem, absolutely no problem. Hearing this, Devil's Path Yuan was overjoyed and patted his chest and assured, I, Devil's Path Yuan, will never let you down, Mr. Gu, and from now on, I'll do whatever I have to do on the Mountain of Daggers and the Sea of Fire. Not bad, in the future, the legions of your demon spirit race down here, I hope you can control them all in your hands to serve me. Gu Changqing patted the latter's shoulder and said in a faint voice, as long as you do what you need to do to satisfy me, I will never skimp on your cultivation. The immortal race has so many legacies since resources, are you moved? Heartbeat, I, Devil's Path Yuan, will never fail Mr. Gu. Devil Dao Yuan nodded heavily. Gu Changqing nodded, in that case, very well, then let me first plant a demonic seed inside your soul sea. Okay, come on. Mordo Yuan closed his eyes. Gu Changqing wasn't polite either, and pointed a finger at his brow, planting a demonic seed that could break his Yuanshin at any time. Considering that you are so sensible, this woman is yours to toy with. Gu Changqing detained with one hand to come to the distant and shivering Tikin Yushi and smiled faintly, play as you wish. No, don't, Mr. Gu, I can work for you too. Tikin Yushi's face lost its color as she struggled and roared loudly. Thank you Mr. Gu. I've wanted to get this little for a long time, ha ha. Devil Dao Yuan excitedly kept kowtowing to Gu Changqing. Now, you're free. Gu Changqing smiled evilly and sent them all out of this space. It appeared directly outside the new god group. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect to not only survive, but also get you. Devil Dao Yuan looked at the beautiful Tichin Yushi in his arms and excitedly looked up to the sky, taking her with him and disappearing into a stream of light. Gu Changqing, on the other hand, began to shut down and stabilize the extinction black dragon origin in his body. End of chapter. Chapter 51, Imperial Civilization, Neptune Race. Time passed in a flash, half a month later. In the meantime, the Americana Empire issued a press conference and executed Manhwa, giving him a cross list of charges, all of which were for offending the New Gods group. In addition, once Devil Dao Yuan returned to the Americana Empire, he immediately called a halt to the legions of demon spirit race that were still massacring the people of the Americana Empire. Then Devil Dao Yuan took the handwritten letter from the New God group, and led more than 8 million legions of devil spirit race into the Great Summer Dragon Kingdom, and 4 million were deployed in the 3rd city district of Qinghai City. The remaining 4 million were allowed to build the 6th city district of Qinghai City, acting as a labor force while being able to rush to the front lines of battle at any time. Mount Sumeru has had entire mountain ranges bulldozed in this half of the month, and hundreds of thousands of laborers have been sent out to build a base here. On top of that, there were demonic beasts in the mountains and forests that would storm human cities from time to time. However, with the cultivators of the new god group sitting in the major cities, the demonic beasts in the mountains and forests were no threat to humans. Over the course of this half-month, the cultivators of the new god group had all seen their cultivation levels skyrocket. With the violet gold Din Din artifact spirit in place, paired with that elixir field space, this allowed the cultivators of the new god group to eat elixirs as if they were eating, and their cultivation levels all skyrocketed. In just half a month, Tang Yue had already cultivated to the peak of the foundation establishment stage, one step short of conjugating the Dan. Overall, it's been a quiet half of the month globally. But, could a storm be brewing behind this calm? That's for sure. The threat from the sirens. Just for today, Devil's Road Yuan approached Gu Jiajiao. Inside the office, Mordo Yuan turned into a human, lanky and tall, wearing a suit that looked rather human. Manager Gu, when will Mr. Gu be out of the gate? I have a very important matter to report. Devil's Road Yuan, mouth holding a cigar, face a bit gloomy, looking at the opposite side, shapely floating convex, dressed in a black OL professional dress, mature and beautiful Gu Jiajiao. Mr. Gu didn't say roughly when he'll be out. What's your big deal? Gu Jiajiao's long, thin, white fingers gently tapped the desk and inquired. Because of Tichin Yushi's death, the sea god race of the imperial civilization has descended. I just got word from within the clan that the scale of their descent was incomparably large, and it was the use of the entire imperial civilization's high-end battle force that sent them down, saying that they wanted to kill all the humans on this planet. Devil Dao Yuan inhaled a mouthful of cigar and said with great gravity, the sea god race is the imperial cultivation civilization, the first of the 8 divine races, second only to the imperial race, and it is descending on the country. It's difficult to get into. You got Tichin Yushi killed? Gu Jiajiao looked at him oddly. Or what? What's the point of keeping it after you've played with it? Devil Dao Yuan skimmed his lips and said, I've wanted to get her killed for a long time. It's better to follow Mr. Gu. You can do whatever you want, haha. Devil Dao Yuan's character belongs to the kind of lawlessness, do whatever he wants, see who is not happy to get killed. It also led to his isolation in the clan, and eventually chose him to wade down and explore the planet. Devil Dao Yuan also knew that many of his clansmen loathed him, but he didn't care in the slightest. Can you ask for help from the clan again? Gu Jiajiao looked at Devil Dao Yuan and said, you made this matter, you should be responsible. Devil Dao Yuan nodded, don't worry, I've already asked for help from the clan. Speaking of this, Devil Dao Yuan hemmed and hawed, I said that I had taken control of the human new god group, and would soon send back a large batch of resources from the immortal ancient planet, with no shortage of hundreds of millions of years old immortal pills, haha, and guess what? Those elders in the clan were overjoyed, saying that they would definitely send tens of millions more legions down to stabilize the situation for me against the Sea God clan at any cost. It's really interesting that you're pitting your own clan like this. Gu Jiajiao laughed. I didn't realize this guy, so crazy. The kindred also pitched in as usual. Humph. Anyway, the position of the young clan master has nothing to do with me, what's wrong with pitting them? Devil Dao Yuan skimmed his lips and said, anyway, I've already made up my mind that I'll just hang out with Mr. Gu, and walk on this path until it's black. So maybe there'll be a chance to get more beings I want to kill in the future. Gu Jiajiao nodded, well, I know about this matter. How many beings do you think the Sea God clan will come down this time? Devil Dao Yuan thought for a moment and said, definitely not less than 100 million of this word. It's best to move everyone in Shanghai City. When they set foot on land, it'll be an absolutely devastating blow. Gu Jiajiao sighed, it's really eventful. Hey! Devil Dao Yuan smiled lewdly, it would be good if the goddess of the Sea God clan had come down as well. He had been thinking about the 9 goddesses of the Sea God clan for a long time and couldn't wait to play around with them. Seeing that he was full of women, Gu Jiajiao gave her expulsion order and said, you go ahead and communicate with the clan again. I'm going to contact the higher-ups among the humans and ask them to relocate the people of Shanghai City. Okay, I'll go first. Devil Dao Yuan nodded and got up to leave. He'd been having a good time lately, and the task of finding out who had taken over his life had been entrusted to him by the new god group. It was simply pleasurable to play around with the female body snatchers and abuse some of the male body snatchers every day. Like the ancient brocade guards, when they encountered a person who had taken over the body, they could kill him beforehand and abuse him in any way they wanted. In one word, awesome. As a result, during this half of the month, the body snatchers of the Great Summer Dragon Country couldn't stay, and fled to other countries overseas in droves. The people who knew that Shanghai City was about to become a battlefield, because of the presence of the new god group and Gu Changqing, all appeared to be unperturbed and left in a well-organized manner, because they always believed that even if they were too late to evacuate, the new god group would not abandon them. There is still one step short of conjugation. I must need to step into the conjugation stage before the sea demons land. Tang Yue watched the news and immediately went back to her seclusion. Not only her, but many cultivators in the country were like her, wanting to raise their cultivation a little more before the cataclysm came. A few days later, Gu Beichuan, along with Yilan and Chu Maniac, had come out of the gate. They finally broke through to the Jiedan stage. The first thing they did when they left the gate was to watch what was happening in the outside world during these days of their seclusion. Seeing the battle at Mount Sumeru and the change in Gu Changqing, they were all extremely shocked. But just today, Gu Baichuan received a call that left him a bit baffled. "What did you say, my daughter?" Gu Baichuan listened to the phone, what Gu Jiajiu said, and for a moment, he was a bit unable to react. "Yes, she says she is your daughter and does look similar to you." Gu Jiajiu said solemnly, "We tested this little guy just now, but he's a little genius, carrying 3 kinds of different spirit roots of wind, thunder, and ice, and now he's already at the peak of qi cultivation. Tell her to come and see me." Gu Baichuan frowned and thought back carefully. There really seemed to be an external debt outside. "I just don't know if it's true or not, and I'm hesitant." End of chapter. Chapter 52, Spicy Hand Destruction. In today's day, Gu Changqing also came out of the gate. Thoroughly digesting the Black Dragon extinction's origin allowed him to advance from the early stage of yuaning to the late stage of yuaning. Just out of the Guanshu Tan bath came to the office, Gu Jiajiu rear foot arrival. Looking at the desk, calm and mature and stable, the superior aura pulled full, not at all like 18 or 19 years of age should be temperament of Gu Changqing, feel a little strange. However, now was not the time to think about this. Her face was a bit grave as she informed Gu Changqing in detail about what she had just recently learned from Devil Dao Yuan. Imperial civilization, Neptune race? Gu Changqing sniffed, quietly lit a cigarette for himself, and said lightly, "Want to destroy the human race? Let's see if they have the ability to do so. Have you informed those old guys in Changqing?" Battles that relied on numbers, Gu Changqing didn't care at all. His Black Abyss Dragon Streamer was initially formed, and he was able to kill and create demons at the same time. With this kind of large-scale war, the number of demons in his Black Abyss Dragon Streamer would only increase. "Ask for it." Gu Jiajiu nodded and said, "They have already been notified, and they have held a press conference and are demobilizing the people of Qinghai City. But it will take a bit of time. I don't know at what point in time the sirens will land. In a few days, send the 4 million Demon Spirit Clan troops that are building the 6th urban district to Green Sea City as well. I'd like to see how many pounds the Sea God Clan has." Gu Changqing took a deep drag on his cigarette and said lightly, "How's the construction of the Sumeru mountain base going?" Gu Jiajiu said, "A lot of manpower and material resources have been invested, but it will take a month or 2, this is already the fastest speed." "Well, there's no rush." Gu Changqing wasn't very anxious about this matter and said in a faint voice, "How is the situation over at the Americana Empire? If it stabilizes, send them a directive." "What instruction?" Gu Jiajiu hesitated. Gu Changqing said indifferently, "Let them take the dry state continent within 3 months. For the subsequent opening of the folding space, I need a large number of laborers, and if they can't take the dry state, this batch of laborers will have to be chosen from their Americana Empire." As for the overseas countries, Gu Changqing had no favoritism towards them at all. Especially the blackness of the dry states. "It's disgusting to look at. I really don't know why there are people in the country licking these disgusting guys. And you're proud to lick people. It's a crime." "Good, I'll contact the Americana Empire later." Gu Jiajiu nodded her head, agreeing with Gu Changqing's approach, and said, "By the way, Mr. Gu, just now, there was a little girl, claiming to be Gu Dong's daughter, and she should have met with him by now." "Daughter?" Gu Changqing froze slightly when he heard this. He didn't remember this happening in his previous life. "Mr. Gu, the Queen of Sakurajima is asking for an audience, and has been waiting for you for 10 days. Just then, Secretary Lin Xian knocked on the door and walked in to report. "Queen Sakura?" Hearing this name, Gu Changqing revealed a wicked smile. "It's fine if we don't mention Cherry Island, but since we do, we have to exterminate it first, and there's just a shortage of devils before the Sea God Clan lands. Let her come in, I'd like to see what she has to say before she dies." As for Sakurajima, Gu Changqing had never treated them as people. Is not even close. This can never be changed, only death. Prepare to make a trip to Sakurajima in these days, and refine all these into devils. "Yes," Lin Xian answered and left. Manager Gu, talk to the 6 old guys in Changqing. Thermal weapons actually still need to be researched. Technology developed to the extreme is not incapable of killing powerful cultivators. Don't give up on researching thermal weapons just because we've entered the era of cultivation. Gu Changqing was actually very optimistic about human thermal weapons. A cultivator's brain is more developed than an ordinary person's, and previously unassailable problems should all be well attacked in front of a cultivator. In addition, the ore materials for refining magic treasures should also be of great help in making thermal weapons. Why give up the development of thermal weapons when the time and place are occupied? Good, then I'll go down first. Gu Jiajiu nodded and left. Shortly after she left, Lin Xian came in with an enchanting, charming, mature and moving woman who was noble to the core. "Hello, Mr. Gu." This is an incomparably sexy and charming woman, a long lavender dress, a tall figure with floating curves, and seductive eyes that make you sink. Her long hair was waist-length, with a few strands strewn across her high chest, making her look very conspicuous. When she slightly bowed towards Gu Changqing, that gully was even more mouth-watering. "A body snatcher, daring to come to me of your own accord, how courageous." Gu Changqing stared at the latter playfully. "Sure enough, I still can't hide it from Mr. Gu. Queen Sakura smiled charmingly and sat down on a sofa to the side, crossing her long legs and saying, I am a being that exists in the same place as the Black Prison Emperor, and I come here without any malicious intent, only wanting to cooperate with Mr. Gu. Gu Changqing's eyes flashed with a touch of teasing intent. Cooperation, you deserve it too? Mr. Gu, I don't want much, I'm only here for one type of dark red crystal, I don't need the rest. Queen Sakura said with a smile at the corner of her mouth, for such a small request, in exchange for a powerful warrior like me, I don't think Mr. Gu would refuse, would he? In addition, in the future, when you deal with the two major cultivation civilizations, I will also be able to help you in no small way, so I don't think there's any reason for you to refuse. I'm sorry, I refuse. Gu Changqing laughed cruelly and violently raised his hand, a move of dragon claw hands was made and an irresistible greatness erupted. Ah! Queen Sakura screamed in horror, and while her entire neck was clasped by a large invisible hand, she was horrified to find that her entire cultivation had been suppressed at the same time. This made her fall into Gu Changqing's hands without resistance. If you weren't wearing this skin, I might give you a chance, but alas. Gu Changqing had already stood up, cupping the Sakura Queen's neck with one hand and lifting her in midair as he laughed coldly. My magic treasure, the black abyssal dragon streamer, happens to be lacking a pseudo-master soul, and your Yuanshan should be very good. After saying that, not waiting for her to have half a word to beg for forgiveness, he broke her neck with a click, and then the soul seal in his brow glowed, detaining her screaming Yuanshan directly out and sending it into the black abyss dragon streamer. After doing so, a flash of black inflammation flashed in Gu Changqing's hand, igniting Queen Sakura's corpse and evaporating from the earth in the blink of an eye. Lin Shen witnessed this scene with her own eyes, and her face turned a little pale. Sakura Queen is such a human beauty, doesn't Mr. Gu wanna have some fun? Is it possible that Mr. Gu doesn't like women? It made her suspicious. Go down and work on yours. Gu Changqing glanced at her, then disappeared in place and entered the black abyss dragon streamer. More than 10 minutes after Lin Shen left, Gu Changqing's figure reappeared. Go, refined Sakurajima. As Gu Changqing flipped his hand, the black abyss dragon streamer appeared, and after receiving his command, it flew out of the window with a swoosh, disappearing into the sky in the blink of an eye. After doing this, Gu Changqing left the office, ready to go see his dad's daughter. End of chapter. Chapter 53, Empress Shura. Refining Sakura Island. New God Group, 35th floor, room 3589. Empress, I'm now a half-step false infant. Can't I show my face yet? A 17 or 18-year-old youth, sitting on the sofa, looking at today's news, said with some hesitation. This son was none other than Yi Chen. During the invasion of the 6th District's Demon Spirit Clan, he was second only to Tang Yuwei in terms of battle honors. What's the rush? Do you want to replace Gu Changqing? In Yi Chen's mind, a flirtatious voice rang out. Hadn't thought about it. Yi Chen replied honestly, I'm self-aware. Aren't you interested in Tang Yuwei, but she's in love with Gu Changqing, do you really not have any thoughts of replacing him at all? The flirtatious voice seduced. Don't tempt me, with Mr. Gu's strength. What am I going to replace him with? Yi Chen was sober. Nowadays, Gu Changqing only has a hand in the sky, this planet is his say, to say that Yi Chen is not envious of how it is possible. However, he was very self-aware, in front of Gu Changqing, he was afraid that he was just a mole cricket and couldn't make any big waves. Even after obtaining the mysterious Shura altar, and with the Shura clan sealed inside. However, he still didn't dare to think about competing with Gu Changqing. If you can't fight, then you can only die. Gu Changqing seemed to have no fear of even the immortal race. As for the Shura altar that he had obtained, the Shura race inside it, and all of them were sealed by the immortal race. In comparison, the highs and lows are very different. Well, since you have no desire to compete, you'll serve him, and you'll be able to show off anytime you want. The Shura queen did not force him, nor could she, the lives of the entire clan were in this man's hands. She had just tempted Yi Chen, but she was only thinking that he would be an enemy of Gu Changqing and then be killed by him, and she would use Gu Changqing's hand to allow them to break through the seal. Pity. This kid is out of line. I can now unleash 300 peak Jiedan and 3 Yuaning stage cultivators. I will definitely impress Tang Yuwei in the next Sea Demon invasion battle. Yi Chen was full of fighting spirit. Gu Beichuan's office. He looked at a delicate little girl in front of him and for a moment didn't know what to say. Just now, he used his divine sense of the Jiedan stage and probed her bloodline, and it was really his own daughter. What's your mom's name? Gu Beichuan so many years without a second marriage, to say that he has not looked for a woman outside, the dog does not believe, but he has always been very cautious, basically wear a condom, how can it be possible to get pregnant? My mom's name is Ru Yue Lu, Dad, why don't you want us anymore? Lu Yue wrinkled her agitated nose and asked very seriously. At these words, the corners of Gu Beichuan's mouth twitched as he listened, not knowing how to reply. The name of Lu Ru Yu kept coming back to his mind. Suddenly, he thought of something and let out a bitter laugh. Old man, I heard you were out cheating and didn't wipe your mouth clean, and a daughter recognized you? Just when Gu Beichuan didn't know how to reply, Gu Changqing's voice came in through the door. Old man? Do I look old to you? When Gu Beichuan heard this, he was not happy at once, looking at the long hair like snow, calm and mature and steady, more big brother temperament than himself. Gu Changqing came in, laughing and scolding. You kid, look at all the my age off. You have the nerve to call me an old man? Indeed. Gu Baichuan was a middle-aged man before, and he was quite a bit younger after the Jiedan stage. Now standing together with Gu Changqing, it was Gu Changqing who appeared more stable and mature instead. Whether it is the eyes, or the temperament, can give the enemy an infinite sense of crisis, and give their own people an infinite sense of security. Gu Changqing smiled without saying a word, looking toward the little girl whose wide eyes were looking herself up and down, and smiled. This is your fallen daughter. Gu Changqing stepped forward, grabbed the little girl's shoulders and picked her up, sized her up, and said with a faint smile, well, it's your daughter, and her qualifications are pretty good too. You tell me what to do. Gu Baichuan lit a cigarette for himself and said with some headache, you've been single for so long, it's about time you had a woman by your side. Pick them up. Gu Changqing put down the little girl and asked, what's your name? Brother, my name is Lu Yuer. Lu Yuer looked at Gu Changqing with eyes full of adoration. She came here without the knowledge of her mother, Ru Yuelu. How can a little kid of 7 or 8 years old hold back knowing that he has a dad and an older brother who is so awesome? From now on, you should be called Gu Yuer, the little princess of the new god group. Gu Changqing smiled faintly and looked at Gu Baichuan. It's better to go and fetch her back earlier. This should be a good woman, don't be negative. With those words, Gu Changqing turned around and left. She hadn't been seen climbing the ladder for 8 years in her previous life, so it should have been the butterfly effect of her own rebirth. Brat, aren't you going to make the trip with me? Seeing Gu Changqing about to leave, Gu Baichuan called out to him and said, I'm not getting involved in this one, so be nice, Dad. Gu Changqing waved his hand and left without looking back. He's not that free to meddle in such trivial matters. Come on, little girl, take me to your mom. Seeing that Gu Changqing had really left, Gu Baichuan looked helplessly at Lu Yuer. After Gu Changqing left, he made a trip to Mount Sumeru, met with the Danding artifact spirit and asked him to refine a batch of pills for promotion to the harmonized god level, and went back to closed-door cultivation after getting the pills. Strength is king. Gu Changqing had never been a person obsessed with power, only interested in power. If there is no strong power to suppress everything, all that we have now is just a vapor of time. Just a few hours after his retreat, Sakurajima, however, is in for a doom and gloom. The Black Abyss dragon streamer descended upon a city of 3 to 4 million people before unfurling its boundary and gushing out an endless black fog to envelop the city. But all the people who came into contact with these black mists were all turned into dry corpses in an instant, not even able to send out a single scream. Their souls were detained and flew into the black abyssal streamer one by one. Asterisk 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 asterisk, who wants to destroy us? There is a massacre, someone save us. Damn it, get away from these black mists. The city was in chaos, with only the cultivators still struggling to hold on, fleeing everywhere like headless flies, trying to escape the city. The sight was gruesome. Dry corpses were everywhere, and countless Sakura people were dead. It took less than 2 hours for the Black Abyss dragon streamer to refine a city. This city of 3 to 4 million people has been reduced to a dead city. The Black Abyss dragon streamer added 3 to 4 million full heads and broke through the air with a swoosh, heading for a densely populated city. Wherever it passes, not an inch of grass grows. When the Black Abyss dragon streamer, after refining the entire Sakurajima island close to 200 million people, left this line in their capital square, martyrs in heaven, you may rest in peace. New god group, Gu Changqing. Soon, the whole world would be shaken by the line left behind by the Black Abyssal dragon streamer. It was 0 o'clock in the night when the Black Abyss dragon streamer returned to the hands of Gu Changqing of the new god group. Gu Changqing, on the other hand, personally, sacrificed them again. In a group fight, Gu Changqing was no match for anyone. Everyone should know what day it is. End of chapter. Chapter 54. Uncle San loves me the most. Sakurajima, completely transformed into a dead island. Captured by satellite footage, every city is dead silent, with dry body after dry body paving the streets. The expressions on these people's faces before they died were desperate and fearful, and they died without resting in peace. What a cruel tactic. 200 million people destroyed at the drop of a hat. Gu Changqing is truly a ruthless man. Terrible. But it's justifiable, but it's too harsh. How many years ago is the grudge? It's not even a generation ago, and the hand is actually still so ruthless. Senior leaders from countries around the globe were filled with horror as satellite cameras captured the line of large letters in the square of their capital city. This matter certainly could not be concealed, so when world leaders saw it, they did not choose to hide it, but released the video on the same day. For a moment, the world shook. Vegetable nation. Heartless. Gu Changqing is a butcher. An executioner, a living executioner. Who can sanction this butcher? Their country, dynasty country. Ha ha. Great pleasure. These should not have lived on this planet a long time ago. The sewage thing, the scourge of the whole world, this kind of trash with no moral heart, should die to death. Mr. Gu's move is really a great success. Mr. Gu is mighty, he will avenge any wrong. Back then it was just that the time hadn't come yet. Cool. Support Mr. Gu. All over the world, only a few countries felt that Changqing was cruel, and the vast majority of them felt relief in their hearts for this. The sewage incident has reduced Sakurajima, as a nation, to the status of a street rat. The people of the Great Summer Dragon Kingdom, on the other hand, directly celebrated with universal fervor, more lively than the New Year. All over the country, lights and colors are on. In my lifetime, I can see the overthrow of that country, I can also rest in peace, and my former comrades in arms can also rest in peace. I had thought that the latest generation of young people had already forgotten the disasters and killings that this country brought to us back then. It seems that they hate this country even more than we do. There are veterans close to 100 years old who have yet to go, watching the news broadcasts on TV with tears in their eyes while feeling a sense of relief. The only reason many of the veterans have made it this far is that they are holding on to their breath, wanting to see the day when the country launches a war of annihilation against Sakurajima. Now, Changqing had directly destroyed Sakurajima. On this very night, there were many veterans who left this world to meet their old comrades with a glad smile on their faces. Shengshur they saw the demise back then. There were no longer any regrets, and he could go to see his old comrades in peace, and tell them about this prosperous time and the rise of the Dacia nation. But those islanders who had escaped death because they were not in Sakurajima, wanted to take revenge on this day with a heavy heart. The islanders who are in the Dragon Kingdom of Dacia are trying to get out as fast as they can on this night. But they don't have a chance. The cultivators of the new god group had long since locked onto them, all of them were suppressed, and not a single one of them could escape. Changqing's purpose is to destroy his country and extinguish his seed and eliminate his saplings. It's that tough. Just as the whole world was shaken by Changqing's extermination of Sakurajima, the depths of the ocean were surging with dark tides. The oceans of today are not the oceans of yesteryear. There were clusters of palaces on the seabed, stretching horizontally and horizontally, emitting brilliant divine light. In the depths of the sea area closest to Green Sea City, patches of palace clusters sank and floated, and it was impossible to see the end of them, and it was unknown how many sea god race cultivators there were. The main temple, gilded and solemn. Above the first seat sat a man wearing a golden robe and a purple and gold crown, a man of extraordinary valor. On both sides of the hall, 3 of the 9 goddesses of the sea god race came, wearing dark blue armor dresses, with shapely figures and a full head of blue hair up to their waists, beautiful beyond compare. In addition to them, there were also 9 generals whose cultivation descended from the empire that had cut themselves. A war general with a triangular head stepped forward and inquired, "Coronation of the desolate king, you have summoned us here, are you about to launch an attack on the Great Summer Dragon Kingdom on land?" The gold-robed man nodded slightly and said indifferently, "Well, it's better to be early than late. The scouts on land have sent word that the new god group is evacuating the human reptiles from Qinghai City now. I won't give them this opportunity. Immediately gather the 3 armies and give me a direct cross-pollination of Qinghai City." "Okay, we'll call out the whole army." The 9 war generals bowed and then left in stride. Emperor and desolate, we can't underestimate Changqing. Even the Black Prison Emperor fell in his hands. The Sea God clan's 8th goddess, Haina Ling, stepped out with her big long legs and said in a deep voice, "I think it's better to send a few strong people to test Changqing's strength first." Yes, the demon spirit race seems to have cooperated with the new god group, which is a big variable. The 7th goddess of the Sea God clan frowned as she stood out. "There's nothing to test. As for the demon spirit race, it's even less of a concern. Directly pushing across is, we have several half-step divine transformation in the high-end battle force, plus 300 million of your sea god race legions. The human race can't afford to turn over the wind in waves." Emperor Wilderness was overbearing. "Yushi is my own sister. I'm going to use all of humanity to bury her with me." "It's..." The 3 goddesses of the Sea God clan, seeing him so determined, shook their heads and stopped persuading him, turning to leave the palace. "Sister, I will soon take Changqing's head to sacrifice you." Emperor Wilderness' face was grim, and he couldn't wait a moment longer. The next day, early morning. The sun is rising and everything is revitalized. In the jungle, the roaring sounds of demonic beasts resounded. The human city is a constant stream of crowd vehicles going to work. Qinghai, the 3rd, 4th, and 2nd city districts along the coast, all ordinary people had evacuated out, and only cultivators could be seen active. The 8 million troops of the demon spirit race had even marched to the top of the sea defense line to act as the vanguard. Devil's Road Yuan, dressed in a black suit with a cigar in his mouth, stood on top of a tall building by the sea, looking at the endless ocean. "Young lord, our reinforcements will be descending into this space in about 2 hours. This time it's the power of the clan, descending 30 million elite legions, and your 3rd uncle will also be coming." A female demon spirit race powerhouse with gray and dull skin, no different from a human, flew in at this time to report. "What, my 3rd uncle will also come? He cut off his own cultivation?" Devil Dao Yuan frowned at his words. 3rd uncle was the only close relative in the clan who would give him a voice, and cutting off his own cultivation was equivalent to destroying his own future. Devil Hill nodded, "Yes, right now, I can barely come down with a half-step god transformation stage. Alas, pity." Devil Dao Yuan sighed lightly, but when he thought of how many good things the immortal race had, he smiled and said, "It doesn't matter, as long as you follow General Gu with your heart and soul, it's not certain that third uncle might be able to go further in the future. Well, young lord, can you convince Elder Rift? Demon Hill said hesitantly. She was a close associate of Devil Dao Yuan, and was aware that Devil Dao Yuan had been subdued by Gu Changqing. Third uncle loves me the most and will definitely listen to me. Devil Dao Yuan was confident. End of chapter. Chapter 55, Deep Blue Dragon. Bermuda Deep Sea. Infinite darkness shrouded the area, not a single ray of light could be seen. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. On this day, countless aboriginal sea demons in the ocean were converging towards this place, densely packed and endless. They rushed straight to the very bottom of the Bermuda Deep Sea, and shortly afterward, they all gathered on top of a large deep sea canyon. The canyon was even darker, like an abyss, intimidating. Sea Emperor Sovereign, our homeland, has been occupied by a group of outsiders. I implore you to come out and seek justice for us. Countless sirens, led by 3 heavenly demons at the god transformation stage, prostrated themselves on their knees on the Grand Canyon and shouted and kowtowed. Go, inform them that if they don't withdraw from our oceans within a day, then none of them will leave. Not long after, a majestic and vast voice came out from beneath the abyss of the canyon. Yes, I'll go there myself. A tiger shark transformed heavenly demon excitedly agreed, then rushed to the place where the sea god clan's legions were at the fastest speed possible. You should not mess with humans. I am interested in Gu Changqing. I think I can become friends with him. That grand and majestic voice sounded once again at this time. Yes. Without your orders, we would never set foot on land for half a step. The 2 heavenly demons present nodded heavily. The sea demons gathered here were waiting for the tiger shark sky demon to return. But time went by in dribs and drabs, and 2 hours rolled by without the latter returning. A celestial demon in the form of a whale shark couldn't help but open his mouth and say, Supreme Emperor of the Sea, the tiger shark may have been heavily killed on this trip. Wait another hour, if he doesn't come back, he's been killed. The grand and majestic voice, anyone could hear that there was killing intent permeating. The hour passed quickly. Before and after, 3 hours, still no tiger shark sky demon back. Rumble. At this moment, the abyssal Grand Canyon shook. It seemed like an incomparably terrifying existence was rapidly breaking through the deep sea and coming out. Retreat! When the 2 heavenly demons present saw this step, they were excited beyond measure while at the same time frantically retreating with the countless sirens present. Anon! A few moments. A dragon's roar resounded. Buzz off! Immediately afterward, a blue dragon that was 100 feet in size was seen rushing out with a loud bang. The dragon's might was overwhelming, deterring the countless small demons present to prostrate themselves on the ground and tremble, not even raising their heads too much. The blue dragon circled around for a while, and then in a burst of light surging, it transformed into a slender, heroic, blue-haired man. Greetings to the Sea Emperor. The 2 heavenly demons, who were shivering, prostrated themselves on the ground with extreme excitement and cried out loudly with incomparable respect. Greetings to the Sea Emperor. The rest of the sirens, too, trembled and chanted. Let's go, follow me to exterminate those ungrateful invaders. The man lightly grunted, beckoned between the huge water dragon scroll, enveloped in all the sea demon here, sound momentum straight to the sea god race were swept away. In the meantime, Qinghai City, on the sea defense line. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The void was in turmoil, cracking open dozens of immense and incomparable void cracks. Coming! On top of the tall building, Devil Dao Yuan looked at the pieces of cracked void rift. His heart was a little excited. Whoosh! At this moment, a long rainbow swept across. In the blink of an eye, it landed in front of Devil Dao Yuan. Mr. Gu, you're finally here, and it just so happens that my third uncle has also descended at this time. Upon seeing who the person who descended upon him was, Devil Dao Yuan smiled and went forward to salute. Meet Mr. Gu. Devil Hill, who was beside Devil Dao Yuan, also bowed deeply and saluted. Gu Changqing's white hair was as snowy as the wind, and his upright and magnificent figure under his black robe stood on top of the sky as he softly hummed and quietly looked at the void crack that surfaced in the distance. The demon spirit race had descended on 30 million elite legions, and for something this big, Gu Changqing naturally had to come and sit in personally. If these 30 million demon spirit race armies turned their heads and launched an attack on the humans, it would be a terrible thing. Had to be defended. As the void split high above stabilized, drums roared, war flags were displayed, and in the 30 void cracks, one army after another with clanking iron blood and monstrous battle intent was listed in a vast and horizontal manner. They wore black armor, their physique was exactly the same as Devil Dao Yuan's body, their heads had red horns, their backs rose 6 dark red bone spikes that looked like spider legs, and their bodies were gnarled with muscles. It was the true direct line army of the demon spirit clan, all of which had decimated their own cultivation to descend for the sake of this planet's resources. An army with this kind of aura, without a doubt, were all veterans who would not die in 100 battles, all of them killing without blinking an eye, with their hands stained with blood. In terms of cultivation, none of them were below the Jiedan stage. The feet stepped into the void and boomed, like heavenly thunder exploding, shocking the hearts of the people. Well, how did third uncle bring down the royal master under his command, who had cut off his own cultivation? Devil Dao Yuan's eyes were wide with disbelief. Need to know. This legion of his third uncle's, that was an undefeated division in 100 battles, every soldier's cultivation was no less than breaking the void, and it was also one of the several most elite legions of the demon spirit race. Not a bad legion. I would like to train them to the fullest if they can serve me. Changqing took a few glances and realized that the legions that were coming out of the void rift at the moment were definitely all elites among elites, each one of them able to fight alone with astonishing combat prowess. Changqing was a bit moved by even this legion. Mr. Gu is really willing to cultivate with all his might? Listening to Changqing's words, Devil Dao Yuan's heart was greatly moved as he said, truth be told, this is one of the strongest few legions of my race, all of which can resonate with military formations, thus exerting several times the battle power of the existence, and was once the unit that nearly killed the imperial civilization's lair in the 7th nation-raising battle against it. Changqing said lightly, if I can use them for me, naturally I won't treat them poorly. I hope your third uncle is sensible, or else I'll have to go all out and exterminate them. Changqing possessed absolute confidence in his own strength. By letting him go all out and summoning the ferocious beast, the Black Dragon, he had all the energy to exterminate this legion. Please don't worry, Mr. Gu, I will definitely convince Uncle San. Devil Dao Yuan was in awe in his heart, not doubting for a second that Changqing didn't have this ability. Nephew, third uncle is here. Just then, a long, bright laugh came out from a small crack. Then, a large group of beings were seen, stepping out of the air from within. The leader had long black horns, back rising 8 like a spider leg like dark red bone spikes, body size up to 10 feet huge, and the existence behind him was basically the same, with a ferocious aura and a terrifying aura around him. Uncle Sam, come here. On top of the tall building, Devil Dao Yuan beckoned and shouted, smell. The devil's path split and the group of warlords behind him came over with sidelong glances, and then a few steps later he was here. Uncle Sam, the price you've paid to come down here, it's too much. Devil Dao Yuan stepped forward and said in a very heartfelt manner, the price, indeed, is great. The Devil Dao Cleft's expression was grim as he said, this price, indeed, is so heavy that we cannot accept it, but this is the unified decision of several patriarchs within the clan. End of chapter. Chapter 56. Shanghai City, high above the sky, the 30 million undefeated divisions of the demon spirit race in 100 battles were arrayed horizontally. The war flags were unfurled and the drums were beating, just like an army of the 9 specters from purgatory, densely packed and neatly lined up above the firmament. Damn it, those old Bidens, what gives them the right to sacrifice your full-fledged army, Uncle Sam? Listening to third uncle's gloomy words, Devil Dao Yuan was filled with displeasure and said, I really want to get them killed. Ha! Ninth Young, can't you figure it out? As long as your third uncle is around, you possess a sliver of hope of seizing the throne, and they naturally won't let a guy like you who does whatever he wants and does things without any regard for the consequences sit on the throne of the clan head. The left general, one of the left and right vice generals of the Devil Dao split, stood out and shook his head. Now, the position of the clan lord is completely out of your reach. So it is. The simple-minded Devil Dao Yuan, who hadn't really thought of this layer of relationship, immediately revealed a scowl and said, third uncle, why don't we reverse it? Oh. Hearing this, the Devil's Path Split's intimidating gaze was fixed on him. Third uncle, they've treated us like this and still want us to sell our lives, isn't that funny? Devil Dao Yuan took a deep breath, locked eyes with his third uncle, and said in a low voice, I'm not hiding anything from you, third uncle, I've already defected to General Manager Gu. Oh? The Devil's Path Split's eyes narrowed slightly, and his line of sight turned to Changqing, who was not far to the side, looking at them with a smirk on his face. Changqing raised his eyelids and spoke faintly, I'm not going to bull asterisk with you guys either. Today I'm only giving you 2 paths to choose from. With your IQ, you shouldn't make a wrong choice. It's really unfathomable. The Devil's Path Split narrowed his eyes and sized up Changqing for a few moments. Changqing nodded slightly, without any modesty, and spoke in a faint voice, naturally, I can destroy you all by myself. If you don't believe me, you can give it a try. The Devil's Path Split smiled faintly, believe, how could I not? This kind of confidence of yours cannot be faked. So, your choice is? I have one condition. Say, this legion of mine, it can't be cannon fodder, and you need to cultivate it with all your might. One day, I want to lead them to kill back the demon spirit race. They won't be cannon fodder, but as long as it's a war there will be casualties, and as long as you and the others are loyal enough, I'll naturally cultivate them without stinting. Alright, deal, from today onwards, not only this legion under my command, including my own demon, it's all at the disposal of General Gu. The Devil's Path Split had actually guessed before he came down that his nephew, by no means, had subdued the new god group in Changqing, but rather, had been subdued in turn. No one knew better than him what kind of character his own nephew had. Vengeful and selfish, if he had the strength to exterminate the human race, he could never exist to take in or cooperate. The clan had suppressed their lineage so much, and the Devil's Road Rift had had enough. It would be better to just reverse it. Dealing with smart people is to save effort. The immensity of the resources left behind by the immortal race, the millions of cultivators of my human race can't be digested at all. Even with you guys joining us, you won't be able to digest much of it, and there will never be less of you in terms of cultivation resources and whatnot. Changqing was satisfied with this clever devil Dao crack, and smiled lightly. What kind of elixir do you need? As long as you can say it, the Dante Cauldron artifact spirit of my new god group can refine it for you. Really? There's such a divine cauldron? If there is such a divine cauldron, along with the resources left behind by the immortal race, hiss, then it mustn't just take off? We have damaged our foundations by cutting off our own cultivation. We are in dire need of the solid source blood pill. When the Devil's Road split and the group of warlords behind him heard this, they were shocked and at the same time, stared at Changqing in half-confidence. Cutting off one's own cultivation is equivalent to destroying one's own future. It was impossible to return to the top in this lifetime, unless there was a rare source-fixing blood elixir. Solid source blood pill? I'll ask you guys about it later. Human cultivators were scarce, and Changqing was bound to vigorously cultivate this legion that the demon spirit race had defected to. Devil Daosplit said solemnly, General Gu, as long as we can get the solid source blood pill to repair our damaged foundation, our cultivation can be restored very quickly, and at that time, we will become under General Gu's command, the absolute ace of the division. Changqing smiled faintly and said, under my command, I also lack such an invincible division. Right. Thinking of something, Changqing inquired, a dark red crystal of the immortal race, do you guys ever understand it? Well, Mr. Gu, you also know about this kind of crystal? Devil Daocrack was a bit surprised and said, this is a crystal that contains the bloodline of the immortal race, each one contains a drop of the essence blood of a dead person of the immortal race's great power. If you can refine it, you can get the immortal race's bloodline, and from then on, it is not a dream to become an immortal. I see, no wonder the Black Prison Emperor didn't hesitate to chop himself down. It's a pity that he met Mr. Gu and died. The devil Dao Yuan next to him couldn't help but laugh. You brat, do you really think that the Black Prison Emperor has fallen? A peak Mahayana stage, an existence that can be called a half-immortal, you think it's that easy to fall? The Devil's Path Split shook his head and said, when I came down, I heard that the Black Prison Hall had united with the imperial family of the imperial cultivation civilization and was preparing to forcefully break through the boundary and descend. In addition, it seems that our Lord's venerable Lord of the Lord civilization is ready to join forces with the Empire and attempt to break the boundary. I don't know when that will be. Upon hearing this, the devil Dao Yuan's heart flinched. They've all gone crazy for the sake of becoming an immortal. The boundary left behind by the immortal clan is not something that these half-baked people like them can break. Immortality, it's their lifelong pursuit. You haven't reached that level. You don't know how great this temptation is. It's rumored that as long as you become an immortal, you'll be immortal and have an endless lifespan. The devil Dao Split was also somewhat yearning. Xian? Changqing listened to their conversation and thought back to the scene of the battle between the Black Dragon of Extinction and the Immortal Patriarch. What level of battle would that be? Destroying subspace at every turn. What is Mr. Gu's opinion on Xian? Seeing Changqing deep in thought, the Devil's Path Split asked rather curiously. Changqing said lightly, I'm only in the late stage of yuaning now, so what insights can I have? But one day, I'll go to appreciate what the so-called immortal realm is like. The images of the battle and the intermittent Black Dragon of Extinction, lifting his hand Ben crumbled the endless stars, this kind of terrifying power, to say that Changqing does not aspire to it, that is impossible. With Chief Gu's potential, perhaps he doesn't need the so-called immortal bloodline to reach that level. I'm looking forward to that day. The Devil's Path Split smiled somewhat flatteringly. Rumble. Suddenly at this point, the oceans rioted, radiant divine light rushed skyward, and a gigantic and incomparable dragon claw tore through the sea oceans, slashing a torrential canyon fissure, a horrifying sight to the extreme. Today, if I don't kill all of you invaders, I'll be the master of this ocean in vain. Then, only a furious cry could be heard, shaking the boundless ocean, a huge water tornado, like a dozens of large tsunamis upending everything. End of chapter. Chapter 57, what a bluff. What the hell? The sudden riot in the ocean caused the 8 million demon spirit race legions on the sea defense line, as well as the 30 million demon spirit race elite troops lined up high in the sky, to all look sideways, spreading out their divine senses to go down to watch. All of them were stunned by what they saw. Beneath the vast ocean floor, a grueling tussle was unfolding. Countless sirens fought together, and the riotous waters were soon dyed red with blood as body after body floated up. Rumble. A blue-haired martial arts man was particularly fierce, fighting 6 half-step divine transformation stages alone. The dragon halberd in his hand was wide open, looking out of the corner of the eye, killing the 6 half-step divine transformation stages as they retreated, spitting out blood, and their faces were filled with horror. What the? Why are they dogfighting? When Devil Dao Yuan saw this scene, he was filled with fog. If an alien race occupies your territory, will you live in peace with them? Changqing smiled faintly and said, that blue-haired man's origin is not simple. He is the descendant of the immortal clan's protector divine beast's son and daughter. He has been sealed in the deep sea, and it was this revival of the spiritual chi that allowed him to hatch and come out of the world. What, the descendants of the immortal race's protector immortal beasts? The devil's path split and the other devils were shocked when they heard this. Changqing smiled without saying anything. The reason why he knew so much. It was because in the memories of the battle between the exterminating black dragon and the immortal race, it was seen that there was a blue true dragon that was torn apart and devoured by the exterminating black dragon's companion ferocious beast, the black dragon. When the blue true dragon died, the entire immortal race was in mourning. Mr. Gu, should we suppress him? Since this fellow is a descendant of the immortal clan's protector immortal beast, the bloodline that can become an immortal must also flow in his body. The devil's path split was filled with fervor as he said, if we suppress him and bleed and drink his blood every day, we might be able to become immortals. It was no wonder that he had such thoughts, but any extraterrestrial being who knew that there was a true dragon here, and that it was also the immortal race's protector immortal beast, would not be able to help but harbor such thoughts. Not so much. Changqing said blandly, since you all know that after the immortal race's great powers fall, they all condense their own essence blood into crystals, then such essence blood crystals can definitely be found in the subsequent folded space. The Devil's Road Split nodded in agreement, that's right, and let's see if he'll be our enemy first. If he doesn't know what's good for him, then we'll have to suppress him and bleed him out. Rumble. The fight under the seabed was grueling to the core. Hundreds of millions of sea demons, rushing together. The battlefield stretched out for an unknown amount of time, and the entire ocean was within the scope of their battle. Damn it, how could there be an invincible creature like a dragon in this ocean? Above the magnificent Sea God Clan's palace, the main hall, Emperor Wilderness looked at the brave and invincible blue-haired man, killing the 6 half-step god transformation stage powerhouses on their side, his face dripping with gloom. The Sea God Clan's 8th goddess said expressionlessly, we are already aggressors, and this battle is inevitable, so it's better for the coronet not to hide his clumsiness, and quickly offer up that killing weapon. When she descended, she had advised Emperor Wilderness to live in peace with the sea demons here. However, Emperor Desolate held his own identity and constantly suppressed the sea demons here. Now that's good. The land has not been hit up yet. Instead, they were mobbed by the sirens here. What are they going to attack the humans with after this battle? Emperor Wasteland's face was gloomy, something like that. Also dare to come in front of this temple to spread wildness, give me death. The words are gone. He also stopped hiding. Turn over his hand. The void buzzed and rippled, then boundless golden light bloomed and slowly flew out a small golden mirror with runes flowing, laws of order intertwined, and a terrifying power that shook the entire ocean. Ha! The blue-haired man who was blasting away the 6 half-step god transformation stages, at this moment, his heart was flabbergasted, not bothering to chase after the half-step god transformation stages not far away from the front, who had already suffered serious injuries, and exploded his strongest cultivation to flash away from his original spot. Phew! Just as he had left with his front foot, a golden beam of light that shone through the void and vaporized the infinite oceans tore through with his back foot. The blue-haired man, who had instantly moved to the distance, looked at the ghastly beam of light and immediately broke out into a cold sweat as his gaze, filled with murderous intent, fiercely looked towards Emperor Desolate's side. Just above his head, there was a small mirror that seemed to be more radiant than the sun, with golden runes like tadpoles flickering, like the long river of time intertwined with the laws of order. Emperor Wilderness droned, Griffin, in front of my time mirror, no matter who you are, you'd better kneel down and submit now, or else I'll make sure you die without a burial place. Ha! In order to bring down this magic treasure, I'm afraid the price you've paid is also unbearable? The blue-haired man's brow was filled with gravity. At the mention of the price, Emperor Desolate's face was grim as he drank. I'll give you one more chance, kneel and submit, or die. This fellow Taoist, we are of the same race, there is no need for you to die. If you are willing to stop, we will never make things difficult for you. The Sea God Clan's 8th goddess stood out and spoke in a friendly manner. There's nothing to talk to you about. Do you really think I don't have a backhand? The blue-haired man revealed a cold smile. If I don't kill all of you today, it will degrade the prestige of my ancestors. Ancestral dragon horn. At the end of his words, he let out a cry of rage. Buzz. At one moment, the boundless ocean shook, and an incomparably terrifying force revived in the Bermuda deep sea, tearing through large swaths of emptiness and instantly arriving close to the blue-haired man. Look closely. It was a blue dragon horn. It escaped with vast dragon might and flowed with true dragon greatness, cracking the sea for hundreds of miles around. Well, isn't this the blue dragon that was torn apart by the ferocious beast, the black dragon, the last dragon horn? How did it become the ancestral dragon's horn? Changqing saw the dragon horn and recognized it at once. Where's the ancestral dragon's horn? It was clearly the dragon's horn left behind by his forefathers. What a bluff! However, the mighty aura emanating from this dragon horn was indeed ridiculously strong. Mr. Gu, you recognize this dragon horn? Hearing Changqing's words, the Devil's Road Split and the other devils looked at him with sideways glances. Changqing answered, saying, he couldn't catalyze this horn and took it out to bluff. Unable to catalyze a kill? The demons froze. Changqing said lightly, it's not that he can't activate it to kill the enemy, it's that the mana consumed to activate this dragon horn is too huge. If he dares to force it to be activated he'll surely die. it's just a bluff to take it out. Kidding aside, an immortal level magic treasure, could it not be activated by a tiny late transformation spirit stage? What level of dragon horn is this? The three goddesses of the sea god clan, all of them had their bodies trembling, their gazes staring dead on, and even with the time light mirror by their side, they felt a chill. Ha! But DRI laughed. I don't believe that you can catalyze this kind of magic treasure that has such power even before you catalyze it. This time mirror of mine, if it wasn't for the mana of the clan seniors, or else catalyzing it once would have killed me. Come on, try to kill me by catalyzing one of them. End of chapter. Chapter 58. As long as the boundary spell left behind by the immortal race is still there, I am invincible. Emperor Wilderness wasn't bluffed by the dragon horn that the blue-haired man offered. As everyone knew, the higher the grade of the magic treasure, the more massive the mana required to activate it. That dragon horn was so powerful even before it was activated, and it was by no means powerful enough to be activated at the late transformation god stage, even at the late divine transformation stage. Come on, try urging one to exterminate me. Emperor Wilderness laughed coldly as the time mirror was protected in front of his body, ready to unleash a killing blow on the blue-haired man at any time. Although I can't activate the ancestral dragon horn, it will protect its owner on its own, and then carry out a counterkill. You want to rely on a magic treasure to kill me? Whimsical. Seeing that he couldn't bluff his opponent, the blue-haired man stopped pretending and hid behind the dragon's horn. Is that so? Then I'd like to see if your dragon horn can really protect your master. Emperor Wilderness didn't believe in evil, and while he let out a low gulp, he fiercely urged the time mirror. Buzz! The mirror rippled and the runes of order intertwined, shining an extremely brilliant beam of light straight at the blue-haired man. The beam of light seemed to break through the time and space boundaries, killing the blue-haired man in the blink of an eye. Boom! With a loud bang, the dragon's horn automatically protected its owner, forcing it to wear out the beam of light that shone at the blue-haired man, but it failed to counterattack. Well, it's really protective of the Lord? When Emperor Wilderness saw the scene, his eyes contracted slightly and he said in a deep voice, since neither of us can do anything about the other, why don't we sit down and talk? There's nothing to talk about with you invaders, and who says no one can help you? The blue-haired man sneered, there is your most feared enemy watching the battle on land, do you think he will let you go? Ha! I know they are watching the battle, but in front of my time mirror, they dare to come and seek their own death? Emperor Wilderness smiled disdainfully, possessing absolute confidence in his time mirror. General Gu, this magic treasure is very uncomplicated. It's a replica of the Imperial Civilization's royal family's clan-suppressing artifact, but even though it's a replica, it's not something we can resist. At the sea defense line, on top of a tall building, the Devil's Road Split gruffly said, to be able to bring down this magic treasure, I'm afraid that there are old undead people in the Mahayana stage, who put their lives on the line at the cost of their lives. Have you ever seen a magic treasure that can shatter the universe when it comes out? Gu Changqing smiled faintly, such a small magic treasure is nothing. After saying that, Gu Changqing stepped on the void, his figure was like an instantaneous movement, appearing beside the blue-haired man in a flash. Mr. Gu, long time no see. The blue-haired man looked at the man in front of him, who had an invincible and domineering aura all over his body, and couldn't help but respect him, clasping his fists towards him. My sister, you killed her? Emperor Wilderness had a grim look on his face as he stared at Gu Changqing dead in the face. Already, he was secretly urging the time mirror. The blue-haired man had a dragon's horn to protect his master, what could he have? Emperor Wilderness didn't believe that the time mirror couldn't kill this person with a single strike. Who is your sister? Gu Changqing lowered his eyes, his gaze falling on Emperor Wilderness. Di Qin Yushi. Emperor Wilderness gritted his teeth. It's her. It can also be said that she died at my hands. What kind of person are you to her? Gu Changqing nodded slightly. I'm her own brother. Emperor Wilderness was filled with killing intent. Since you admit it, then die for me. Buzz. As his words fell, the time mirror hanging in front of him instantly erupted with infinite light, shooting out a terrifying beam of light that tore through everything, piercingly resembling a stellar aurora borealis. Mr. Gu, be careful. The blue-haired man hadn't even reacted before the beam was less than half a step in front of Gu Changqing. Phew! Just in the nick of time. The void behind Gu Evergreen cracked open. A blood spear magic treasure that looked like a spear broke through everything and swept past Gu Changqing to meet the beam of light that could at least exterminate a peak god transformation. Giggle! In a burst of extreme slashing sounds, the beam of light was cut apart inch by inch like paper mache. Bang! Poof! The exchange was only for a moment. The beam of light was sharply abraded. The unstoppable blood spear, after the shattered time mirror, poofed through the chest of DRI, then disappeared into the void and disappeared, coming fast and going even faster, as if it had never appeared. Ah! Emperor Wilderness sprayed out a large mouth of blood, did not even react, the spirit and physical body was penetrated, did not even see clearly what killed himself, pupils whitened, the spirit was disorganized, the form of the gods planted on the ground. Your seniors, how come you always think that you juniors can deal with me? Gu Changqing looked at the three goddesses of the sea god clan who had been frightened to the point of losing their color, and said indifferently, "You three, I'll give one of you a chance to leave alive. Give me a chance to go back and tell your elders not to come to this kind of pointless trial, unless you break the boundary and come down, otherwise even god transformation and void breaking come down will be a death sentence, and none of you will be allowed to get your hands on any of the resources of the immortal ancient star. Remember, as long as the boundary spell left behind by the immortal race remains, I am invincible." This endless temptation had already made Gu Changqing feel impatient. "Ninth sister, go back." Upon hearing Gu Changqing's words, the seventh and eighth goddesses of the sea god clan all looked towards a woman who was slightly younger than them. "No, die together, go back together." The nine goddesses firmly shook their heads. "Sisterly love? Then they all stay." Gu Changqing saw that they were pushing each other away. He was impatient and suddenly struck out, appearing in the middle of them like an instant. The two dragons behind him whistled out, ferociously and cruelly biting off their heads and swallowing their gods. "Thank you, Mr. Gu, for your help." The blue-haired man flew over at this moment, arching his hand and saying, "My name is Tang Scale, and I was once a descendant of the immortal clan's protector Immortal Beast." Gu Changqing looked sideways and said faintly, "You have to remember that we are the owners of this planet. The ocean is temporarily under your control. If there is a folding space out there, remember to come and speak with me." After saying that, Gu Changqing flashed away. "Understood, Mr. Gu, take care." Tang Scales looked at Gu Changqing's departing back, his eyes flickering, wondering what he was thinking. Just a moment ago, when the piece of magic treasure that Gu Changqing had summoned appeared, it actually caused the dragon horns at his side to emit a wave of angry wool while shivering at the same time. It made him wonder what was going on. But now is not the time to think about that. Just when he wanted to kill the battlefield. Whoosh! The black abyss dragon streamer attacked with monstrous black mist. It enveloped the entire battlefield. Countless hideous and evil demons, spreading over the sky, crowded the sea, screaming strangely and swept out with teeth and claws, pouncing on the sea god race of the sea sirens. One moment. There were screams and hisses of fear. The black abyss dragon streamer was killing and refining demons at the same time. The constant flow, the more you kill, is simply unbeatable. Tang Scale was overwhelmed by this scene. The devil Dao Split and other devils on the land were unable to calm down at this moment. What kind of magic treasure is this? It's too terrifying to be able to refine a person's yuanshan to transform into a devil. So evil, these refined devils are destined not to enter reincarnation in this life. How could the heavenly Tao allow such a magic treasure that destroys the ecology of the universe to exist? They had never seen this kind of Dharma treasure that was so damaging to heaven and peace. End of chapter. Chapter 59, Time passes. A brewing storm. In this life, due to Gu Changqing's rebirth, all the extraterritorial races were made to suffer. But as Gu Changqing's cultivation increased, he began to disbelieve in any rebirth. Several months have passed since that battle in the ocean. In the meantime, the Americana Empire took the dry states. Meanwhile, on the land of the dry state, a mine folding space was asked. The vastness of the area of this folding space was 100 times that of the blue star, and the mines were like dragons that stretched across. These veins, which were important materials for refining magic treasures, had been researched by human thermal weapons manufacturing experts, and these ores were also extremely helpful to the development of human thermal weapons. The laborers who mined these mines were directly on the spot, and the entire black old of the dry state, as long as they possessed a workforce, were suppressed into digging the mines. In this life, don't even think about getting out. The practice of the new god group has triggered a vocal crusade in many countries. The vegetable country, in particular, screamed the loudest. When Gu Changqing learned of this, he immediately caused the Devil's Road Rift to go over and bulldoze the kingdom, and regardless of gender, as long as there was a labor force, they were all suppressed to go digging for minerals. Not only the vegetable country, but also several other Western countries screamed a lot and ended up in the same situation as the vegetable country, reduced to labor. Today's new god group is like the court of a feudal imperial dynasty, saying one thing and no one can resist his rule. The remaining countries are honest to a fault. Afraid of angering the new god group to be pulled to mining, there is a folding space in the territory of the introduction, but also do not dare to hide their own exploration, but the first time to inform the new god group. Lately, other than a lot of folding space coming out, Blue Star is quiet. No more extraterrestrial clans came down to test the waters. Perhaps knowing that there was such a figure as Gu Changqing, he realized that no matter how many living beings were sent down, they wouldn't be enough for him to kill and gave up. But, in the shadows, a bigger storm is brewing. The two main civilizations are the Empire and the Lords. Cooperation has been reached. Sending out all the peak Mahayana stage-old undead, he offered up the greatest killing weapon of the two civilizations, the boundary-breaking formation flag. Prepare to forcefully break through the boundary left behind by the immortals. Gu Changqing knew about this, but was in no hurry. If they do break the boundary and come down, it's the human race's destiny. There's no use worrying about it. 5 months passed. Blue Star remained calm. More and more folding spaces are being asked for, but they are basically shrouded by unfathomable boundaries. With regards to boundaries, Changqing was not too deeply involved, resulting in many folded spaces that could not be explored. However, just based on the 18 folding spaces that were now introduced, it also allowed humanity to rise incredibly rapidly. Even foundation stage cultivators had a magic treasure in their hands. A year has passed. There were 58 folding spaces alone in the blue star ask. But the further back the folded space appeared, the more terrifying the prohibitions inside were, and the lower-ranked cultivators couldn't even go in. In this era of cultivation, time was the least valuable. 4 years have passed. The blue star remained calm, and the two major civilizations outside the domain didn't move at all, like they'd given up on Xiangu. Instead, they took this opportunity to have quite a few god transformation stage cultivators appear amongst the humans. Elder Huang's group had all achieved transformation. The new god group had also transformed from the ordinary group it once was, into a cultivation group. The alchemy department, artifact refining department, prohibition department, rune seal department, and combat department were established. Some cultivators, by nature, were geniuses in alchemy, artifacts, forbidden systems, and talisman seals, which allowed them to better utilize their talents. The final combat arm, as the name suggests, is the group's main external combat arm. Time is very worthless in this era. In a flash, 18 years passed. In a cultivator's view of time, a mere 10 years or so is but a snap of the fingers, a single retreat. Humanity, too, has become a cultivation civilization to this day. During the 18 years, one batch after another of young generation cultivators came into prominence. Under the call of the new god group, mankind had, across the globe, constructed cultivation academies to train the younger generation of geniuses. Many folded spaces where demonic beasts existed became their places of experience. Folding space, asking for more than 100 places. Humanity, thus, stepped into a glorious era of cultivation. All seem to have forgotten the threat from beyond the domain. Between the major cultivation clans, infighting began to occur, fighting over a drop of resources. The vast majority of the resources are in the hands of the new god group. They can only eat what's left over from the Xinqiang group. What if it's not enough? You can only rob each other. In the blink of an eye, 20 years have passed. For the average person, this is somewhat lengthy. For Changqing, it was almost a blink of an eye. He hasn't been out of the gate once in 20 years. Been on retreat. He wasn't at Blue Star. Instead, they are on the moon, a lifeless planet. The black abyssal dragon streamer hovered silently in a corner of the moon. Interior space. 7 to 800 million demons, all gulping demonic energy from one black star after another. Above the largest black star, Changqing was cross-legged. Black starlight dotted around his body, and 100 black Yuaning figurines, hovering above his head, with a destructive law of order escaping from their surroundings, dropping wisps of mysterious black mist into Changqing's body. If you look closely, it's not a genesis anymore. Instead, it was like 108 bilocations, and each of them had the peak power of the main body. This is the manifestation of the divine transformation stage. Qi training, foundation building, Dan formation, Yuaning, God transformation, breaking the void, also known as refining the void, which can cross the void, merging, transmigration, Mahayana, half immortal, the realm after transmigration, where the soul has transcended the mundane creatures, earth immortal, immortal monarch, immortal emperor, and immortal emperor. Phew! I don't know how much time had passed, but Changqing slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, then opened a pair of intimidating blood pupils. Am I reborn, or reincarnated, or is it nothing more than a dream that foretells the future? After his cultivation reached the divine transformation stage, Changqing didn't feel very real about things like being reborn. If it was a dream, it was quite unreal. Then only reincarnation makes sense. Reincarnation, nebulous as it is, can be said to be there or not. Why on earth did I go back in time? The higher your cultivation level, the more you will be interested in such things. By now, Changqing was more inclined to the idea that it was he who had had a dream of foreseeing the future. Dreams, they're an amazing thing. It could be something that has happened before, or in the future. 30 years before and after, the two major cultivation civilizations actually haven't made a move yet. It seems that without absolute certainty, they wouldn't dare to make a move, and once it comes to the time when they make a move, it will surely be a shock to the heavens and the earth. Changqing grew up and whispered to himself, it's time to go and completely recognize the destructive black dragon's innate treasure, the blood spear, but whenever I can utilize a small amount of its power, even if the boundary left behind by the immortal race were to be broken, I'd be able to have the power to defend myself. During the 30 years, Changqing hadn't bothered with any affairs among the humans, and had always been devoted to cultivation. Now in a short period of time, it was no longer possible for him to advance any further, and it was necessary to get out of the gate. Human society, what it had become, he didn't know anything about it. End of chapter. Chapter 60, Suspected Immortal Spirit. Blue Star, the mountains and forests were lush and infested with demonic beasts. During these 30 years, the demonic beasts in the mountains and forests had also developed to a very astonishing number. The number of refining and foundation building cultivators who entered the mountain to hunt demonic beasts was very high, and the vast majority of them were of the younger generation. Qingyun City. High above the sky, streams of light were flowing. After a foundation stage cultivator has a flying sword, he can also fly with a sword. The cultivators who entered and left this city were all like streams of light. After 30 years of development, the face of Qingyun City had changed. A semi-resuscitated phalanx boundary shrouded the area, and many buildings rose up under the development of the new god group. The headquarters of the new god group, on the other hand, was transformed. The 200-story mansion, covering an area of more than 10 acres, was cast from the black flame mother gold used in refining heaven-ranked magic treasures, and the interior was inscribed with a terrifying killing formation that could suppress a half-step void-breaking realm. It was as if it was not an ordinary building that a random Yuaning stage could destroy with just one hand 30 years ago. With Gu Changqing not taking care of things, it was Gu Beichuan who had been taking care of various matters during the 30 years, leaving it to Gu Jiaojia when he was in seclusion. Although Gu Jiaojia couldn't become a qi refiner, but with the help of Gu Changqing, she was allowed to take the path of body refining. Otherwise in these 30 years, she was already over 60 years old, where she could still work for the group. If it were the Xinjiang group, who would have the fastest job promotion? None other than Yi Chen. This son, who had achieved the divine transformation stage 3 years ago, held the position of Vice Minister of Combat. Even if he was already a divine transformation stage and could still summon many Shura races out, he wouldn't dare to have half a mind towards the new god group. The first was Gu Changqing's shock, followed by the Devil's Path rift. The Devil's Path split and the legions under his command had received the solid source blood pill during these 30 years, plus there was no shortage of any resources, and their cultivation had recovered very quickly. The Devil's Path split's current cultivation level had already recovered to the middle stage of the void-breaking realm. The 8 battle generals under his command, on the other hand, had all recovered to the void-breaking realm not too long ago. 30 million legions, overall all peak Yuaning, slightly slower. Facing this force, Yi Chen did not dare to have any dissenting thoughts at all, in addition to the fact that he had no intention of taking control of the new god group. The mountain of Gu Changqing, which he was very self-aware of, was impossible to cross no matter what. Dong Gu, can Mr. Gu say when he'll be out? Inside the new god group building, Gu Beichuan's office, the Devil's Path rift found its way here with a somewhat gloomy expression. He transformed into a human being, upright and sturdy, not angry, wearing a black suit, like a big brother of the Black Shibuya Club. This is something he didn't say to me. Brother Crack looks so grave. Could it be that the 2 major civilizations outside the domain have made a move? Gu Beichuan made a cup of tea and pushed it near him, inquiring somewhat seriously. Devil Dao Crack sipped his tea and said in a deep voice, "This morning, I received news from my clan's close friends that the 2 major civilizations are about to sacrifice the boundary-breaking formation flag, no later than half a year." The boundary-breaking formation flag still needs to be sacrificed? Gu Beichuan asked in disbelief. The 2 major civilizations, all the strong clans without reservation, have sent out batch after batch of immortal-level refining materials, wanting to refine the boundary-breaking formation flag into an immortal treasure, and it seems like it's going to be a success. The Devil's Path Cracker took out 2 cigarettes, one handing it to Gu Beichuan and one lighting it himself, taking a deep breath and saying, "My close friend's message focused on a young man who seemed like he might be of the immortal race." What, the immortal race? Gu Beichuan was shocked at his words. It's not possible to determine his identity for now, but the person who proposed refining the boundary-breaking formation flag into an immortal treasure is him, and he also seems to have played a crucial role in this sacrifice. The Devil's Path Crack inhaled a deep breath of smoke and said in a deep voice, "If that mysterious man is really an immortal race being, I'm afraid." He didn't finish his sentence, but anyone could hear the implication. "We have to leave ourselves a way out." Gu Beichuan frowned. The Devil's Road Split nodded. "That's what I'm thinking as well. If it's not possible, let's roll away all the resources we can currently take and leave this planet. Once the boundary left behind by the immortal race is broken, we have no power of resistance at all. I'll find a way to inform Evergreen about this matter. Let's see what he thinks first." Gu Beichuan sighed. "Well, there's nothing else, so I'll be off." The words had been brought to him, and the Devil's Path Cracker got up and left. His mood was also rather heavy. 2 great civilizations have joined forces. Humans were no more than mole crickets in front of it. Mount Sumeru. The face of the mountain is no longer visible here. Clusters of mountains that had once stretched for dozens of miles horizontally had all been bulldozed. A huge new god group base stood proudly under 2 folding space entrances. Above the high walls of the castle-like base, there were Jiedan stage cultivators patrolling. This is a very important base for the new god group. Human treasures and pills all come from here, a vital place like a lifeline. Sitting by Elder Huang himself. Buzz. Suddenly at this point, outside the base, the void high above the sky cracked open abruptly. Afterward, he saw a man with a great, majestic posture, white hair like snow, casually draped over his shoulders, extremely calm and domineering, slowly walking out of the void crack, his black dragon robe half open to the wind. Who? The Jiedan stage cultivators who were on guard patrol on the high wall looked towards the man in the sky who stepped out from the void crack and drank. Gu Changqing lowered his eyes, his sight sweeping through the hundreds of Jiedan stage cultivators on the city wall one by one, realizing that these cultivators were not very old, in their 20s and 30s. Why does he seem to be our new god group's Mr. Gu? My god, it's actually really Mr. Gu, I've seen his videos and photos. See Mr. Gu. Meet Mr. Gu. After carefully sizing up Gu Changqing, these upstarts were in high spirits, full of adoration, and bowed and saluted one after another. Although they weren't from Gu Changqing's era, they all knew that the calmness of mankind today was brought about by new god group's Gu Changqing, Mr. Gu. Without him, mankind would never have survived so well. Now that I've seen the real thing, it's really hard to hide my excitement. Mr. Gu, you're finally out of the gate. At this moment, Elder Huang was full of happy smiles as he flew in from the distant air. Transformation stage now, not bad. Gu Changqing sized up the ladder and nodded, I've come here for nothing else, so go about your business. After saying that, his figure had already disappeared into the entrance of the folded space of the elixir field. Excited to meet Mr. Gu in person? Elder Huang glanced at those Jidan stage juniors and laughed brightly before going back to inform Gu Baichuan of this matter. As for Gu Changqing, at this moment, he had already arrived here at the purple gold danding that was floating above the center of the elixir field. Mr. Gu, I have something very serious to inform you. Only when Gu Changqing appeared, the danding artifact spirit flew out and spoke in a very serious manner. What is it? Gu Changqing only wanted to come and pick up a batch of pills, but he didn't expect this old guy to suddenly be so serious. End of chapter. Chapter 61 9 Flags Crossing the Sky, Breaking the Boundary. Elixir Field Space. Alchemists working here could be seen everywhere, either cultivating elixirs or picking elixirs for the Dante's Cauldron spirit. If you can get the spirit of the Dante's Cauldron to take a liking to you and teach you some alchemy techniques, it would be comparable to thousands of years of hard study. Mr. Gu, 10 years ago I suddenly sensed that an immortal bloodline had appeared in this universe. The expression of the danding artifact spirit was grave as it said, as for the matter of the immortal race, although I don't know much about it, I have mentioned from between the conversations of some of the chief disciples of the immortal race that the immortal race had once had an exiled lineage, and now that the immortal race lineage has appeared in this universe, it is highly possible that the exiled immortal race cultivators have found their way here. Gu Changqing's expression didn't change after hearing this and said lightly, they can come down directly? It's unclear, it shouldn't be able to, otherwise it would have descended long ago. The danding artifact spirit thought for a moment. Then there is nothing to fear. What about the batch of pills I asked you to refine last time? Gu Changqing couldn't sway when the two extraterrestrial civilizations would attack, and only wanted to boost his strength by 1 point in the meantime. Well, it's all been refined. The danding artifact spirit handed Gu Changqing a Sumerian ring and said, you should now be able to go and recognize that ferocious artifact, the blood spear. Exactly, let's go. Gu Changqing turned around and disappeared in a few steps. When he appeared, he had already arrived at the Dharma Treasure Palace, outside the gate of the first side hall. This place is off limits and therefore empty. Gu Changqing's face was expressionless as he spaced out and pushed open the door of the massive and magnificent hall. The sight that met his eyes was a vast expanse of starry sky. Countless stars dotted the inside. It wasn't stars, but one magic treasure after another, so numerous that it was impossible to estimate. The deepest part of the starry sky. It's like a forbidden place. The endless killing breath raged, even the divine transformation stage couldn't withstand it, and once they stepped in they would be instantly obliterated. A bloodlight, bright and incomparable, dotted the deep sky above, like a monarch. All the magic treasures, none of them dared to approach it. Gu Changqing stepped into the starry sky, and with each step, he was able to appear in a very distant place, as if he were shrinking the earth, and in the flash of his body, he appeared outside of the realm unfolded by the blood spear. The terror of the domain's killing aura was so great that the void-breaking realm would be terrified even if they were here. However, Gu Changqing was also fearless and took a step in. The moment he stepped in, all the raging killing auras made way for him. Just like that, Gu Changqing came step by step before the cold and arrogant blood spear that looked like a destroying monarch. This blood spear magic treasure, 180 centimeters long, like a lance or a pointed spear, flowed with blood-colored light and escaped with black thunder. Gu Changqing looked at this blood spear and smiled faintly. I think I can call you an old buddy. Your last master died in battle and I inherited his origin legacy. Would you be willing to fight with me for another life? The blood spear vibrated gently, as if shaking its head or nodding. In fact, it recognized Gu Changqing the first time it met him, only that he was too weak to recognize himself at that time. Otherwise, when it faced Emperor Desolate's time mirror 30 years ago, it could never have responded to Gu Changqing's call and projected a sliver of its power over to help. This blood spear had been dormant for so many years, and it wanted to go out and make a killing. Only the current owner was so weak that he couldn't even get it to recognize its owner. Oh, I'm already at the peak of the divine transformation stage, and I still can't withstand a single ounce of your power of recognition? Gu Changqing seemed to know what it meant and smiled faintly. In that case, I'll come back after I break the void. Breaking the void can refine the void in the body of the Dansi to form a party of its own void, from then on can cross the void, across the universe. Perhaps only a self-contained void within the body could accommodate this blood spear. Suddenly, the blood spear let out a light tremor, and then directly slashed through the void. Buzz. Afterward, a drop of void origin was seen slowly floating out from the void. The blood spear sent this drop of void origin to Gu Changqing, as if urging him to drink and refine it. Void origin? Gu Changqing's heart shook. As far as he knows, even a Mahayana stage half-immortal couldn't find, or condense, a void origin in the void. This bloody spear fellow, just a simple, easy strike, got out a drop of void origin. If you can get the void source promotion to break the realm of the void, not only can be achieved overnight, and in the body to open up the void field, can also be 100% resonance of the void, there is no limit to draw mana from the void. This is the supreme treasure. Gu Changqing smiled faintly. So you've prepared me early, very well, I'll break the void right here. The words are gone. Swallow this drop of void origin in one bite. Afterwards, he sat down on his knees, running the 8 desolate demonic skills to refine it, and began to transform the Sea of Dan towards the void realm. The process was smooth, but also a bit long, and it couldn't happen overnight. A few months have passed in the blink of an eye. In the meantime, Gu Beichuan had come to look for Gu Changqing, but he didn't dare to step into the killing field unfolded by the blood spear, and he hadn't even seen Gu Changqing's figure. Rumble. After 7 months had passed before and after. In this season of snow and silver, the peace of Blue Star was finally broken. Within the territory of the Great Xia Dragon Kingdom, above the dome of Qingyan City, there steeply appeared 9 flags of immortal Dao symbols flickering, order runes intertwining, and terrifying immortal might shaking the entire Milky Way galaxy. 9 array flags, like 9 suns. From the extraterrestrial deep space, the sound descended, like the heart of wisdom hit the earth, reflecting the whole night hemisphere as day impact. That's. The globe, no matter where they were, could see the 9 array flags that were as bright as the sun, breaking through the spatial boundaries of the Milky Way and approaching as quickly as if they were instantaneous. Is it finally coming? Dry State, Mining Vein Folding Space Base, Devil's Path Split stood on top of the rooftop of the base, looking at the 9 flags like blazing suns that were unexpectedly approaching at a rapid pace, and took a deep breath, his expression unprecedentedly grave. 30 million demon spirit race legions were all stationed in this great land of the Dry State. This mine folding space is also very important for humans. In addition, there were several inheritance folding spaces, and trial folding spaces, all of which were under the management of the Devil's Road Rift. This day has come after all. Shiha Tai, who was responsible for guarding the Thai country's folded space, looked up at the sky and revealed a bitter smile. Over the years, he had sent back a lot of resources to the clan, and it had also allowed their clan to kill off incoming enemies. Of course, the resources he sent back were all approved by the new god group. The 2 major civilizations raised their entire civilizations to strike. I wonder if Gu has a backhand. Ng Wushuang, who was in charge of guarding the folded space of the Eternal Kingdom, had a color of hatred flashing in his eyes. Tough one. Ocean Lord Tang Scales, standing on a water dragon scroll of several hundred feet, looked at the 9 array flags that were rapidly approaching and sighed deeply. Those in the know, full of gravity. Those who were uninformed were filled with curiosity, and many thought that this would not be the second stage of the aura recovery, and many cultivators revealed their excitement. Unbeknownst to you, it could be a doom and gloom. End of chapter. Chapter 62 Star Protector Immortal Ring. Immortal Clan's Imperial Pass. The Milky Way trembles, and the world turns upside down. The 9 immortal Dao pressure swept across the galaxy's boundary breaking array flags, and wherever they passed, no matter if it was a star or a planet, they all burst like dust under their might. Rapidly approaching Blue Star. The people of the globe, awed by this spectacle, are looking up and talking about it passionately. Gu Dong, where is Mr. Gu? What does he mean? It's not too late to escape. Qingyan City New God Group Mansion, above the stargazing pavilion on the rooftop, the Devil's Road Split came here, looked at the sky, and said with a gloomy expression, "It's not as if we have no way to retreat. My close friends in the Devil Spirit race have already prepared a large-scale teleportation array for us, which is enough to teleport 800 million living beings, so we have to make a decision before it's too late." To be honest, the Devil's Road Rift was already benevolent when it came to this. He could have fled with the back-down legion, but he still came to question Gu Beichuan. Evergreen is still in seclusion, I can't even see his shadow. Gu Beichuan similarly looked at the sky, at the 9 array flags that attack like a blazing sun, and said with a heavy heart, the boundary of the immortal ancient star should be able to hold it back for a while, and if it really doesn't work out, we'll have to call on all the cultivators to leave, and if we leave the Green Hills, we'll eventually come back to take revenge someday. If the immortal ancient star's boundary couldn't hold it back, fleeing was the best option. Gu Beichuan was not a saintly mother. If he brought along ordinary people, it might make them perish faster, so he could only choose to leave with the cultivators. Rumble. The boundary-breaking array flag came very swiftly. In just a few short hours, it entered the solar system with great vigor. The terrifying aftermath of the immortal Tao swept out and was about to extinguish all the planets in the solar system when it did. Buzz, 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 buzz. An amazing scene appeared. Venus, Mercury, Jupiter, Moon, Saturn, Mars, Uranus, Neptune. The 7 planets plus the moon's satellite. At this moment the surface of the body lit up with countless immortal lines, which then transformed into a bright and divine immortal light that exploded out. The light, brighter than the sun, instantly flooded the solar system. Under the reflection of this extreme light, even cultivators of the void-breaking realm such as Devil's Roadsplit were unable to open their eyes and were filled with a look of horror. Extraterritorial. Endless immortal Tao runes intertwined. The 7 planets plus the moon, a satellite, began to move. They intertwine and merge together quickly. If people could see beyond the domain, jaws will surely drop in amazement. 9 planets, first, circled the blue star 9 times. Immediately after that, the various famous mountains on the blue star, such as Taishan, Kunlun, Wuyue, Zijin, and Longhu, Global, boomed up one after another bright and extremely bright columns of immortal Tao light. The mountains were roaring, shaking the dry heavens. The entire 81 light pillars broke through the atmosphere and then transformed into an immortal Tao symbols flashing, magnificent to the extreme through the sky formation outside the domain, enveloping the 7 planets and the moon. Then, the 7 planets, plus the moon, began to merge. In a heaven-shaking roaring clash, the 7 planets instantly disintegrated, transforming into 2 halos of immortal Tao symbols that dazzled with greatness and power, crossing over and enveloping the blue star. Just as the immortal ring took shape, the moon began to distort. In a burst of transformation, it actually transformed into a primordial continent that spanned half of the solar system. Star city after star city that cut across the universe rose up in this primitive continent. In the end, 36 entire magnificent star cities surfaced. After all this was done, the immortal light dissipated and the people in the blue star could finally open their eyes. The first scene that comes into view. It was the 2 immortal rings that penetrated the heavens and the earth, crossing and enveloping the blue star, slowly rotating and escaping with immortal greatness. Then there was Changqing City, the 10,000-foot portal that stretched across the sky above. Finally, there was the primordial continent that spanned half of the solar system. Viewing from the blue star, one could only see the chaotic immortal light enveloping the continent, but could not see what was in the primitive continent. Rumble. Without waiting for people to react, the 9 array flags that ran through the Milky Way, one after another, broke through the air. The first to enter was the primitive continent that the moon had been transformed into. The earth was dead silent. 9 array flags, with monstrous immortal might, pressed horizontally. The void exploded, and Changqing was turned upside down. Just as they were trying to destroy the first star city, above the star dome of the primordial continent, thunderclouds suddenly rolled, boundless thunder brewed, and several immortal thunders broke through the air, striking directly at the 9 boundary-breaking array flags. With a few thuds, the so-called boundary-breaking formation flags were all knocked down by the heavenly tribulation and dispersed into ashes. What? How could it be? What the hell is going on here? That's an immortal-level magic treasure. How could it be gone just like that? Outside the galaxy, several low roars of disbelief suddenly rang out. You only hear the sound, but you don't see the person. Damn it, even the immortal Pass Imperial City is set up. Looks like they want to come back. A gloomy voice followed. Fellow Daoist, what's going on here? A pale voice sounded, wrapped in a terrifying mana fluctuation inquiry. What's blocking our way is the Immortal Clan's Imperial Pass. Once it's asked for, we can only penetrate this Imperial Pass, otherwise no matter what means we go through, it's impossible to descend to the Immortal Ancient Star, damn it. A young voice, full of anger. Is it impossible to send a cultivator down even through localization? There was a hesitant inquiry. They had given us the opportunity to descend only by this method, but now, we can only descend through the Immortal Clan's Imperial Pass, but this Imperial Pass, since the Immortal Clan became famous, only one being has ever fought their way in. The young voice, very somber. Who? A host of pale voices were curious and inquired in unison. The young voice said quietly, Black Dragon Extinction. That's a forbidden being, you won't understand how terrifying he is even if you say it. Then what should we do now? Can we only watch the resources of the Immortal Ancient Star without being able to get our hands on half of it? The group of old undead at the peak of the Mahayana stage who had expended a great deal of effort to refine the boundary-breaking formation flag into an immortal treasure all burst into a fit of remorse and unwillingness. It's a steal. Hey! The young voice suddenly laughed and said, don't panic, the beings guarding the immortal race's Imperial Pass are currently not immortals. Inside, although we will be greatly suppressed, it may not be impossible to fight our way in. If the humans can take the initiative to close the immortal race Imperial Pass center boundary, we can even go in without any injuries. Can it still be? I remember that the current leader of the humans is a human named Changqing. Should we contact him and work together? I think it's feasible, show some sincerity and you can sign a heavenly contract with them. Well, this party method can be tried. I hope that Changqing is sensible. Who's going to be the lobbyist? I'll do it. There's a traitor in my demon spirit clan, so if I go, I should be able to talk a little better. Alright, then I'll be grateful to Brother Feng. End of chapter. Chapter 63 Preparation for War. Blue Star. Immortal rings sink and float, and imperial passes are crossed. This spectacle amazed countless people around the globe who were speechless. But when the silence passes, that's when the global human race boils over. All sorts of puzzled, shocked murmurs resounded all over the place. I really didn't expect that before the immortal race left, they still left this hand. It seems like they still wanna come back. The Devil's Road Split looked at the two immortal rings that surrounded the blue star, as well as the Imperial Pass that was guarding the outside, and couldn't help but sigh. This is the original face of the immortal ancient star from back then, with the immortal ring shrouding it and the Imperial Pass guarding it. In that case, are we out of danger for the time being? Gu Baichuan hesitated. I suppose. The Devil Dao Split wasn't quite sure, saying, we're not the time to be shocked. The 10,000-foot portal should be the passageway to the Imperial Pass. The strongest of the two major civilizations can only descend through the Imperial Pass. We should head to the town immediately. Guarded? Gu Baichuan laughed bitterly. What strength we have and what strength the two major civilizations have. Going up against them is like anteing a tree. Ha ha. The Devil's Road Split laughed out loud. Gudong, didn't you see just now how the boundary-breaking array flags that killed those who entered the Emperor's Pass were worn out? According to my speculation, the Imperial Pass's suppression of high-ranking cultivators, as well as magical treasures, is terrifying, and I'm afraid that those transition stage powers and Mahayana stage half-immortals who dare to come in will be directly obliterated. Hearing this, Gu Baichuan brightened up and said, if that's true, we might be able to defend it. I'll give the order to gather all the Yuaning Harmonization Divine Stage cultivators among the humans to defend the Imperial Pass. The Devil's Path Split nodded and said, I will now immediately return to the dry state and bring over the legions under my command first. Cracker, come out and talk. Just as the Devil's Path Cracker was preparing to leave, a voice that only the Devil's Path Cracker could hear suddenly resounded. If not for the fact that the Devil's Road Rift was a member of his clan, his voice would not have been able to come in otherwise. Ha! At the sound of the voice, the Devil's Path Split's body shook slightly, and he raised his head to look at the sky in an open manner. Clearly, one could see that outside of the Imperial Pass, a Dharma body of unknown magnitude stood proudly, but he did not dare to step into the Imperial Pass. People all over the globe could see that terrifying Dharma body, standing on the universe outside the Imperial Pass, with eyes as huge as planets, staring at them in death. Patriarch? Seeing this Dharma body, the Devil Dao Split's pupils couldn't help but contract. Why did you defect? The voice of the Devil Spirit Patriarch was like a thunderbolt exploding in the Devil Dao Split's mind. Humph. On what grounds do you call me a mutineer? The Devil's Path Split angrily shouted, if it wasn't for your persecution, why would I be here? Don't give me words of grandeur, or words that will make me turn back. None of you are worthy, this path will go on and on. I am not contacting you to ask for punishment. Where is Gu Changqing? We would like to speak with him. The Demon Spirit Patriarch's voice eased slightly. Knowing that they couldn't get down, the Devil's Path Split bottomed out and said indifferently, Mr. Gu is still in seclusion, so it's better to wait for him to come out of seclusion before saying anything. The Devil's Path Split suddenly had the pleasure of raising an eyebrow. In the past, within the clan, not to mention meeting the Patriarch face to face. Even if it was a few old ancestors, his groveled and trembled. But today, this kind of feeling of equal dialogue was truly a refreshing feeling for the Devil's Path Rift. When he gets out of the gate, tell him to go to the Imperial Pass border city immediately, we have some things to say to him. After saying these words, the Demon Spirit Patriarch's Dharma heaven and earth slowly dissipated outside of the Imperial Pass. No one else could hear the conversation between them. Gu Baichuan looked at Devil Dao Crack and asked, Brother Crack, is this looking for you? It's not looking for me, it's looking for Mr. Gu. They seem to want to compromise, they should be looking for Mr. Gu to talk about cooperation. The Devil's Road Split thought for a moment and said, no matter what their purpose is, we shouldn't be slacking off, quickly gather all Yuaning stage and above cultivators, and rush to the various cities in the Imperial Pass. After saying that, the Devil's Path Split raised his hand and tore through the void, crossing over to leave. When he showed up, he had already arrived in the dry state, gathering all the legionary powerhouses under his command and preparing to rush to the Imperial Pass. Gu Baichuan wasn't idle either. Immediately, Shu Maniac, Yi Chen, Tang Yue, Gu Jiaojiao, and Shintuba were summoned to the office. Tang Yue carried 5 elemental spiritual roots, her cultivation speed was terrifying, there was no bottleneck to speak of, and she stepped into the divine transformation stage a few months ago. Gu Jiaojiao had given Gu Changqing an ancient method of body refining called the 99 Xian New Secrets when he stepped into the path of body refining for her, and she had currently cultivated it to the 3rd turn, and she could also fight when she encountered the divine transformation stage. However, Shintuba, who was also following the path of body refining, was far ahead. Being in the hegemonic body, he had already cultivated to the early stage of small completion, comparable to a cultivator at the peak of the divine transformation stage. Shu Maniac, on the other hand, was at the half-step divine transformation stage, and was only a foot away from divine transformation. Uncle Gu, what's going on here? Dressing in a lavender power suit, shapely body, short hair over the ear, very beautiful and moving Tang Yue, cannot wait to ask. What had just happened had left them in a fog, not knowing at all that it was a commotion made by the two major civilizations from outside the domain joining forces. The thing is, Gu Baichuan informed the story of the incident and said in a deep voice, "The Imperial Pass is empty. Now immediately issue an announcement to inform all cultivators of the true situation, then summon all cultivators with yuaning and above cultivation to immediately rush to the towns and cities in the Imperial Pass to guard them." So it is. Learning the cause and effect, the crowd was filled with gravity. Gu Jiajiu spoke up, "Where's Mr. Gu? Still not out yet?" They hadn't seen Gu Changqing for 30 years, and they all missed it a bit. Tang Yue, in particular, could be said to be thinking about it day and night. Like Gu Changqing's such a man, I do not know how many women's dream lover. This guy, however, doesn't seem to have much interest in women. Before the queen of Sakurajima like the earthly beauty, also all directly hot hand destruction. Evergreen is still in seclusion, but he will definitely come out when it's time. Gu Baichuan sighed and said, "I know what you guys are thinking, Evergreen's absence is like being without a backbone, but we can't rely on him for everything. After all, the higher the cultivation level the longer the time for each seclusion. Go carry out the summoning of the cultivators." Frankly, there is no Gu Changqing to sit in. He, as a father, had no idea, like something was missing. Yes. The crowd nodded heavily and left the office in pairs. "Yue, after you're done with your work, can I buy you dinner tonight?" Yi Chen followed Tang Yue into the same elevator, scratching his head coyly. Tang Yue glanced at him. It was undeniable that Yi Chen was indeed a talented man, and his future achievements would not be ordinary. But Tang Yue, however, couldn't look away and said in a low voice, "Vice Minister Yi, I'm really sorry, I really don't mean anything to you at all." It wasn't the first time she had rejected Yi Chen like this, but he just did it again and again, issuing invitations when he caught the opportunity. Being rejected repeatedly made Yi Chen's face a bit ugly, but thinking that a character like Gu Changqing couldn't possibly like her, he immediately laughed. "It's fine, then we'll make another appointment when we have time." End of chapter. Chapter 64, The 9 Heavens and 10 Earths. As soon as the new God group's announcement came out, the people who learned that it was an extraterrestrial cultivation civilization that had invaded began to turn heavy. "Wife, there's another battle, this time I'm heading to the Imperial Pass. I don't know when I'll be able to see you, maybe I'll never be able to see you again. If the child in your womb possesses a spiritual root, remember to send it to the Cultivation Academy. We humans are too short of cultivators. Mom and Dad, I'm going to go fight for the guardianship of mankind. If I'm unfortunate enough to die in battle, there's still my brother at home, so you don't have to grieve for me. Wife and child, I'm leaving. You little one, you must listen to your mom when you grow up." Under the call of the new God group, all cultivators of the yuaning stage and above across the globe bid farewell to their families to respond to the call, rushing to the various cities in the Imperial Pass to prepare to defend themselves against the powerful enemy. "I don't know if I'll ever see you again." These cultivators who bid farewell to their families were all cultivators of the new God group. However, all cultivators of the new God group were not allowed to go out and start a clan or sect. As for those cultivation clans, they were all started by the scattered cultivators that Gu Changqing had once failed to eliminate, as well as clans like the Tang clan, who were quite wealthy before the aura had recovered. As long as they were peaceful and responded to the call, the new God group didn't bother. There is competition to motivate, and this is what the new God group is doing on purpose. Now, under the call of the new God group, none of these cultivation clans dared to hide their clumsiness, and even if there was only one yuaning stage, all of them answered the call honestly. Once it was found out afterward that a yuaning stage cultivator dared to stay on Blue Star other than the new God group, I'm afraid that the entire clan would suffer. On this day, cultivators of the yuaning stage and above from all over the globe were gathering towards that Imperial Gate in Qingyun City to enter the Imperial Pass battlefield, the central city. In the hub city, they are assigned to guard various star towns. Imperial Pass, the city of the center. This star city, as huge as a star, was the last barrier guarding the Blue Star, and the Emperor's gateway into the Blue Star stretched across it. The place where the Imperial Gate was located was the starry sky plaza of the hub city. The vastness of this place could accommodate at least 10 billion living beings to start with. I really didn't expect that I, the Xianyu Empress, would actually be reduced to the point where I have to guard a city for someone else. In the Imperial Gate, at this moment, a woman with a tall figure and a noble and cold temperament walked out. "Cousin, you're here." At this time, Tang Yue ushered in with quick steps, a strong suit with a head full of short hair over the ears, making her appear both valiant and beautiful. "Well, get ready to send me out to that city." Shen Yuanlina glanced at Tang Yue and said, "I need a quieter environment to cultivate, just don't send me to the front lines." This woman is the daughter of Tang Yue's mom's little sister. "My sister is a dozen years younger than her mom, by a dozen years. Cousin, your hallowed god transformation stage still wants to linger?" This is impossible. The group has said internally that all cultivators at the god transformation stage and above are to head to the border star city and be ready to defend against strong enemies. Tang Yue shook her head and said, "Let's go. I'll go with you to register my identity." Shen Yuanlina said lightly, "What, with your influence as a cousin, can't you still open a back door for me?" Tang Yue said in a cold voice, "Open the back door? You want a fart eat? Gudon's daughter is heading to border city, who are you to open the back door?" "Okay, it doesn't matter." Regulus Lena didn't want to argue anything with such a junior. Border city was border city. The immortal race, what kind of group is it? The 9 heavens and 10 lands have also had traces left behind by them. It's really intriguing. Shen Yuanlina, who was following behind Tang Yue, mused absent-mindedly. The immortals. It's actually from the 9 heavens and 10 earths. However, before Shen Yuanlina had risen to power, they migrated with their clan, not knowing where they had gone, and in the ancient records of the 9 heavens and 10 lands, they were also very mysterious and powerful. I fell in the immortal ancient forbidden zone and then was reborn here. Does the immortal ancient forbidden zone have some sort of connection with this universe? How should I go back? Having come to this world for nearly 30 years, Shen Yuanlina had been thinking about how to go back. In fact, she was not currently at the transformation of God stage, this was just the realm she wanted others to see. In her previous life, as an immortal monarch level, she had recultivated in her first life, so how could she still be at the harmonized God stage in this situation where she didn't lack any resources? It's true cultivation level, peak void breaking. Where's Mr. Gu? Aren't you coming out to sit in the town and calm the people? Regulus Lena shook off the doubts in her mind for the time being and inquired with a smile. She was also rather curious about Gu Changqing, the legendary figure who had left humanity high and dry with his own strength. Tang Yue said indifferently, Gu is always the spiritual pillar, the C-pin behind us, he will naturally appear when it's time for him to appear. A spiritual pillar. Regulus Lena smiled noncommittally, I'm afraid I've already run away. Ha! For this life-hungry cousin, Tang Yue mockingly smiled and didn't say much, deciding later to assign her to the trap army. In her mind, anyone could run, but only Gu Changqing would not. This little dares to slander her idol like that. What about the cousin? Make her pay as usual. Time rushed by and 3 months passed. There were 36 cities in the Imperial Pass, and all cultivators of the human race who were at the God transformation stage and above were assigned to the border city. The power of the laws that permeated the Imperial Pass battlefield had a great suppression on foreign beings. How terrifying this suppression was feared to be known only by the beings who had attacked the immortal race as well as the immortal race itself. The 30 million demon spirit clan legions were the absolute main force guarding the border city, and the vast majority of the new god group's resources were tilted towards them. It had been a quiet few months, and before Gu Changqing had dealt with the 2 major civilizations, they had been holding their ground, because among them, there were immortal race beings who knew how difficult it was to break through the immortal race's Imperial Pass, and even if the Guardians had low cultivation, if they really wanted to attack it forcefully, not only would they have to lose a lot of money, but it wasn't something that could be attacked in a short period of time. All waiting for Gu Changqing. And at this moment, Gu Changqing. It actually came out about a month ago. Currently, it was bathing in the divine flames within the violet gold danding to quench its body. Inside the purple gold danding, it was an independent world. A world like fire raged with a terrifying flame of 2 colors, purple and gold. Gu Changqing was naked, and was cross-legged in a corner of this space, being hammered by wave after wave of divine flames that rolled in. In the air above his head, the blood spear sank and floated, dropping wisps of killing chaos chi, pouring into Gu Changqing's body and realizing a true deconstruction for him. In addition, 108 divine infants, surrounding his body, were also gulping down fire essence to quench it. This guy. What a pervert, even the black dragon extinction back then wasn't as terrifying as him. The Danding artifact spirit, who had been watching from afar for more than a month, had its 3 views refreshed a few times. Swish! I don't know how much time had passed, but Gu Changqing abruptly opened a pair of intimidating blood pupils that seemed to have an epical break. An inquisitive force violently erupted from within him. Hiss, what kind of power is this? The Danding artifact spirit viciously sucked in a mouthful of cold air, unable to withstand it at all, and was almost worn out, slipping out of this space in the blink of an eye. End of chapter. Chapter 65 Childhood Shadows. Elixir Space. Outside the purple gold Danding. At this moment, Gu Changqing stepped out into the air. The half-open chest of the black dragon robes covered his body, and his waterfall of white hair was spread out without any restraints, transmitting an unshakable dominance from the inside out. Welcome Mr. Gu to the gate. The Danding artifact spirit had waited outside early, and when it saw Gu Changqing come out, it came forward from the bottom of its heart and saluted. A heavenly figure like Gu Changqing was in existence that it had never seen even one in all the years it had been in the immortal race. The only way to describe it in a hard way is to say anticlimactic. Even the black dragon extinction back then didn't seem to be as terrifying as him. Gu Changqing nodded slightly and mused, do you think that we should or should not cooperate with extraterrestrial civilizations? Upon hearing this, the Danding artifact spirit thought for a moment and said, the departing immortal race did not leave behind any inheritance that had a prohibition, indicating that they did not want future generations to learn their prohibition inheritance to break the prohibitions they left behind. Nowadays, there aren't many humans who know how to forbid, and the vast majority of the 200 or so folded spaces that have been asked about so far require breaking the forbidden system to enter. And in terms of forbidden systems, we don't know anything about it, so since you, Mr. Gu, don't have any good feelings towards the immortal race, why don't you cooperate with them? This thought of the Danding apparatus spirit was actually quite correct. The immortal clan did not leave any inheritance about the forbidden system, making it clear that you can take what I give you, and don't want to move a single thing that I don't give you. It also explains. One day, they are bound to return. Good point. Gu Changqing nodded slightly. Since they want to talk, they might as well talk, and then go to war if they can't. After saying that, Gu Changqing took a batch of elixirs to restore his mana and left. The immortal race would return one day, then for the time being, they couldn't make too much of a mess with the two major civilizations outside the domain. But even if they couldn't make too much of a mess, Gu Changqing wouldn't let beings that could threaten him come down. This was his bottom line. If the other party did not agree, then there was only war. The place where the immortal clan had placed a ban meant that it was important to them. The more important it is, the more goodies there are. Gu Changqing didn't want to give up either. It would be best if he could cooperate with the two major civilizations outside the domain, and if he couldn't talk about it, then he could only rely on himself to slowly grope his way through it. After Gu Changqing left, he went straight to the Imperial Pass. 3 or 4 hours or so, Gu Changqing appeared at the top of the Imperial Pass border city, a city tower that looked like a star orbiting. As long as he didn't want to be found, no one could find him at all. Gu has arrived. Who wants to talk about cooperation with me? Gu Changqing looked out into the distant deep space of the universe, and as he opened his mouth to speak, he sent out a fluctuation of soul thoughts that penetrated the Imperial Pass battlefield and went straight to that deep space of the universe. What, Mr. Gu is here? Is Mr. Gu out? As Gu Changqing's magnetic and majestic voice echoed within the magnificent border star city. Whether it's the human cultivators or the demonic beasts of the ocean, or the 30 million legions of the demon spirit race that have defected from the... At this moment, all of them were invigorated, and all of them walked out of the retreat room where they were located, and looked toward the place where the sound came from. A slender and magnificent figure stood proudly above the city tower that was as majestic as a star. Upon seeing this figure, the crowd inexplicably felt a sense of reassurance in their hearts. It was as if as long as he was there, even if the sky collapsed, there would be no fear in his heart. Trapped camp. This guy. Shen Yuanlina's beautiful eyes were slightly condensed, staring at that stance, turning over in her heart, impenetrable, completely impenetrable, so far away from each other, actually letting me feel a sense of suffocation. How on earth did he do it? This man, all over his body, seemed to have the word invincible written on it. See him. Not even the will to fight could be nourished. The feeling of oppression is hard to describe. Anon. Suddenly at this moment, a berserk to the extreme dragon roar suddenly resounded throughout the entire Imperial Pass. Rumble. Afterward, a black dragon tens of thousands of feet in size was seen, distorting the cosmic space and sweeping out with teeth and claws. The sheer size of its carcass obscures the stars and closes the moon. After soaring above the starry sky, it hovered above the starry sky of Border City, its star-like dragon eyes staring at the deep space of the universe in the distance. The huge dragon's body almost covered the Border City. Hiss. The devil's path split and the other devils looked at the black dragon in front of them, and the tyrannical dragon might that escaped from them alone made their legs soften, and all of them sucked in a mouthful of cold air viciously. My bloodline is actually in fear. Over in the sea race camp, Tang Scales looked up at the black dragon hovering above the starry sky, his body shivering uncontrollably. If he were to know that his ancestor was torn apart and swallowed by this black dragon, he would probably do more than just tremble. Roar! The ferocious beast, the black dragon, looked into the deep space beyond the domain as if it had seen something, raised its eyelids, and violently let out a roar that made countless stars lose their light. It was at the peak of the void-breaking realm. It could be torn apart even if the ensemble stage came, and it could be fought even if the transition stage came. If he fought to the death, even the Mahayana stage would be able to take half of his life. Together with Gu Changqing, if they joined forces, what would they fear from the Mahayana stage? If the blood spear was deployed, what would an old immortal of the Mahayana stage have to fear? Hiss. At this point, in the deep space of the universe, a voice that sucked in cold air suddenly resounded. Then, a man in green clothes, tearing through the void, appeared outside the Imperial Pass, only to see his face filled with horror, his eyes staring deathly at the ferocious beast, the black dragon, hovering over the border city, as if he had seen a ghost. This ferocious beast, the black dragon, was nothing short of a nightmare existence for him. Back then, he was 5 or 6 years old. With their own eyes, they witnessed it tearing apart their clan protection immortal beasts, saw it decapitate their own parents, and saw several of their old ancestors die under its dragon claws. Childhood shadows, nightmares that will never linger. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as the man in green fell into long-ago memories, one figure after another appeared around him. They were all old undead at the peak of the Mahayana stage, more than 100 of them had come as a whole, and all of them were full of shock at the moment, unable to take their gazes away from that ferocious beast, the black dragon. Fellow Daoist, is this the black dragon extermination you were talking about, the only being to have pierced through the immortal race's Imperial Pass? An old man asked, swallowing his saliva. These old guys, who had lived for an incomparably long time, were seeing a real dragon for the first time. Moreover, creatures like dragons should also be divided into 3, 6, 9 classes, and encountering this one in front of him, I'm afraid it's the strongest existence among the dragons. Who are you? The green-clothed man snapped back to his senses, his fearful and hateful gaze fixed on the magnificent figure standing proudly alone on the Imperial Pass City. The more he looked at him, the more angry and fearful he became. This man. It was almost too similar to the killing god that almost killed off their immortal race back then. A blood spear, along with a companion black dragon, nearly destroyed the immortal race that they had never met an opponent before. Gu Changqing's eyes were deep and intimidating as he spoke faintly. You and the others have asked me to come here to talk, so how can you ask me who I am? Aha! The man in green froze and frowned. You're not Black Dragon Extinction? Why would I be him? Gu Changqing's face was expressionless as he spoke in a faint voice. Don't talk about these nonsense. If you want to cooperate, just say your conditions. End of chapter. Chapter 66 The Heavenly Contract. This brat, finally out of the gate. Gu Baichuan walked out from the middle army tent, looking at the magnificent figure standing on top of the grandiose city building, and then at the ferocious beast, the Black Dragon, and was also filled with astonishment. Worthy of being a brother, the moment he appeared on the scene, he made those old nobodies from outside the domain full of shock. Gu Yuer followed behind Gu Baichuan, looking up at Gu Changqing's magnificent figure with a face full of admiration. More than 30 years had passed, and she wasn't the little kid she'd been back then. Long and beautiful. Queen, do you know about the Black Dragon extermination? Yi Chen asked with some hesitation in his heart as he listened to the conversation of those old undead people outside the domain. Never heard of it. Queen Shura's voice, which was also curious, rang in his ears. They had been sealed early on, and were unable to know half of what happened in the outside world back then. Extraterritorial. More than 100 old undead, led by that man in green, all looked at Gu Changqing with a look of gravity on their faces. Especially the man in green. Childhood nightmares resurfaced, sending him into a trance. Upon hearing that the person was Gu Changqing, he was hesitant for a moment. You're Gu Changqing? Then what's with this ferocious beast, the Black Dragon? I'm not here to answer your questions. Gu Changqing spoke faintly. If you want to talk about cooperation, then talk about your ideas. If you want to go to war, then fight. Hearing such strong and domineering words from him, the old undead present frowned slightly. The man in green took a deep breath, his gaze shifted away from the ferocious beast Black Dragon and looked at Gu Changqing, calmed down a bit, and slowly spoke. Since you're not the Black Dragon Extinguisher, then I'll call you Chief Gu. Did the immortal race not leave any forbidden type of inheritance for you? And the vast majority of the folded spaces have left behind powerful forbidden boundaries. Not bad. Gu Changqing nodded. So, what you have gotten so far is just what they want to give you. The man in green laughed. There's no need for us to fight to the death at all. How about cooperation? What you guys lack are resources, inheritance, and what these Taoists lack are immortal race bloodline crystals, and lastly we don't want anything. We want to take one item from the immortal race ancestral ground first. Not bad, although the resources left behind by the immortal race are very appealing to us, compared to their bloodline crystals, the two are not comparable at all. Yes, as a sign of sincerity, we can sign the Heavenly Tao contract. What does Mr. Gu think? Mr. Gu, the human race has only just risen to power, there's no need to go to war. Indeed, the immortal race will return one day, we should join forces and divide what they left behind first, then fight against them. A group of old undead spoke out to persuade them. In that case, we can indeed work together in peace. Gu Changqing listened, nodded in agreement, and said lightly, but I have one condition. Mr. Gu, please. Seeing Gu Changqing agree, the man in green hurriedly nodded his head. He was the only one present who knew how difficult it was for the immortal race's imperial pass to be breached. Gu Changqing said indifferently, before I have the strength to fight against the Mahayana stage, it is forbidden for the Mahayana stage to descend. If you guys really want to come in, then you'll have to hand over your soul blood. Can you accept that? Hear this. The old undead present looked at each other, then laughed. Naturally, there's no problem. This can be added to the Heavens Pact, and if you want absolute peace, Mr. Gu, we can agree to that as well, and our purpose is always the bloodline crystals left behind by the immortal race. About to run out of gas, they really wanted to become immortal so badly that they could pay any price for it. If Gu Changqing dared to refuse, they would also pour their clans into battle. Success, since all of you are so sincere, and it just so happens that I don't have any good feelings towards the immortal race, then we will cooperate on this. Gu Changqing nodded his head in agreement. Since the other party was so sincere, he didn't want the humans who had only risen to prominence to lose too much. Good. Seeing Gu Changqing nod his head, the man in green smiled. Then we'll sign the Heavenly Tao contract. Strike that. He clasped his hands together and recited an unintelligible incantation under his breath. Buzz. A few moments later, the void hummed and a heavenly Tao eye resurfaced, scanning the entire scene before slowly flying out a golden decree. As the golden legal decree appeared, the eye of the heavenly Tao disappeared with it. Fellow Taoists, write your conditions with your own essence blood. The man in green sent the decree to the 100 or so old undead. No problem. A group of old undead smiled and nodded their heads, sacrificing their own essence blood and writing their clans on the decree, writing their conditions, and if they disobeyed, clan extermination. After they all finished writing, it was the turn of the man in green. He thought for a moment and said, Mr. Gu, I can't represent the immortal race, it's not a conspiracy, it's that he really can't represent the immortals. Even the old ancestor of their branch could not represent the immortal race. Gu Changqing knew that the other party wasn't lying and said lightly, in that case, but whenever you want to come in, you'll need to hand over your soul blood. Alright. The man in green nodded, then sent the decree to Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing's gaze fell onto the Dharma decree in front of him, where the power of the heavenly Tao flowed and the greatness of cause and effect filled the air. It's on. Written with the names of the clans of the patriarchs of the clans, as well as their own names, with unbreakable treaties. After Gu Changqing took a closer look at it and didn't find any problems, he sacrificed his essence blood and wrote on it. The human race, Gu Changqing, signs this contract on behalf of the entire human race. Allow the forbidden masters of the various races on the pact to enter the immortal ancient star, provided their cultivation does not exceed the transitional stage, and allow them to take away the bloodline crystals left behind by the immortal race. If any of their clansmen other than the prohibition masters wish to enter the immortal ancient star, they need to pass through my permission, and if they dare to force their way in, they will be in breach of contract. Before my cultivation has reached the transition stage, if a Mahayana wishes to enter the immortal ancient star, he must hand over his soul blood, or he will be in breach of contract. If they dare to get their hands on items other than the bloodline crystals left behind by the immortal race, and if they kill my people for no reason, they will be in breach of contract. The content of this contract only works within the Xian Gu Xing. Before I have violated the contract, when I say it is void, it will be void, otherwise it will last forever. Finish writing. Gu Changqing casually sent it back to the man in green. This content, in contrast to those of the old undead, is a bit overbearing. The content written by those old fools is very simple, such as the purpose of descending to the immortal ancient star, only for the immortal race left behind the bloodline crystal, will never cause harm to the human race for no reason, will never be greedy to touch other resources, inheritance and so on. If there is a violation of the clan will be destroyed. Looking at what Gu Changqing had written, although it was overbearing, it all made sense. Okay, that's it. After reading it, a group of old undead nodded in agreement. Make sure it's okay, then I'll give it to the heavenly Tao of this universe. The man in green recalled the decree, and then in a burst of incantation chanting, this decree was transformed into dots of golden light and disappeared into the universe. At the same time, including Gu Changqing, there was a sense of the underworld, and it seemed that there was some kind of karma added at this moment. End of chapter. Chapter 67, Peace is built on fists. Peace is built on fists. If Gu Changqing's fists weren't hard enough, the old undead of this various great clans outside the domain would not stoop so low as to sign a heavenly Tao contract with him. After signing the contract, the man in green looked at Gu Changqing and said in a low voice, Mr. Gu, in fact, my clan's exile has a lot to do with your forefathers. Hearing this, Gu Changqing came to be a bit more interested. How so? It's a matter that you should also know. The man in green thought for a moment and said, the fact that you're so unfriendly to the immortal race means that you know some of the secret stories. I just don't know how much you know. I know that our forefathers were once slaves at your lowest level. Gu Changqing said indifferently. What, our forefathers were once slaves at the lowest level of the immortal race? Gu Changqing's words shocked everyone in the border city, followed by a look of anger. I didn't realize that you knew so much, so I don't need to go into detail. The man in green revealed a bitter smile and said, in fact, we, the immortal race, are aware of how much potential you, the human race, have, and if you cultivate it, it will surely become a great help to us. But, speaking here, the man in green revealed a touch of indignation and said, but the first lineage is afraid that your forefathers will threaten the immortal clan, and in the end, they will turn over and become the masters. Just because of that fear, they have been suppressing you, especially among your forefathers, those who carry the 7 spiritual roots and the invincible holy body, almost all of them have been secretly executed. The man in green sighed and continued, the reason why our lineage was exiled is because the immortal race was preparing to pit and kill all of your races before they were about to leave, and that's hundreds of billions of dollars. Our lineage just because we objected at the meeting, but in the end, they expelled us from the immortal clan and exiled us to a forbidden area where there is no way to survive 10 deaths. On the day we were exiled, the oldest ancestor of my branch left a spark for you. That being said, we shouldn't be enemies. Without us, there wouldn't be the human race today. These words, I dare to swear by the heavenly Tao that if I speak half a word of falsehood, it will be difficult for me to advance in my cultivation by half again from now on. Afraid that Gu Changqing wouldn't believe him and think he was lying to them, the man in green directly swore to the heavens with his own essence blood. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Our forefathers, too, were too bitter, weren't they? Damn immortal race, our human race is obviously so powerful. Grass. If it weren't for the immortal race, we'd have been a super cultivation group long ago, right? Immortals, all deserve to die. I should say that except for this lineage of this green-clothed man, all the immortal races deserve to die and should be killed. Inside the border city, all the human cultivators who heard these words from the man in green were all filled with angry curses. And this insider? Those old undead all revealed strange colors. From the mouth of the man in green, it let them know that humans turned out to be so bullish that they could actually make the immortal race afraid. The man in green had sworn a blood oath. There was no way this matter could be false. Gu Changqing's face was expressionless, unable to tell if he was happy or angry, and he said lightly, "In your lineage, how many clansmen are left?" "Not much, a few thousand." The man in green smiled bitterly. "The reason why I want to take that item from the immortal clan's ancestral land is to save the remaining clansmen from that forbidden area. As for me, my attainments in the Forbidden One are so high that even if I look at the immortal clan back then, there are not many people who dare to say that they are superior to me. I am willing to hand over my soul blood to you, Mr. Gu, and only ask to be allowed to enter the immortal ancient star." The man in green finally told his ultimate purpose. In order to save his people, he had painstakingly studied the forbidden system for tens of thousands of years in order to leave that forbidden area. But that penalty box is far beyond his budget. With his current level of forbidden attainment, he could only open a small opening to come out by himself. "Give me the soul blood." Gu Changqing looked at the man in green lightly. As long as he was willing to hand over his soul blood, whether he lied or not didn't matter. Life and death were all at his own whim. Yes. The man in green didn't hesitate for a moment, and with a flash of light from his brow, a drop of soul blood slowly flew out, breaking through the air to go in front of Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing collected the soul blood of the man in green and said in a faint voice, "If it's really as you say, we should be able to become friends." To be honest, Gu Changqing hadn't expected that this immortal race, which had been exiled out, actually had this kind of past. General Gu is heavenly. The origin of the Black Dragon extinction has been refined by you. In the future, even if the immortal clan returns with their clan, they will have to rely on General Gu to avenge the exile of my lineage. The man in green cupped his fists to Gu Changqing and smiled. By now, if he still couldn't guess that Gu Changqing had refined the skeleton of the Black Dragon extermination, then he wouldn't be him. Earlier, it was because he had been startled by the sudden ferocious beast, the Black Dragon, which had brought back childhood shadows, that he hadn't thought in the direction of Gu Changqing being the one who had refined the Black Dragon extinguishing origin. What? This statement was made. The old undead present were shocked. So to speak, Gu Changqing's future achievement was at least at the level of Black Dragon extinction? This forced them to re-examine Gu Changqing again. The rise of such an existence would surely be swift. And, they can't nip it in the bud. Then, there's only one way to go, befriending. But where it was possible to stifle it in the cradle, they would never befriend it either. No intelligent being, no civilized community would want to see the emergence of beings that could threaten their rule. How else would the strong be strong and the weak be hard to turn around? General Gu, our enemy is definitely the immortal race that will return later on. My imperial royal family is willing to ally with humans from now on. I wonder what General Gu thinks. An old man in a golden robe with white hair and beard, after returning to his senses, said to Gu Changqing with a friendly smile on his face. "Ha ha. With the first chief clan of the Lord's civilization, on behalf of the entire Lord's civilization, I'm concluding a friendly covenant with the humans, and as long as General Gu has a word, from now on we'll be close allies." An old man as stout as a mountain, who was not much different from humans except for his earthy yellow complexion, let out a cheerful laugh and directly asked for an alliance on behalf of the entire Lord's civilization. That's what they have no choice but to do. Once the immortal race returned and knew that they had touched the immortal race's bloodline crystal, they were bound to be liquidated. I'm afraid that the only person who could block the immortal race's liquidator was Gu Changqing. On behalf of the entire imperial civilization, I may also conclude a pact of friendship with humanity. The imperial civilization's imperial patriarch, at this moment, added on. No way. If one tried to get their hands on the bloodline crystals of the immortal race, they would inevitably be liquidated. None of them seemed to be able to hold back the immortal race's liquidation and could only rely on Gu Changqing. The returning immortal race was indeed a hidden danger, and Gu Changqing didn't want to get into a firefight with these two major cultivation civilizations, thus delaying the development of humanity. Seeing that they were so eagerly seeking cooperation, Gu Changqing was happy to see this scene, and immediately nodded. An alliance is fine, but a heavenly Dao contract must be signed, and I will formulate the content of this. The immortals could return at any time, and the blue star was their territory, so they wouldn't be stopped. If the human race had not grown enough to fight them by then, there would be only one end: extinction. End of chapter. Chapter 68, Invisible Spying. The war with the two major civilizations outside the domain was still not fought. This negotiation. If Gu Changqing hadn't shown unfathomable potential, coupled with the fact that the immortal race could return at any time, it would never have been so easy and simple. This is a negotiation that is a win-win situation for both sides. Take what you need. After the talk, more than 100 old men from the two major civilizations went back. Only the man in green, Lin Chen, entered the blue star along with Gu Changqing. As for the cultivators guarding the Imperial Pass, Gu Changqing didn't even let them go back. A situation that should have ushered in a bloody battle was easily dissolved only because of Gu Changqing's power. The first thing that Lin Chen did when he entered the blue planet, that was to enter the folded space with a forbidden system for humans to enter the immortal race. His forbidden attainments were indeed terrifyingly high. The prohibition left behind by the immortal race was almost resolved in 3 or 2 strokes. In just a few short months, the vast majority of the prohibitions within the folded space currently in question had been broken by Lin Chen. There were folding spaces where the war slaves once raised by the immortal race lived, where the immortal chi lingered and the aura was so thick that it could not be melted away. It was simply a holy land for cultivation. There were folding spaces that were specialized in planting immortal medicines in such large quantities that it made people's eyes water. There were folded spaces that were the trial spaces for the immortal clan to try out their chief disciples, and although the mortality rate was high, those who could walk out alive from them could at least achieve immortal monarch in the future. There were folding spaces that were full of contractable spirit beasts, none of which had a cultivation level lower than the divine transformation stage. There are even immortal beasts. There are folded spaces inhabited by branches of the immortal race, as if they were a heaven on earth, where one can cultivate and grow in one day. There were also many ancient books left behind by the immortal race to be viewed in these folded spaces. Humans. A prehistoric development was ushered in. 3 years later, Lin Chen finally broke through a folded space that housed the bloodline crystals transformed by the immortal race's ancestors. The moment this folding space came out, it made those old undead people outside the domain unable to sit still, directly offering their soul blood to Changqing and also descending in to have a look. Thousands of bloodline crystals, divided up by these old undead, were so happy that they were like a small child, just about dancing with their hands. Immediately, he closed down and refined in the folded space inhabited by the immortal clan branch. 4 years later, Lin Chen opened a folded space littered with skeletons. This folded space, desolate, is full of large mines. White bones are scattered all over this space. Ugh! Seeing this image, Lin Chen sighed, the human race, still being. He could tell at a glance who the skeletons belonged to. Hundreds of billions of skeletons. There are children, there are old people, there are young adults. This side of the folded space didn't even have an aura. This shows how much the immortal race had feared the rise of the human race. When this folding space is publicized, all of humanity is boiling. Changqing learned of this and came over to take a look before leaving. Directly, he asked Lin Chen to bury this folded space, so that the ancestors could rest in peace. The enmity with the immortal race was completely dissolved. It's either you or me. As one folding space restriction after another was broken, it was like there was a pair of eyes in the underworld, watching Blue Star. This kind of feeling was only felt most truly by those old undead who were refining the bloodline crystals, along with Lin Chen and Changqing. This day, Lin Chen, the Imperial Civilization Patriarch, and the First Lord Race Patriarch of the Lord Civilization, all approached Changqing. The folded space ancestral land where the 6th branch of the immortal race resided, above the vein of immortal crystals, Changqing was cultivating here as the 3 of them came across the void. When they felt the fluctuation of breath that was invisibly emanating from Changqing's body, all 3 spirits were slightly shaken. Especially Rinchen. Unable to stop himself, he sighed, General Gu is walking this path, I'm afraid it's only going to be even more terrifying than the Black Dragon extermination. Only at the early stage of harmonization, his body has actually cultivated 8 channels of immortal chi, and this immortal chi is also something I've never seen before. Immortal energy? The 2 patriarchs heard Lin Chen say this for the first time, and immediately they couldn't help but ask curiously, can one become an immortal only by cultivating immortal chi? That's right, the reason why you guys have been stuck at the peak of the Mahayana stage is because you haven't cultivated any immortal chi, and the more immortal chi you cultivate before breaking through to Earth Immortal, the stronger you'll be after the breakthrough, and the further you'll go in the future. When Lin Chen saw that they all had the initial beginnings of immortal chi in their bodies, he explained to them, don't be in a hurry to take that step. If you just cultivate a single immortal chi, you'll stop at Earth Immortal 1 to the 3rd heavenly layer in your lives. Cultivation to the Earth Immortal, every breakthrough in the heavens will have to go through a life and death calamity. Crossing the next level, failure is the form of God, the gap is also like a rift valley. To be able to cross the heavens to kill an enemy at the Earth Immortal realm, only a true demonic figure could do so. The once Black Dragon extermination, so strong that it could cross 6 heavens to kill its enemies, was a true heaven-defying creature. If you guys want to go farther, it's best to cultivate at least 3 immortal chi before going to break the boundary. After hearing this, the 2 patriarchs felt small for the first time about their peak Mahayana cultivation. Taking a deep breath and calming down, he said with some shock, fellow Taoist Lin, you just said that General Gu has already cultivated 8 channels of immortal chi? It hit them not to mention the blow. Not only that, but Mr. Gu's 9th immortal chi prototype has also appeared, and it will soon be 9. Lin Chen couldn't stop marveling and said, I see your qualifications, even if you have an immortal bloodline crystal, at most you will be able to cultivate 3 channels of immortal chi, and for future achievements, if you can carry through the heavenly tribulation, at most you will only be an Earth Immortal in the 5th or 6th heaven, but in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, you will also be considered as a party of strong people, and you can open a clan and establish a sect. After hearing this, the 2 patriarchs hemmed and hawed, that's enough. We don't dare to ask for too much, so we might be able to go further by following Mr. Gu in the future. Lin Chen nodded his head, agreeing with them, following Mr. Gu, he might really be able to go further. Immediately, he came to the sky above Gu Changqing's place of seclusion and said in a low voice, Mr. Gu, do you feel it? You guys think it's a powerful member of the immortal race spying? Gu Changqing slowly opened his eyes and said expressionlessly, it's very likely, we broke so many of their prohibitions, I'm afraid they've already sensed it. Lin Chen said gruffly, where the hell did they go, you really don't know? Gu Changqing looked at Lin Chen and said indifferently, the immortal race was from a world called the 9 Heavens and 10 Lands, Gu Changqing knew from Lin Chen. This 9 Heavens and 10 Earths is the real cultivation world. This side of the universe was nothing more than a small world space in one of the realms of the 9 Heavens and 10 Earths. Lin Chen only knew that the reason the immortals came to this small world was to use it as a springboard to another place, without knowing where they were really going. Seeing Gu Changqing ask again, Lin Chen smiled bitterly, this matter, only the 3 patriarchs of the immortal race know about it, and didn't tell us about it, only saying that the place they were going to would allow the immortal race to move to the next level. End of chapter. Chapter 69, The Return of the Immortal Race. Lin Chen really didn't know where the immortals had gone, but if he knew a little, he wouldn't hide it. There was little doubt in the crowd. Both thought it was time to leave as soon as possible. Fellow Daoist Lin, does the immortal race have any other folded spaces where bloodline crystals exist? Why don't we just run away to the 9 Heavens and 10 Lands to develop after looting their bloodline crystals? The Imperial Patriarch thought for a moment and said. He was really afraid that the immortal race would suddenly come back, and at that time, trying to run might even be a luxury. It's indeed time to lay out the back roads to leave in advance, but how should we travel to the 9 Heavens and 10 Lands? Gu Changqing looked at Lin Chen. Humans had now inherited a vast amount of resources from the immortal race, as well as various inheritances. All that's missing from a true rise is time. I can construct such a teleportation channel, but I must save the remaining clansmen before I leave. Lin Chen said with incomparable firmness. Gu Changqing said lightly, naturally, I won't abandon your clan, the immortal clan shouldn't come back that quickly, otherwise they would have killed back long ago after sensing that the restriction was broken, we still have time. Well, we have to leave ourselves a way out. Lin Chen nodded his head in agreement, Mr. Gu, you have a good time cultivating, we'll leave first. After saying that, he took the 2 great patriarchs with him and left. Fellow Daoist Lin, do you know of any methods that can speed up the condensation of immortal qi? On the way out, the first leader race patriarch of the Lord's civilization asked with some hope. The Imperial Patriarch also pricked up his ears. Condensing immortal qi depends on talent. With your talent, if you don't have an immortal bloodline crystal, you won't be able to become an immortal in this lifetime, don't be overly ambitious. Lin Chen opened his mouth and directly splashed them with cold water. The sun turns and the time flies. 200 years have passed. Blue Star. Nowadays, it has become a place of trade for the 2 major cultivation civilizations in this universe. Everywhere you look, there are cultivators from outside the domain. The new god group, too, was gradually becoming a behemoth. 200 years. Among the rising stars, there were holy bodies and peerless demons with the 7 spiritual roots that appeared. They are starting to come into their own, and the younger generation is battling it out in a very exciting and lively way. The Cultivation Academy started by the new god group had also begun to accept foreign celestials. In order to compete for the resources allocated by the Academy every year, they cultivate hard, search for opportunities, gang up and suppress newcomers. Where there are people, there is a jungle. Where there is a jungle, there will be killing. There's killing and the threat of death to make a new generation of geniuses unique. In 200 years, the number of humans, too, has multiplied several times. It's grown to tens of billions. The number of cultivators, too, broke through to around 2 billion. For the past 200 years, Lin Chen had been breaking the restrictions on that side of the folded space inhabited by the main vein of the immortal race. So far, it's 80% broken. It was almost time to walk to the true ancestral land of the immortal race. The feeling of being spied on, however, was getting stronger. Behind the prosperity of the human race, there are infinite killing opportunities. For 200 years, the new god group had been collecting the resources and inheritance of the immortal race, ready to withdraw from this planet at any time. While Lin Chen was breaking the prohibitions of the immortal race's ancestral land, he was also opening up the space nodes to the 9 Heavens and 10 Lands. Gu Changqing, on the other hand, had always been in seclusion, never bothering with any matters in the outside world. The last time Lin Chen arrived was 50 years ago, and while reporting some information, he discovered that Gu Changqing had already cultivated 16 channels of immortal qi, and his entire body was frozen like a wooden chicken. However, the immortal qi he cultivated was black in color, making even Lin Chen feel surprised. 20 years ago, a 9 revolutions heavenly tribulation suddenly descended from outside the domain, the strongest heavenly tribulation in this heaven and earth. Everyone was speculating as to who had broken through to the transitional tribulation stage. However, as soon as Lin Chen and those old undead from the various clans saw the intensity of the heavenly tribulation, they knew who was transiting the tribulation. No doubt about it. The only existence that could induce such a heavenly tribulation was Changqing when one looked at this side of the universe. 20 years later, when Lin Chen arrived outside the immortal race's ancestral land and prepared to break the last prohibition, boom! The blue star's firmament suddenly changed color. A starry, immortal Tao symbols flashed suddenly, and a huge finger of great power through the heavens broke through the boundaries of dimensional space, locking onto Lin Chen, who was trying to break the prohibition of the immortal race's ancestral land, and crushing down. The void exploded, the Changqing was broken, the yin and yang were reversed, and the terrifying immortal might, starting from the Milky Way, swept across the entire cosmic space. From this, it could be seen just how powerful the one who had sent out this strike was. Under this pressure, so what if one was at the peak of the Mahayana stage? So what if it's an earth immortal? All the same, they were suppressed in place, unable to move half a bit. Jesus! This is? The more than 100 billion living beings on the blue star, witnessing that world-destroying giant finger fall, were all trembling in place, unable to move half a bit, and their minds seemed to be imprisoned. Is this the return of a living being from the immortal race? Back so soon? Is it Taoist Lin, who was about to break open their ancestral land's prohibitions, that made the immortal race's still returning beings go out of their way to deliver this shocking blow? Being in the same folding space in the cultivation of the various tribal patriarchs, even if they all cultivated 2 immortal chi, they could not block this pressure, their hearts and souls trembled, their bodies could not help but tremble, and even their voices trembled as they spoke, their faces full of horror. Damn it! It's actually the ancient god's first finger, it's the ancient lineage's beings returning? Lin Chen, who was fixed in place by a supreme law, looked up at the falling ancient god's finger and couldn't help but show a look of despair on his face, shaking his head with a bitter smile on his face, obviously only one step short of the goal. So this is how it's going to be a lost cause? Within the immortal race, there are many branches. The ancient lineage was a very strong one among the many branches of the immortal race. This ancient god's finger was their natural aptitude. With this kind of might, it's at least the peak of an immortal monarch. A certain folding space of the immortal race, Xian Yuan Lina looked at the finger that reversed the universe and shattered the subdimensional space descending, her beautiful eyes slightly condensed. In this planet, no one can receive this strike. It seems that the immortal race is coming back. I also have to prepare to run away, or else I will surely be liquidated. In her previous life, she was a half-emperor powerhouse. A quick glance showed that the owner who unleashed this strike was at least starting at the peak of an immortal monarch, and most likely an immortal king. What a powerful finger, it came so fast. Deep within the folded space where Changqing was in seclusion, he slowly opened his eyes and looked at the loud and powerful finger that pressed down with boundless might. Longer body. A glint of gravity flashed in his eyes. Blood spear, I'll have to rely on your strength this time. In the face of this finger, no matter how heaven-defying Changqing was, trying to rely on his own cultivation at the middle stage of the ferrying tribulation to block it would be suicidal. Not until you have to. Changqing would never want to use the power of the blood spear to add to his body. With his current strength, the backlash he would be subjected to afterward would be able to kill him for most of his life. But it's out of the question now. There was a glow on his brow. The blood spear with monstrous killing breath broke through the air. Subsequently, a plopping sound penetrated into Changqing's body. Rumble. As the blood spear entered his body, an extreme power, like a killing beast revived within Changqing's body, and all sorts of killing runes intertwined, transforming into a blood dragon roaring. At the same time, Changqing's full head of white hair turned into the color of blood with the naked eye. The twin dragons on his back, long whistling out, blood-colored killing lightning dazzled, the power of the extreme Tao flowed, exuding an extreme destructive aura. The black dragon robe he wore was also transforming towards a blood dragon robe. Flinging his hand, the blood spear emerged from his palm, feeling the power in his body that seemed to be able to open up the sky and the earth. Changqing didn't have any excitement, instead he was worried about the backlash that would come after it was over. Between one step, the spot disappeared. End of chapter. Chapter 70, The Strange Divine Infant. When the ancient god pointed a finger, all of its greatness was directed at Lin Chen, who was outside of the immortal race's main vein of folded space ancestral land. If not to mention the living beings on the surface of the blue star, even the 2 major civilizations, the Empire and the Lords, would be tragically affected. Is it going to end? Lin Chen, who was unable to move half a bit, looked at the ancient god's finger that had already descended upon this side of the folded space, his face full of despair and unwillingness. If he dies here today, his bloodline will also all die inside that forbidden area, and will be completely extinct from then on. I'm not happy. Lin Chen's eyes were crimson as he roared up to the sky. Swish! However, just then, a great figure appeared in front of him out of thin air. As soon as this blood-colored, full of killing will, as if a killing ferocious beast was hibernating inside his body appeared, the suppressed Lin Chen was suddenly able to move. Mr. Gu. Lin Chen looked at the magnificent figure in front of him and spoke incredulously. Changqing's face was expressionless and didn't speak as the twin dragons circled behind him, and endless killing laws intertwined, transforming into a red and black divine ring that enveloped the sky behind him. Looking at the unrivaled ancient god's finger that was suppressing down, he slowly raised the blood spear in his hand whose killing will wanted to break the sky, and then violently raised his arm and swung it. Giggle! The blood spear bloomed with infinite light, accompanied by an ear-piercing sound that tore through the dimensional space. A spear blade that seemed to be able to tear through all the substances in the world went up against the sky, as bright as the eternal blood sun, so terrifying that even the heavenly Tao of this small universe was trembling. Under the horrified gazes of countless living beings, he tore through the long sky and met that absolutely powerful ancient god with a single finger. My god, is that Mr. Gu? Hiss. When did Chief Gu become so powerful? Wasn't it rumored that he was only at the transition stage? Can it be resisted? At this moment, those who were on the blue planet, whether they were human or cultivators of various races, all watched with incomparable nervousness. It's... Shen Yuanlina's beautiful eyes stared at the spear blade that tore everything apart with some déjà vu. But she was not destined to recognize it. It was because the black dragon extinction, not being a living being of the 9 heavens and 10 lands, had once just passed through the 9 heavens and 10 lands once, and casually extinguished an immortal Tao system with a single strike. Giggle! As the spear blade approached the ancient god's finger, the imagined earth-shattering roar did not appear. Only a bared and piercing sound was heard. Then we saw that tiny spear blade instantly break through the outer layer of the ancient god's one finger's mana and laws of order. Then it blossomed into an infinite amount of bloodlight, transforming into a shocking chop that instantly wore out the ancient god's finger while penetrating through the blue star's atmosphere. It severed blue star's star protector immortal ring and quickly disappeared into the deep space of the universe. Blood spear? The moment the ancient god's finger was extinguished, a grand, as if it did not exist in this universe, a voice rang out. Subsequently, the eye of the heavenly Tao slowly floated above the blue star. Hiss! Even the heavenly Tao of this small universe he can control, could it be an immortal emperor? When Shen Yuanlina saw this scene, she viciously sucked in a mouthful of cold air. The immortal emperor, her lifelong quest, but never took that step until he died. And now, it was actually the return of an immortal emperor of the immortal race. It made the hairs on her body stand on end. The eye of the heavenly Tao, like a black hole, slowly flipped to survey Gu Changqing. Interesting, the human race actually didn't go extinct. You actually refined the black dragon extinction's origin, and you're yuaning. The majestic and grandiose voice, transmitted through the eye of the heavenly Tao, was filled with amazement. Then his gaze fell on Lin Shen and he rebuked. I said, how could any living being break the restrictions we left behind? It turns out to be you, little fellow. What? Your lineage hasn't died out in the heavenly forbidden area of the broken sky? Lin Shen looked gloomy and angrily shouted, old thief Gu Shua, I didn't expect you to achieve immortal emperor. Back then we agreed that we would oppose the slaughter of the human race together. But in the end, you guys were afraid of the majesty of the main vein, and you still have the face to appear in front of me? Ha! Throwing away your lives for a bunch of slaves, you guys are also brain dead enough. Gu Shua said indifferently, any of you who dares to enter the ancestral ground, when I return, I will definitely make you unable to live or die. Gu Changqing looked toward Lin Shen, who was filled with anger, and spoke indifferently, continue to break the forbidden system, I'd like to see what else he's capable of. The fact that the immortal race cared so much about the ancestral land here meant that there was something extraordinary inside. If you don't listen, you'll only die. Gu Shua's furious shout came from within the eye of the heavenly Tao robbing light. Buzz. With a buzzing sound, the eye of the heavenly Tao distorted for a while, then transformed into a black and gold vertical eye, shining a force of the most original source of this universe straight at Gu Changqing and Lin Shen. No earth-shattering majesty. There is no oppressive pressure that crushes all living things. The light, pure, and seemingly harmless. Lin Shen's face changed drastically. General Gu, be careful, there is no power that can withstand this robber light. Once it touches you, no matter how powerful a being is, it will vaporize in an instant, unless your cultivation is already above the heavenly Tao of this universe. I don't really see a threat, but rather, it makes me a little stupid. Gu Changqing looked at the slow, lightly shining down robber light, but his face didn't change at all, and the 108 divine infants in his body were actually all stirring at this moment, wanting to break out of his body and eat these lights. Since they all conveyed such a will, Gu Changqing directly released them all. Buzz! 108 black divine infants seemed to fly out of Gu Changqing's body in a joyous leap, then like moths to a flame, they pounced towards the illuminated robotic light. Mr. Gu, what are you doing? Lin Shen saw this scene and revealed a puzzled look. The next moment, however, he froze in place, only to see that 108 bizarre divine infants rushed into that huge robotic light, not even half threatened, but rather like a fish to water, constantly gulping up to absorb these robotic light. Like wolves and tigers, they fight to be first. It's just a short 10 seconds or so. That power of the heavenly Tao, which in Lin Shen's eyes, no cultivator could resist at all, was all absorbed cleanly. How can it be? With that, Gu Shua's voice filled with incredulity came out. Nothing is impossible, is there a backhand? If not, I'm about to enter your ancestral land, I'm really curious as to what's in there that can make you an immortal emperor. Return. As Gu Changqing spoke, he retrieved the 108 divine infants. Boom! As the divine infant returned to his body, Gu Changqing was instantly refreshed. A vast and incomparable power instantly filled his fleshly body in Yuanshan, and his original cultivation of the middle stage of the transitional tribulation rubbed off on him. Late transition, peak transition, half-step Mahayana. Boom! In the end, a roar emanated from Gu Changqing's body as he directly stepped into the Mahayana stage. What kind of monster are you? Seeing that Gu Changqing was able to devour the power of the heavenly Tao to enhance his cultivation, Gu Shuo, who was as strong as an immortal emperor, had his 3 views refreshed a few times. Looks like you don't have a backhand. Why don't you get lost? To be honest, Gu Changqing hadn't expected his divine infant to be so heaven-defying. Good, human race deviant, the more demonic you are, when I return, the more enjoyable it will be to abuse you. As his anger-filled voice fell, that eye of the heavenly Tao slowly dissipated. End of chapter. Chapter 71, The Plot of the Immortal Race. The main vein of the immortal race folded space. Immortal light surrounded the mountains, escaping with immortal divine radiance. Ancestral land of the immortal race. On top of a hanging fairy island. Deep in the immortal island. A portal outside. The eye of the heavenly Tao dispersed, and there was no one left to stop Lin Shan from breaking through the last restriction of the immortal race's main vein ancestral land. Lin Shan looked deeply at Gu Changqing, his face also filled with shock. The heavenly Tao's robbing light in this universe had to be at least at the immortal emperor level to be easily dissolved. He had never seen anyone's divine infant that could directly devour this kind of robotic light and then feed back to its owner to enhance its cultivation. This is unheard of, outrageous. How long will it take to break through this portal's restraints? Gu Changqing put away the blood spear, turned to the stupefied Lin Shan, and said, this immortal emperor of the immortal race who is returning, his true body is by no means in this time and space, but since he can project his power to come back, it means that it's not far from this time and space, so hurry up. Facing an immortal emperor who was about to return, Gu Changqing also felt the pressure. Although the blood spear was a supreme treasure, if he, the owner, was too weak, he would be suppressed all the same. In the path of cultivation, although the magic treasure's increase to the cultivator was great, one's own cultivation was also vital. At the sound of the voice, Lin Shan snapped back to his senses, looked deeply at Gu Changqing, and said, this prohibition is very simple, give me a few hours and I can break it. Gu Changqing said lightly, then let's begin. I'd like to see what's inside that would make the immortal race care. Originally he had no interest in this place, but seeing an immortal emperor, who had gone out of his way to return for this, made him a little curious. Yes. Lin Shan took a deep breath and dispersed his sea of consciousness, divine consciousness, to penetrate into this magnificent giant door in front of him. In the meantime, 8 small blue flags flew from his brow. As his divine sense penetrated, his hands were rapidly forming seals. More than 10 minutes later, a small flag behind Lin Shan was inserted onto a certain corner of the portal with a swoosh. Gu Changqing didn't know anything about prohibitions or anything else, and waited quietly by the side. Having borrowed the power of the blood spear, there was nothing wrong with it now, but in a few days when the backlash came, it would be worse than death. Time passed in dribs and drabs. As small flags after small flags were inserted into the portal behind Lin Shan, the light of the prohibition on this portal grew dimmer and dimmer. Boom! The moment his 8th small flag was inserted, the portal roared, and all the prohibitions were forced, rumbling, to open on both sides. It's done, Mr. Gu. Lin Shan retrieved all the formation flags and turned around with a face full of excitement. Gu Changqing nodded his head and silently looked at the crack that opened up in the portal. As the crack opened, a blinding glare shone violently. Lin Shan held back his excitement as his gaze tightened. When this portal was opened all the way, what appeared was a curtain of light. Let's go, Mr. Gu. Through this curtain of light is the ancestral land of the immortal clan's main vein. Lin Shan held back his excitement and took the lead to go in through the light screen. Gu Changqing followed closely behind. Hiss! How did? Passing through the curtain of light, when Lin Shan saw the scene inside, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The ancestral land that was originally like a heavenly paradise on earth was now filled with grievances and strewn with one dead star after another. A whole 180,000 dead stars, linked together, turned into an ultimate formation, penetrating a vortex like a black hole. Hundreds of billions of dry corpses floated on each planet, all of which had been drained of their cultivation and essence, with expressions of fear, despair, and resentment before they died. How come? Lin Shan was out of his mind for a while, gritting his teeth and saying, what on earth have they done? How dare they create such a murderous crime? Hundreds of billions of beings per planet, 180,000. It made his scalp numb to look at it. Gu Changqing stepped forward and looked at the tragic situation in front of him, his face expressionless as he said indifferently, the origin of these planets and living beings is not of this universe or the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Well, where did that come from? Why did they make this killing? Lin Shan only felt chills through his body. Gu Changqing looked at the huge vortex that stretched across the sky above the 108,000 stars and faintly said, will it not be from that vortex at the resonance of these 108,000 stars? Judging from the dried corpses on the 108,000 stars, all of them were cultivators, and all of them were very powerful in their lives, yet they were pitted and killed here. What kind of big conspiracy was the immortal race brewing? Can this destroy that vortex? I have a feeling that what they're doing is definitely not something good. Lin Chen took a deep breath and said, no wonder they stopped me from coming in, so this place is hiding such a big secret. Gu Changqing said lightly, since we've come across it, no matter if it can be destroyed or not, then we have to give it a try. You go ahead and find out what you need, and I'll try to see if I can destroy it. It was already immortal with the immortal race, and Gu Changqing wouldn't let go of the slightest opportunity to deal with them. They value the ancestral lands so much. This vortex, these stars, were undoubtedly important to them. Destroying them might hurt the immortals. Okay, I'll go to the shrine first. Lin Chen nodded his head and left in the air, heading straight for an immortal life-filled island in the depths. Gu Changqing flashed and landed on a dead star, looking down at the planetary space full of dry corpses floating around, and casually detained a corpse that had at least immortal monarch cultivation in its lifetime. The lowest cultivation level is at the Mahayana stage, and the highest actually has an immortal emperor. Gu Changqing's divine sense encompassed all the Death Stars, and the sheer number of corpses as well as the high realms shocked him. What kind of premeditation does this immortal race have? Where are these powerful people coming from? Could it be that a dark turmoil is brewing? It shouldn't be. The former Black Dragon extinction almost destroyed them. What is there to create a dark turmoil? Gu Changqing whispered. There is a great deal of confusion about what the immortals are doing. The vortex, where exactly does it lead? Gu Changqing's gaze landed on the vortex that was even more terrifying than a black hole, and he suddenly moved to go in and take a look. The current power of the blood spear was still there, which was what made him move this. Want to go in? Gu Changqing was torn. Few things could make him stumble so much. If we don't go in and take a look around, we may breed demons in the future because of it. After contemplating for a moment, Gu Changqing's eyes flickered, no longer having the slightest intention of retreating, and with a flash, he headed straight for that vortex. Raising his mana shield, he took a step into it. Mr. Gu, you. Lin Chen happened to come back at that moment and saw Gu Changqing fly into that mysterious vortex with his own eyes. Curiosity killed the cat. I hope you come back safely, Mr. Gu. The corner of Lin Chen's eye twitched, revealing a bitter smile, so he waited here quietly. Time passed in dribs and drabs, turning into days. Lin Chen waited with growing concern. Mr. Gu, don't let anything happen to you. Whether we can fight against the immortal race or not, we're relying on you. Lin Chen paced back and forth in the air, filled with anxiety. Buzz. But just then, the vortex roared. A figure that was somewhat in a sorry state, covered in blood, and with two of the heads of the twin dragons behind it chopped off flew out from it. End of chapter. Chapter 72, Creepy Creatures. Mr. Gu. When Lin Chen saw who the wretched figure rushing out was, his face changed wildly, and he immediately took out a bottle of healing pills and flew over to assist Gu Changqing. I'm fine. Although Gu Changqing was covered in wounds, and even the heads of the twin dragons behind him had been chopped off, he still did not change his face. Especially on his chest, a bone-deep scratch that almost pinched his heart and drenched him in blood. Mr. Gu, what exactly is the situation? Lin Chen's face was filled with horror as he handed the bottle containing the healing elixir to Gu Changqing. To be able to injure him like this, what great terror was within this vortex? Gu Changqing took his pills and swallowed several in succession before saying, the immortal race, how dare they call themselves immortals? What's in there? Lin Chen was curious to the core. Are there any immortal bloodline crystals? Gu Changqing inquired without answering his words. Yes. Lin Chen didn't dare to be half-hearted and took out a Sumeru ring. Gu Changqing grabbed the Sumeru ring with one hand and took out all the bloodline crystals inside. There were 3,000 to 4,000 of them, and Gu Changqing exerted great means to directly condense them into a drop of essence blood and swallowed it. He was badly injured. The heads of the twin dragons behind him that were one with him were decapitated. Don't look at him so calm on the surface, but he's actually close to running out of gas. After swallowing this drop of essence blood, Gu Changqing's internal and external injuries healed with the naked eye. And, the head of the twin dragons that had been decapitated in the back, at that moment, with a wriggle, slowly grew out as well. But the injuries sustained on the Yuanshan could not be half recovered, which took time. These bloodline crystals, they still have this kind of effect? Lin Chen was surprised. He couldn't tell how serious Gu Changqing's injuries were. Having already injured the origin, even with the best healing elixir, it would take at least hundreds or thousands of years to recover. Mr. Gu, what exactly is the immortal race doing? Seeing that Gu Changqing had basically recovered from his injuries, Lin Chen inquired for the third time. What creature is this, do you know? Gu Changqing flipped his hand, and from within the black abyssal dragon streamer, detained out an incomparably hideous monster. It was a not-so-large one, about the size of a human, with a grayish complexion and an unpleasant smell emanating from its body. It didn't have wings, but it had sharp claws and sharp teeth, and its eyes were grayish-white, with deep, bottomless pupils that glowed with an eerie red light. The large mouth filled with sharp teeth opened slightly, emitting a stench of evil and depravity. The whole body is covered with spikes, each one containing deadly venom. When it let out a scream, the sound waves targeting the Yuanshan were voluminous, and that terrifying aura spread out in an instant, causing the mind to tremble and the body to tremble. It's a monster beyond words, and its presence is like a nightmare. Hiss. This is. Seeing this monster and feeling its screams that could penetrate the Yuanshan, Lin Chen sucked in a breath of cold air. This is a monster in the vortex space, the number of which is incalculable. The cultivation level is even at the immortal emperor level, and the lowest, such as this one, is at the peak of the Mahayana stage. Changqing said indifferently, after I went in, I got lost and nearly fell inside under their endless encirclement. The immortal race is brewing a great conspiracy. What? After Lin Chen heard this, he said with a burst of creepiness, can they come out then? It can't come out at the moment. It should be the great formation formed by these 108,000 Death Stars that sealed them all inside. Changqing's face was expressionless as he said, I'm going to be in seclusion for 100 years. During that time, you rescue your clan as soon as possible and then open up the space node to the 9 heavens and 10 earths. We can't afford to stay here much longer. After saying that, Changqing tore through the void and left. He's going to get the backlash of being as bad as dead. Then, the injuries to the genjutsu needed to be repaired. This storm brewing in the immortal race was feared to sweep through the 9 heavens and 10 lands in the future. The immortals, what the hell are they doing? Lin Chen looked at the dark and eerie vortex, which made him feel unfamiliar with the immortal race that once had a heart for the living. Shaking his head, he too left. Before you leave, seal the portal into this place again. This dead space was eerie enough to give people the creeps. That horrible vortex looked like it was connected to hell. It was shortly after they left. A grayish-white, hideous as hell face, twisted in a vortex, grinned a very creepy grin as it looked at the two men who were leaving one after the other. Changqing returned to his previous retreat. In order not to be disturbed, the entire folding space was blocked off, and then received the backlash from the blood spear. After entering the age of cultivation, time is very worthless. In the blink of an eye, 50 years have passed. Humanity's technological development has seen an unprecedented explosion. Lightweight weapons have been researched that can be shot by ordinary people at the divine transformation stage. And, 30 years ago, bioarmor has also been researched. The strongest bioarmor currently available, capable of exerting the power of the harmonium stage. It makes even ordinary people capable of battle. However, this kind of bioarmor, first of all, was for the military to match, and hadn't been developed for civilian use that quickly. Technology is good too. Lately, the Pharmaceutical Research Institute, which has researched a potion that allows ordinary people to become body alchemists. Human intelligence and potential, that is unrivaled. There is no excuse for the immortals to be afraid. If it develops for another few thousand years, it may not be possible to research and develop a weapon that can kill an immortal. It was for this reason that Changqing hadn't told humanity to stop researching thermal weapons. 10 years ago, Lin Chen had finally rescued the rest of his clan from the heaven-breaking forbidden zone. Nowadays, not only humans, but all the clans of the two major civilizations had begun to gather their resources decades ago, preparing to withdraw from this small universe and head to the 9 heavens and 10 earths. As for Lin Chen, he had also opened the space node to the 9 heavens and 10 lands 3 years ago. The spatial node teleportation array for transmitting to the 9 heavens and 10 lands was also arranged by Lin Chen in the folded space where the elixir fields were located. The entire folded space was a teleportation array. With the centennial approaching, the new gods group began to call for humans to enter that folded space. At the same time, the clans of the two major civilizations were teleporting their clansmen over one after another. Just for today, Gu Beichuan called out to the patriarchs of the clans and held a high-level meeting. Inside the conference hall that can hold thousands of people, Gu Beichuan sat on top of the first seat. On either side of him were the two great patriarchs of the imperial and lord civilizations. Below, there were the patriarchs and elder ancestors of the various clans. Gentlemen, we are about to set off for the 9 heavens and 10 lands, and this meeting I'm calling today is for a major matter to be spoken about. Gu Beichuan glanced around at the patriarchs and old ancestors of the various clans present and said in a deep voice, I want to ask you all a question first. Do you think that when you get to the 9 heavens and 10 earths, your clans will be able to gain a firm foothold over there? Gudong, I know what you want to say. The imperial civilization royal patriarch laughed. The 9 heavens and 10 lands, 10,000 races, if we go there and don't unite, we might be eaten without any bones left. Joining forces is the best choice. On behalf of the imperial royal family, I will join the new god group from now on. End of chapter. Chapter 73, the 9 heavens and 10 earths have fallen. We have no way to retreat. The unification of the communities of this small universe is a must. 10,000 races in the 9 heavens and 10 lands were fighting for supremacy, and clans, holy places, imperial dynasties, and immortal families were in abundance. The smallest clans had more than one earth immortal sitting in their midst. Even if Gu Beichuan didn't say anything, the patriarchs of the various clans would mention this matter. They and the new god group have long been tied to the same boat. It was not that the new god group could not leave them, but that they could not leave the new god group. After this meeting, there will no longer be two major civilizations. The patriarchs of the various races, from then on, became the supreme elders of the new god group. The elder ancestor, on the other hand, holds the position of elder. Creation was a long time coming, and the Black Prison Emperor was an elder, but he had also obtained the bloodline crystal as he wished. After this session, the clans then began to build places to live in the folded space of the original elixir fields. This folding space, the aura is so rich that it cannot be melted, and the area is so vast that it can accommodate at least a few trillion living beings without being crowded. Each folding space was like a small world. If a group of beings were put in to seal this small world, it would surely be a very long period of time before these beings would take it as the only world. It was absolutely unimaginable that the world they were actually in might not even be as good as a speck of dust when looking at the heavens. 10 years later, everything is ready. The original folding space of the elixir field was already transformed, divided into many domains. Each domain is inhabited by a community, and the middle domain is the human habitat. Now that everything was ready, just waiting for Changqing to leave the gate, Lin Chen could directly transmit this folding space away through the space node to the 9 heavens and 10 lands. New God Group, South Garden Residence. Gudong, this time I called you here, I have a piece of bad news to tell you. Inside a pavilion, the old man with the strongest cultivation of the Daoxian clan made a cup of tea for Gu Beichuan, and said with great gravity. The Daoxian clan was the group that Lin Chen belonged to, and had once been the 8th branch of the immortal clan sublineage. This old man was at the immortal king realm and had fallen to the point where there was only one immortal king left. At one time, the Daoxian lineage had an immortal emperor in its ranks. However, in order to guard his clan, he sacrificed his own life to open up a small world for their clan in the Broken Sky Forbidden Area. Although the small world was opened up, it needed to be maintained. Over the years, the immortal emperors and immortal kings of the Daoxian lineage had basically died out in order to stabilize the small world. Oh, what could make you so serious, old fisherman? This was an immortal king. To be able and to be so serious meant that what he was going to say next must be huge. The 9 heavens and 10 lands have fallen, and there is no way back for us. The old man lifted his teacup, lightly minted a sip, and lightly dropped a bomb. What? Gu Beichuan was shocked. 9 heavens and 10 earths, do you think it will still be there? The old fisherman suddenly dropped another bomb. This. Gu Beichuan listened with a burst of trepidation and said, what your old man means is that the 9 heavens and 10 lands may be gone? The old fisherman shook his head. It's not possible, it's gone. How so? Gu Beichuan was creeped out for a moment. If the 9 heavens and 10 lands are gone, wouldn't we? Elder fisherman sighed. I just returned from the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The twilight heavens and earth are dead. Not a single living being can be seen. A gray haze fills every piece of earth, and there are incomparably powerful monsters hibernating in the haze, and these monsters are almost identical to the ones that General Manager Gu had shown to Little Chun earlier. What? Gu Beichuan's body shook slightly, then with a face full of bitterness, he said, in that case, we can only wait for death? The old fisherman nodded. Now it seems that there is indeed only waiting for death. Gu Beichuan listened to a moment of silence, took out a cigarette and took a deep breath. This is being pushed to the edge. With such a large disparity in battle power, even a deadly battle wouldn't have the slightest chance of winning. Shook Gu Beichuan's head. The one who returned was an immortal emperor. What's the highest known realm to fight with? The only thing to do but wait for death is to all cut their own throats and return to heaven. Alas, what to do? Gu Beichuan finished lighting a cigarette and looked at the old fisherman, as if asking him or asking himself. It's time to eat and drink, just prepare to wait for death. The fisherman old man shook his head, facing an immortal emperor and with no way to retreat. What could be done? About how much time do we have? Gu Beichuan still held some hope and said, where the immortal race goes, can we go too? Where the immortal race goes, if there are spatial nodes, we might be able to get there, but there's no way to even find the spatial nodes. The fisherman elder let out a light sigh and said, the immortal emperor was able to project his power over, and even though it was only a single strike, it's not far away from us, and we still have about 200 years at most. 200 years? That's a lot of waiting for death. Gu Beichuan completely died and said, it's better to keep this matter from going out in public so as not to cause unnecessary confusion. We can only hope that a miracle will happen then. It's just a pity for Mr. Gu. If we give him some time. The old fisherman sighed deeply, then said, I have a way to preserve General Gu's life. What way? Gu Beichuan's heart stirred as he said, we can die, but Evergreen has endless potential, he shouldn't just die here. You're right. Elder fisherman nodded approvingly and said, the only way is to send him to the heaven-breaking forbidden area, and then I'll sacrifice myself to shrink that small world to the extreme, so that it can at least last for 10,000 years without being destroyed by the temporal turbulence of the heaven-breaking forbidden area. 10,000 years is enough for General Gu to achieve immortal emperor status, and at that time, with his strength, the heaven-breaking forbidden area will definitely not be able to trap him. Yeah. Gu Beichuan was filled with excitement and said, can you send a few more people in? The old fisherman shook his head. The more living beings there are, the more violent the temporal turbulence will hit, so to be on the safe side, it's best if he's alone. Is that so? That's fine, just send Evergreen in. Gu Beichuan thought for a moment and said, but with his character, he will probably put up a fight anyways, and will never live alone, so we'll have to trick him a little bit to make it work. Knowing his son is his father, how could he, as a father, not know what Gu Changqing's character was like? Elder Fisherman mused, then let's do it. When he comes out of the gate, let's pretend that we're going to teleport towards the 9 heavens and 10 lands to get him to a specific location, and then directly teleport him to the heaven-breaking forbidden area. Well, it'll have to do. To be honest, if he could let Gu Changqing live, Gu Beichuan would have no regrets, and secretly said in his heart, son, this is the first time in my father's life that I've lied to you, so don't look out for it. If Gu Changqing knew about this, he felt that Gu Changqing would never live with it. But he did think wrong this time. I also agree with your decision. Suddenly, Gu Changqing's light words came. Then with a flash of his body, he had appeared inside the gazebo and said lightly, if there really is no other way to let me go down, I will certainly not die for nothing. End of chapter. Chapter 74, The Silver Lining? But where there was a way to live, Gu Changqing would not go to his death. There was no chance of victory against an opponent with such a wide disparity. Gu Changqing was categorically not stupid enough to send himself to his death. Even if the power of the blood spear was used again, it would be impossible to defeat an immortal emperor. Creatures like immortal emperors were not something that could be fought off by a magic treasure. Listening to Gu Changqing's words, Gu Beichuan only felt a blush, being slapped in the face just too quickly. The fisherman old man sized up Gu Changqing and said with a smile, Mr. Gu has actually cultivated 36 immortal qi, this natural talent is simply heavenly, all that's missing is time, this is the best I can come up with. What's the use of even cultivating 100 channels of immortal qi, you still can't guard your closest relatives. Gu Changqing's face was expressionless as he looked up at the sky and spoke faintly, in the greatness of heaven and earth, is there really no place for us? It's not that there aren't any, it's that we can't find them. The fisherman elder got up, stood beside Gu Changqing, and said leisurely, as far as I know, beyond the 9 heavens and 10 earths, there exists a much more expansive cultivation civilization, but how should one travel to it? Oh, Gu Changqing looked at him sideways and said lightly, according to you, could the place where the immortal race went be the place you're talking about? If that's true, the fact that they're still able to return means that they've also fallen, and were completely cornered. Doesn't rule out the possibility that, with the vastness of this world, there may truly be no more hiding places for us. Elder Fisherman nodded his head and looked at Gu Changqing, asking, when are you going to enter the heaven-breaking forbidden area? Isn't there still 200 years to go? Let's see if any changes happen first. To be honest, but where there is the power to fight, even if there is only a 2 or 3% chance of victory, Gu Changqing does not want to live alone, and will certainly fight to the end. Well, and let's see if that changes. The fisherman old man was ready to sacrifice, not because he was so great, it was entirely out of hatred for the immortal race that made him want to keep Gu Changqing alive and wait for him to rise up to overthrow the immortal race. If he's greedy for life. It was entirely possible to kneel down and beg the immortal emperor of the ancient vein to spare their clan's life. After all, they were once of the same clan, so there was at least a chance of survival. After a few moments of small talk, Gu Changqing and Gu Beichuan left. It's been a long time since father and son sat down and talked. Returning home, he had Lu Ruyu cook a table of good food, and the family of 5 ate happily. Brother, this is the first time I've seen you, so I'll drink to you. On the dining table, opposite Gu Changqing, sat a handsome young man who bore a slight resemblance to Gu Beichuan, who looked at Gu Changqing and raised his cup and smiled. Over the years, Gu Beichuan and Lu Ruyue had another son. This son's name is Gu Yuan. Gu Changqing gave him a deep look, nodded his head and raised his cup, drinking it all in one go. Brother, I'll toast you as well. Gu Yuer also raised her cup at this time, looking at Gu Changqing with admiration. Well, you're all great. Gu Changqing didn't have much of a problem with them, giving the siblings a few pointers from time to time at the dinner table. The meal was a joyous one. Late at night, Gu Beichuan wanted to keep Gu Changqing down for the night, but Gu Changqing refused. Ugh! Looking at Gu Changqing's departing back, Gu Beichuan sighed softly, then looked at the mother, son and daughter who were chatting in the hall. Over the years, every time Gu Changqing closed his eyes, it was dozens or hundreds of years, and Gu Beichuan knew that he and this son slowly began to not belong to a piece of heaven and earth. Gu Changqing was really focused on cultivation now, and he was very indifferent to family and other things. After leaving, Gu Changqing went to meet Elder Huang, drank a cup with him, and gave him some pointers on his deficiencies in cultivation before leaving. A few moments later, he came to Yilan. Yilan also got married and started a family with 2 sons and a daughter. Young master, why are you free to come to my place? On the rooftop of the villa where Yilan lived, he wore his pajamas on. Gu Changqing nodded towards him and smiled faintly. It's been too long since I've seen you and wanted to come and meet you. Your kid's cultivation has pulled down since you got married. Ahem. I'm already working hard. Yilan scratched his head. Well, I'm not here to urge you to cultivate, and you don't need to work so hard in the future. Living a good life with your family is the happiest. Gu Changqing took out a cigarette and gave it to him, then lit one for himself, took a deep breath and said, cultivation is enough, there's no need to waste this time, you can spend more time with your family when you have time. Yilan froze and laughed. Young master, I find it hard to believe that this is coming from your mouth. Stay with your family for the next 1 or 200 years, and cultivate whenever you want. Gu Changqing patted him on the shoulder. Then after chatting with Yilan for more than 10 minutes, Gu Changqing left. Why can't I change the fate of humanity when I've obviously tried so hard? Gu Changqing left that folded space and arrived at the empty blue star's surface, standing above the night sky, shaking his head and sighing. Afterward, he spoke faintly. After following me for so long, you're still not coming out? Not bad for Mr. Gu. As Gu Changqing's words fell, Xian Yuanlina's tall and graceful figure slowly stepped out from a void. Gu Changqing swept his glance and spoke indifferently. Tell us where you came from in 10 seconds, or die. I was once the 9 heavens and 10 earths, a half-imperial cultivation of the Xianyu Empress, who fell in the immortal ancient forbidden zone and was reincarnated here. Xian Yuanlina didn't dare to challenge Gu Changqing's patience, and told her own origin in one breath. Looking for me for what? Gu Changqing's face was expressionless. With a pair of slender thighs, Xian Yuanlina came not far in front of Gu Changqing and said in a low voice, the 9 heavens and 10 earths are gone, we have no way back now. I'm sure Mr. Gu already knows that, right? After Lin Chen had opened the space node to the 9 heavens and 10 lands, she had sneaked back there. The sight seen, it gave her the creeps. And then? Gu Changqing's extremely oppressive eyes stared silently at the latter. Regulus Lina took a deep breath and said, I know of a place where I might be able to leave this little universe, but I can't do it with my power. Oh? Hearing this, Gu Changqing was slightly surprised, but his expression remained unchanged as he faintly said, speak. Somewhere in this small universe, there must be a spatial node connecting to the immortal ancient forbidden zone and the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Xian Yuanlina said seriously, back then, I explored the immortal ancient forbidden zone for 6,000 years, and I had found a spatial node that seemed to lead to another world, but I didn't know if it was true or not. If we can enter the immortal ancient forbidden area and find that one spatial node, there might be a ray of hope. However, that one spatial node is somewhere in this universe, and it's hard to find it. Gu Changqing listened quietly and nodded. That's a ray of hope. I'll mobilize all the void-breaking realm cultivators to carpet search. Hopefully we can find it within 200 years. This was a small universe on one side, but if one was unable to cross the void, even an Earth immortal relying on his own flight would find it difficult to cross it in his lifetime. Immortal emperors used their own imperial greatness to destroy this small universe though. But it wasn't a full coverage, but rather the small universe couldn't withstand his power and would burst like a balloon. Trying to find a small space node was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Gu Changqing looked deeply at Xian Yuanlina and said lightly, if we can find that one space node and get us out in one piece, you'll be the first to take the credit. It's not important to take credit or anything, I also just want to stay alive, and even more so, I want to cultivate beside Mr. Gu. Xian Yuanlina had completely seen the potential of this man, and if she could become a dual cultivator couple with him, she might be able to become an emperor in this life. End of chapter. Chapter 75, It's all for naught after all. What Regulus Lina brought was indeed a silver lining. Gu Changqing had already cultivated 36 immortal qi, which was already the limit, and was originally prepared to go into seclusion and make a full impact on Earth immortality. But now, it immediately brought Xian Yuanlina back to the middle domain of folding space, the new God Group headquarters building. Supreme Council Chamber. Gu Changqing sat on top of the first seat, his very great face filled with indifference. Regulus Lina, who was dressed in a long light purple dress, was standing behind him. The slightly tight long dress outlined a sexy and hot body. The slender legs were hidden under the hem of the skirt, exuding endless charm. Long hair was worn casually, playfully interspersed with a few strands of tresses, a few scattered across her high chest. On this night, one after another of the new God Group's supreme elders and elders came in droves. After arriving here, they all respectfully looked at Gu Changqing on the seat before sitting down quietly. Not long after, Tang Yuwei arrived, and when she saw Xian Yuanlina standing behind Gu Changqing, she froze for a moment. It's doubtful how this little cousin got together with Mr. Gu. But now was not the time to ask that, and found his place and sat down. Nearly 1,000 years before and after, coupled with the fact that there was no lack of any cultivation resources, Zhao Yufei had already achieved the peak of void breaking 6 years ago. But not all of the void breaking stages were qualified to come to this meeting. The position is less than that, and the void breaking stage is not qualified to come up. Not long after, Gu Beichuan brought Gu Yuan and Gu Yuer with him. This time, however, he was unable to sit on top of that first seat and took a seat on the side, while Gu Yuan and Gu Yuer stood behind him. As time passed, many people came who Gu Changqing did not recognize. There were only a few that he recognized in the audience, the Devil's Path Fracture, Tang Scales, Shintaba, Shumaniac, Lin Chen, as well as the old man Huang who had just achieved the transitional stage, and a few others. By the end of the day, a full 5,000 or 6,000 people had come. A black mass filled the conference hall. General Gu, summoning us here overnight, are you preparing to teleport to the 9 heavens and 10 lands? The group's first supreme elder, the previous imperial civilization imperial patriarch, Emperor K, inquired somewhat foolishly. All the people, in the words of the text, pricked up their ears. Gu Changqing suddenly called this meeting, so it must be this matter. Gu Changqing sat upright and looked around the room, speaking in a faint voice. What I'm going to say next will probably make you all despair. Lena, you come and speak. Yes. Regulus Lena sniffed and took a few steps forward, slowly saying, the 9 heavens and 10 lands are gone. It was several minutes before she finished recounting the events leading up to it. As her voice fell, a dead silence fell over the room. Desperation, an atmosphere of panic began to spread. Some of those who were greedy for their lives and feared death even developed the thought of immediately fleeing this place, waiting for the immortal emperor of the immortal race to return, and begging for forgiveness from the other party. Gu Changqing's indifferent eyes looked around the room and did not speak. Instead, it was Regulus Lena who continued to speak. Looking at your expressions, I know that you are already thinking in your minds whether or not you should immediately draw a line with the human race. But I'm very responsible to tell you that the 9 heavens and 10 lands have all been killed by the dark turmoil they have unleashed on all living beings, and there is no way back for you. The only way for us to survive right now is to find the spatial node to enter the immortal ancient forbidden zone. Mr. Gu has summoned you to this meeting this time to talk about this matter. If any of you think the immortal clan will spare you, you can get up and leave now. Speaking of this, Shen Yuan Lina retreated back behind Evergreen and quietly watched the decisions of the patriarchs and ancestors of the various clans present. I will live and die with the human race. The new god group's chief Taishan K rose to his feet and spoke with resounding words. We already know the secrets of the immortal race, they will definitely not let us go, so all of you might as well put away your petty thoughts. At the scene, a number of whispers rang out. A moment later, one patriarch after another stood up. We are willing to live and die with the human race. Very well. Gu Changqing spoke faintly. The only way for us to survive today is to find the spatial node to enter the immortal ancient forbidden zone, and if we can't find it within 200 years, we'll have to meet destruction. The contents of this meeting tonight must never be released to the public. Alright, this is the end of the meeting. From now on, all cultivators at the void-breaking realm and above, go and look for spatial nodes for me, and whatever spatial nodes you find, you need to report them at the first time. After Gu Changqing finished speaking, he got up and left. Regulus Lena, on the other hand, followed him. The meeting was adjourned. The people whispered and left in groups of 3 or 2 with heavy hearts, preparing to gather all the clansmen at the void-breaking stage and above. It wasn't long after they left. Group after group of void-breaking realm cultivators left the Blue Star with enough recovery elixirs to begin a long journey. Anyone at the void-breaking realm can cross the void. Similar to wormhole transients, each crossing could span endless rivers of stars. An operation to find a space node was kicked off, but the reality is harsh. As each year passes, although there were many cultivators who had sent back news of finding space nodes, none of them had entered the immortal ancient forbidden zone. 120 years had passed, and thousands of space nodes had been found, but they had nothing to do with the immortal ancient forbidden zone. This caused the strongest people of all races to become anxious and fearful. 150 years later, the strongest of the clans began to despair. 170 years later, desperation spreads to the breaking point and it's all a race to find it. Mr. Gu, it's time to get ready. 180 years later, the old fisherman approached Gu Changqing. On top of the immortal crystal vein, Gu Changqing, who was cultivating here with his knees crossed, slowly opened his eyes. Not far away, Shen Yuan Lina, who was also cultivating, likewise opened her beautiful eyes and watched quietly. Gu Changqing said lightly, 5 years, and if we haven't found it after 5 years, then we'll proceed as planned. Alright, 5 years at the latest. The old fisherman nodded his head and left. Over the years, he had also been looking for the spatial node to enter the immortal ancient forbidden zone. He had found quite a few, but none of them had anything to do with the immortal ancient forbidden zone. Don't look at it as a small universe on one side, it was also vast and amazing. Shen Yuan Lina couldn't help but be curious and inquired, Mr. Gu, what is your plan? Gu Changqing didn't speak, closing his eyes and continuing to cultivate. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Shen Yuan Lina couldn't be bothered to ask any more questions and shook her head to continue cultivating. Time rushed by, 5 years was but a snap of the fingers, and there was still no spatial node to enter the immortal ancient forbidden zone that had appeared. Elder fisherman came looking today and took away Gu Changqing. Shen Yuan Lina wanted to follow, but was stopped by the fisherman old man. In the meantime, in the deep space of the universe, a certain spatial node suddenly erupted with a blinding glare. Rumble. The void then exploded, and an incomparably terrifying aura pressure that made the heavenly Tao of this universe tremble instantly swept across, collapsing space and annihilating everything in its path. The heavenly Tao wailed before this pressure, emitting a submissive will. Buzz. Immediately after that, a hunchbacked old man with a hunched back and a head full of white hair slowly stepped out from it. End of chapter. Chapter 76, Mysterious Old Man, Hunting Gu Shuo. This old man was hunched over, but his aura was amazing. After stepping out of the spatial node, he sensed carefully, and then it will summon the eye of the heavenly Tao of this universe. Buzz. The eye of the heavenly Tao emerged and looked at the old man with a shiver. Locate this target for me and open the teleportation vortex. The old man lightly skimmed this eye of the heavenly Tao, sent out a coordinate to locate it, and spoke in a tone of command. The Eye of Heaven's path didn't dare to be half-hearted, immediately locating the coordinates given by this old man and then projecting the scene above the blue star. Well, this is the right place. The mysterious old man nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the scene of the projection screen and whispered to himself, the young lord died right here on this planet, but his origin has already been refined by the living spirit, to the extent that he can refine the young lord's origin. The potential of this living spirit is by no means inferior to that of the young lord. Between whispers, the Eye of Heaven's path had opened the teleportation vortex. Honest as hell. Well, have you ever been controlled by another immortal emperor? The mysterious old man's eyes narrowed slightly at this moment, and in the next moment, his eyebrows glowed, shooting out a soul light into the interior of the Eye of the Heavenly Tao. Once upon a time, images such as Gushua unleashing the ancient god's finger on Blue Star appeared scene by scene in the eyes of the mysterious old man. Isn't this a certain immortal emperor of the Vermilion Bird Starfield immortal race? The Vermilion Bird Star realm is about to be overrun by bizarre creatures, so why would an immortal emperor be dispatched to descend into this little universe at such a critical juncture? Well, it turns out that the Blue Star was once the habitat of the immortal race. The young lord still died at the hands of the immortal race, damn it. With the immortal race's ability, how could they kill the young lord? What exactly happened back then? The human Gu Changqing who refined the young lord's origin is so heaven-defying that he can even devour and refine the power of the heavenly Tao. Since you have refined the young lord's origin, from now on you are my young lord. If the immortal race wants to kill you, they still have to ask the old man if he agrees. Upon learning everything about the past, the mysterious old man's eyes revealed boundless killing intent. The words are gone. The mysterious old man asked the Eye of Heavenly Tao for Gu Shua's previous spatial coordinates. After obtaining this spatial coordinate, his gaze pierced through the endless void, followed by a traverse, appearing outside a hidden spatial node. It's a certain side of the Milky Way, very close to the Blue Star. Raise your hand and stroke it. This space node that was like a whirlpool was then completely exposed to his eyes. Gu Shua is it? Today, the old man will take your head to meet the new young master. The mysterious old man's gaze was stern and domineering as he stepped into this spatial node. Within the spatial node, it was a chaotic scene, with terrifying spatial storms raging, and if one was slightly inadvertently caught in these spatial storms, even an immortal king would not be able to withstand the instant disintegration. Only immortal emperors can be ignored. Although the mysterious old man was hunched over, he was overbearing and overwhelming, charging across the street, heading straight for the place where Gu Shua had appeared before. About 3 or 4 years or so. Rumble. Ahead, a tall and magnificent figure was also swiftly crossing over, heading in the direction where the mysterious old man was. It was a white-robed, body-covered, heroic middle-aged man, with 9 ancient star seals emitting an intimidating light at his eyebrows, and was returning at the fastest speed possible. A few days later, boom! 2 strands of immortal emperor greatness collided together with a loud bang. The 2 immortal emperors had finally encountered each other. Ha! Finally I found you. The mysterious old man looked across at the somewhat stunned and uncertain Ingwu middle-aged man, revealing a smile with killing intent. You are. The deep and intimidating eyes of Gu Shua narrowed slightly. The mysterious old man's eyes blossomed into a horrifying divine aura. I've come to seek revenge. Did the black dragon extinction die in the hands of your immortal race? But with the ability you displayed in the Vermilion Bird Starfield, it was impossible to kill him. Black dragon extinction? Hearing this, Gu Shua was slightly startled. Back then, with their immortal race's ability, it was true that they couldn't kill the black dragon extinction. The reason why it was killed in the end. It was to offer up an ancient treasure that had already caused their immortal race to be doomed and almost reduced to puppets. What makes you say that, fellow Daoist, and what is your relationship with the black dragon extermination? Gu Shua's expression was grave, ready to fight at any time. Say, what power did you rely on to decapitate my family's young master? The mysterious old man's words were chilling, and the imperial Dao laws in his body revived, coalescing behind him to form a hideous and extremely ferocious beast. Humph, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Gu Shua snorted coldly, the laws of the imperial Dao condensed, and the ancient god's finger blatantly pointed out. Boom! In a flash, a giant finger that could suppress the endless starry sky and destroy all galaxies appeared, heading straight for the mysterious old man in the distance to kill him. Out of your depth. The mysterious old man raised his eyelids disdainfully, and raised his hand as a boundless giant claw presented itself, with a ferocious aura, crushing space layer by layer and shattering it, and crushing straight towards that prime finger. With a booming sound, the 2 forces of the Imperial Dao collided, instantly causing chaos to explode and the green sky to be turned upside down. One blow. Gu Shua's body stumbled and looked at the little old man across from him with a face full of gravity. Tread heavenly steps. The mysterious old man didn't give him half a chance to catch his breath as he fiercely stepped out. Boom! This step out, shaking the boundless chaos, close to some of the space turbulence, were an irresistible great force to wear out. Gu Shua was horrified and offered up his own magic treasure, the divine beheading blade. The power of the imperial Dao in his body climbed to the apex, splitting out a terrifying blade that shook the heavens and the universe. The power of this blade aura was so strong that it could directly cleave through the small universe where Changqing was. With a rumbling sound, the great power of stepping into the heavens and the blade awning spanning the 9 heavens of chaos collided with each other. In an instant, he saw the blade explode, and the greatness of treading heaven condensed into a single point, poofing through Gu Shua's immortal emperor's body. Gu Shua's blood stained the sky as his body stomped backward, treading heavenly steps. You're the long-extinguished Tenslayer clan of the White Tiger Star domain? After recognizing the identity of the mysterious old man, Gu Shua started to get scared and stared at the mysterious old man with a face full of unbelief. This clan is of great renown, having once suppressed the 5 great star regions, rumored to be a terrifying clan that even the heavenly Tao has killed, and each one's battle power is ancient and unmatched. But how could such an existence recognize Black Dragon Extinction as a young master? Extinct? Actually, it's almost the same. There's only one old immortal left. The mysterious old man's eyes showed a refined aura as he said indifferently, with the ability of your clan, you are absolutely unable to kill Black Dragon Extinction. Do you want me to wait for you to search your soul, or are you going to give an honest explanation yourself? As he spoke, the mysterious old man approached step by step. Each step was brewing a heaven stepping step, stacking one step after another, and once he was allowed to stack it 9 times, it was rumored that not even the true heavenly Tao would be able to block it. Gushu began to panic. Facing this being, one simply could not fight or escape. Could it be that I can only expose my identity in exchange for a ray of hope? Gu Shua's face was unsightly as he secretly gritted his teeth. Think about it? The mysterious old man had already brewed up to the 4th step and stopped at this moment, as if he was making a final judgment on Gu Shua. End of chapter. Chapter 77, The Heaven-Slaying Clan. Sudden Gu Shua. The mysterious old man had little patience left. Looking at Gu Shua gritting his teeth, he faintly spoke, that's just it. It's better to allow the old immortal to search your soul. Boom! As his voice fell, all of a sudden, the chaos inverted, the Changqing exploded, and the 5th step was taken. Damn it, old piker, you made me do it. Gu Shua saw this scene hideous roar, from the inside out began to spray thin grey mist, in an instant, transformed into a hideous incomparable, evil to the extreme of the bizarre creature. Die, old man. He violently opened his sharp-toothed mouth and sent out a sound wave that could wear down the immortal emperor's Yuanshan, penetrating the greatness of the heaven treading steps and heading straight for the mysterious old man. At the same time, Gu Shua transformed into a grey mist, actually dodging the greatness of the heaven treading steps to suppress it, and regrouped in the distance. You fairies are all weird creatures? The mysterious old man's eyes erupted with horrifying aura, looking at the sonic impact that attacked and killed in front of him in an instant. The soul light at his brow erupted, transforming into a heaven-slaying beast pouncing on him, biting and crushing the sonic attack that was capable of wearing out the immortal emperor's Yuanshan. Damned old piker, today I will make your Heaven Slayer clan completely extinct. Ultimate roar. Roar! The ancient Shua that had transformed into a bizarre being in the distance was hideous and fierce, violently letting out a hissing roar that pierced through the endless chaos and swept towards the mysterious old man. Among the weird creatures, there were those that specialized in sound waves targeting the Yuanshan, and there were also those whose physical body strength was extremely strong, and this Gu Shua was clearly the former. No wonder the vermilion bird starfield fell so quickly. The original the entire immortal race are undercover agents. The mysterious old man was finally enraged at this moment. One hand pinched. Only a swoosh was heard. A red aura then flew out from his body. The terror of this red on was like the only one in the world. Breaking free from the boundaries of time and space, it instantly broke Gu Shua's sonic attack, and then almost instantly, it penetrated through the head of Gu Shua, who was still grimly laughing. How? Gu Shua's eyes were wide, his laughter ended abruptly, and how he died seemed to be unknown. It's considered an honor for you to die under my sky-splitting flying dagger. The mysterious old man recalled the red mango, and then detained back Gu Shua's hideous corpse through the air, first to carry out a soul search, but found that the remnants of the soul are gone. Sure enough, after these bizarre creatures fall, their genjutsu will be summoned back in another form by some kind of power. The mysterious old man looked grave. What kind of power is required to completely obliterate them? Otherwise they can be resurrected indefinitely, and one day they will be able to consume us as well. Shaking his head, the mysterious old man didn't think much about it for the time being and turned around to leave, heading back to that side of the small universe. Blue Star. The continent of folded space. There was no upheaval. 200 years have long passed. Why is it still so quiet? Gu Changqing stood on top of the rooftop of the new God Group building, looking up at the deep space beyond the domain, always puzzled. The fisherman old man next to him mused. The owner of that pressure back then was by no means Gu Shua. Can't it be that this is the variable? Just 5 or 6 years ago, there was a terrifying pressure outside of the attack, and peace was soon restored. The year. Gu Changqing, who had originally wanted to enter the heaven-breaking forbidden area with old fishermen, didn't go in after they sensed that the pressure didn't come from Gu Shua. All this time, those in the know within the folded space have been living in fear, waiting for death to come. But after waiting for 7 or 8 years, there was no sign of the owner of that mighty pressure descending at that time, which made people very puzzled. Boom! But just today, an extremely brutal pressure descended across the sky, instantly crushing all living beings to lose their minds and fall into a state of false death. Gu Changqing's heart flinched, and the blood spear automatically protected its owner, which was what kept his mind from being imprisoned. This is immortal emperor pressure. The entire fisherman elder next to him was prostrate on the ground, shivering. Currently, within this folded space, only he and the fisherman old man could remain conscious. Whoosh! Suddenly, a pale figure appeared over this building. Gu Changqing raised his eyes to survey the visitor. The mysterious old man was also sizing him up. For eyes met, and neither side spoke. The fisherman old man who was shivering was even more afraid to utter an atmosphere. This immortal emperor descending before him was the most unfathomable one he had ever seen in his life. Not to mention the Black Dragon extinction. Back then, the Black Dragon extinction, who was only a half-emperor, had already nearly exterminated the immortal race, so it was evident that it was terrifying. A moment later, Gu Changqing broke the calm. You are? Worthy of being in existence that can refine my family's young master's origin, in front of the old immortal. It's nice to still be able to remain this calm. The mysterious old man spoke with a smile. Young lord? Gu Changqing's eyes glazed over. The young lord that senior spoke of, is it not the Black Dragon extinction? Not bad. The mysterious old man nodded his head, and the more he surveyed Gu Changqing, the more shocked he became. You're yuaning, how did you cultivate it? Born with it. Gu Changqing faintly said truthfully. Isn't the gene dam that the kidney stone transforms into, and then forms a newborn baby, innate? Impenetrable, to the extent that even an old immortal can't see through it, and it can also devour the power of the heavenly Tao and refine it. It's truly heaven-defying. The mysterious old man slurped. Oh, how did senior know that? Gu Changqing was a bit surprised. Ha! The old immortal knows a lot, and I've also solved for you the sinful beast of the immortal race that drove you to your doom. The mysterious old man smiled and stared at Gu Changqing. An immortal emperor, just like that, he solved it? The old fisherman was filled with shock as he listened. Need to know. In a fight between immortal emperors, if not for the astronomical difference in strength, it would not be so good to divide the winners and losers. I'm grateful to senior. I don't know where you're from and why you're here. Gu Changqing appeared calm instead. I come from the White Tiger Star realm, originally to retrieve the skeleton of the young lord, but now I'm here for you. With a flash, the mysterious old man landed in front of Gu Changqing. For me? Gu Changqing looked at him. Since you've refined the young lord's origin and recognized the young lord's innate magic treasure, from now on, the old man will be your protector. The mysterious old man circled around Gu Changqing and said with a face full of shock, Young lord, the 108 divine infants in your body are truly unfathomable. Actually, even my immortal emperor divine consciousness can't see through them. You're not even able to utilize 1% of their power right now. Gu Changqing came to some interest. How do you know I haven't even utilized 1% of their power? Isn't it obvious? Have you ever tried to resonate them? Have you ever tried to integrate them into your bloodline? Have you ever tried to resonate them with the Yuanshin? Have you ever tried to make them one? The mysterious old man shook his head and said, You haven't even tried them, you only think of them as a source of power. If you but try any of the ones I mentioned, you can utilize the power of the blood spear without any backlash. Gu Changqing was speechless by this mysterious old man. He hadn't really tried it, all this talk from the old man's mouth. Worthy of being a top immortal emperor, his vision and insights were not at all comparable to Gu Changqing's. End of chapter. Chapter 78, The Divine Infant's Adversity. The mysterious old man was very satisfied with Gu Changqing, as if he had already seen the future scene of him overpowering the 5-star regions. The mysterious old man's cultivation had reached the peak of the immortal emperor. There were few rivals when looking at the 5-star regions. With his might, why would he want to be some kind of protector? Naturally, there's a reason for that. He had once promised the mother of the Black Dragon extinction that during the mysterious old man's lifetime, he would make sure to guard her son's growth to an immortal emperor, and if one day her son unfortunately died, please guard the beings that could refine her son's origin to achieve immortal emperor. Black Dragon extinguished mother to the mysterious old man has a life-saving grace, when they raised the clan to punish the sky, but the strength is not good, almost destroyed by the regiment. It is the mother of the Black Dragon extinguish, made a move to save the mysterious old man. This favor was something that the mysterious old man could not forget no matter what. In addition, it was also because of his own carelessness that caused the Black Dragon extinction to fall, which made him feel even more guilty. Young lord, your potential is boundless. The old man will never let you appear Black Dragon extinction, that kind of situation, early death. Before you have achieved immortal emperor, I will not leave you half a step. After the mysterious old man sized up Gu Changqing, he was shocked and surprised by his potential. Luckily I came just in time, otherwise, young master, you would have been killed by that of the immortal race. Gu Changqing was puzzled as to why such a powerful person would be so amiable and want to become his protector, and what was the relationship between him and the Black Dragon extinction. Immediately, he directly opened his mouth and inquired, May I ask what relationship senior has with the Black Dragon extinction? I merely refined his origin, yet you want to be my protector as well. Naturally, I wouldn't do you any harm. The mysterious old man, Dome Heavenly Reflections, smiled. You can call me Dome Elder, that's why I'll be your protector of the way. Saying that, Vault Elder pointed a finger between Gu Changqing's eyebrows. This was the explanation that the Black Dragon, Mother Parish, had given to Old Dome back then. This caused Gu Changqing's mind to wonder. The mother of the Black Dragon extinction seemed to have predicted that her son would fall, otherwise she wouldn't have told Old Vault that if her son fell, she must protect the being that had refined her son's origin to the immortal emperor. It made it seem as if, this being that could refine her son's origin was probably the reincarnated body of the Black Dragon extinction. Otherwise, what's the point? Gu Changqing quietly read it and was silent for a moment before saying, the mother of the Black Dragon extinction is so powerful, why didn't she look after the child herself and leave it to you? Did she fall? Elder Vault shook his head and said, I'm not sure about this. After giving me the child she left without a trace. I had been searching for her some years ago until the grey mist descended and the invasion of bizarre beings stopped me in my tracks. Gu Changqing's eyes stared. You guys also encountered an invasion of bizarre creatures? Is it related to an immortal race who started this turmoil? Humph, what immortal race? Something like garbage. Elder Vault said in a deep voice, the bizarre beings are currently attacking the Vermilion Bird starfield of the 5 starfields, and logically with the support of our 4 starfields, it wouldn't have fallen so quickly, and I only now realize why, so the immortal race is the undercover agent. Undercover, there are also bizarre creatures? The fisherman old man next to him was surprised. That's good, when I was tackling Gushik, he turned into the appearance of a weird creature. Old Dome said, I need to rush back as soon as possible to inform you of this matter. What are your plans, young lord? Gu Changqing thought for a moment and said, I want to take away all the living beings on this planet. I don't know if Elder Vault has the ability to do that. Elder Vault nodded and said, naturally, there's no problem. I can directly refine this small space and leave with them. That's very good. Besides, there's something I want to show you, Old Vault. Gu Changqing said in a faint voice, in the immortal race's ancestral land, there's a vortex with countless bizarre creatures inside. Does Elder Vault want to go and take a look? What, there are places like this? When Elder Vault heard this, he immediately became interested and said, quickly take me to see. Gu Changqing nodded his head and looked at Fisherman Elder. Fisherman Elder, inform my father and the others that the crisis has been resolved. Then he brought Old Vault with him straight to the immortal race's ancestral land. Come here. When Vault Old Man saw this scene, a horrifying divine aura exploded in his eyes as he angrily said, damn it. This is the fallen Vermilion Bird Starfield's 180,000 main planets, as well as the powerful people who had once died in battle. The Vermilion Bird Starfield had fallen, and all the living beings had actually been killed here. Old Vault's eyes turned a little red as he watched. So it is. Gu Changqing released, finally knowing where they had come from, and said, within that vortex, the space is vast, and the number of bizarre beings is incalculable. I very much suspect that this may be the lair of the bizarre beings. It was only then that Elder Dome's sight looked toward the vortex and said, young lord, you wait outside, I'll go in and take a look. Definitely be careful. The last time I went in, although I didn't encounter an immortal emperor, I could sense the attention of many strange creatures in the shadows that could kill me. Gu Changqing urged. He didn't want the Dome Old Man to fall inside. After all, he still had to rely on him to leave. Don't worry, the old immortal isn't a mud nirvana either, having once crossed a few moves with all the heavenly Tao of the 5 great star regions. Old Dome was extremely confident as he stepped into that vortex in a single step. Immortal Emperor. Gu Changqing murmured. He was only at the second sky of Earth Immortal now, still far away from an immortal emperor, but he was yearning for it. The Black Dragon exterminating half-emperor back then was so heaven-defying, and Gu Changqing thought that he would surpass Black Dragon exterminating. In this way, as long as he could achieve half-emperor, he would be able to sweep away everything. But it's also a bit of a long road. Don't look at how fast he had recently promoted, but the resources consumed were also terrifying. In order to refine pills for him, the Dan Ding artifact spirit was busy like crazy every day, and only barely managed to supply it. Moreover, the resources left behind by the immortal race were gradually bottoming out in front of him, the devouring monster. No exaggeration. He was in the realm of the Earth Immortals, and the resources he needed to cultivate. It was equivalent to the daily needs of thousands and thousands of demonic Earth Immortals. The most unsettling thing is that it needs to be provided on a daily basis, and it's a constant stream. During the time that Vault Elder had entered the vortex, Gu Changqing sat cross-legged, looking inward at his own 108 divine infants. Earlier, the words spoken by Elder Dome could still be remembered by Gu Changqing. It really hadn't occurred to him that his own 108 divine infants might be able to merge into his bloodline, merge into his Yuanshan, as well as resonate in unity. Immediately, Gu Changqing attempted to resonate unity. Buzz. As Gu Changqing's thoughts pulled at him, the 108 divine infants emitted a buzzing sound and rotated in his void divine sea. In a resonance that was like the sound of the great Tao, the 108 divine infants were actually really fusing one by one. With each fusion, Gu Changqing's cultivation skyrocketed a few times. As they fused with each other one by one, Gu Changqing's cultivation level dabbled and skyrocketed. Earth Immortal Triple Sky, Earth Immortal Quadruple Sky, Earth Immortal 8th Sky, Earth Immortal 9th Sky. Boom! When the fusion reached 38, the journey was overwhelming, and Gu Changqing's cultivation level went straight to Immortal Monarch. End of chapter. Chapter 79, The Lair of the Eerie Beings. And the cultivation is still going up. Finally, when the 108 divine infants fused into one, Gu Changqing's cultivation was straight up to half-step immortal king. What was even more terrifying was that this body cultivation was not half uncoordinated, as if it had been cultivated step by step. I can't believe there's such an operation. Gu Changqing let out a faint gasp. The only drawback to the divine infant unity was that Gu Changqing could sense that there was a limit to how long the divine infant unity could last for about 110 days. In the blink of an eye, it had been a week since Vault Elder had entered that vortex. During this time, Gu Changqing had been digging into the special features of his 108 divine infants. 1. Divine infant unity allows cultivation to skyrocket. 2. Divine infant resonance, which releases a colorless realm field that suppresses the enemy's cultivation. 3. In the divine infant's fusion bloodline, he will gain a physical power that overrides everything, and can silk a true dragon with his bare hands. 4. The divine infant fused with the Yuanshin and could enter a marvelous state, which Gu Changqing called mastery, because after entering this state, he could see through the origin of all substances in the heavens and earth, and then directly carry out destruction, and it would be difficult to resist, no matter how heavenly your cultivation was. After trying the above 4 states, Gu Changqing began to try to separate again. For example, merging 30 divine infants, resonating with 30 divine infants, fusing bloodlines with 30 divine infants, and fusing Yuanshin with 18 divine infants. Tried and true. Gu Changqing was incomparably shocked. I can't believe it actually works. However, while it is an overall upgrade, it is much less effective. For example, 108 divine infants united could allow Gu Changqing's cultivation to reach a half-step immortal king. However, if he only united 30 divine infants, it would only allow him to ascend to the peak of immortal monarch. Although the realm was lower, Gu Changqing still preferred this state of not having any weaknesses. In this body state, even if I were to fully utilize the blood spear, there should be no backlash. Gu Changqing grew long and rose. At this moment, he was precisely in his comprehensive state, at the peak of the immortal monarch, the colorless realm domain enveloping thousands of miles of space in a radius, the black dragon pattern on the surface of his fleshly body hidden, and his pupils in the dominant state appearing pale silver, extremely intimidating. Bloodlight surged in his palm, and the fierce warrior blood spear emerged. This time, Gu Changqing had no reservations and injected his own mana to resonate with it. Boom! The blood spear revived in full force, and the killing light shone through the heavens, heading straight for Gu Changqing's body to instill a vast, tyrannical, killing force. Even Gu Changqing's current cultivation level had broken through the shackles, and between a surge, it reached the peak of Immortal King. The blood spear, a supreme magic treasure that can autonomously absorb the origin of the heaven, earth, Xianhuan universe, and the flood. It was a companion magic treasure left to Black Dragon extinction by his father. There is virtually no upper limit to growth potential. The moment the blood spear and Gu Changqing no longer resonated together without reservation. As the blood spear gave Gu Changqing the power of its own origin, it also bathed in the power of Gu Changqing's divine infant to metamorphose. In time, the blood spear would also obtain some of the origin of Gu Changqing's divine infant's power, and it would become even more powerful then. In this body state, I can fight even half-emperors, and I can escape peacefully in the face of immortal emperors. Gu Changqing felt the state of this body. It was at this moment that he felt that he was a strong man, and before that, he was all but an ant. Rumble. Suddenly at this point, a loud bang came out from within the vortex. Whoosh! Afterward, the figure of the dome-old man was seen rushing out of it in a slightly wretched manner. Phew! The sky-splitting flying dagger followed closely behind, sweeping out of it one after the other. With the dome-old man out, inside the vortex, a huge, unparalleled, hideous, and creepy face emerged, twisting within the vortex for a moment as it stared at the dome-old figure and Gu Changqing. When Gu Changqing saw the scene, his sovereign eyes operated to the extreme, staring dead on at the strange and creepy face in the vortex. The first thing he saw was a scene that made him extremely alarmed. In his line of sight, this face. It was actually condensed from countless immortal Emperor Yuanshin, and at the very core, there was a grey heart-like thing beating like its source of power. This should be the lair of the bizarre beings. I really didn't expect it to actually be here. The dome-old man came to Gu Changqing's side, looked at the bizarre face, and said in a deep voice, "This face contains the true origin of the bizarre being. I just fought with it undefeated, and if not for the many undercurrents I would have to be left behind by it. It can't get out. The vortex has the power of the great Tao blocking it." Gu Changqing took a deep look, and even the origin of that vortex was penetrated by him. Then how did the Vermilion Birdstar Realm's 180,000 main stars come here? Elder Vault hesitated. Gu Changqing's sight swept over the 108,000 stars and said in a deep voice, "How it came to be I don't know, but I know that a finger of these 108,000 stars has been drained away, so if there are more points of this kind of stars it might be able to break through the vortex seal. So that's how it is. No wonder the bizarre beings came to violate the 5-star domains on such a large scale. It seems that they only came to unseal this vortex." The dome old man was a little creeped out, saying, within the vortex world, there was more than just this one terrifying face. At that time I was perception, there were a dozen or so other scents like that rushing in, and if I hadn't run fast, I would have already been left behind by them. The trip was so menacing that the dome old man, to this day, still has palpitations in his heart. The 5-star realms, not one more star realm can fall. If they are allowed to obtain the will of the main star of any more star realms, this seal will be broken. Changqing looked deeply and said with some gravity, well, now that the bizarre beings are already starting to launch attacks on the Chilan starfield through the Vermilion Bird starfield as their base, we should return as soon as possible and inform them of this matter. Elder Vault's expression was grave. How many strong people like you, Elder Vault, are there in the 5 great star regions, and are there any stronger than you, Elder Vault? Changqing inquired, wanting to know more. Old Vault said, the only person who can press me head-on is the Lord of the 5 great star realms, who is half a foot in the heaven realm. Other than that I basically have no rivals. Changqing said, so you have not guarded the Vermilion Bird starfield, could it be that you are still hooking up? The major star realms are not peaceful with each other, and there are wars from time to time, so how can they be of one mind? Elder Vault sighed, this time when I go back, I'm going to meet the 5 great star lords and hopefully convince them to cooperate. Changqing said, the Vermilion Bird starfield fell, and there are still 5 star lords? Knowing that he couldn't hold on, the Vermilion Bird Star Lord retreated to the Kirin Star region with a large group of powerful people before the Vermilion Bird Star region fell. The dome old man put away the sky-splitting flying dagger and looked at Changqing, only to realize that at this moment, Changqing, even he couldn't see through it anymore, and was immediately shocked. Young lord, this state of your body, is it because you know how to use the 108 divine babies in your body to get it out of the way? At this moment, Changqing, from the inside out, was permeated with a kind of insurmountability, and there was no half-breakage at all. Changqing nodded, if it wasn't for Elder Vault's mention, I really wouldn't have thought for the time being that the divine infant in my body could still be used in this way. Elder Dome laughed, good, when you grow up, you will definitely be the main force in our resistance against the bizarre beings. End of chapter. Chapter 80 Interception. White Tiger Star Lord. After Changqing and Vault Elder left, Vault Elder then directly refined the folded space where the humans as well as the various races of this universe were located before leading them away. There's nothing left of this planet, this little universe. Old Vault returned to the same space node he had come through earlier and crossed time and space back to the White Tiger Star realm. When it came, it took over 900 years because it had to be positioned all the time. But going back doesn't take as long. 400 years or so. There were still a few decades to go when it was about to descend on the White Tiger starfield. Boom! The change is steep. A bizarre face covering boundless chaos suddenly blocked Vault Old Man's path. Aha! Vault Elder's figure stalled, and his pupils contracted dramatically. Roar! Not waiting for the Dome Old Man to react. That bizarre face, with its mouth open, let out a roar that annihilated the boundless space-time turbulence. The terrifying sound waves were like countless sharp swords sweeping towards Old Dome. Damn! Elder Vault's expression was grave as he broke off and sacrificed his innate magic treasure, the sky-splitting flying dagger. The flying dagger bloomed with infinite imperial light, transforming into millions of feet in size, cutting down the sound waves that rolled in, and heading straight for that weird face to kill it. Giggle! The pair of eyes of the weird face that looked like black holes violently burst out 2 beams of light that could destroy the realm, meeting the chopping sky-flying dagger that chopped at them. With a loud bang, the boundless chaos shook. Right at the moment when the sky-splitting flying dagger cleaved through those 2 beams of light, a heavenly go that had a monstrous gray mist and bizarre power raging in the sky shook apart the 9 chaotic layers and killed across the sky. Elder Dome's expression was unprecedentedly grave as he urged his sky-splitting flying blade to fend it off. Only a clanging sound was heard, and a terrifying power erupted, like 10 billion supernovas erupting and drowning everything. Buzz! The Dome Old Man sacrificed a red-colored cauldron, boundless heavenly fire dazzled, transforming into a hideous and overwhelmingly ferocious fiery beast with ferocious might, pouncing straight at the bizarre face. In the face of this fiery beast, the eyes of the bizarre face seemed to have flashed a touch of scorn as well, spitting out a gray mane between his open mouth. As soon as this gray aura came out, an unspeakable aura filled the air. This is the heavenly Tao origin of the 9 heavens and 10 lands? No, there are quite a few other heavenly Tao origin. Elder Vault's eyes flashed suddenly, and he could only watch as that gray aura, in one strike, decimated the heavenly flame beast he had released. Phew! The gray aura, however, didn't give him half a chance to catch his breath, piercing through unmatched. Asterisk. Elder Vault's face turned blue as he unleashed his heaven-treading steps, 9 steps to 1, the vastness of the heaven-treading greatness, transforming into a heavenly giant foot, stepping straight towards that red aura. Only a loud bang was heard. In front of that gray aura, Vault Elder's strongest strike was actually only resisted for a dozen or so breaths before it was crumbled. In the nick of time, Vault Elder fully urged his sky-splitting flying blade to resist. Clang! Click! This gray aura refined by the heavenly Tao was simply invincible, and under one strike it even touched the heavenly chopper flying sword spreading cracks. Pust! With the damage to his original magic treasure, Vault Elder violently coughed out a large mouthful of blood. We can't get involved in a battle. This weird face is not something I'm capable of defeating. I'm afraid there are half steps to the heaven realm to be able to fight against it. The dome old man was aghast in his heart and directly burned his origin, bypassing the weird face at extreme speed and heading straight for the space node where the white tiger star domain was located. Giggle. Behind him, the gray aura pursued. The dome old man was in a sorry state as he used all sorts of means, throwing out emperor-level magic treasures one after another to fend them off. This chasing and fleeing was more than 10 years. The dome old man was almost close to running out of gas and only had skin and bones left. No, at this rate, it's impossible to run back to the white tiger star realm. Old Vault's cloudy gaze erupted with a final aura of refinement, sending the folded space where he had refined Changqing and the others violently out and hurling it straight towards the spatial node where the white tiger astral domain was located, before fleeing in another direction himself. However, the bizarre face that had been chasing after him revealed an oozing smile, and his eyes erupted with a brilliant gray aura as he shot straight towards that small space. No! Elder Vault's eyes were red as he turned around and tried to fend it off. But it was too late. There was a loud bang. That small world was then penetrated and then swept back into the spatial turbulence, completely disappearing. Ah! I want you dead. Forbidden technique, soul reverse. At this moment, Vault Elder completely lost his mind, and immediately after casting his clan's forbidden technique, he manifested a huge and hideous Heaven Slayer beast body. Roar! With a roar, even the heavenly Tao seemed to retreat. This was a terrifying ferocious beast covered in scarlet scales, with rows of horrifying bone spurs growing on its spine, its head unspeakably hideous, and its body ferociously powerful to the heavens. The treading heavenly steps were executed. The power was several times that of before. The entire spacetime was in turmoil, filled with its furious aura. Under the impact of this greatness, the gray aura was trembling, but it still charged and killed the dome old man, trying to pierce through its head. Roar! The dome old man let out a roar, and the true power of the Heaven Slayer origin erupted from his bloody mouth, transforming into a blood-colored crystal-like light that collided with the gray aura. With a clang, the two extreme forces collided together, impacting this side of the space-time turbulence. Space was penetrated. Die! After restraining that gray aura, the killing intent Vault Elder went straight for that weird face. Roar! The bizarre face let out a roar, then interspersed with countless chains of gray mist order. In the case of burning his origin and casting a forbidden art, Vault Elder had already stepped into the half-step heaven realm and was brave and invincible, raising his claws and slapping them forward. Those strangling chains of order all blew up, and in the next instant, he pounced on the bizarre face close to him. Between a burst of distortion of the bizarre face, it actually also transformed into a giant beast that pressed the sky, entangling and killing with the dome old man. The half-step heaven realms fight, the terrifying fluctuation of laws, penetrated this space-time turbulence. Not much longer. A delicate figure came stepping on the long river of space. She was shrouded in hazy immortal light, and it was impossible to see her features clearly. But every step was like an instantaneous movement. Descend upon this battlefield in the blink of an eye. Looking at the two ferocious beasts that were fighting furiously, the woman slowly raised her hand. The endless laws of the Emperor's way, wrapped in the power of the Heavenly Supreme, transformed into a seal of ice and snow. Swooshing sound broke through the air, swept past the huge body of the dome old man, and poofed through the head of the gigantic beast that the bizarre face was transformed into. The blow was unparalleled. After the bizarre beast was struck through the head, both its body and origin dissipated in an instant. Dome heavenly reflection, what are you? The hazy woman instantaneously arrived not far in front of the Vault old man's main body, which was covered in wounds and bleeding hot blood. It's an eventful time now. Why are you running around? You also encountered a half-step heaven realm's weird creature hunting. What's going on? As he spoke, he took out a few extinct healing holy pills, refined their medicinal power, and directly pumped them into Vault Elder's body. Getting nourished by the elixir, the dome old man restored his person. The blood seemed to have dried up, and what had been a little old man was now skin and bones, and his breath was very weak. Star-Lord, my days are numbered. This time I went out and found the lair of the bizarre creature. The dome old man looked shriveled and pulled out a soul light, saying, this is my experience on this trip. It's all in the soul light. If Changqing is still alive, if the Star-Lord encounters it in the future, please take care of it for me. End of chapter. Chapter 81, Xuanwu Starfield. The white tiger Star-Lord didn't speak, pulling that soul light into his brow to watch. A moment later, her somewhat surprised voice came out. There is such a demon, it would be a pity if he died in the temporal turbulence. If I had put my life on the line earlier. Elder Vault shook his head. In the end, I'm still afraid of death. With his current strength, the probability of him surviving is very high. If Star-Lord encounters him in the future, make sure to take care of him for me. I'm going to go back to my clan's ancestral land to see if there's anything that can renew my life. Okay. The white tiger Star-Lord nodded in agreement and said, do you need me to give you a ride? No need, let's go. Elder Vault shook his head and stepped into the air to go far away. Looking at Vault Elders departing back, the white tiger Star-Lord whispered, the Qilin Star region must not fall. It looks like we need to talk to those few. With those words, she stepped on the long river of space and left. Buzz. A certain star field. A side of a relatively remote starry sky. Suddenly a void rift cracked open. Then, a figure covered in blood was seen stepping out from it. Phew. Still holding up. I just don't know how many will survive under my last guard. The person who came out was none other than Changqing. The man in front of him was badly injured. Many of the wounds on his body came from that terrifying blow from the weird face. Gray blood flowed from the wound, which was the power of the eerie Tao that Changqing hadn't yet had the time to heal and dispel the strike from the bizarre face that had been left behind. The first thing Changqing did when he came out, not caring what this place was, he immediately sat down on his knees, running his Gongfu, origin, and divine infant, inhaling the divine substance of the universe to begin healing his wounds. As his gong method operated, the stars and rivers vibrated, and wave after wave of vast and surging divine substance entered his body like a whirlpool. What a huge amount of divine substance. This isn't comparable to that side of the small universe at all. Feeling the divine substance that was being absorbed by him like a great river, Changqing knew that he had arrived at one of the 5-star fields that Elder Vault had mentioned. 3 or 4 years later, Changqing's injuries were only as good as new. He took off his blood-stained black dragon robe and replaced it with a clean one. I don't know how old Doma's doing. I hope it will turn out alright. Changqing sighed slightly, looked at the vastness of the starry sky, looked around, and casually found a direction to cross the void and go far away. First, he would have to find a cultivation star with cultivators and find out which star field this was. Cross the void for 5 or 6 years. It was only then that Changqing came across a cultivation planet. It was a life planet with a majestic life force that was at least 10,000 times as huge as that of Blue Star. There was an immortal ring shrouded on the outside, and on the inside, a powerful killing formation was in a semi-resuscitated state. Outside the planet stood 4 portals into this planet. Because this cultivation star is ruled by 4 cultivation powers. On each portal, it reads, Immortal Sword Sect, Shaking Heaven Imperial Dynasty, Emperor Yang Holy Land, Jade Maiden Heavenly Sect. Changqing arrived outside the nearest one, the portal that said Immortal Sword Sect. Underneath the upright and magnificent figure, a black dragon robe with a half-open chest, and white hair like a waterfall was spread out without any restraints. The blood-colored eyes, which seemed to have the view of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood swept over them, were quite intimidating. The cultivators who passed by him all had faces of respect. Changqing followed the crowd and stepped into the portal. As soon as he saw it, he appeared in a vast square. Let's go. The Immortal Sword Sect is gathering cultivators from all walks of life to support the Chilan Starfield. The Kirin Star region must not fall. For the sake of our future generations, it is necessary to rush to the battlefield. I've heard that the lords of the 5 major star realms have all gathered at the Kirin Starfield to fight the bizarre beings to the death in the Kirin Starfield. No egg is left intact when the nest is overturned, and even though I've only just stepped into Earth immortality, I'm willing to do my part for the 5-star regions. Yes, I've heard that the Immortal Sword Sect's treatment is very good, so I'll accompany the Immortal Sword Sect on their journey to the Chilan Star region this time. The cultivators on the square talked about leaving in groups of 3 or 2, heading to the teleportation array that teleported towards the Immortal Sword Sect's mountain gate. From the discussions of these cultivators, Changqing also knew that this was the Xuanwu Starfield. A few years ago, the 4 star palaces, White Tiger, Xuanwu, Kirin, and Qinglong, suddenly enacted a decree to stop the infighting, and poured out everything they had to fight the bizarre creatures. And the weird creatures' lair was also found, and there were many half-step heaven realm weird creatures inside, and the news that their lair could be unsealed once the Kirin Starfield was breached was spread out along with the news. With the 4 major star realms, the world was shocked when the decree came out. All infighting stopped on that day, and many cultivation forces responded to the call to send strong men to the Chilan Starfield. There was even a call for loose cultivators to be paid handsomely to fight together. It's a battle of life and death. Not to mention the Earth Immortals. Even the Mahayana cultivators were rushing to the battlefield. Changqing thought about it and wanted to follow the crowd to the Immortal Sword Sect, but in the end, he planned to find a place to retreat for a while first. The violet gold danding was on him, and there were currently quite a few cultivation pills available. It would at least provide him with the ability to cultivate to immortal monarch. Immediately, after finding a place that specialized in renting out caverns and blessed lands, delivering 1 billion extreme spirit stones and renting an extreme cavern and blessed land, he entered closed-door cultivation. Joining the battlefield with his current cultivation level didn't sway anything. There is this time, and there are still a lot of resources on the body. It would be better to close the door first to raise the cultivation level again. The sun turns and the stars move, and time flies like a shuttle. 1,000 years have passed. A short 1,000 years, in the eyes of an Earth immortal, was just a snap of the fingers. During this period, on this ancient star of cultivation, every once in a while, the strongest heavenly calamity in this heaven and earth would appear. Every time the apocalypse came fast, it went even faster, causing many cultivators to rush to the vicinity of the scene when the person who had crossed the apocalypse had already disappeared. At one time, I don't know how many cultivators felt that the person who had crossed the threshold had gone up in smoke. However, as the strongest heavenly tribulation appeared again and again, people began to be shocked. In the end, What kind of existence? Cultivation can progress so rapidly, the realm of the earth immortal breaks a heavy sky every 100 years, and faced with the strongest heavenly tribulation of the 9 revolutions, each time can be safe and fast through, too outrageous. This mysterious person had become the talk of countless cultivators after meals on this ancient star of cultivation. The immortal sword sect had been searching for this mysterious cultivator during these centuries, wanting to recruit him into the sect. Even the Shaking Heaven Imperial Dynasty, the Emperor Yang Holy Land, and the Jade Maiden Heavenly Sect next door all had strong people come over to look for them. In the face of such a demon, it was impossible to say that they were not moved. But that person was too fast every time he crossed the threshold, making it impossible for them to react. More than a decade later, Changqing had achieved the immortal monarch triple sky and exited the gate. The cultivation resources on his body had bottomed out and were not enough to support his cultivation any longer. The moment Changqing was pouring himself a drink inside a restaurant. Listen to the idle chatter of the guests around you. They only heard them discussing the most about a demon who could quickly cross the strongest heavenly tribulation in this heaven and earth every time, speculating about his identity. Currently, I've run out of resources to cultivate, so it's time for me to advance into the immortal sword sect to rush to the battlefield with them. Listening to the conversations of the guests around him, Changqing finished the wine in his cup in one drink, then got up to leave. End of chapter. Chapter 82. To be able to rely on oneself and quickly cross the starfield, one would have to be at least an immortal emperor-level existence. Immortal kings could also do it, but it would take hundreds of years. As a result, many low-ranked casual cultivators, and cultivators from forces that did not have transstellar teleportation, could only travel to Taoist systems like the immortal sword sect that had transstellar teleportation arrays. In addition, to open a transstellar teleportation array, the amount that needs to be consumed is immortal crystals. It was a rare commodity that contained the immortal Tao laws within, and each piece was worth a fortune. But, in order to fight the bizarre beings, the Great Tao Unification also had to hemorrhage money. The place where the immortal sword sect is situated. Those were 36 hanging islands that looked like stars, on which immortal light dazzled, mist shrouded, and terrifying killing formations lay dormant. Underneath the magnificent mountain gate, from time to time, groups and groups of cultivators could be seen rushing in, ready to head to the battlefield in the name of the immortal sword sect. In front of the mountain gate, there were deacons dressed in immortal sword sect guarding the place, responsible for registering the cultivation information of the visitors and so on. There were enough hundreds of sect deacons to set up a table here. There was an endless stream of cultivators coming to line up. Changqing came here and joined the queue. Tens of thousands of cultivators come here every day. A starfield was simply too vast, and catching up for 100 years was not an uncommon occurrence. About half an hour or so, it was finally Changqing's turn. Sitting in front of the table was a female deaconess who possessed the cultivation of an immortal monarch, and a crystal ball for testing cultivation was placed on the table. Name? The female deaconess looked up at Changqing, and when she saw that it was a man with such an aristocratic temperament, with incomparable self-confidence from the inside out, and with that kind of charisma, her beautiful eyes instantly lit up slightly. Changqing. Changqing spoke faintly. Aha. The female deaconess took out a sword order, entered Changqing's name, and said, "Please test your cultivation." Changqing didn't say anything and put his hand on the crystal ball to inject a trace of mana. Buzz. As Changqing's mana was injected into it, this crystal ball immediately erupted with 9 colors of divine light, and then with a buzz, 9 divine lights appeared once again, while at the same time this crystal ball trembled more and more. But it seemed so extraordinary that it stabilized to stay in the end. There was a buzz, and a line was projected in the void. Cultivation level, immortal monarch triple sky. Potential unpredictable. What? When the female deaconess at the table saw this scene, she immediately shrieked out in shock, tilting her head back and staring at Changqing with a face full of incredulity. My God, there's actually a being that can make the immortal sword sect's proud immortal spirit crystal unable to detect its potential. What exactly is this one's origin? Hiss. This. He can't be the same existence that has quickly managed to survive the strongest heavenly tribulation every time over these thousands of years. Don't say, highly likely. When the cultivators in the queue behind them saw this scene, their eyes were all wide with shock as they stared at Changqing's slender and magnificent figure. Problems? Changqing looked at the female deacon whose face was filled with shock. My purpose is to travel to the Chilan starfield as soon as possible. If you can't do that, I can travel to another place to take a look. There's no problem at all. This is your sword order. In the future when you kill enemies in the battlefield, it will record what cultivation level of bizarre creatures you killed and the number of them. The female deaconess came back to her senses and hurriedly got up to hand the token to Changqing, smilingly saying, I'll personally bring you into the sect, and in 2 days' time we'll be teleporting a new batch of cultivators towards the Chilan star region. Changqing nodded and followed her into the immortal sword sect. Who recognizes this being? A cultivator present was filled with curiosity, to be able to cross the strongest heavenly tribulation that easily, and to not even be able to detect its potential with the immortal sword sect's immortal spirit crystals is the first time I've heard of it. A heavenly character. In the future, he will definitely be a Star-Lord level existence, and if he doesn't die prematurely, I'm afraid that he will be able to surpass the 5 Star-Lords and step into the true Heaven Supreme. I'll go, that's a true Heaven Supreme realm. Does this guy really have that much potential? On the scene, various shocked murmurs abounded. As for Changqing, not much later, he was brought to the garden of a sword-shaped immortal island. This garden, with its meandering mountains and rivers, tinkling spiritual springs and pavilions. The female deaconess brought Changqing to the Jade Pavilion on the Spirit Spring and said respectfully, "Fellow Taoist, wait here for 2 days. The day after tomorrow the transmission array opens and someone will come to take you there." Changqing nodded slightly and said faintly, "What's the current state of the battle in the Qilin Star region?" The latest war report that came back says that the bizarre beings are massively attacking the Xuanya Star Cluster, Tianlan Star Cluster, and Yunhua Star Cluster in the Kirin Star region, and currently the Xuanya Star Cluster is in a tight battle, so the day after tomorrow, Dao friends, you will all be teleported to the Xuanya Star Cluster to support them. Dome of Heaven reflections, do you recognize? Changqing wanted to know if he was dead or alive. What he encountered back then was a bizarre face after all. The female deaconess said, "Fellow Taoist, you were talking about Senior Dome. 4 years ago there was news that Senior Dome appeared in the Cloud Moonstar Cluster to decapitate several bizarre immortal emperors, and then said that his old injuries had returned, and now he doesn't know where he is." Changqing nodded, "Well, there's nothing more for you to do." "Good, then I'll go first." With those words, she left in a hurry, unable to wait to tell the news up there. The one who could make even their highest-grade immortal spirit crystal unable to detect potential was, without a doubt, definitely the same peerless demon who had repeatedly and quickly crossed the threshold over the past 1,000 years. The clan was looking for him all the time. Changqing took out a cigarette and lit it. Even if he became a cultivator, he could not do without it. "Mr. Gu, aren't you going to cultivate with the resources of the Immortal Sword Sect?" The Danding artifact spirit's voice rang in Changqing's ears. "You are, for the moment, but you don't have half a bottleneck to speak of. In this era of bizarre beings wreaking havoc, killing off an existence like you, Mr. Gu, feels like you were born for this havoc. How do you know that I haven't thought about borrowing their resources to cultivate?" Changqing said lightly, "Trust me, there will be a senior member of this clan coming over soon. As for whether or not I was born for this havoc, who knows?" Unsurprisingly, Changqing expected. It didn't take long. Several figures, falling from the sky. At the head of the group was an old crone on crutches. Behind them followed 3 handsome middle-aged men, with a beautiful woman in a palace dress. Half-emperor? Changqing slightly utilized a hint of the ability of the eyes of the sovereign and saw through their cultivation levels with a single glance. The old crone at the head was a half-emperor, but she was also nearing the end of her lifespan and didn't have many years left to live. "Little friend, long time no see." The old woman came in on her crutches and looked at Changqing with a smile, saying, "We've been looking for you for over 1,000 years. "You are?" Changqing didn't get up and salute, but asked directly. The immortal monarch triple skies him. If he entered the god-infant synthesis state, decapitating this half-imperial crone did not exist a tiny bit of pressure. The immortal sword sect did have 3 immortal emperors in attendance, but 2 had already rushed off to the battlefield, and the last one was in seclusion. End of chapter. Chapter 83, Celestial Race Mutiny. While the old crone and the others were sizing up Changqing was also sizing them up. The old woman smiled and said, "I am the first Taishang of the immortal sword sect. Dare I ask which Dao lineage your little friend comes from?" Changqing said in a faint voice, "It's just a loose cultivator, there's no Dao." Oh, hearing this, the hearts of the few people present were all moved. The old woman even smiled like a chrysanthemum and said, "In that case, would young friend like to join the immortal sword sect? We will pour our entire clan's strength into cultivating it. Okay?" Changqing revealed a faint smile. "The resources I need to cultivate are so huge that you dare not imagine. I'm only afraid that it won't take more than a few years to exhaust your reserves." "Ha ha." A golden-robed middle-aged man next to him smiled and said, "We will never be heartbroken about resources. If little friend is truly so heaven-defying, it means that your potential is also unprecedented. This name is Jin Tai Huang, Immortal Emperor 9 Heavens, Immortal Sword Sect Contemporary Sect Leader. Actually, I was preparing to rush to the battlefield, so since all of you seniors are interested in taking me in, I'll be flattered." Changqing smiled faintly. The battle at the front line was scorching, and with his current strength, even if he went there, he couldn't sway the battle. It would be better to take this opportunity to improve his cultivation some more. "Little friend is really willing to join the Immortal Sword Sect?" Upon hearing Changqing's promise, the old crone smiled brightly, truly like a blooming chrysanthemum, and said, "Good, good, good. The old me directly represents the entire clan, appointing you as the young master of our clan, and the ceremony of the appointment will be set 3 days later. Little friend, in the past 1,000 years, you've crossed the threshold 10 times, have you encountered a bottleneck now?" The palace-suited beauty stepped forward, her beautiful eyes unable to stop sizing up Changqing. "Little friend is now an immortal monarch triple sky. In only 1,000 years' time, you have broken through from Earth immortal triple sky to immortal monarch triple sky. It is truly like no one before or since." The remaining purple-robed middle-aged man also stood out and said with a face full of marvel, I haven't encountered a bottleneck yet, only that I ran out of resources to cultivate, and I'm preparing to go to the front line to earn some battle credits in exchange for resources. Gu Changqing said truthfully. No bottlenecks. The palace-suited beauty was radiant within her beautiful eyes as she said, little friend, I have a time magic treasure that may be able to help you cultivate. However, there is a big drawback. A time magic treasure? How about the passage of time inside and outside? Gu Changqing's heart stirred as he heard this. The palace-suited beauty said in a low voice, 1 year inside and 1 day outside, but there is a big drawback, that is, if you cultivate inside for a year, you will have to consume 100 years of your life. Longevity is the most valued thing for all cultivators, and in the eyes of unusual cultivators, this magic treasure of hers is not useful at all. However, in front of a demon like Gu Changqing who didn't have a realm bottleneck at all, it was considered a treasure. That's not a drawback, I have plenty of longevity, what I lack is time. Gu Changqing didn't expect to encounter such a good thing on this trip. Have you decided to use it? The palace-suited beauty said seriously, that's a lifespan, it's a waste of time. I've decided. Gu Changqing nodded his head and said in a deep voice, the bizarre beings won't give me time to grow, so I can only fight with my lifespan. Good, then after your enthronement ceremony, come to my moon-cold palace. The palace-suited beautiful woman didn't persuade her any further. Jin Tai Huang said, little friend, since you are ready to be our young sovereign, follow me to Sword Immortal Island. Okay. Gu Changqing accepted their arrangement for the time being. If they subsequently gave enough resources, Gu Changqing would have nothing to fear as long as he came out of seclusion once and was sure to be able to match immortal emperors. Sword Immortal Island was where the patriarch and the young patriarch resided. The vast immortal island was surrounded by immortal light, with only 2 cave palaces standing. Emperor Jin Tai Huang personally took Gu Changqing to familiarize himself with his cave palace and assigned a few maids before leaving. He had too many things to deal with during this period. Soon after, the news that the immortal sword sect would be ushering in a lesser sect master 3 days later swept through the entire sect like it had wings. Hundreds of thousands of disciples were not surprised to learn of this matter, as they all already knew that an existence whose potential could not even be detected by the immortal spirit crystal had entered the sect. On the contrary, those chief disciples who were expected to vie for the position of young patriarch were not in a good mood after learning about this. An outsider who came out of nowhere actually directly grinded away their hopes. Discontent and resentment grew inexplicably. Gu Changqing, however, did not pay attention to this matter, waiting for the enshrinement ceremony in cultivation. But, just the next night, an urgent report suddenly came from the Kirin starfield. What, the Genya cluster has fallen? Inside the Patriarch's hall, sitting on the Patriarch's throne, Jin Tai Huang, listening to the report of the people below, was violently shocked and said, how long has it been? The last time the news came in, wasn't it still fine? How did it suddenly fall? What is going on? The Celestials, the entirety of them have rebelled. The man with one knee in the middle of the hall said with an ugly face, these suddenly turned against us, and our immortal emperor was caught off guard, falling too, and several fleeing with serious injuries, leading to the fall in less than a short month. A bunch of Hearing this, the 5 or 6 supreme elders in the hall were thunderously furious, itching to immediately go and kill all the Celestials. Why did they defect? What favors did the bizarre beings promise them? The palace-suited beauty was calm and said in a low voice, even an overbearing Tao lineage like the celestial human race can be bought off. By the end of the sentence, she was afraid to imagine it. This statement was made. There was a silence in the hall. The angry Taishan elders who had been angry just now all felt a wave of creepiness at this moment. This battle is not a good one, and there may be more group defections to follow. The palace-suited beauty said something else that chilled the hearts of the crowd. The crowd was silent and didn't think that the beautiful woman in the palace dress was talking big. After a moment of silence, Emperor Jin Tai said, even so, we cannot give up. What if it's a big deal? What if even the 5 great star lords are spoken for? The palace-suited beauty calmly analyzed, if joining the shenanigans can save your life and also bring your cultivation to the next level, may I ask if everyone here will be moved? Her words, word for word, were so sensible and reasonable that one could not find half a point of refutation. Gentlemen, if the cohesion is all gone, there's no point in fighting this battle. My aim is to fight to the end in blood as long as the Xuanwu Star Palace is still there. I don't want some death-greedy people to appear in our immortal sword sect. In this silent atmosphere, Emperor Jin Tai said in a deep voice, it's not that we're without hope now, Gu Changqing is our hope, and with his potential, it's quite possible that he'll achieve the status of a true heaven supreme in the future, as long as we can buy him enough time. The palace-suited beauty was the first to nod her head. Well, Gu Changqing's potential is indeed rare in the past and present. Even the potential of the current 5-star lords can't be detected by the immortal spirit crystals without them being detected. We can look forward to a handful of Gu Changqing's rise to power. End of chapter. Chapter 84, Bottleneck? Doesn't exist. The news of the celestial race's mutiny had not yet been widely circulated, so the forward battlefield was fairly stable. However, the atmosphere of the major top-tier Dao systems and the top tier of the hegemonic Dao system that had learned of this matter was unusually depressing. The celestial race was the Xuanya cluster of the Qilin starfield, a deservedly dominant Dao lineage that ruled over 1,800 cultivation true lord stars. Such a behemoth defecting to the enemy is undoubtedly a deadly thing. The 5 great star palaces were informed of this, and they were all trying to suppress it from spreading out as much as possible. Once this matter spreads, the morale of their side will be greatly affected. Gu Changqing had learned about this from Emperor Jin Tai Huang, but paid little attention to it. 3 days later, a grand ceremony for the enthronement of the young patriarch was held. It gathered disciples and elders from all over the clan, and even the Shaking Heaven Imperial Dynasty, Jade Maiden Heavenly Sect, and Emperor Yang Holy Land next door all came to watch the powerful people. Gu Changqing was not half interested in this enthronement ceremony, and after going through the motions, he went to her chambers along with that palace-attired beauty, Yun Yu. Yun Yu's bedchamber, inlaid with red and blue, was unusually warmly decorated. Coming here, coupled with Yun Yu, a supreme beauty, gave people a sense of falling into a gentle land of depravity. Young patriarch, please wait a moment. Long Yu brought Gu Changqing to the outer hall of her chambers, smiled faintly at him, twisted her thin waist, and walked into the boudoir with her long legs hidden under the hem of her skirt. Gu Changqing found a random place to sit down and made himself a cup of tea to savor. A moment later, Long Yu walked out with a reddish-blue treasure box in her hands. She wore a long purple dress, the hem of which rose slightly with her steps, revealing a hint of unintentional flavor. The delicate figure is hidden under the outline of satin, which is both noble and elegant, but also sexy and charming. Plump hair lightly draped over the shoulders, every look, every smile, exudes the unique charm of a mature woman. Young patriarch is joking, this is my clan's town treasure, although it's very chickenish, I don't want it to leave my sight. Long Yu placed the treasure box on the table beside Gu Changqing, and a flash of spring light appeared on her chest as she bent her body slightly. Aha! Gu Changqing glanced at it and nodded, now it's just a matter of the resources I want, I don't know when patriarch will deliver them. With so many resources, and spirit medicines, it might take a while, why don't we double cultivate for a few days first? Long Yu suddenly said something that caught Gu Changqing off guard. Giggle. Just teasing you a little. Seeing Gu Changqing's hand holding the teacup all froze, Long Yu giggled and said, I've also encountered a bottleneck over the years, and I've stayed at the 8th sky of the immortal emperor for nearly 10,000 long years, so it's time to look for a dual cultivation couple if I want to make my cultivation go further. Once upon a time, she was not a woman of heaven. A person, step by step, cultivating to the 8th heaven of the immortal emperor, this hardship was only known to her. If there is a dual cultivation couple, during the dual cultivation period, both parties can share various insights from their lifetimes, which can be of great help in breaking through bottlenecks. However, the prerequisite is that the dual monastic couple must be some realms above themselves, or in the same realm. Therefore, choosing a double monastic couple is not something to look away from. Gu Changqing had no bottlenecks with this natural talent, it was impossible to say that Long Yu was not moved. Gu Changqing smiled faintly and said, in the absence of a dual cultivation couple, Elder Lang was able to cultivate to the 8th heaven of the immortal emperor in just a few tens of thousands of years, and this natural talent is no weaker than anyone else's. Compared to the young sovereign, what am I? Long Yu sat down on the side and marveled, 1,000 years of breaking the 10 realms, looking at the 5-star regions, I've never heard of it before, whether it's your natural talent or your person, young patriarch, both of them make me very moved. The last words were no longer different from a naked confession. Since it takes so long for the sovereign to prepare the resources, if you trust me, I can help you. Gu Changqing also wanted to try how effective dual cultivation was, but he definitely didn't need to use dual cultivation to break through bottlenecks, and was simply very curious. I naturally believe in young patriarch, but, said Long Yu, wanting to speak. But what? Gu Changqing said faintly. But, you're just helping me, not becoming my bishop couple? It's a law of the cultivation world that there can only be one dual cultivation couple, but wives can be many. This is because once one is in water and milk with the first dual monastic couple, and both of their physical bodies and yuanshan resonate together, one cannot resonate with another person's physical body and yuanshan. Long Yu was still a little afraid that Gu Changqing would abandon her after this double cultivation. After all, with his natural potential, he didn't need a dual cultivation couple to achieve immortal emperor, or even the legendary heaven supreme. As for himself, he might only be able to stop at immortal emperor or even half emperor in this life, completely unworthy of him and unable to keep up with him. I'm not the kind of person who starts and stops things. If it wasn't for the fact that your time treasure box is of heavenly use to me, I couldn't possibly help you, and this is considered to be a payment for you. Gu Changqing sipped his tea and said in a faint voice, no matter what realm I'm already in, as long as you can gain some enlightenment by double cultivating with me, I'll accompany you. Okay, so, let's try it. Receiving Gu Changqing's promise, Long Yu's mature and charming face flashed with a flash of red charm as she got up and walked towards her boudoir. Gu Changqing followed behind. It didn't take long for the two to go in one after the other. Some gasping sounds then came from inside inaudibly. Only to see the soft bed and couch hung with light gauze, the scene was very charming. Their yuanshan wills, on the other hand, resonated in the space of another spiritual dimension. Both sides were responding to each other's perceptions of each realm. When Long Yar finished perceiving all of Gu Changqing's realm perceptions from Jiedan to Immortal Monarch Triple Sky, her entire body was incomparably shocked. This fellow's realm sense from Jiedan cultivation to Immortal Monarch Triple Sky was actually all about directly seeing through the nature of this realm's bottleneck and then directly breaking the realm. As for Gu Changqing, at this time, he also sensed the bottleneck of Lang Yor's Immortal Emperor 8th Heaven to 9th Heaven realm. Looking at the bottleneck of the realm that had stuck Yun Yor for 10 or 20,000 years, Gu Changqing sensed it from his perspective. And at this moment, Yun Yor could also sense that Gu Changqing was sensing his realm's bottleneck. I wonder how long it will take him to break my nearly 20,000-year-old realm bottleneck. Yun Yor was looking forward to it in her heart, and now since there was nothing for her to do, her consciousness returned to her body to receive the fish and water pleasure brought by Gu Changqing. Amidst Gu Changqing's strong impact, this was the first time she enjoyed the feeling of being a woman. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. On this very day, Yun Yor had been lingering with Gu Changqing, but then suddenly her Yuanshan trembled, stuck in the bottleneck of her realm for nearly 20,000 years, when suddenly came the realization that Gu Changqing had broken the realm for him. The excitement of the impending breakthrough, along with the sensations in her flesh, made her scream, which was heard by the maids outside. Yun Yor quickly put on her clothes and flew out like a bolt of lightning. Rumble! In the next moment, boundless dark clouds converged, and her heavenly tribulation came. End of chapter. Chapter 85, Envy and Jealousy. As Yun Yor left, Gu Changqing's divine sense also returned to his body, looking at the water stains left by Yun Yor on his body, and after secretly saying that he was Tai enough, he unfolded his divine sense to watch her transiting. This double cultivation, he only got the pleasure on the flesh, and nothing else. However, it had to be said that Yun Yor was a special thing on earth in terms of her looks and figure, and even her. She was a turn-on. Rumble. At the back of the immortal sword sex mountain, boundless thunder clouds converged, and the purple thunder on them resembled angry dragons roaring. Yun Yor had a long purple dress covering her body, her voluptuous figure was graceful and elegant, and there was still a red charm on her mature and charming, delicate to flawless delicate face that had not yet faded. She offered up one imperial-ranked magic treasure after another, and even a half-imperial weapon in preparation for the tribulation. She had waited for this day for more than 10,000 years, and now it was finally here. Wow, that's Tai Yun. Has she finally broken through the realm? Congratulations to Tai Yun, I hope she can safely survive this heavenly tribulation. Ha, our immortal sword sect will soon be adding another immortal emperor 9 heavens. At this moment, streams of light within one immortal island after another rose into the air, and one elder after another appeared, and when they saw that the person who had crossed the tribulation was Yun Yor, they were all filled with a look of surprise. Rumble. At this time, the first heavenly tribulation broke through the sky, wrapped in the might of annihilation, and headed straight for Yun Yor to split. Yun Yor chirped, running her body's immortal emperor mana to resist, allowing the first 3 heavenly tribulation thunder to strike her body and then quenching her body. The first 3 thunderbolts descended extremely quickly, and the fourth was even more terrifying. To exterminate everything, thunderbolts rumbled down. Seeing this, Yun Yor urged an imperial-grade magic treasure up to fend it off. With a loud bang, both heaven and earth were shaken. At the cost of an imperial-level magic treasure, the fourth heavenly thunder was resisted. This time, she was well prepared, throwing out one imperial-level treasure after another without the slightest bit of heartache, and when it came to the 9th heavenly thunderbolt, she urged a half-imperial soldier to resist it, and in the end, she was able to survive this heavenly tribulation without any danger. The transition is complete. Yun Yor's face turned a little pale as she quickly dashed away to return to her chambers. Mrs. Yun's realm, stuck for nearly 20,000 years, broke through the realm within a few days after the young patriarch went to her chambers. That's a bit of an inside job. A handsome middle-aged man said with a pointed expression. Taishan Huang, do you mean that they double cultivated? An old man next to him shook his head, feeling that it was unlikely, saying, the young patriarch is only at the 3rd level of immortal monarch. Even if they were to double cultivate, that wouldn't be much use, would it? Taishan Ko, you're still underestimating the young patriarch. With the young patriarch's heaven-defying qualifications, do you think that a bottleneck at the immortal emperor realm can stand in his way? Taishan Huang smiled enviously. If Taishan Yin really becomes a dual cultivation couple with the young sovereign, she has a great future ahead of her. Immortal emperor might not even be far away from her. I wish I were a female. He was really envious. The conversation between the two Taishangs reached the ears of the other elders. The young sovereign is truly heaven-defying. The bottleneck of the immortal emperor's 9th heavenly realm was cracked in a few days. This young sovereign, I am truly convinced, under his leadership, he will definitely be able to bring our immortal sword sect to the next level. Ah! I'm so envious of Taishan Yun. If I could be a dual cultivation couple with the young sovereign, I wouldn't have to struggle with bottlenecks in my cultivation at all. If only there were a lot of bishop couples, I would have climbed into the young sovereign's bed at any cost. It's really a great deal of money for Taishan Yun not to find a dual cultivator couple for so many years. As such, it didn't take long for the entire clan, up and down the land, to hear that there was talk about Taiyu Yun and the young patriarch having tied the knot as a dual cultivation couple. If only my old body was 100,000 years younger. The immortal sword sect's first Taishan was all filled with envy and jealousy. A week or so, Emperor Jin Tai Huang finally sent the resources Gu Changqing needed to Yun Yuer's chambers. Evergreen, this is 70% of our clan's resources. I hope that when you come out of this seclusion, you can give us a big shock. Emperor Jin Tai Huang handed over a sumaru ring to Gu Changqing, patted his shoulder, and whispered, recently, I will also be rushing to the battlefield. I hope that by the time you come out of seclusion, your strength will have surpassed me, so that even if I fall, it won't have much of an effect on the immortal sword sect. Emperor Jin Tai Huang had high hopes as well as unconditional belief in Gu Changqing. Even the bottleneck of the immortal emperor's ninth heavenly realm could be easily cracked. This realization is simply unbeatable. There are so many resources added. He was very confident that Gu Changqing would be able to at least reach the immortal emperor realm when he came out of this seclusion. Gu Changqing nodded slightly, don't worry, when I come out of this seclusion, I'll definitely have immortal emperor level combat power, and I'll rush to the battlefield at that time, so I hope that I'll still be able to see you, patriarch, at that time. Good, with your words, I can go to the battlefield in peace. Let's go, you guys are busy. Emperor Jin Tai Huang glanced at Yun Yuer, who hadn't said anything next to him, revealed a meaningful smile and left. After he left, Gu Changqing looked towards come in with me to cultivate. After you've reached the fullness of the 9 heavens, come to double cultivation once, and I'll break the half-emperor's bottleneck for you. Yes. Yun Yuer smiled charmingly, showing off all her flavors. Then, they headed to the retreat room and both entered the time treasure box to cultivate inside. A year has passed. This day, Yun Yuer came out to cross the half-emperor tribulation. It's only been a year, how did you cross the threshold again? My goodness, is the young sovereign that heaven-defying? Hiss. This young sovereign is invincible. I really envy Taishang Yun, this is being taken all the way to the top, outrageous. Looking at the furiously falling heavenly thunder, the entire immortal sword sect was abuzz. Those chief disciples who had once been hostile to Gu Changqing were finally convinced at this moment. Especially those holy women. Envy Yun Yuer's eyes reddened with envy. Are they less purple than her? The only thing they were not as good as, they both thought of themselves as just not as flirtatious and mature as her, and lastly, their cultivation. Yun Yuer didn't go back into seclusion after achieving half a point. Coming to the Patriarch's Great Hall here. Taishang Yun, congratulations, this is half imperial, with Gu Changqing around, it's only not too far away from Immortal Emperor. Jin Taiji, who was preparing to rush to the battlefield these days, was filled with envy. This is my luck and my opportunity, sovereign, you look like a cultivator of my cultivation who doesn't have a Taoist couple, it was my persistence that brought me this chance. Yun Yuer smiled faintly and said, when does Patriarch intend to rush to the front? Jin Taiji nodded his head, agreeing with Yun Yuer's words and said, I'm prepared to head there tomorrow. Yun Yuer nodded her head and said, good, we'll go on the road together at that time. Young Patriarch, he will need a long period of time for his seclusion this time, and since I already have the cultivation level of a half-emperor, I should also contribute to the 4 great star regions. On the battlefield, when the time comes, we'll need Taiyu Yun to take care of us. Emperor Jin Tai Huang clasped his fists at her and smiled. Well, but the battlefield is treacherous, and I can't say I can do it alone. Yun Yuer left after saying that. End of chapter. Chapter 86, Breaking Through the Half-Step Heavenly Supreme. Time rushes by and 1,000 years pass. The Kirin starfield, located in the center of the 4 major starfields, as long as one could take the Kirin starfield, one could directly launch an attack on the remaining 3 major starfields at the same time. Therefore, the Kirin starfield could never be lost, or else there would be no more rear, and the war would spread to all the major starfields. The Xianya star cluster has fallen, and the bizarre beings are currently attacking the Cloud Moon star cluster on a large scale. The Cloud Moon star cluster, in total, had 3 major war zones. The first war zone is the main starfield of the Star Invaders. The second battle zone was the Blood Cloud main star battlefield. The third battle zone was the Kuan K main star battlefield. Rumble. At this moment, the Blood Cloud main star, a living planet that was 1,000,000 times as huge as the Sun, the 99 star cities of the vast Imperial Pass in the extraterrestrial starry sky had already been conquered by 23 of the bizarre beings, and were in the midst of an all-out assault on the 34th star city. This Imperial Pass was in no way comparable to the one built by the immortal race. There's no comparison between one sky and the other. In this great land, not even immortal emperors could penetrate this battlefield. If you wanted to enter the Blood Cloud Master Planet, you could only pass through this Guardian Imperial Pass. Outside the 24th star city, above the 9 heavens, one figure after another emanating the greatness of immortal emperors streaked across and looked down as spells, laws of the emperor's Tao and surging mana pierced through the heavens. Above the 7 heavens, it was a place where powerful half-emperors fought, hissing, shouting and roaring resounded through the heavens and the earth, as one half-emperor after another rushed left and right, tearing through space and time, fighting with countless bizarre creatures. From time to time, the bodies of bizarre creatures, or half-emperors could be seen dripping blood and falling. But the most tragic also belongs to the 6 heavens under the immortal emperor, immortal king, immortal monarch, earth immortal battlefield, the 5-star fields of countless cultivators, and the densely packed weird creatures, like a torrent of steel collision killed together. Every moment there are people died in a pool of blood. This was the 31st wave of the onslaught that the bizarre creatures unleashed on the 24th star city. Each of their impacts is fearless, and before they die, they will blow themselves up and take away an enemy, incomparably ferocious. Put. On the battlefield at the immortal monarch level, a blood-colored figure streaked across the battlefield, holding a heavy square heavenly halberd that danced open and closed, decapitating groups of bizarre creatures after groups of bizarre creatures. If Gu Changqing was here, he would have recognized this person. It was Yi Chen. Die for me. He raised the sky and whistled, fighting in blood, brave and invincible, like a blood-colored god of war, each strike wrapped in vast mana, unrivaled. On top of the immortal king battlefield in the previous heaven, there was also a woman of a great generation, surrounded by 36 flying swords, harvesting group after group of bizarre creatures like no one's business. This woman, none other than Xianyuan Lina, the reincarnation of the Xianyu Empress, was already a half-step immortal emperor. On the entire vast battlefield, corpses fell like rain, and blood dyed the void red in a gruesome manner. Above the 9 heavens, in the chaotic void, the power of Heaven Supreme raged, and there was the eerie face of a Star Lord fighting off bizarre beings. The 31st onslaught initiated by the bizarre beings was more violent than any previous onslaught, even sending out bizarre faces that could only be dealt with by a half-step Heaven Supreme Exalt, seemingly aiming to take down the Star City in this onslaught. The deep air outside the Imperial Pass was filled with boundless gray mist, and every now and then, strange beings rolled out of it to join the battlefield. On the battlefield of the half-emperors in the 8th sky, a purple, delicate figure maneuvered a set of 81 immortal swords and executed a terrifying sword formation, fighting against more than 20 half-emperors' bizarre creatures by herself. This woman was none other than Yun Yer. With a cold expression, his hand pinched the sword technique, and the sword formation was like a prison cage, pouring out sword order laws that looked like a galaxy. The tussle was exceptionally grueling. The bizarre beings attacked for over a year before slowly retreating. During this period, I don't know how many cultivators came to support them, and how many cultivators fell in blood. Looking at the retreating bizarre spirits, the faces of the cultivators who were still alive did not have any joy, because they did not know when they would come next time, and whether they would still be able to survive as well as this time. Do we really have a chance of winning this battle? There were already quite a few cultivators whose beliefs had begun to waver under the onslaught of wave after wave of bizarre beings. If they were to know that after the bizarre beings died, their Yuanshan would all return to a certain dimensional space to be resurrected, they would probably be even more desperate. It's been 1,000 years, are you out? Above the 8th heavens, Long Yoer looked towards where the Xuanwu starfield was and whispered to herself. Counting up, Gu Changqing, who was in the time treasure box, had already cultivated for more than 30,000 years. With his natural talent, what realm should he be in? Long Yoer didn't quite dare to imagine it. Swish! Suddenly at this point, a delicate figure appeared not far in front of her. Who are you? Why is there a human essence in your body that I am very familiar with? The visitor was none other than Xianyuan Lina, looking at Long Yoer with a slight frown on her eyebrow. She had been paying attention to Long Yoer for many years, and only today did she dare to confirm that the strand of origin remaining in this daughter's body must be Gu Changqing's undoubtedly. Oh, Long Yoer stared at the stunningly beautiful woman in front of her with interest, revealing a smile as she said, the person you know, what's his name? Gu Changqing. Xianyuan Lina said slowly. Upon hearing this, Long Yoer revealed her surprise and asked, what is your relationship with him? What relationship? Hearing the other party ask this, Regulus Lina was all flabbergasted. Yeah, what is the relationship between himself and Gu Changqing? The young sovereign is now my dual cultivator couple. You shouldn't have such an intimate relationship with him, right? Long Yoer said with a slight smirk. This statement. Hearing that, Xianyuan Lina's face instantly became gloomy, and then said expressionlessly, I am friends with him, and had to be separated after encountering danger before. Where is he now? He is the future sect master of my immortal sword sect, don't you think? Long Yoer smiled faintly. He should be coming out of the customs soon. It won't take long for him to descend to the front line for sure. Since you're a friend of my family's young sovereign, you're also my friend. Humph. Who's friends with you? With a cold snort, Regulus Lina left with great displeasure. The fact that her own identified bishop couple had been shortchanged by someone else was hard for her to accept, even more so, and a stabbing pain ran through her heart. Tai Shang Yun, news came from within the clan yesterday that Evergreen had left the gate, but the underlying resources that our clan has accumulated for over 100,000 years have all been used up by him alone. Right at this moment, the Golden Taihuang flew in, his face extremely excited as he informed. When Long Yoer heard this, she was pleasantly surprised. Really? Then what realm did the young patriarch come out of? Emperor Jin Taihuang rubbed his hands excitedly and said, the news that came and claimed that when Evergreen left the gate, there was a Heaven Supreme pressure that enveloped our 4-elephant main planet. I don't know if it's a half-step Heaven Supreme, or if he has really achieved Heaven Supremacy. What, the young sovereign is at least a half-step Heaven Supreme? Longyear shocked sexy little mouth open slightly, her face filled with excitement and admiration as she said, worthy of being a young patriarch, too powerful. End of chapter. Chapter 87 Kirin Immortal Region Ruins Revealed. The 31st onslaught unleashed by the bizarre beings against the Cloud Moon Star Cluster, the Blood Cloud Master Star Imperial Pass, and the 24th Star City receded. On the battlefield that was dyed red with blood, the cultivators of the 5-star domains were cleaning up the battlefield, searching for the bodies of their brothers, friends, and closest relatives who had once rushed to the battlefield together and had already fallen. The entire audience of cultivators did not have the joy that came with victory. The atmosphere was instead very depressing. A few days later, the battlefield was cleaned up. The dead silence outside the once chaotic Star City was so deep that as far as the eye could see it was full of corpses left behind by bizarre beings, piling up like mountains. The cultivators who were still alive went to exchange their battle credits for resources, either to cultivate or to leave in fear of death. Especially those cultivators who had managed to survive against several onslaughts of bizarre beings, they began to breed fear that they would die in battle next time, and many of them left. When he came, he was very ambitious, but after experiencing the impact of endless bizarre beings, this ambition had long been almost worn out. Dang! 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 3 years later, a distant bell sound echoed throughout the Qilin Star region. This is the bell sound of the Qilin Immortal Region's relics to be opened. Damn it, the Qilin Immortal Region ruins, how could they open at this point in time? I hope that the Qilin Immortal Domain doesn't open up inside the already fallen Xianya cluster, or else there will be nothing left for us to do. As the distant bell echoed, the cultivators of the entire Qilin Star region were uplifted and worried at the same time. Buzz rumble. With the bells lasting 3 days later. In the Cloud Moon Star Cluster, a party of starry sky 3,000 immortal years away from the Blood Cloud main star suddenly erupted with bright and piercing immortal light. The splendor of its light could be witnessed no matter where one was in the Blood Cloud Cluster. 1 immortal year was equal to the distance an Earth immortal would need to fly for a year without crossing the void. But if they were to cross the void, they could arrive in a day or two. Under the extreme immortal light, a portal that was 1,000,000 feet tall, with runic symbols and immortal chi like dragons coiling around it, suppressing the entire starry sky slowly emerged. Heavens! The entrance to the Kirin Immortal Realm ruins, asking for the world in our Cloud Moon Star Cluster? The bizarre beings are attacking our Blood Cloud Master Planet. With the entrance portal appearing here, if we want to go in, won't we have to have a grueling fight with the bizarre beings? Damn it, if only Questioner was behind us. The cultivators who were in the Blood Cloud Star Cluster had some difficulty accepting it as they looked at the solemn and radiant Immortal Gate. Legend. The 5 major star domains were once all one side of the Immortal Realm, and each of them had a Heaven Supreme Sacred Beast sitting on it. Later on, because of a big battle, the 5 great immortal domains were crushed and fell into the chaotic turbulence never to be found again. But, every few tens of thousands of years apart, they appear. Inside, there were countless inheritance resources once left behind by the immortal realm powers, but it was also very dangerous, and if one was not careful, one could be swept into the chaotic turbulence. Opportunities and threats coexist. However, it was never a good thing for the Qilin Immortal Domain ruins to be revealed at this time. Whoosh! 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 On this day, at the top of the 24-star city of the Blood Cloud Imperial Pass, 5 existences with hazy immortal light came one after another, unable to see their faces in honor. But from the silhouettes, you can tell it's 3 men with 2 women. No doubt about it. These 5 people were none other than the 5 strongest Star Lords of the 5-star regions. What a bad time for it to be introduced. A cool voice said with some helplessness. This one, who opened the mouth, was the White Tiger Star Lord. With the Qilin Immortal Domain being introduced, all the bizarre beings are only going to be attracted to it, and the subsequent thing we're going to be facing is afraid of a real bloodbath. The Xuanwu Star Lord's words were grave as he said in a deep voice, whether to risk a battle to enter in search of the chance to achieve a true Heaven Supreme, or to continue to defend, this is a big question. The Vermilion Bird Star Lord whispered, if we all go in, who will be able to block the bizarre being's half-step Heaven Supreme? It really makes one's head spin. The Green Dragon Star Lord said in a deep voice, what do you say, should we give up or kill our way in? The Qilin Star Lord said indifferently, my suggestion is to give up exploring the Qilin Immortal Realm relics that have been asked about this time. Once 1 or 2 of us go in and are seen by the bizarre beings, perhaps they will start a duel. The White Tiger Star Lord said in a cold voice, it's fine to give up, but we can't just watch the bizarre beings go in, enact the decree and prepare for a big showdown with the bizarre beings outside that immortal gate. The Star Lords nodded, alright, we can take this opportunity to test the depths of the bizarre beings. After the opinions were agreed upon, except for the Vermilion Bird Star Lord, all the Star Lords drew up decrees to go back to their respective star palaces, so that the star palaces could continue to call for cultivators from all star domains to rush over. Xuanwu Star Domain, Tianji Star Cluster, for Elephant Main Star Immortal Sword Sect. 3 years ago Changqing came out of the gate. The moment he emerged from the gate, a vast and incomparable Heaven Supreme pressure enveloped the entire celestial extreme star cluster. Back in the day, with the introduction of this mighty pressure not long ago, The hegemonic Taoist spirit race patriarchs that ruled the heavenly extreme star region, peak immortal emperor existences, all personally came over to greet Gu Changqing. This made the immortal sword sect's prestige and popularity on the more than 100 cultivation Alice stars in the celestial cluster, completely overshadowing the spirit race, the ruler of this place. A half-step heaven supreme represents the pinnacle of what is currently known. Any Tao lineage that could produce a half-step heavenly supreme would be able to create a Tao lineage comparable to the 5 great star palaces. After learning that the immortal sword sect had produced a half-step heavenly supreme, countless cultivators on the more than 100 cultivation Alice stars of the heavenly cluster came to join the immortal sword sect in Mauve. During that time, there were even quite a few scattered immortal kings and immortal emperors who had heard the sound. Among them, there were also a few half-emperors and an immortal emperor, all of whom were casual cultivators. That was a half-step heaven supreme. As long as they could listen to him preach a few times, the bottleneck of the realm that had been stuck for their entire lives might be broken. During these 3 years, in total, Gu Changqing preached 4 sermons. Every time a sermon was preached, the entire clan was absent. During his sermon, someone broke through the realm bottleneck on the spot. Even if you can't break through on the spot, you can break through very quickly after going back to your fine senses. Oh, the Qilin immortal realm relics were released? Inside the patriarchal hall, Gu Changqing leaned sideways on top of that patriarchal venerable seat, his oppressive eyes astonishingly bright as he silently looked down at an old man with a crystal-like horn on his head. Gu Changqing, who had spent tens of thousands of years within the time treasure box, had completely faded away the last trace of his previous childishness. The posture is upright, majestic and intimidating, half-open chest of the black dragon robe to cover the body, such as snow-white hair without restraints randomly scattered, even the face of the great show not angry from the power, calm like the sky collapsed can also be a hand dialing away, giving a sense of oppression is unparalleled. Yes senior, I just received the decree from the Xuanwu Star Palace, so I came directly to see you senior. The entrance to the Kirin immortal realm that was asked about this time is 3,000 immortal years away from the Blood Cloud's main star, and it's the very front line of our battle against the bizarre beings. The content of the 5-star Lord's decree is a call for all star realm cultivators to have a great battle with the bizarre beings. Reporting this in the hall, it was the spirit race patriarch, an existence at the peak of the immortal emperor, but all trembled in front of Gu Changqing, addressing him as a senior. End of chapter. Chapter 88 Heavenly, Supreme? Cultivation world strength is supreme, encounter you then strong do not know what to shout, direct respect to shout seniors on the right. Interesting. Gu Changqing's slender fingers gently tapped the armrest and said lightly, in my name, call on all cultivators above earth immortal in this star core to rush to the battlefield. The spirit race patriarch was about to say something and said, can senior draw up a decree? He had once seen the Dharma decree of the Xuanwu Star Lord and wanted to compare whose Dharma decree was more powerful between them. In addition, one would like to get a protective bottom card. A half-step Heaven Supreme's legal decree could at least block a casual strike from a half-step Heaven Supreme and could blast all immortal emperors. Amulets in general. With such a good opportunity, how could the spirit race patriarch let it go? Gu Changqing glanced at him indifferently, and the black dragon soul seal on his brow swirled with a ripple, and instantly a black legal decree was seen slowly appearing in the void, escaping with unparalleled greatness. Take it away. Gu Changqing spoke faintly, and the decree flew close to the spirit race patriarch. Thank you senior for granting the Dharma decree. The spirit race patriarch's face showed delight as he bowed and left with the decree. It was only after leaving the immortal sword sect that he dared to sense just how terrifyingly great the decree in his hand contained. When a strand of his divine sense penetrated in, he immediately sucked in a breath of cold air and exclaimed out in shock, my God, just how huge an energy does this legal decree contain? Compared to the Xuanwu Star Lords, it's simply the difference between a glowing fire and the white moon. He has only stepped into the half-step Heavenly Supreme. How could he be so strong? I'm afraid that with this decree, I can seriously injure a half-step Heavenly Supreme. The spirit race patriarch's face was filled with shock as he suddenly thought of something that made his heart thump. This. He wouldn't have already accomplished a true heaven supremacy, right? Thinking of this, the spirit race patriarch was filled with horror. My heavens, since the 5 great immortal realms were broken up due to a certain great war, have we finally given birth to a true heaven supreme? His heart was beating wildly with excitement. What the cultivators of the 5 great star regions lacked right now was such an uplifting piece of news. If those cultivators on the front line who were fighting in blood were informed of this, it would certainly greatly boost their morale. The spirit race patriarch left full of excitement, ready to use this decree to call upon the cultivators of the celestial extreme star cluster. When he returned to the spirits, immediately, they passed through the spirit race's projection altar and projected the piece of legal decree that Gu Changqing had given to the entire 120 main stars of the celestial extreme star cluster. On this day, above the vaults of all the main stars of the celestial extreme star cluster, a black legal decree that suppressed the 6 harmonies and swept through the 8 wastelands, flowing with supreme greatness emerged. At the same time, the majestic voice of the spirit race patriarch came out. Near the Blood Cloud Master Star in the Kirin Star Realm, the ruins of the Kirin Immortal Realm have come to light, and by the order of the Immortal Sword Sex Heavenly Supreme Star Lord Gu, I have summoned all cultivators above Earth Immortal of this star cluster to rush to the battlefield. The bizarre beings are coming in force to exterminate our species. If the Kirin Starfield is overrun, the flames of war will spread to our Xuanwu Starfield as well. We can only pour out all our strength to keep the bizarre beings out of the Kirin Starfield. Star Lord Gu will be rushing to the front lines in a matter of days to stop the bizarre beings from entering the Kirin Immortal Domain ruins, so I hope that all of you will contribute as well. A magnificent voice swept across the heavenly extreme star on this day. Is this really Star Lord Gu's decree? It definitely can't be fake. The spirit race would never dare to make such a joke. Let's go, follow Star Lord Gu and disperse the weird beings. Punch punch punch. The cultivators within the heavenly cluster's major cultivation True Lord stars, and the various forces that were originally still viewing the end of whether or not they wanted to go into battle, responded to Star Lord Gu's call. In a hidden Taoist system, a cave in the depths of the ancestral land slowly opened. Hearing a commotion coming from him, the boy waiting outside revealed a look of surprise when he saw it. Quickly stepping forward, he saw an old man with white hair coming out from it. Your Holiness, why have you come out of the gate? Aren't you in a death closure to take a half-step Heavenly Supreme? The child asked suspiciously. The old man lightly glanced at this disciple and said indifferently, being close to death won't necessarily allow me to make a breakthrough. Perhaps I'll have to go through a few deadly battles. As he spoke, he looked above the firmament at the projection of a terrifying legal decree, and said in a low voice, this legal decree is even more profound than that of the Xuanwu Star Lord. The immortal sword Sex Gu Star Lord is only afraid that he will truly achieve true heaven supremacy, and if he doesn't respond to the call, it would not be good for him to be subsequently liquidated. Immediately call upon the entire clan of immortal monarchs and above to follow me to the Blood Cloud Star Cluster to join the battle. The Kirin Starfield was the most important, simply because the four major starfields of Xuanwu, Vermilion Bird, Green Dragon, and White Tiger were not able to teleport across starfields to each other, and it was only from the Kirin Starfield that large-scale teleportation could be done to the four major starfields. Therefore the three starfields of Xuanwu, Qinglong, and Baihu now became the rear, which was very important. I didn't add to the previous post, and I got trolled for crying out loud. There were also quite a few hidden Taoist lineages within the celestial extreme star cluster, and they generally didn't care if the outside world lived or died. But now with Gu Changqing's decree, a single hidden Tao lineage with peak immortal emperors came out. Out on the battlefield, Blood Cloud Prime Sentinel. A stream of light, a large spirit boat crossed the sky, breaking the tranquility of the deep space of the universe, heading towards the Four Elephants main star in droves, borrowing their interdomain teleportation arrays to rush to the front lines. A few days later, the hidden Tao lineages that had rushed to the battlefield through the Four Elephant Prime Star were no less than 12 by the immortal sword sex count, all of them behemoths with peak immortal emperors in attendance. When they came, their patriarchs would all go and ask to meet Gu Changqing for a while, wanting to test whether or not he had really stepped into the legendary Heaven Supreme. But with their abilities, how could they tell the depths of Gu Changqing? However, it was known that this guy was even more unfathomable than the Xuanwu Star Lord. They had all met the Xuanwu Star Lord, and when they compared the two, they agreed that Gu Changqing was definitely more powerful than the Xuanwu Star Lord. This made them also begin to believe that Gu Changqing had truly achieved heaven supremacy. A celestial supreme being has come forth, and it's time for the farce of bizarre beings to come to an end. Sky Supreme, ah! The 5 Star Lords, even after obtaining the inheritance of the 5 sacred beasts, all stopped at a half-step Heaven Supreme. How on earth did he do it? Rumor has it that even the immortal spirit crystal couldn't detect his potential, so I'm afraid he's in existence born in response to a calamity. These patriarchs of the hidden Tao lineage gathered together on their way to the battlefield, discussing with faces full of awe. In the meantime, in the Xuanwu Star region, the news that the celestial star cluster Immortal Sword sect had produced a celestial supreme, known as Star Lord Gu, was spreading throughout the major star regions at an extremely astonishing speed. Not many uninformed people believe such statements when they hear them. It didn't take more than a few days for the news to reach the frontline battlefield and the ears of the 5 Star Lords of the Blood Cloud Master Planet. Inside the Imperial Pass, the 24th Star City's Central Hall, on the Blood Cloud's main star, the 5 Star Lords got together and called Emperor Jin Tai to corroborate the truth of the rumors. Standing in the center of the hall with his head held high, the Golden Tai Huan cupped his fists towards the 5 hazy figures seated above him and said, back to the 5 Star Lords, I don't know if our Star Lord is a true Heaven Supreme, but he is at least a half-step Heaven Supreme, and if you don't believe me, when he personally descends to the battlefield, you can all test him. End of chapter. Chapter 89 Reversal, Gu Changqing is the way of heaven? Jin Tai Huan was not humble, after all. There was also a half-step Heavenly Supreme being behind him who called the scene, afraid of a hammer. It's rumored that he's a Heaven Supreme. You as the Immortal Sword Sex Patriarch would not know that? The Xuanwu Star Lord said indifferently. At that time, there was only news from within the clan that when Star Lord Gu left the gate, only heaven supremacy pressure shrouded the celestial extreme star cluster, so who could tell his true cultivation level? If our Star Lord had truly stepped into Heaven Supreme, I'm afraid that even the 5 lords present wouldn't be able to see through it. Emperor Jean Tai said with vigor. The thrill of not having to grovel is just too good to be true. It is rumored that he is called Star Lord Gu. Is his name Gu Changqing? At this moment, the White Tiger Star Lord slowly spoke, his voice ethereal and indistinct. Oh, where did Lord Star Lord learn our Star Lord's name from? Emperor Jean Tai was astonished. If it's him, whether it's a half-step or a true Sky Supreme, it's not surprising. The White Tiger Star Lord said indifferently, the sun is extraordinary. I only hope that he will descend as soon as possible. There are already large-scale bizarre beings infesting the vicinity of the Immortal Alliance. Emperor Jean Tai, there's nothing more for you to do here. Go down. Farewell, latecomer. Emperor Jean Tai Huang clasped his fists and turned around to leave in stride. Fellow Taoist Void, you know Gu Changqing well? After the Golden Tai Huang left, all 4 Star Lords looked at the White Tiger Star Lord. It's not really an understanding, I've only read a section of his experience, and if I have to describe this sun, I can only use against the heavens. The White Tiger Star Lord said blandly, I don't know much more than that, but I can look forward to him descending on the battlefield and feeling his depths for myself. Entering the vicinity of the immortal gate of the Kirin Immortal Domain ruins, boundless grey mist surged and an unknown number of bizarre beings converged. It rolled and surged, covering the deep space of the universe that could not be seen to the end. Buzz! Just then, the black mist distorted and an old man slowly stepped out from it. He looked at the blood cloud Imperial Pass in a distant land and revealed a faint smile, then let out a loud shout. Cultivators from all the major star realms, I am the patriarch of the celestial race, and I have now joined the bizarre camp that you speak of. They don't want to exterminate the 5-star realms as you think. They just want to assimilate us all and usher in a truly glorious great age. You must remember that we are indestructible. No matter how many times we die, we can be resurrected after a period of time, and whoever is willing to defect over here will have an infinite lifespan, be immortal, and henceforth escape the control of the heavenly Tao. I am a peak immortal emperor, why would I defect? It's not that I'm still afraid of dying in battle, but they can really make me immortal, and I don't need to worry about longevity from now on. Fellow Taoists whose lifespan is approaching, if you defect over, you need not worry about this. What I have said above is by no means a half-needed word, and the heavenly Tao of this universe can no longer control me, so I won't take any more oaths. Taoists who are willing to believe in me because they believe in me are welcome to come and vote, so that together we can create a great era of immortality and splendor. The vast voice of the patriarch of the celestial race resounded in the ears of everyone on the Blood Cloud master planet. Besides, I'll tell you another shocking secret. Originally, we were actually immortal and indestructible, and the culprit that took this away from us, that was the heavenly Tao of this universe. Our purpose is to free you and others from the sea of suffering and from the control of the heavenly Tao, and then together we will punish the heavens and finish off this cosmic heavenly Tao. Back then, the White Tiger Star Domain's Heaven-slaying clan, why did they raise their clan to punish the heavens? It was because they knew the inside story, otherwise no one would have taken their own lives. Here, I will tell you another ultimate secret. After the failure of the Celestial Slayer race to punish the heavens back then, this cosmic heavenly Tao saw some threat from the half-step Celestial Supreme Celestial Slayer race patriarch, and in order to prevent such a threat from appearing, after leaving behind a smattering of laws to maintain the balance of the cosmos, he went to reincarnate as a certain living being to cultivate himself. Here, we suspect that the person who reincarnated the heavenly Tao is none other than Gu Changqing. Do you guys know how many years he's only been practicing? Let me tell you, even if you add in the cultivation in a certain time treasure box since his rise, it's not more than 40,000 years of light. In just 40,000 years, have you all ever heard of a being that could cultivate to a half-step heaven supreme in such a short period of time? Let me tell you, even during the time of the 5 immortal regions, when the 5 immortal regions were still in existence, there were no such demons. The 5 great sacred beasts of that year were so heaven-defying that they all took 300,000 years to achieve half-step heaven supreme, and 1,000,000 years to achieve heaven supreme. The current 5-star lords, on the other hand, took 1,000,000 years to achieve half-step heaven supreme, and have been stuck in this realm for 1,000,000 years. And what makes him, Gu Changqing, cultivate to a half-step heaven supreme, or even a heaven supreme, in less than 40,000 years? In addition, that war that crumbled the 5 immortal realms back then, do you know what happened? It was the heavenly Tao that came out of nowhere and was caused by fighting with the 5 great sacred beasts. What you are resisting right now is none other than the 5 sacred beast lords. After their physical bodies were silenced, their remnant souls fused together and opened up another path of cultivation just to fight against the heavenly Tao. If the Tao has become successful in its cultivation, are you going to aid and abet it and continue to let it control your life and death? Our ultimate goal is to kill Gu Changqing, and then by extinguishing the smattering of heavenly Tao laws he left behind, we can usher in a great era of immortal and imperishable splendor. All of you have read in the ancient books that in the former immortal realm era, immortals were immortal, right? It was because of the appearance of the heavenly Tao that broke the 5 great immortal domains, ruled over us, and set longevity on all spirits. Heaven and earth are unkind to take all things as ruminants. Back then, when we broke through the realm, it was not necessary to go through 9 deaths to cross the tribulation. After the heavenly Tao appeared, it was restricting our growth. We must exterminate him. The secret stories that the patriarch of the celestial race had told in paragraph after paragraph, whether they were true or false, exploded like a thunderclap in the minds of every cultivator on the Blood Cloud Master Planet. In this moment, the entire Blood Cloud Master Planet was silent, all of them digesting the secret information that the celestial race had said. All 3 views were refreshed. How true do you think this statement is? The Kirin Star Lord returned the flavor. We can't rule out this possibility. Changqing's cultivation speed is indeed bizarre. In addition to the existence of the heavenly Tao, it's not far from what the celestial race patriarch said. The Xuanwu Star Lord said thoughtfully, if this is the ultimate truth, then it's too terrifying, but the truth is half true and half false. The White Tiger Star Lord wanted to speak. Roar! Suddenly at this point, 5 roaring voices that pressed down on the starry sky and were terrifying to the extreme came out. Afterwards, only that grey mist was seen surging in between. The divine soul silhouettes of the 5 great sacred beasts emerged, but there was no longer any sacred solemnity, only endless grey mist raging, and their huge bodies distorted space, appearing deep within that grey mist. Immediately afterward, 5 magnificent voices then resounded. Are you all willing to follow us to destroy this heavenly Tao? From now on, as long as you become immortals, you will be able to enjoy an immortal lifespan. End of chapter. Chapter 90, Inversions. The 5 great sacred beasts that manifested in the depths of the grey mist, they seemed to be connected as one, and they weren't solid, but the might was terrifying. When the 5 Star Lords saw the scene, they all appeared on top of the city tower, their gazes fixed dead on those 5 great sacred beasts. At this moment, they could clearly feel that the origin in their bodies was stirring, seemingly resonating with those 5 great sacred beasts. This is actually really Sacred Beast Exalt. How could we've been fighting against the Sacred Beast Exalt? It seems that the celestial race patriarch was right. They didn't come to overthrow us, but they want to destroy this heavenly Tao, and we're actually all fighting against it. The 5 Star Lords looked at that originally supposedly sacrosanct and inviolable sacred beast venerable lord, but now he had become so hideous, and they were all filled with anger towards the heavenly Tao of this universe. The Qilin Star Lord knelt down on one knee and roared, welcome the return of the sacred beast venerable lord. I would like to punish the heavens with you and return a clear sky between heaven and earth. Seeing this, the 4 Star Lords, Jewbird, Shenwu, White Tiger, and Green Dragon, also kneeled down on one knee and shouted, welcome the return of the sacred beast exalted lords. I would like to punish the heavens with you and return a clear sky to the heavens and earth. Their voices resounded in the ears of the trillions of cultivators on the Blood Cloud Master Planet. Could it be true? The 5 Star Lords have done so. It's definitely not fake. Damn it! I didn't realize there was such an inside job. What a heavenly way. Finish it off. Welcome the return of His Holiness the Sacred Beast. In this moment, cultivator after cultivator within the Blood Cloud Master Star knelt down and shouted in worship. How? Lan Yuer's delicate body trembled. Looking at the scene in front of her, she only felt a chill. If this matter spread, Changqing was bound to become the target of all cultivators' crusades. Enemies of the world. There was a moment of silence from Regulus Lena, her emotions complicated at this moment. Empress, do you think Changqing could be a real heavenly Tao incarnation? Yi Chen asked curiously. The cultivator Empress laughed. 8 or 9 is not far from the truth. There is no living being that can be as heaven-defying as he is, and for this son to be able to grow so quickly, only this can make sense. Then he's going to be in bad luck. All the enemies in the world, Yi Chen revealed a gloating look. Punish the sky. Punish the sky. Punish the sky. Throughout the Blood Cloud Master Planet, wave after wave of heavenly punishment sounds resounded at this time. Mother *********, how could this happen? Emperor Jin Tai's face was ugly. With a few whooshes, 2 immortal emperor patriarchs from the immortal sword sect flew in, an immortal emperor 7th sky and an immortal emperor peak. Patriarch, what should we do? Emperor Jin Tai said with a face full of bitterness. What a bastard, it was so hard for us to wait for this day to rise, only to have it broken by that bastard thing from the celestial race. The immortal sword sect's first patriarch was filled with anger and his face was blue. This was an old man who was as stout as a mountain and looked unusually ferocious. The world is hostile, we can't get involved. Immediately send the news back to the clan to Changqing. There's only so much we can do. The second patriarch said calmly. Tianyun should have already gone back. Alas, the chance to rise up is just gone. The golden Tai Huan was filled with helplessness. At this point, countless cultivators rushed up into the sky, rushing to the Imperial Pass to leave this planet, heading towards the region shrouded in grey mist. Leading the way were the 5 Star Lords. Even they believed in this matter, what else could there be to doubt? Let's go first. The Immortal Sword Sect's first Taishan thought about it and directly took all of their Immortal Sword Sect's cultivators with him to leave. The situation is not yet clear, and this is not the time to take sides. If Changqing had already achieved Heaven Supreme, who could stop him? If Changqing was the real Heavenly Tao, How terrifying would he have to be when the Heaven Supreme One used the power of the Heavenly Tao? They haven't gotten carried away by the heat of the moment. Among them, there were also quite a few cultivators like him who still had their wits about them and chose to take advantage of the chaos to get away and leave. Take sides now, there's no wiggle room later. Shen Yuanlina also left. She always trusted Gu Changqing. In the end, even if he really was the incarnation of the Heavenly Tao, what did it matter? In his opinion, if there was no heavenly way to maintain it, becoming an immortal would lead to eternal life. Would there be enough resources in this universe? With more and more cultivators, sooner or later there would be a day when there would not be enough resources to distribute, and cultivators from all sides would go to war over resources. The existence of the heavenly way is both reasonable and unreasonable, depending on what perspective you take. A few days later, Immortal Sword Sect. Gu Changqing is preaching. Yun Yajio hurried back at this time, ignoring the millions of cultivators present. Her figure landed beside Gu Changqing, and with some anxiety, she transmitted her divine sense, informing the front line of what had happened word for word. However, after Gu Changqing heard this, he acted calmly and said indifferently, "Actually, they're right, I'm the embodiment of the Heavenly Tao, and that's what I knew when I broke through to the half-step Heavenly Supreme." Ha! Yun Yor was shocked. The heavens and the earth operate, and all things and spirits need a balance, and the Heavenly Tao is that balance. Gu Changqing looked indifferent and spoke indifferently, "A world without order, where everyone can live forever, can't last long. I'll just wait here for them to punish me." From the beginning to the end, Gu Changqing acted calmly and said indifferently, "Back then, even if I hadn't appeared, there would have been other heavenly paths in the chaos that would have descended upon this world, and you and the others wouldn't have been able to jump out of this predestination after all. At the moment of achieving half-step Heavenly Supreme, only then did Gu Changqing figure out why he was able to cultivate such a heaven-defying divine infant and why he was able to possess such a heaven-defying qualification, and why it was reborn. He could have reincarnated for a few more lifetimes, but the 5 holy beasts made a comeback and didn't give him that chance. Each divine infant was the fruit of his reincarnation of the Tao for one life. Reincarnation is not only in this world, but has been reincarnated in other worlds. The Heavenly Tao is merciless. Are you merciless as well? Yun Yaor looked at him, a little hard to accept. Heaven is merciless, but I am not merciless, I am still the same. Separation of life and death is the law, no living being can escape this law. Even the Heavenly Tao will one day be silent and return to chaos, even chaos will one day dissipate and return to nothingness. No living being or substance is eternal. Gu Changqing's words were not addressed to Lang Yor, but to all the cultivators present. His voice echoed in the ears of the crowd like a great Taoist flood bell, and all the cultivators fell into a deep state of enlightenment, with some breaking through the realm bottleneck on the spot. Yun Yara was also slightly shaken in spirit, her body surrounded by Taoist rhythms, but she held back from entering the state of enlightenment and said, "What are you going to do next?" "Kill." Gu Changqing quietly spat out a single word, then faintly said, "If there hadn't been this farce made by the 5 sacred beasts, or if they hadn't publicized my identity, I would have finished this life as a cultivator whose lifespan would have been exhausted as well, after pacifying them. You and others want to punish the heavens to gain eternal life, while I am now about to possess the power of the Chaos Avenue, but I have never thought of punishing the Chaos Avenue against the odds to gain millions of epochs of immortality." End of chapter. Chapter 91, Everything is under control. Time passes in a few decades. It's been so long. Gu Changqing, being an incarnation of the Heavenly Tao, as well as the words of the Heavenly Clan Patriarch back then, had already spread throughout the major star realms. During this time, one community after another joins the shenanigans. It was indeed as the Patriarch of the celestial race had said. Under the assimilation of the bizarre origin, indeed, none of them could feel the existence of longevity, and it seemed that they had really obtained eternal life. In a few decades, the number of bizarre beings swelled to an outrageous level. Less than 50 short years. 70% of the living beings of the 4-star domains were all placed inside. The remaining 30% are on the sidelines. They had been keeping an eye on the Immortal Sword Sect. Instead of paying attention to the Immortal Sword Sect, it was more like paying attention to Gu Changqing preaching. During these 50 years, Gu Changqing was preaching as if it was one day, and on the square, high in the sky, as far as the eye could see, the blackness was full of cultivators sitting on their knees in enlightenment. The number was simply too much, tens of billions to say the least, stretching over an unknown vastness of the sky, but wherever the sound could be heard, there were cultivators occupying it. And around Gu Changqing sat his familiar people. Yun Yer, Xian Yuanlina, Tang Yue, Gu Beichuan, Old Man Huang, Yilan, Tang Scale, Gu Jiaojiao, Zhu Maniac, and Shintaba. Learning that Gu Changqing was here, they all rushed over at the first opportunity, regardless of whether or not he was a Heavenly Tao incarnation. Worthy of being the incarnation of the Heavenly Tao, Tarzan collapsed on the top without changing color. The bizarre beings have swept through all the major star domains, and now it has spread to the Xuanwu star domain. I'm afraid that it won't take several decades to reach this place. It's like he's waiting for the bizarre creatures to arrive. I'm afraid that he wants to kill them all in one go. If he's allowed to win, I'm afraid that those guys who have already been assimilated by the bizarre are going to be liquidated, and absolutely none of them will be able to live. Ha ha! It's so brainless, not giving a damn about defecting to creepy, or we're just being resourceful. Both the cultivators who were listening to the sermon and those who were secretly spying on it felt disdain for those cultivators who had defected to guile early on. Time is like water, and 100 years have passed quietly. Rumble. Just today, a boundless gray fog enveloped the area. In an instant, it surrounded the entire four elements main star. The final moment, at last? The cultivators who were still in enlightenment, as well as those who were watching from this planet, all had grave faces as they exited the immortal sword sect. Not for a moment. Up and down the immortal sword sect, those people next to Changqing were left. None of the remaining cultivators dared to stay. Whoosh! But just then, a figure with a hunched back appeared in front of Changqing. Who was the one who came, if not Dome Elder? He stared dead center at Changqing and said in a deep voice, "Why? Why?" Changqing looked at him faintly. "The following is a crime. I left a bloodline for your heaven-slaying clan. Shouldn't you be grateful to me?" What a calculation! Elder Vault gritted his teeth. "You hallucinated a woman and sent me the last bloodline of the Black Dragon clan to protect him to Immortal Emperor, just for his Immortal Emperor origin, right? Not bad. His parents also died in my hands. If it wasn't for seeing that his bloodline was about to return, he wouldn't have survived back then." Changqing's expression was indifferent as he spoke faintly. "If you let your heaven-slaying race and the Black Dragon race keep existing, one day they might really be able to threaten me, but it doesn't matter now. I have no rivals left, even if it's the other heavenly paths or chaotic paths, they're all just like ants." He reincarnated and incarnated in order to cultivate the 108 divine infants within his body. When the divine infant has become established, it is above everything. Ah, good calculation. So everything is under your control, and the fact that I will appear in that side of the small universe is also something that you have long predicted. Elder Dome laughed up into the sky. "What do you have to be sad about? Back then, it was you who raised your clan to punish the heavens, and I was merely protecting myself by killing you, as if I had done something wrong." Changqing looked at him expressionlessly. "Yes, there is no one right or wrong when it comes to becoming a king." Elder Vault shook his head. "Can you give me a breakthrough to half-step Heaven Supreme? I want to fight for you without leaving any stone unturned." "Why? Shouldn't you be avenging your people?" Changqing looked at him. "The time is also destiny. My Heaven Slayer clan would rather die standing up than to live on and turn into these unknown ghosts." Old Dome's words were low and his battle intent was boundless. "It's rare that there are still sober people on Earth. Don't look like they've escaped my control, but they're just falling into the control of another heavenly Tao, falling into the role of puppets and still don't know it." Changqing nodded slightly and pointed a finger into the center of Vault Elder's brow. Elder Dome was instantly energized. Countless sensations about half-step Heavenly Supreme being struck. He dashed to the side and sat down on his knees to feel. Outside the domain, within the boundless gray mist, an unknown number of bizarre cultivators were gathered. They slowly emerged from the gray mist, like alternative heavenly soldiers and generals. Roar! With that, the aberrations of the 5 sacred beasts, as massive as stars, were seen rolling and emerging from the gray mist, as the immeasurable Heaven Supreme power erupted, seeming to exterminate everything. Man, didn't expect that, did you? The 5 holy beasts no longer had the solemnity of the holy beasts, and were as hideous as hellish ghosts, overriding the gray mist and staring at Changqing in death. "Not even back then. Why did you come out to haunt us when you couldn't just end the rest of your life hiding in the sewers?" Changqing raised his eyes, and as his eyes opened and closed, they evolved all sorts of laws of order, and the entire cosmic space roared. "Ha ha ha! Aren't you curious as to why we are still alive and able to escape your grasp?" The 4 sacred beasts' star-like eyes were filled with teasing colors. "Today is the time of your demise. Why be curious? You and the others are just a pawn to be utilized by the other heavenly paths." Changqing grew up and said faintly, "Because of your selfishness, you are about to cause billions and billions of living beings to fall. All of you want to live forever, want to be immortal, want to break free of the heavenly Tao? It seems ridiculous to me. You and others will never be able to go against the heavens." The Qilin Star Lord shouted angrily, "Is there anything wrong with wanting to live forever? You heavenly Tao are meddling assholes, towering over all the spirits and harvesting whoever you want. We don't need your lordship. Ask your holy beast honors if you and others have truly jumped out of the bounds of the heavenly Tao, but only from pool to pool." Changqing said leisurely, "Heavenly Grey, are you still not coming out, so that I can pull you out? Who's Sky Ash?" Hearing Changqing's words, both the cultivators in the gray mist outside the domain and the cultivators on the 4 elephants main star were all curious. "Ha! Fuji, long time no see." With that, only a soft laughing sound could be heard. Then he saw a gray-robed man walk out of a certain side of the void outside the domain between the distortions. Changqing spoke indifferently, "Making a mess of my territory while I'm away. Do you want to die? Ha, Brother Yuan is not to be blamed. I want to devour you too much. Let's fight to the death today." The gray-clothed man laughed and said, "You look very weak now. I'm afraid you can't stand it without me making a move." End of chapter.